Chapter 191, Love. It was already evening when Lin Ran and Jiang Chen came back. To be honest, neither of them would fall in love. But as long as their hearts were together, they were very happy. Lin Ran told Jiang Chen about her wandering alone in the end of the world in her previous life. Jiang Chen told Lin Ran about the dark past after his parents passed away. The bad experience brought the two hearts closer. When she went back, Lin Ran drove their RV. This was also the purpose of her leaving the base today. Just to drive this RV back openly. Not for anything else. Just to make the family live comfortably when they go out on missions. In the past, the RV was hidden to keep a low profile. Now she is not afraid. Because when she is on a mission tomorrow, all those who don't like her will die. Lin Ran put the van into space and replaced it with the RV. When she returned to the base, Lin Ran's RV really attracted a lot of attention. Some people even waved to her, wanting her to stop and let them come up to visit. Lin Ran rolled her eyes at these idiots and didn't even step on the brakes. She drove away ruthlessly in front of them. If she hit that blind guy, it would be his fault. Why should she show them? Besides, she has her own team and doesn't have to hand in the income from the jungle. Lin Ran stepped on the accelerator and drove past the gate of the base without any pause. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran's domineering operation with undisguised admiration in his eyes. Ran is so cool. And she drives well. Lin Ran raised her lips proudly. Do you like it? Jiang Chen's face instantly turned red because of Lin Ran's teasing. I like it. I like it very much. Lin Ran saw Jiang Chen's reaction and laughed even happier. She found that she liked teasing Jiang Chen. This is teasing. When she confessed just now, she didn't even make a move. Hey, what a poor little zombie king who has not seen much of the world. As Lin Zhe waited anxiously, Lin Ran finally came back in a motorhome. Sister, you are back. Lin Zhe jumped out happily. It's good that Jiang Chen didn't abduct her sister. Well, we are back. Jiang Chen got out of the car first, then reached out to the driver's side and pulled Lin Ran down. Lin Zhe, hand in hand. Jiang Chen still tricked his sister away. Lin Ran was slightly stunned when she saw Jiang Chen's hand, and then happily put his hand on it. Since the relationship has been confirmed, there is no need to hide it. I believe that when my parents know about it, they will also bless me. Lin Zhe watched his sister's hand being held by Jiang Chen, and the whole person was in a mess. Jiang Chen really became his brother-in-law. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Lin Ran smiled and said, as you can see, we are together. Lin Zhe, what? Are you really together? Lin's father and mother in the living room also ran out after hearing this. Seeing the two people holding hands tightly, the expressions on their faces changed very wonderfully. Jiang Chen carefully observed the expressions of Lin's father and mother. His heart was in turmoil, and he was very nervous. Parents in TV dramas usually object to seeing a couple together, especially when Ran is so good and he is so ordinary. He is still a zombie. Will Lin's father and mother dislike him? No. He has to perform well. What should I do when I meet for the first time? Oh, right. Say hello. Jiang Chen held Lin Ran's hand tightly, walked towards Lin's father and mother firmly, and greeted politely, Dad and Mom. Hello. Lin Ran, Why did he call his parents? Why is Jiang Chen's progress bar different from others? Lin's father and mother, surprise. How come Ran went out and brought them back a big baby? It's too early to call Mom and Dad. Grandpa Jiang came out the latest. Just as he walked out of the living room, he heard his little Chen calling Mom and Dad. Then he looked again. The eldest grandson is amazing. He even held Ran's hand. He called Mom and Dad, and he is more promising than his father back then. Haha. It's good now. Henan. Don't worry. We will be a real family from now on. As the happiest person in the audience, Grandpa Jiang laughed so hard that his dentures almost fell off. Well done, Xiaochen. From now on, your Uncle Lin and Aunt Anqing are your real parents. You must respect them well. Jiang Chen, yes. I got it. Grandpa, Mom and Dad, I will treat Ran well. I will also treat you like my own parents. Mother Lin, haha. Xiaochen is great. It's just that it's a bit early to call them Mom and Dad now. You should still call them Aunt. That's right. Just call them Aunt. Dad Lin, yes. 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 Don't mess up the names. Before you two get married, You should still call them by the original name. Jiang Chen's address caught Lin's father and mother off guard. They didn't know what to say now. They knew Jiang Chen was a straight man, but they didn't expect him to play by the rules. Lin Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, Grandpa Jiang saw the current situation clearly at a glance. It seems that his own Xiaochen is a little anxious, seeing that Lin's father and mother had not adapted yet. Grandpa Jiang immediately said, "Then we should still call you as before. Xiaochen, you have to perform well in the future. Try to get a regular job as soon as possible." "I know, Grandpa. I will." Jiang Chen tightly held the warmth in his hand and said solemnly, as if he had made a vow. Not long after Lin Ran went in, the family started eating. This meal was easier to eat than she had imagined. Except that Jiang Chen was a little restrained. He seemed to be trying to adapt to his new role. Every time Lin's mother went to the kitchen to serve food or forgot to take the spoon, he would rush to go. Jiang Chen ate the food in his mouth, but his eyes were always paying attention to the surroundings. As long as Lin's father and mother have any needs, he will provide the most considerate service at the first time. He remembered what Lin Zhe said. If you want to be a man of the Lin family, you must be diligent, able to go to the hall and the kitchen. If he wants to get the approval of Ranran's parents as soon as possible, he must be diligent. Old Master Jiang sat on the side, watching Jiang Chen's performance, and nodded repeatedly in his heart. Xiaochen has grown up and knows how to strive for his own happiness. Lin's father and mother looked at Jiang Chen like this, and the uncomfortable feeling of their daughter being taken away from them slowly dissipated. Jiang Chen is a good child. As long as Ranran likes it. The two of them love each other. They support it, even if the other party is a zombie. So what? This is the end of the world. Maybe one day everyone will be finished together. Just be happy now. Lin's mother and father are very open-minded, and their children and grandchildren have their own blessings. As long as Ranran is happy, they have nothing to be unwilling about. Lin Zhe drank the pork rib soup that Jiang Chen scooped for him, and for the time being he was quite satisfied with his new brother-in-law. He was very pleased that his brother-in-law was so considerate. In the future, he could be entrusted with more housework at home. And in the future, when he goes out, he will have one more person to protect him. Very good. Chapter 192, Going on a Mission. At night, Lin Ran lay in bed, thinking about how she felt after having a boyfriend. Maybe Jiang Chen was even more unbridled. Just now, she wanted to act cute and enter her bedroom, but her father passed by outside and coughed. Jiang Chen immediately became obedient. Not only did he not enter her bedroom, he didn't even dare to look at her face. He was as cute as a little white rabbit. But such a Jiang Chen hit her heart hard. How could Jiang Chen be so cute? When facing the enemy, he was strong and reliable. In front of his family, he was so ignorant and naive. Wang looked at the owner, who was tossing and turning in bed, and shook his cat ears in disgust. Oh! This damn love is really not fun at all. Look! It has made it unable to sleep well. Tomorrow when it gets up, it will educate Da Huang and tell it that wise people don't fall in love. Which good person will fall in love foolishly? Just like it. Be a powerful and lonely mutant beast. Lin Ran slept very sweetly this time. When she woke up the next day, it was almost time to leave. When she opened the bedroom door, Jiang Chen was waiting for her quietly at the door. The two smiled at each other and went downstairs hand in hand to have breakfast. The others were almost up. There was a ding-dong sound in the kitchen. It was Lin's mother who was busy. Jiang Chen went into the kitchen very discerningly to help Lin's mother cook. Lin Ran walked to the yard and buried a level 2 mutant crystal core under the roots of each mutant plant in the house. This time she would be away for a few days, and the safety of the family depended on them. After dinner, it was just 7:30. The agreed departure time for the mission was 8 o'clock, and they should leave soon. Rongmei was going to stay at home. Before leaving, Jiang Chen gave Rongmei another order, asking her to stay at home and never go out no matter what happened. Rongmei agreed obediently. I know, Master. I won't leave here, as long as she doesn't leave home on her own initiative. The plants in the yard will protect her. Lin Ran left some low-level crystal cores for Rongmei and a lot of food in the refrigerator. Then the family got on the RV and set off in a mighty manner. This mission was different from the previous ones, because the mission of the breeding farm is very important and difficult. There is a team leader to ensure the smooth progress of the mission. When he arrived at the gate of the base, Lin Ran saw the team leader, Rong Han, standing at the front of the team. as the first existence of their Eagle squad in the base. Their captain naturally deserves the title of team leader. Ronghan also saw Lin Ran almost immediately. The two looked at each other and pretended to turn their heads away casually. All the plans were self-evident. Lin Ran's ostentatious RV attracted the attention of many people. Naturally, this also included Xia Wenru and Yilan beside Ronghan. Yilan was now like Xia Wenru's knight, guarding Xia Wenru closely. But what surprised Lin Ran was that Xia Wenru didn't come to find fault with her. She just rolled her eyes when she saw her. This young lady. Doesn't she know that rolling her eyes has no killing power at all? This is not her style. Soon, Lin Ran knew why Xia Wenru didn't come to make trouble. Because Liang didn't come. Could it be that Liang went into the base director's laboratory and hasn't come out yet? Thinking of the information my mother told me. The base director used Liang for experiments. His medicine is very overbearing, and it's very uncomfortable to use. Did Liang not survive after using the medicine? Just when Lin Ran was guessing randomly, the people around him also started to discuss. Why hasn't the fiery team come yet? Are they not going? Wait a minute. There are still a few minutes left. And Louise's team hasn't come either. Yes. Why hasn't his red flag team come either? Could something have happened that we don't know about? If neither of these two teams come, should we still go? Going to the breeding farm is very difficult. Not to mention the zombies. The mutant beasts are scary enough. What are you afraid of? Isn't Captain Ronghan here? Louisa and his team didn't come either. Lin Ran looked at the long team, from beginning to end, and sure enough, she didn't see Louisa and his team. It was a coincidence that neither team came. Or something happened in the base that she didn't know about. Thinking of this, Lin Ran looked at Ronghan at the front of the team. He stood at the front of the team, as if he didn't notice the commotion in the team. And he was still as calm and outstanding as ever. Lin Ran's heart suddenly settled. If there was no change on Ronghan's side, then there wouldn't be any problem. Even if something goes wrong at the base, it won't be a big problem. Captain, Brother Liang must have been delayed. Can we wait a little longer? Xia Wenru looked at Ronghan pitifully and asked. Ronghan didn't buy Xia Wenru's trick. He said ruthlessly, there is no such thing as being late here. And I will not wait for anyone who doesn't follow the rules. Since he doesn't come, it means that he has given up the task on his own initiative. We have no obligation to wait for such a deserter. Xia Wenru didn't expect Ronghan to be so stubborn. And she was anxious and angry. She was angry because Ronghan didn't give her face. She was anxious because Liang didn't know what was going on. Could it be that the cold-blooded base commander had ruined Liang? The things he did were not something that ordinary people could bear. Ronghan looked at the end of the team. If you look carefully, you can see that there is worry in his eyes. Louise's team didn't come either. Did something happen to them? Fortunately, when everyone thought that Liang and Louisa could not catch up, suddenly, a lot of dust was raised at the entrance of the base. Then, Louisa's red flag team and Liang's fiery team drove over. Liang's convoy headed all the way to Ronghan's side. Louisa followed the order and led his team to the back. Lin Ran glanced at Louisa and Li Xiang sitting in the off-road vehicle. Except that their faces were a little bad. They couldn't see anything else. Liang didn't get out of the car from beginning to end. Only Xia Wenru stuck her head in and said a few words to the people in the car. Ronghan ordered everyone to get in the car and set off with everyone. Lin Ran also got in the car and followed the big team. Not seeing Liang. Not knowing whether Liang had upgraded. Lin Ran asked Lin's mother to find out the news from Xie Chenghe. Lin's mother said that Xie Chenghe didn't mention Liang except working in the study. It seems that what happened to Liang, we can only observe slowly from behind. Lin Ran asked Lin Zhe to drive and follow the large group. While driving, Lin Zhe suddenly stopped. Lin Ran, who was sitting on the sofa in the back drinking coffee, was stunned. Xiao Zhe, why did you stop? Sister, the cars in front have stopped. Chapter 193 Vampire Mutant Bats. In addition to Liang, Ronghan, Louisa and Lin Ran's teams, there are 10 other teams. Ronghan's team drove 5 cars, including a large truck. Louisa drove 3 cars, one of which was a large van. Liang's team was the largest, with a total of 10 cars, all of which were off-road. The other small teams drove 1 or 2 cars. Compared with them, they were very shabby. So many people driving on the road looked very spectacular. Lin Ran's RV was in the middle of the team. The leading team stopped at this time, and no one knew what happened in front. Seeing that the team was motionless, Lin ran, and the others could only stay in the car. Sister, how about I go down and take a look? Lindsay knocked on the steering wheel impatiently. No hurry. Wait and see. Don't you see that everyone else is staying in the car and not moving? Okay. Lindsay looked out of the car window. And sure enough, no one got out of the car to watch the excitement. Buzz buzz buzz, a huge buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the window. And Lindsay curiously stuck his head out to look out. Lin Ran's face changed drastically when he heard the sound. This sound is too ominous. Ewing and the little cat in the car also opened their half-closed eyes instantly. And their fur all over their bodies stood up. And they were on guard. Lin Ran's expression changed. And he hurriedly said, Xiaozhe, come back and close the car window. While speaking, Lin Ran also closed the window in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz, the sound of flapping wings is getting closer and closer. As soon as Lindsay closed the car window, he heard the sound of something hitting the car hard. Then, a dense layer of black creatures appeared on the car window. They rushed one after another, baring their teeth and claws and trying to break through the glass. Lindsay was very close to the car window and was numbed by the stimulation of these things. His intensive phobia was about to break out. Help! Sister, what are these things? Lin Ran looked at the things on the window, but she hadn't recognized what they were yet. She heard the sound of glass breaking. And then, there were endless screams. The glass of a team's car was smashed. Ran, these things are bats. How come they come out in the daytime? Lin's father stood in front of the window, staring out of the window in disbelief. Help! Monsters! Ah! These things eat people. Help! Screams, and the sound of glass breaking outside continued to come. Lin Ran looked at the glass of his car that was hit by the bats and still didn't move, and sat down again. It's a mutant bat. It feels like they have evolved eyes. Hearing this, Lindsay put his face close to take a look. Sure enough, he saw a pair of big eyes on the mutant bat's face. Like light bulbs? Sister, they really evolved eyes. So disgusting. Natural disasters have a huge impact on both humans and animals. In order to survive, only by constantly becoming stronger can we adapt to this cruel world. Sister, are we just sitting here and doing nothing? Seeing Lin Ran pick up the coffee and drink it again, Lindsay couldn't help asking. Lin Ran nodded. Well, our car windows are all specially made thick and bulletproof glass. I don't think they can break it. We can just take a break. If you have nothing to do, just reinforce the car. As he said that, Lin Ran leisurely took out a lot of delicious desserts from the space and invited everyone to come and eat together. Lindsay saw his sister's look and knew that she didn't want to care about the outside affairs. Yes, they came here to do big things this time, not to do good things. Why should they care? If they can't even deal with this little mutant bat, then they'd better go home now. Otherwise, when we pass the mutant beast forest behind, we might be eaten by the monsters inside. Lindsay reached out and used the gold power to reinforce his RV. Then he sat on the sofa and picked up a piece of cake to eat. Don't say it. This black forest cake is delicious. There were screams outside, mixed with various crackling sounds. There were sounds of releasing superpowers and gunshots. Suddenly, a pair of hands desperately knocked on their car door. Damn it! Open the door and let me in. Our car was damaged by them. Damn it! Open the door quickly. The man knocking on the door frantically outside was a man. Their team's car was now destroyed. Even the people in his team were bitten by mutant vampire bats, and were covered with wounds. He just wanted to hide in a safe place now. He had been paying attention to this RV for a long time. When they first set out, everyone in their team thought that the person who drove this car out was a fool. Who would drive a flashy RV to do a mission? Who knew that all their cars were smashed by bats just now? And only this car was parked here intact. It was not damaged at all. But the people inside were so abominable that they didn't even know to save their compatriots. Such a big RV should be able to fit at least a dozen people. The man banged on the door frantically, but no one answered. His action startled the bat on the window closest to him. This happened to let him see the scene inside. Well, these guys didn't open the door, and were still sitting inside enjoying themselves. They were eating cake. Damn it. Since they are so heartless, let's die together. The man raised the axe in his hand, and chopped at the window of the RV. He was a second-level power-type mutant. The RV shook violently when the axe came down. Sister. Damn it. That person is chopping our window. Oh. I saw it. Lin Ran saw the man's bloodthirsty eyes, which were full of madness of dying together. Crazy. If you want to die, die by yourself. You are actually thinking about harming others. I am not a saint. What obligation do I have to save you? Sister, let me get down and take care of him. No. I do it. When the man chopped at the car window for the second time, Lin Ran opened the car window instantly. And at the same time, she used the lightning power in her palm to strike the man. Countless mutant bats were looking for this opportunity to get into the car. Another lightning bolt followed. And then, there was a burnt man on the ground, as well as the bodies of countless blood-sucking mutant bats. Before the burnt smell spread to the car, Lin Ran closed the car window again. Ran, your method is really clean and neat. Dad Lin came over and couldn't stop praising. Just now, he actually wanted to get out of the car to beat that person. Unexpectedly, Ran solved this scourge with just one move. Lin Ran clapped his hands and laughed. No big deal. Then when can these bats leave? Ran? Mom Lin thought the people outside were screaming in a creepy way. It should be soon. Don't forget. We have a leader. Not long after Lin Ran finished speaking, someone came over. It was a blaze of fire that burned all the mutant vampire bats that blocked out the sky nearby, including those in Lin Ran's car. Without the cover of the vampire bats, Lin Ran saw the blazing sun outside the window through the car window. There were constant blazes in the palm of his left hand, burning the monsters that blocked out the sky. For some reason, the skin on his face looked red. Very abnormal. As if he had walked out of the fire. This made him look like a fire god who saved the suffering, and a monster that escaped from the hellfire. Lin Ran remembered Rohan said that Liu Yang's fire ability was at the peak of level 5. But obviously, the flames that were now blazing into the sky were not something that a level 5 ability person could release. Now, his ability was so high? Chapter 194 Liu Yang's difficulty. The crisis of the mutant vampire bats was successfully resolved because of Liu Yang's appearance. However, the entire team suffered heavy losses. Lin Ran looked over coldly and saw many people lying outside the car window. They were bitten horribly by the vampire bats, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. After a while, Rohan also came over. Liang didn't know what he said to Rohan, and Rohan's face looked very bad. Then his eyes glanced at Lin Ran's RV. Liang looked in the direction of Lin Ran, making Lin Ran feel like she was entangled by a poisonous snake. This Liang gave her a very different feeling from the last time they met in the mission hall. Is it because of his suddenly stronger superpowers? Liang said coldly in the direction of Lin Ran. People in the car. Shouldn't you get out? Lin Ran knew that he couldn't pretend to be dead, so he opened the car door and got out. Lin Ran said with a smile as she walked, "Thank you so much, Captain Liang. If it weren't for you, we would have been finished today." What a powerful fire ability. Liang ignored Lin Ran's thanks and just stared at her coldly. His words were not friendly at all. So you are not dead? Lin Ran pretended to be stupid and said, "That's right. We hid well. No matter who died, we would not die. But if Captain Liang came a little later, it would be hard to say. This mutant bat's head is too stubborn. It almost smashed our car." Liang was stunned by the woman who pretended to be stupid in front of him. Is that what he meant? I think you would be fine if I hadn't come here today. Your RV is very sturdy. That's right. I was lucky. I happened to find this RV when I went out to hunt yesterday. God bless me. Liu Yang's face was getting darker and darker because of Lin Ran's stupidity. He couldn't help interrupting. Enough. I ask you, as a team member, why don't you let the people outside get on the car? If they got on the car, they wouldn't die. Ah, they are all dead? Lin Ran deliberately covered her mouth. So pitiful. I see that person over there is still breathing. Except for him. More than half of them are dead. Liu Yang's face was about to break. Is this woman really stupid? That's a pity. Lin Ran sighed and said regretfully. I said, why didn't you let them get on the car? Just now. Sister Wanderer saw someone knocking on the door. You didn't open the door for him, but struck him with lightning. How could you treat your compatriots so cruelly? It really came to find trouble for Xia Wenru. This Liang is a good dog. Lin Ran pretended to be wronged. Captain Liang, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to open the door for him, but I want to save him. I saw so many bats outside, and they wanted to bite him. So I used my superpowers. Who knows if he was bitten by the bats and became nervous. And he actually took the initiative to hit my superpowers. So, oh, I really deserve to die. I should have known not to save him. The person in front of him was unmoved. And his words were flawless. And Liang didn't know how to refute. Fortunately, Xia Wonder came over and said, "You said you didn't mean it?" Lin Ren blinked and lied without thinking. "That's not the case." Xia Wonder's eyes flashed coldly. And she looked like she had succeeded in her evil plan. "Then shouldn't you do something to make up for it?" Lin Ren glanced at the charred dead man on the ground and nodded. "It's time to make up for it. I will bury him myself." "You?" Xia Wonder was also mad at Lin Ran's brain circuit. "I said you take him back?" Lin Ran was stunned and looked at Xia Wanru with a smile. "Okay. I bury him here now. And take him back when I come back." "No! You must take him to your car now," Xia Wanru said domineeringly. She wanted to make Lin Ran sick today. This is her territory. And Liang is still by her side. Brother Liang's ability is so powerful. But everyone has seen it. Now even Rong Han is probably not as good as his thumb. With such a person around, even if she wants to kill Lin Ran now, it will only take a few minutes. Hearing Xia Wanru's words, Lin Ran's face smiled even happier. This young lady is going to confront her now. Then how should she make her look good? Enough. Wanru, don't make trouble. Before Lin Ran got angry, Rong Han came over and scolded. Xia Wanru was instantly dissatisfied. Damn Rong Han. It's okay at other times. But now, he can't recognize the situation? Is Liang next to her a dead person? Captain, she did something wrong. How can you let her go so easily? I feel uneasy when I think of doing a mission with such a cold-blooded person. Brother Liang, do you think I'm right? These villains should be punished. Faced with Xia Wanru's coquetry, Liang did not nod very happily this time. Rong Han, don't make trouble. Didn't you hear her say that she didn't mean it? Xia Wanru looked at Liang for help, but found that he was stunned and motionless. She walked over and shook Liang's hand angrily. Brother Liang, look, they are bullying me. Liang, a dog licker, shouldn't react like this. Shouldn't he behave well with his sweetheart? Lin Ran looked over curiously and found that Liang was wrong. His hand was shaking constantly when Xia Wanru shook it, and the color of his face became even redder. Xia Wanru felt wrong when she saw that Liang didn't help her even though she was like this. Suddenly, she felt that Liang's hand was extremely hot. She was surprised and just wanted to say something. But she heard Liang whispered, Sister Wanru, don't make a sound. Help me back quickly. Xia Wanru's heart sank. I knew that the base commander's strong medicine was not so easy to absorb. Okay. Xia Wanru half-supported Liang and walked away, glaring at Lin Ran fiercely before leaving. I will come to see you later. I hope Miss Lin will keep her promise and bury him with her own hands. Lin Ran smiled meaningfully. If Miss Xia is worried, why don't you stay and supervise? I welcome it. Xia Wanru wanted to do this, but Liang was more important. She could only roll her eyes at Lin Ran, said a few harsh words and left. As soon as Xia Wanru and the others left, Rong Han looked at Lin Ran and said, Do you need help? Lin Ran shook her head. Thank you, Captain Rong. No. There is an Earth-type superpower in their family, so burying a person is a matter of minutes. Rong Han nodded. And just when he was about to say something to Lin Ran, another person came over. Chapter 195. Something happened in Area D. Louisa has been at the end of the team. Liang and the others didn't go there. The vampire bats over there were solved by the people in their own team. He came here to see the situation ahead and to help. Seeing Lin Ran and Rong Han here, he was also slightly surprised. Miss Lin, you are here too? Have you joined Rong Han's team? Why did you join them? Let me tell you that although he is the best team in the base, when it comes to unity, friendship, harmony, and democracy, it has to be our red flag team. If I had known that you would join them, I would have made you join us. What's so good about Rong Han's iceberg? Oh, I am so angry. Listening to Louisa's heart-wrenching words, Lin Ran felt funny and kind. Louisa is indeed a soldier with a good family background. The words he said are all about harmony, democracy and friendship. These values are too positive. If her main mission this time was not to stir up trouble, she would have wanted to team up with him. The more Louisa belittled her, the colder Rong Han became. Lin Ran hurriedly explained with a smile, Captain Lu, you misunderstood. I didn't team up with Captain Rong. Then who are you? My family and I formed a team. We heard that there was meat to eat in this mission, so we came out to take the mission. Louisa suddenly realized what he said, but he didn't feel embarrassed for Rong Han beside him. Then you should be careful along the way. Our team will be together with yours later. We will take care of each other if there is anything. Lin Ran smiled and accepted Louisa's kindness. According to the information she gave out, the team formed by her family could not take care of Louisa and the others. So, Louisa is indeed a warm-hearted person. Rong Han. So many people are injured. What should we do now? Rong Han said with a sullen face. Let's wait until they count the results. Are your team okay? The fact that Louisa's red flag team was almost late in the morning made Rong Han feel a little uneasy. Louisa had a strange look on his face when he heard it. He hesitated and said, It's okay. Everyone cooperated well. There were no casualties. Rong Han clenched his hands tightly. Then loosen them. What about the others? Louisa looked at Rong Han in disbelief. Was he concerned about them? Didn't he abandon them? Louisa hesitated, not knowing whether to tell the story, or Rong Han could help. Suddenly Monkey ran over and said to Rong Han, Captain, the casualties have been counted. Among the 14 teams that came out this time, 4 were completely wiped out, and 3 suffered heavy losses. Although they didn't die, there were not many good ones left. Louisa saw someone coming, and his mouth closed like a clam. He is Xie Chang's man, so it's better not to tell him some things. Rong Han saw that Louisa didn't speak, and realized that now was not the time to talk. So he said to Monkey, Let's go over and take a look. As soon as Rong Han and the others left, Lin Ran looked at Louisa and tried to ask, Captain Liu, why were you almost late this morning? Louisa was stunned for a moment before he realized that Lin Ran was concerned about him, thinking that Wu Xiqing and Lin Ran also knew each other. He didn't hide it. I almost couldn't come. Do you remember Wu Xiqing and the others in District D? Of course I remember. Lin Ran nodded. They are in trouble. I don't know what the base commander wants to do. He arrested many young men in Area D. Wu Xiqing and others were also arrested, and we don't know where they are being held. Have you found them? Louisa smiled bitterly. We have been looking for them since yesterday, but we haven't found them yet. But we have some clues today. Then when you come here, will they? Louisa frowned and said, It should be no problem. I left a few people here, and they went to help. Miss Lin, don't worry. Lin Ran nodded and stopped asking. Although Louisa said not to let her worry, he was obviously worried to death. Since he started talking about this, his brows have never relaxed. It seems that something happened in Area D that he didn't know about. Why did the base commander arrest young men? Is it for his experiment? Lin Ran thought of those terrible laboratories, and wanted to finish the task here immediately, so that she could go back and kill those crazy scientists. Louisa also had the same idea as Lin Ran, and wanted to fly back immediately. The moment he knew that Wu Xiqing and his men were missing, he wanted to turn the base upside down. Those were all his brothers. They had found out a lot of dirty things in District D in the past few days. If the truth of those things were investigated, it would be outrageous. Louisa knew that the disappearance of Wu Xiqing and his men was definitely related to the discovery of those things. They are in danger now. He should stay at the base. But if he doesn't leave, things will be more complicated. The base commander and Xie Changhe are already very wary of their old subordinates in the military region. If they have any abnormal behavior, it will easily attract their attention. Then Wu Xiqing and his team will be in even greater danger. He hesitated with Li Xiang for a long time this morning, and finally decided to go out to do the mission. It is to give the base commander and his team the illusion that everything is normal and they know nothing. However, although they came out, in fact, except for him and Li Xiang, many backbones stayed at the base. They will find the whereabouts of Wu Xiqing and his team, which will be more effective. Now he just hopes that the mission will end soon and he can go back soon. Thinking of this, Louisa was in no mood to hang around outside. He said goodbye to Lin Ran and returned to his team. Seeing that there was no one around, Lin Ran pulled Jiang Chen to bury the person who was killed by him with the earth-related supernatural power, and then returned to the car, waiting for Rong Han and his team to issue the next instructions. The team suffered so many casualties. He should make some adjustments. Before Lin Ran finished eating the cake, Liu Yong's people came and took away the crystal cores of the mutant vampire bats near their car. Remember when Xie Wenru left? She warned her arrogantly not to touch the crystal cores of these mutant bats. These were all prey of her brother Liang. Lin Ran smiled and agreed. She didn't care about the crystal cores of the first-level mutant beasts now. And Xie Wanru and the others would take them if they wanted to. In 2 days, they would all fall into her pocket anyway. It also saved her from doing it herself. Not long after Liang's people left, Ronghan's people came to inform Ronghan of his orders. Monkey said to Lin Ran, "Captain Lin, you also know the current situation of the team. Except for our several teams, other teams have suffered heavy casualties. And this is just the beginning. There may be more dangerous things than just now. Why don't you follow them back to the base?" Chapter 196 Kamikaze Squad. Because of the heavy casualties this time, Ronghan finally decided to let other teams that wanted to go back take the wounded back. But it was still on a voluntary basis. Now, in addition to the teams of Lin Ran, Ronghan, Liang and Louisa, there are still 6 teams, excluding the 4 teams that were wiped out. Among these 6 teams, 5 have agreed to go home. After all, if you keep the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of firewood. If you go forward, who knows if you will encounter some strange monsters again. By then, you will die. Monkey also persuaded Lin Ran from the bottom of his heart, hoping that she could turn back. "Ms. Lin, for your family, there is still a 50-year-old grandfather here. You should go back." Grandpa Jiang smiled and said, "Hey, I am over 70 years old." Monkey was stunned. "Over 70? This doesn't look like it. Why does he look so young?" "Then you should persuade your granddaughter not to go any further, because the road ahead is full of difficulties." Grandpa Jiang waved his hand and said proudly, "What's there to be afraid of if there are difficulties? Aren't difficulties overcome by people? When I was young, I liked to overcome difficulties. And the young people should learn from me. Ran, keep going." Lin Ran smiled and said to the monkey, "Thank you for your kindness. But you also heard that my grandfather won't let us go back. We decided to keep going." Monkey, okay. This is really a strange family. They obviously don't have any strength, but still don't go back. It's a damn ghost who doesn't want to go if he doesn't want to go. He has persuaded them anyway. After resting, the team finally set off again. In half a day, the team has shrunk by half. And Lin Ran knows that more people will fall behind. Louisa really brought his team up, as if he was going to cover them. What Lin Ran is curious about now is the team that didn't leave except them. They didn't even leave. Either they were really strong or crazy, or they had other intentions. Lin Ran soon saw the team that didn't leave. The journey behind was much easier than the journey in front. Apart from a few scattered mutant beasts, there were no other dangers along the way. Until it was getting dark, Ronghan chose a place for everyone to camp. This place was relatively flat and close to the water source. It was really good for camping. Not far from here was the town full of zombies. That town was their only way. Zombies were more active at night. So for safety reasons, Ronghan decided to go there the next day. Lin Ran didn't get out of the car, but opened the window and chose a place far away from the water to park the car. The people in the other teams also parked their cars, then got out and started to set up tents. Lin Ran and his friends didn't even plan to get out of the car. Anyway, they had an RV, and they could solve the problem of food, clothing, housing and transportation together here. But she didn't get out of the car. But she couldn't stop others from looking for her. Looking at the person knocking on her car window, Lin Ran had an indescribable sense of familiarity. This man had a sleazy smell all over his body, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Pa. "Miss, open the door. I have something to tell you." While knocking on the car window, the man did not forget to try to peek inside through the window. Such behavior made Lin Ran unhappy. At this moment, the car stopped, and their family was about to eat. It was really disgusting to see someone who came to cause trouble. It seems that all the curtains should be pulled down earlier. What? Lin Ran did not speak, and Lin Zhe had already opened half of the car window impatiently and replied. While speaking, Lin Zhe used his body to block the man's random glances. The man withdrew his gaze in dissatisfaction. This brat really didn't know manners. But the first glance was enough. This RV is really a big treasure. It's so prosperous inside. If they can get this RV, they will be comfortable all the way. Little brother, let's make friends. Don't be so harsh. When you are out, more friends mean more ways. The man smiled, with a malicious look. Make friends with me? Lin Zhe smiled coldly. Who are you? Not every cat or dog is qualified to make friends with me. You? The man was provoked by Lin Zhe's words, and the fake smile on his face almost fell. Hee hee. Little brother. You are still young. I am Ma Xiaowei, the captain of the kamikaze squad. Now you know me. When the man introduced himself, he looked very powerful. Lin Zhe's face twitched. Kamikaze squad? Exactly. The man was very proud. Lin Zhe, I haven't heard of it. What kind of thing is coming here to show off? If his sister hadn't asked him to hide his strength temporarily, he really wanted to teach this thing to kneel on the ground and call daddy. After saying that, Lin Zhe was about to close the window heartlessly. Ma Xiaowei's face changed, and he almost couldn't help but use the supernatural power in his hand to attack Lin Zhe. What an ungrateful bastard. Dare to look down on him. He had heard that except for the female captain, the Purple Light team was all ordinary people. Even the captain was only a second-level thunder strategist. He couldn't handle others, but it was easy to deal with this garbage team. It was a waste to give such a good RV to such a bunch of idiots. If they were sensible and handed it over, they could still be spared. Otherwise, all the men would be killed, and the women would be taken away as prostitutes. That woman still looked pretty. Lin Ran kept watching the man's movements beside Lin Zhe. If he dared to make a move, she would make him come and go today. As a result, a bald man suddenly appeared behind Ma Xiaowei. He pulled Ma Xiaowei's sleeve and said something, and Ma Xiaowei put on a hypocritical smile again. He said to Lin Ran, I guess this is Captain Lin. This little brother doesn't know the rules. I'm telling you. Lin Ran smiled faintly. If you have anything to say it quickly. Ma Xiaowei's eyes were full of anger. What a Purple Light team. They all want to die. Don't they? Before Ma Xiaowei got angry, his sleeves were pulled by the bald man again. Ma Xiaowei showed an extremely hypocritical smile. Then I be frank. Captain Lin, the conditions in your RV look good. I need your help with something. Lin Ran didn't say anything, but looked at Ma Xiaowei silently, wondering what he was going to say. It's a bit cold at night. There's a girl in our team who is not in good health. I'm afraid she will catch a cold if she sleeps outside. So I want her to stay in your RV for a night. What do you think? After Ma Xiaowei finished speaking, he pointed to the back. Lin Ran then realized that there was a petite girl following behind them. She looked about 16 or 17 years old, and she was holding a doll in her arms. Seeing Lin Ran looking at her, she timidly lowered her head. Her harmless appearance easily made ordinary people let down their guard. It was also easy to feel sympathy. But Lin Ran was not an ordinary person. She had no sympathy for someone who had been able to survive in the apocalypse for so long. Lin Ran didn't believe that she was a good person. What a beautiful dream it was to want to get on her RV. Chapter 197 Mysterious Xiao Yu. I was afraid that if they were really as weak as the information said, as long as she got on the car, her whole family would die at the hands of this seemingly harmless girl. It turned out that Ma Xiaowei had been nagging for so long because he was targeting their RV. Lin Ran felt amused. This kamikaze team really had a good idea. Aren't they afraid that they would die from their small stomachs? Lin Ran retracted his gaze and glanced at Ma Xiaowei coldly, saying, It's not that good. If you are not feeling well, just stay at home. Why come out? And whether she catches a cold or not is none of my business. She is not my teammate. After saying that, Lin Ran raised the window mercilessly. Then he pulled the curtains to block the hateful eyes outside. Ma Xiaowei was furious at Lin Ran's rudeness. He gathered his supernatural power in his left hand and was about to attack Lin Ran's RV. The bald man hurriedly grabbed Ma Xiaowei. Brother Ma, don't do that. The first bird to stick its head out will be shot. We'd better not cause trouble now. No. They dared to do this to me. Today I must teach this woman a lesson. Let her kneel down and teach me a lesson. How dare a level 2 Thunder Master be so arrogant? Brother Ma, don't cause trouble. Brother Ma, what are you doing here? The two of them were so violent that they attracted Louisa. He looked at the two men who were running wild in front of Lin Ran's RV with displeasure, and the pressure on his body attacked them mercilessly. He said he would protect Lin Ran and the others, and he would protect them. It's not just talk. The level difference between the superpowers is a world of difference. Louisa's level is higher than Ma Xiaowei's, and soon he couldn't bear the pressure. His face turned pale, and cold sweat came down. Are you here to cause trouble? Louisa asked in a deep voice. Ma Xiaowei felt very unlucky. I didn't expect Louisa to protect this rubbish team. So I said how dare that woman be so arrogant. It turned out that she had someone behind her. We didn't make trouble, Captain Lou. We just wanted to make friends with them. Louisa sneered, but I don't think they want to make friends with you. After that, the pressure of supernatural power on his body became stronger. This kind of gangster must be taught a lesson once, and for all to let him know to be afraid. Ma Xiaowei and the bald man were directly pressed to the ground. Seeing the two of them so embarrassed, the little girl who had been hiding behind them had a strange color in her eyes. She begged for mercy to Louisa timidly. Captain Lou, they know they are wrong. Please forgive them. Louisa then looked at the girl. She is small, but it seems that she is not as simple as she looks. He just felt a strange supernatural fluctuation. It was as if he was blocking his pressure. The two people lying on the ground in front of him didn't seem to be as painful as he imagined. Is it this girl? Who are you? My name is Xiaoyu, and I'm their teammate. Captain Lou, if you want to blame someone, blame me. My brother and his friends brought me here for me. They were afraid that I would catch a cold and wanted me to stay more comfortably. They wanted to discuss with Captain Lin and his friends and let me stay in their car for one night. Who knew that Captain Lin was so unreasonable and scolded my brother? So my brother got angry. Xiaoyu's words were half true and half false. If Louisa didn't have much brains, he might have believed it. But he is not a fool who only looks at faces. If we talk about good looking, Lin Ran is 10,000 times more beautiful than this girl. Louisa suppressed his doubts and pretended to believe the girl's explanation. As long as they don't make trouble anymore, he won't bother to care about them. If they dare to make trouble, he won't let them go so easily. Since you are doing this for my sister's sake, I won't make things difficult for you. Go away. Remember not to cause trouble again. After the pressure was removed, Ma Xiaowei and the bald man got up from the ground in embarrassment. After promising not to cause trouble again, they left with the girl. After the three of them left, Lin Ran opened the car window again. Thank you, Captain Lou, for your help. You're welcome. Louisa smiled. It's just a little help. But the kamikaze team was able to escape unscathed from the mutant bat attack at noon, which shows that their strength is not weak. If they come to trouble you again, you can come to me anytime. Okay. Thank you, Captain Lou. Lin Ran thanked him sincerely. She believed that Louisa really wanted to help her. Seeing that Lin Ran listened to what he said, Louisa gave a few more instructions and left. He really felt that the kamikaze team was dangerous, and they had only been in the base for a few days. The points and rankings during this period rose very quickly. At noon, when other teams suffered heavy casualties, their team had no one injured. That is not something that ordinary teams can do. It would be better for Lin Ran and his team to stay away from these people. After closing the window again, Lindsay came over and said, "This Louisa is a pretty good person." Lin Ran nodded. Yes. She looked at Jiang Chen, who was gloomy and didn't know what he was thinking, and said, "When you go to the zombie town tomorrow, remember to avoid Louisa and the others." Okay. I listen to you. Ran. The zombie town is his home ground. Jiang Chen can't wait until tomorrow. He wants to throw those people with bad intentions to feed the zombies. Jiang Chen said with a cold light in his eyes. Ran. The one named Xiaoyu in the kamikaze team has space and dark abilities. Be careful of her. Xiaoyu? The girl holding a doll? Space and dark abilities. So powerful. No wonder she gave me such a strange feeling. Not to mention the space ability. It is a very rare ability. Not to mention the dark ability. She actually has this weird ability. What kind of dark system is it? Jiang Chen frowned. I'm not sure about this. Anyway, everyone should be careful of her. She doesn't give me a good impression. Everyone nodded after hearing Jiang Chen's words. Lin's father was the most caring, no matter how powerful it is. We are invincible as long as we are together. Ran. Bring out something. Dad is hungry. Lin's mother rolled her eyes at Lin's father. You only know how to eat all day. Lin's father said aggrievedly, I'm really a little hungry. I didn't eat much cake at noon. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. How could Lin Ran let her father starve? She hurriedly took out a bunch of food from the space. In order to avoid the smell from escaping and causing trouble, Lin Ran took food that was prepared in advance and had little smell. Stir-fried beef, salt-fried meat, stir-fried meat with black fungus, braised pork, steamed fish, cold mustard greens, pork ribs and corn soup, with the white rice mixed with corn. The meal was also delicious. As for the three little ones, they ate cat food and dog food, with a lot of dried meat and dried fish added. When they were halfway through eating, Lin Ran suddenly remembered why Ma Xiaowei looked so familiar. They seemed to have met him when they were queuing up to enter the base. He was not far behind their car. At that time, they looked at their family with very unbridled eyes. It was like looking at a big fat sheep. I didn't expect to meet him here again. But it's good to meet him. She is very interested in Xiao Yu's ability. Chapter 198 Camping and Eating. When it was completely dark, each team's camp had been set up. Everyone brought a simple tent, and each team surrounded the camp with their own team as the center. Now the bonfire has been lit and dinner has begun. Rohan and Liang's teams are both powerful teams, and Louise's team is not bad either. At this time, the campfire was cooking fragrant rice. Rohan's team cooked instant noodles and luncheon meat, and then beat 2 poached eggs. For a while, the whole camp was filled with the aroma of instant noodles. The food of Liang team was not bad either. They even had a special cook who made a big pot of rice and fried a big pot of potato chips and bacon. The configuration of bacon made other teams around envious. But the most amazing one was Louise's team. He didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. The food prepared tonight was actually hot pot. There was a big pot in the middle of their camp, in which was boiling spicy hot pot base, which looked very tempting in its red color. When the pot started to boil, the spicy aroma almost made the people from the next team cry. Then, they looked inside and saw kelp shreds, luncheon meat, sweet potato noodles, beef balls, crab sticks, beef rolls, various vegetables, and finally a few large bags of instant noodles. The children next door were almost crying with greed. Monkey from Longhan team smelled the hot pot aroma drifting over from Louisa team, and instantly felt that the instant noodles in his hand were not fragrant. This Louisa is really not a human being. Monkey stared at Louisa team angrily. The tall man next to him, Zhang Yang, bit the egg in his mouth and it made a loud noise. Who said it wasn't? Which good person would cook hot pot outside to eat? This is too ostentatious. Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? In fact, it was too tempting. He was going to be attracted. He was so greedy that he almost died. After a tiring day, if he could have a bite of hot pot, it would be so delicious and nourishing. If he couldn't have it, it would be great to have a mouthful of hot pot soup. I wonder if Louisa's people will give him a mouthful of hot pot soup when he asks them for it. No. 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 How could he be so depraved? That would be too embarrassing for their captain. Damn. Louisa is definitely doing it on purpose. Showing off on purpose. Monkey gritted his teeth fiercely. I think so too. I will buy a few packets of hot pot ingredients when I go back and eat them well. Zhang Yang, not only do I want to eat it, I also want to drink the soup base and dip it with big white steamed buns. And this instant noodles have to be dipped in the hot pot soup. The taste is amazing. The two people became more and more uncomfortable as they talked. Their eyes were almost green with greed. Monkey turned his head and looked around, and found that everyone's face was not right. So he felt a little better. It seems that he is not the only one who is greedy. Not only his own team, but also the people from the neighboring Liang team are all hungry. Which is very interesting. Suddenly, Monkey saw a familiar figure in Liang's team. Hey, why did Yangshu go to Liang? Zhang Yang followed Monkey's line of sight, and saw the person Monkey mentioned. Although the man disappeared from his sight quickly, Zhang Yang recognized him because of his familiarity. That man always wears glasses and looks like a good old man. Who else is it but Yangshu? The nerd? Why did he go to the Liahua team? And the person next to him? Isn't Chinemo Liang's confidant? Brother Monkey? Why is Yangshu going there? He is sneaking with Chinemo. Should we tell the boss? When Monkey heard this, his frown immediately relaxed, and he acted as if he didn't care. Why bother the boss with such a small matter? Maybe Yangshu has some acquaintances there to chat with. It's just a small matter. Keep eating. When you are full, you won't feel the aroma of hot pot. Zhang Yang's attention immediately shifted to eating. Yes, when you are full, you won't be greedy for other people's bowls. Keep eating. Zhang Yang continued to eat hard. But Monkey looked at the direction where Yangshu disappeared for a long time, thinking. On this side, Louisa was eating hot pot happily, and Li Xiang picked up a big chopstick of instant noodles and said with a smile, Old Lu, I feel that the eyes around us are about to shoot through us. Are you too ostentatious? Is it necessary to come here for hot pot? Louisa sucked the sweet potato noodles in the bowl. It looks delicious. I just want them to be India's. They usually look down on our team. When it comes to food and welfare, we are the best. Brothers, is the hot pot delicious? Captain, it's super delicious. It's delicious. I want to drink the bottom of the pot. Louisa looked at Li Xiong proudly. How is it? As long as my brothers are happy. I am happy. Li Xiong shook his head helplessly. This guy is too coquettish. But this hot pot is really delicious. Slurp. The hot pot instant noodles are really fragrant. Lin Ren glanced outside through the window and felt that her family was still too low-key. These powerful teams are more ostentatious than each other. And some people even cook hot pot. It made her want to eat it too. If you are hungry at night, the family can cook a small hot pot in the space. As soon as this idea came up, Lin Ren felt it was very feasible. She still has the ability to eat a small hot pot anytime and anywhere. But not everyone's life is so easy. Such as the kamikaze team. There are 2 cars in their team. There are 10 people in total. 5 of them are psychics. And the other 4 are very skilled practitioners. The other one is the mysterious Jiaoyu. She is the trump card of their team. Ma Xiaowei, who smelled the aroma of food above the camp and ate compressed biscuits, was so angry that he cursed his mother in his own camp. If they had known that these teams in front of them were so slutty, they should have brought more delicious food. Louisa was still cooking hot pot. The damn thing was so high profile. Did he want to die early? Ma Xiaowei became more and more angry as he thought about it, and said to Xiaoyu, damn it. The damn Louisa was so arrogant. If it weren't for him, I would definitely let that Lin Ran look good. Maybe the RV and the good things inside are now ours. Yeah. Why didn't you make a move at that time? If you had made a move, how could Louisa be your opponent? Xiaoyu glanced at Ma Xiaowei nonchalantly. Brother Ma, are you teaching me how to do things? Xiaoyu spoke softly, still looking like a harmless little girl. But Ma Xiaowei felt a chill down his spine. He was so angry that he forgot that this ancestor would not listen to anyone's orders. I didn't mean that. Ma Xiaowei lowered his head and didn't dare to meet Xiaoyu's eyes. But it seemed a little late. The doll in Xiaoyu's hand made a crackling sound. And Ma Xiaowei felt that the sound was like his bones being crushed. Thinking of this, he felt that his bones really hurt. Then it hurt more and more. And he fell to the ground and rolled over because of the uncontrollable pain. Xiaoyu looked at Ma Xiaowei's appearance and showed a lovely smile on her face. Then she stretched out her tender little hand to the doll's head. Chapter 199 Sia Wonders Conspiracy. The bald man who was eating compressed biscuits beside them suddenly shrank his pupils when he noticed Xiaoyu's action. He hesitated for a while and watched Xiaoyu pinch the doll's head. He suppressed his fear and carefully advised, yeah. Brother Ma didn't mean it. He was probably angry. But he is annoying. I don't like him a little bit. Xiaoyu pouted and looked at Ma Xiaowei on the ground with disdain. The action of her hand still touched the doll's head dangerously. Ma Xiaowei apologized to Yaya quickly. The bald man immediately went over and kicked Ma Xiaowei hard. Apologize quickly. Do you want to die? Ma Xiaowei also realized the seriousness of the problem. He endured the pain and knelt on the ground and begged, yeah. I was wrong. I shouldn't have asked you to do anything. It's all my fault. Please let me go. Looking at Ma Xiaowei's miserable appearance, Xiaoyu's eyes were not moved at all. Her hands were playing with the doll's neck, thinking about what kind of posture to twist her off. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's misty eyes flashed behind the camp, and then stopped torturing the doll. Okay, I let you go today, Xiaoyu said disappointedly. She likes obedient toys, and once she finds that this toy is a bit annoying, she will destroy it mercilessly. But it won't work today. Someone is coming. Ma Xiaowei escaped from death and kept thanking Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu raised her hand, and Ma Xiaowei dared to get up from the ground and sit by the fire again. As soon as Ma Xiaowei sat down, he saw a person coming over. The man was wearing a sleeveless t-shirt with 2 dragons tattooed on his arms. He was Chen Mo, the deputy captain beside Liang. What was he doing here? Who is the captain? Chen Mo looked at them coldly. Although Ma Xiaowei was almost tortured to death by Xiaoyu just now, he was still the captain in name. Now that someone came, he could only force himself to greet Chen Mo. Deputy Captain Chen. What are you doing here? Chen Mo looked at Ma Xiaowei. Why is this captain so dirty? Are you the captain of the kamikaze squad? Yes. My name is Ma Xiaowei. Chen Mo nodded. Come with me. Our captain wants to see you for something. Ma Xiaowei was stunned. What did Liang want to ask him for? Isn't he always arrogant? Faced with Ma Xiaowei's question, Chen Mo said expressionlessly, You will know when you come. I won't let you suffer any loss. Seeing that Chen Mo didn't answer, Ma Xiaowei knew that he couldn't ask any more. He looked at Xiao Yu uncertainly. Xiao Yu winked at him. Ma Xiaowei understood what Xiao Yu meant. He told Chen Mo that he could go, but he had to bring his timid sister with him. Chen Mo glanced at the girl holding the doll and nodded indifferently. The three of them took advantage of the night to come to Liang's camp. But what Ma Xiaowei didn't expect was that when he came here, he didn't see Liang, but Xie Wenru from the Eagle team, and the man who had been licking Xie Wenru. It seems to be called Yulan. Didn't the Eagle team and the Fire team have a disagreement? Why did they trick them to come here in the name of Liang? Are these people playing tricks on him? Before Ma Xiaowei figured it out, Xie Wenru had already walked over. Captain Ma, we want to cooperate with you on something. Are you interested? Ma Xiaowei instinctively wanted to refuse. The current situation is too chaotic, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with these people. However, Xie Wenru's next sentence aroused his interest. I heard that you had a conflict with Lin Ran and Louisa in the evening. They are so annoying. Fortunately, I hate them too. I don't know if you are interested in cooperating with us and giving them a good show. The RV will be yours by then, and I will give you a lot of crystal cores and points when you return to the base. So good? Ma Xiaowei glanced at Xiao Yu and saw that she was in a good mood playing with the doll's hair. So he knew that she was very interested. Ma Xiaowei smiled and said, Since Miss Xie thinks so highly of our team, why not cooperate with us? Xie Wenru laughed softly when she heard the affirmative answer. The smiles of the two were a little creepy under the pale moonlight. Xie Wenru opened her big red mouth and talked about her plan. Ma Xiaowei occasionally agreed with a sly smile. Xiao Yu was fascinated by the scene. It was great to be a bad guy. You could kill the people you hated at any time. It seemed that I had to change the doll tomorrow. I had to kill a lot of people tomorrow. How many people were there in the Lin family? Forget it. I can't remember. It didn't matter. Anyway, she had a lot of dolls in her space. That Lin Ran was pretty. Why not let her die in a more beautiful way and make her into a doll and put her in the space? This plan made Xiao Yu's eyes light up. Her hands also became excited uncontrollably. Yes, just make her into a doll. A doll made by such a beautiful person must be beautiful. She can't wait until tomorrow. After Lin Ran finished her meal, the family went into the space. After working for 2 hours, the dinner was almost digested. Then Lin Ran and the others really had a small hot pot in the space. Anyway, everything was ready. Stoves, pots, liquefied gas stoves and gas tanks. Ingredients, everything. After eating the delicious hot pot, it was almost time to leave. After washing up in the space, the family returned to the RV and fell asleep on the bed. There were 2 bunk beds in the back of the RV. Lin Ran and Lin Zai slept on the upper bunk, and Lin's mother and Zhang's grandfather slept on the lower bunk. Lin's father slept in the driver's seat of the luxury version. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa in the middle of the RV, with the little cat, De Huang and Yuing sleeping on his legs, on the ground, and in his arms. Jiang Chen sat in the middle of a bunch of furry creatures, holding a pad and watching TV while keeping watch for them. Lin Ran looked at the flashing light on Jiang Chen's side, feeling at ease. There were so many eyes staring at them outside. Xie Wenru, the kamikaze squad, and Xie Wenru's licking dog Liang, Yilan. But Lin Ran was not worried at all. Maybe it was because of this specially made presidential-level safe RV. Or maybe it was because the whole family was together, listening to the smooth snoring of the 3 little ones. Lin Ran fell asleep unconsciously. The most important thing in the world is sleeping. No matter who dares to mess with them tonight, they will be spared from sleep. They will all die. Rong Han's tent was not far from Lin Ran and the others. He looked in the direction of the RV, thinking to himself that he would act tomorrow. Lin Ran, are you ready? Suddenly, there were light footsteps outside the tent. Rong Han said coldly, Who? After a rustling sound. It was a familiar voice. Boss, it's me, Monkey. Rong Han let down his guard and opened the tent. Come in. What's the matter? After Monkey entered the tent, he said with a tangled look, Boss, I know you may not believe me, but I can't hide it from you. I found something wrong with Yang Shu. Rohan's eyes flickered. Tell me about it. Chapter 200 Found the Traitor. Rohan didn't expect that Monkey was more careful than he thought. He not only discovered Yangshu's betrayal, but also found a lot of details. Boss, should we do anything? After talking about his discovery, Monkey looked at Rohan, who was filled with righteous indignation, and asked. Rohan's eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head and thought, no hurry. Wait and see what they want to do. Monkey, keep an eye on Yangshu during this period. If there is anything wrong with him, tell me at any time. Got it. Boss, are we really not going to do anything? I think Liang's people are quite hostile to us. Rohan shook his head. Wait a little longer. Liang doesn't know what's going on. He hasn't woken up. Those team members can't become our obstacles. At that time, as long as we complete the task well, the points will not drop. Our first position will not be shaken by anyone. Understood? Boss. Walking out of the warm tent, Monkey shuddered at the cold air in the middle of the night. I didn't expect the boss to be so careless that he actually let Yangshu go. He had no choice but to listen to him. After walking a few steps, Monkey was ready to go back to his tent to sleep. Suddenly, he saw someone walking towards the back of the camp. Looking at that figure, who else could it be but Yangshu? What was he going there for? Monkey suddenly remembered that there were several cars with their team supplies placed behind the camp. Could it be that Yangshu wanted to go there to cause damage? Monkey's eyes suddenly became deep, and then he rushed towards Yangshu. Lin Ran didn't expect to have such a good rest last night, and had no dreams all night. When he woke up again, he was awakened by the sound of pots and pans outside the car. The other teams began to prepare breakfast. The family woke up one after another, ate breakfast together, and then waited for Rohan to give the order to go to the zombie town. But after they finished breakfast for a long time, no one else set off. Lin Ran was surprised, opened the car door, and took De Huang down to take a walk. And by the way, see if anything happened. Lin Ran came down alone. Others wanted to follow, especially Jiang Chen. Lin Ran didn't let him. She planned to keep the trump cards behind. Lin Ran and De Huang just got off the car and ran into Louisa. He was not surprised to see Lin Ran and asked, Are you surprised that they haven't set off yet? Yes. I came down to see the situation and take the dog for a walk. Louisa followed Lin Ran's words and glanced at De Huang. He liked this little guy at first sight. They used to raise military dogs, but unfortunately they didn't have time to take them with them when they retreated. This was the pain in Louisa's heart. He reached out and touched De Huang's head, and De Huang also let him touch it in a good mood. This human didn't smell bad, so it was okay for him to touch it. I didn't expect you to bring a dog with you on the mission. Lin Ran thought to himself. I not only brought a dog, but also 2 cats. The dog is also a family member. I'm worried if I don't bring it with me. Lin Ran's words made Louisa feel even more uncomfortable. He really couldn't compare to this girl. He should have tried his best to bring those little guys out. At this moment, he liked Lin Ran even more. Louisa's heart was warmed, and he told Lin Ran all the information he knew without hiding anything. I heard that something happened to Rohan. In the middle of the night, a traitor in their team wanted to burn their supplies, and was discovered. They haven't set out yet, so they are probably dealing with the traitor. Lin Ran knew that there was a traitor in Rohan's team. Didn't Rohan tell her that it was safer to leave the traitor out in the open and ignore him for the time being? Why is he dealing with him again now? Lin Ran looked at Rohan's camp, which was indeed a mess. It seemed that a lot of things happened when they were asleep last night that they didn't know about. If you ask me, what's good about a big team? There are good and bad. Good and bad. We are the best. And we are the most trustworthy brothers. Louisa kept complaining. Lin Ran didn't say anything. She looked at Liang's camp not far away. As soon as she turned her head, she saw a man at the edge of Liang's camp, looking at her with a pair of eagle-like eyes. I don't know how long he has been looking like this. Seeing Lin Ran looking at her, he didn't hide but smiled at her impudently. Lin Ran suppressed the displeasure in her heart and asked, Who is that person? Louisa heard Lin Ran's question, turned his head, and saw Chen Mo. This guy is not guarding his master. What's the matter with staring at a beautiful woman so frivolously? Louisa frowned and said, It's Liang's deputy captain Chen Mo. You should be careful of him. He may be crazier than Liang. Lin Ran met Chen Mo's gaze and smiled coldly. How is Liang? Louisa didn't know what was wrong with him. and told Lin Ran all the information he had finally found out. He seems to have not woken up yet. I don't know if it's because he upgraded too quickly, and his physical signs are unstable. He said he vomited blood several times last night. If you ask me, don't go out to do missions in this state, so as not to drag others down. He even vomited blood. What kind of medicine did the base commander develop? The effect is so strong? But if Liang can't recover, then the subsequent tasks will be easier. Lin Ran was thinking about this, and suddenly saw two more people around Chen Mo. It was Ma Xiaowei and Xiao Yu who came to cause trouble last night. Several people gathered together and whispered something. But the eyes of these people, who looked at Lin Ran from time to time, made her very uncomfortable. Especially the strange girl Xiao Yu, who looked at her as if she was looking at something fun. Lin Ran paid attention to it, and chatted with Louisa for a while. Rong Han finally ordered everyone to get in the car and set off. Before getting on the car, Louisa worriedly warned, when we get to the zombie town, don't get off the car easily. They said they were celebrating a festival and many people gathered there. Now all the people in the town have become zombies, and it is said that there are high-level zombies. The danger is very high. You must be careful and hide if you can. Lin Ran thanked Louisa for his kindness and thought that Jiang Chen would give their team more water later. 10 minutes later, the team finally got back on the road. When Lin's father started the car, Lin Zhe curiously approached Lin Ran and asked, "Sister, it's been 2 days. Why hasn't Xia Wanner come to trouble you? This is not her style." Lin Ran thought about Chen Mo and the other she had just seen, and sneered, maybe she has already taken action. But you don't know it yet. Lin Zhe was stunned. Xia Wanner took action? Why didn't he know anything? Lin Zhe was curious, and was about to ask again, when he heard Lin Ran say to Jiang Chen, when we go to the zombie town later, I want the lives of all the kamikaze team members. Jiang Chen nodded, okay. Besides them, whose lives do you want? Chapter 201 Entering the Zombie Town. When Lin Zhe heard this, he was immediately fascinated by his brother-in-law. Look how manly he is. Whoever's life his woman wants, she will take, without asking a single word. Just one word. Pamper. It's not enough to pamper her like this. He even asks whose life he wants besides theirs. Who else is domineering? Lin Zhe sat aside and forgot the question he was going to ask. He felt like he was getting drunk from eating dog food. Lin Ran thought about Jiang Chen's question seriously and said with a smile, for the rest, just follow the original plan. By the way, there is a man named Chen Mo in the fiery team. The guy with dragons tattooed on his arms. If it's convenient, just get rid of that man. I don't like the look in his eyes. Jiang Chen smiled dotingly. Okay. I do whatever you say. As long as Ran Ran asked. He was willing to satisfy her. Lin Ran's car followed behind Rong Han and Lai Yang's team. And Louisa's team followed closely. The kamikaze team was at the end. The zombie town was only an hour away from where they camped. And this road was much easier to travel than Lin Ran had imagined. The group drove smoothly and steadily towards their destination. Sister, is there any problem with Rong Han? After listening to the news Lin Ran had collected about Rong Han, Lin Zhe asked worriedly. Why is what he did different from what we discussed? Lin Ran frowned slightly. I'm not sure about the details. I find a chance to ask him when we get to the zombie town. Before that, we still act according to the original plan. Okay. In the off-road vehicle of Rong Han's team. While driving, Yilan looked at Xia Wanru beside him and asked worriedly, Wanru, there won't be any problems with Liang. Right? We will take action later. Xia Wanru said indifferently, there won't be any problems. And we still have the kamikaze squad to fight for us. We will take action when the situation becomes chaotic. Yilan was still worried and said in a deep voice, the kamikaze squad is only dealing with Lin Ran. And their purple light squad is not to be feared. But we will deal with Rong Han later. I am afraid that without Liang's help, our team, he was afraid that their team would not be Rong Han's opponent. After all, Rong Han's strength should not be underestimated. Xia Wanru knew Yilan's concerns, and she patted Yilan's hand gently to dispel Yilan's doubts. It's okay. Brother Yi. Let's take action. Brother Liang will never let me down. Liang will never let her down? Yilan glanced at the confident Xia Wanru and looked forward. Liang and Xia Wanru have a very good relationship. Since Xia Wanru said so, he can act with confidence later. An hour later, all the convoys arrived at the entrance of the zombie town. Everyone stopped and waited for Rohan to give orders. As the captain, he had to formulate a unified combat plan. This town was built on the mountain. They parked the car in a flat place below, and everyone stood on the hillside looking at the scene in the town. Louisa held the telescope and looked for a long time, and felt more and more that something was wrong. Why can't I see a zombie in this town? Is the intelligence wrong? Rohan on the side frowned and didn't speak. In fact, he was also skeptical. But whether the intelligence was wrong or not, they all had to pass through. Everyone get in the car. Don't covet the supplies in the town. And pass through here at full speed. Let's follow the order when we came here. Our Eagle squad will be the front. And all teams will be responsible for their own safety, and try not to fall behind. Rohan spoke. And everyone got back in the car obediently. Lin ran, and the others did not get out of the car. As soon as they saw the car in front of them start, they followed the car in front, and went forward. When Louisa set off, he came over to tell Lin Ran again not to get out of the car. If there was anything, just pull over to the side of their team. Lin Ran appreciated his kindness and agreed. He thought, we might protect you later. When they got in the car, the driver had changed to Lin Ran, and Jiang Chen sat in the co-pilot seat. Ran, keep a distance from the car in front. Okay. Lin Ran knew that Jiang Chen was afraid of rear-ending if he followed too closely. And he didn't know how he commanded the zombies inside. But he just listened to him. There were more than 30 cars in the team, and they drove into the zombie town smoothly. It was so smooth that the whole team was a little scared. Boss, there are really no zombies here. If that's the case, our mission is too smooth this time. Monkey drove the lead car and looked at Rohan sideways. He performed a great deed last night by catching the traitor Yangshu. And Rohan trusted him even more. Just as Rohan was about to say something, he suddenly heard a shocking noise from the car he was sitting on. Then, the whole car flipped uncontrollably towards the middle of the road. By the time Monkey reacted, he had already flipped over. Boss, it's all my fault. I didn't drive the car properly. It's not your fault. The tire burst. Rohan's condition was not much better than Monkey's. He was hung in the car. Fortunately, he had a seat belt and was not injured. Monkey was puzzled. How could the tire burst out of nowhere? He had checked it before he set out. Monkey wanted to say something else, but suddenly found that Rohan's face changed drastically. Unbuckle your seat belt and get out. Zombies are coming. Where did the zombies come from? Aren't there any here? Monkey looked out the window and saw a large group of zombies running out of the buildings on both sides. They estimated that there were hundreds of people, or even more. Men, women, children, and the elderly were among them. Some of them opened their mouths. Some stretched out their hands. And some even held their fallen intestines and ran towards them with their teeth and claws bared. Ah! Ah! The one running in the front was a male zombie wearing sneakers. He probably evolved the ability of speed. He ran very fast. The flesh on his arm had been rotten for many days, and white maggots with tails fell out from the wound from time to time. His mouth opened to an incredible angle, and he came towards the monkey who was tied with a seat belt. The car door was wide open, and he was defenseless. Ah! Seeing the male zombie's mouth rushing towards him with a huge stench, the monkey's hand was entangled in the seat belt again. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Rohan on the side activated the ice ability. An ice spike pierced the head of the male zombie wearing sneakers. Thank you, boss, the monkey said gratefully. Don't talk nonsense. Come out quickly. Rohan cut the monkey's seat belt with a machete and pulled him out. Monkey came out and looked behind him, and immediately took a breath of cold air. It was all chaos. All the teams behind him were trapped in the terrible zombie tide. Zombie Town. True to its name. Chapter 202, Besieged. Not only was Monkey amazed at the number of zombies, but what shocked him even more was that the reason for their car's flat tire was actually because of a lot of nails scattered on the road. Monkey then realized that there were high-level zombies among this group of zombies. They were in danger today, because the car leading Rohan and his team had an accident. The cars behind them were following closely, and they had no choice but to rear-end the car. The road in the town, which was not wide to begin with, was tightly blocked by several accident cars. All the cars behind were forced to stop. During this process, the zombies hiding in the house came out in droves, one by one with bloody mouths, rushing towards this group of fresh human flesh. In front of all the cars, there were a large group of zombies. Ah! Ah! Some zombies' skin and nails were hardened, and their nails could easily scratch the iron sheet. The psychic sitting in the car soon found that he could not hide in the car. They had to come out and fight the hungry zombies at close range. People with superpowers were fine, but ordinary people without superpowers had no way to deal with zombies at this time. The bald man of the kamikaze team soon found that there were too many zombies on his side. Captain. Yeah. Protect everyone quickly. Li Kai can't hold on anymore. Xiao Yu sat in the shabby car without moving, as if she didn't see how dangerous it was outside. Ma Xiaowei threw a ball of fire in the direction of Li Kai, knocking a zombie that pounced on him to the ground. Li Kai took advantage of the situation and chopped off the zombie's head. Damn! Why are there so many zombies? He looked at the RV in the middle of the team and found that their RV was of ridiculous quality. The sharp nails of these zombies didn't shake their car at all. Unlike their car, it can now be described as shabby. Ma Xiaowei was immediately jealous and envious. It would be great if this car was his. He must grab it. Just when Ma Xiaowei was distracted, a piercing cry came to his ears. Ah! Boss! He turned his head and found that Li Kai's neck was tightly bitten by a zombie with a broken arm. Li Kai was finished. Then, there was another team member without superpowers. Ah! Ah! Boss! Help! Ma Xiaowei threw fireballs in their direction like crazy. Unfortunately, the skin of these zombies seemed to have been hardened, and his fireballs left a big scar on them. But they did not kill them directly. Ma Xiaowei soon found that he was no match for this group of zombies. There were too many and too strong. Seeing that his team members were getting fewer and fewer, and even some of them turned into zombies, Ma Xiaowei was finally going to collapse. The bald man was a power-type superpower user. He found that today's zombies were much harder to cut than in the past, and their skin was extremely thick. Seeing that Ma Xiaowei was about to die, the bald man looked at Xiao Yu, who was calm in the car, in despair and shouted, Yeah. Are you going to watch us all die? This time Xiao Yu finally responded and smiled sweetly. How could it be? I am testing you. Testing us? Yes. How can you be my teammate and not be able to kill these zombies? Let's play a game. If you can persist in killing 10 more zombies, I will save you. No. Yeah. We have no strength. Start counting now. 0. The bald man and Ma Xiaowei looked at each other, with helpless despair in their eyes. They knew the game had begun. They had to comply. Otherwise Xiao Yu would not care about them. Suddenly, Ma Xiaowei's leg was grabbed by a hand. He looked down and saw Li Kai's bloody face. Boss! Save me! Get out of here! Don't get close to me! Go to hell! Ma Xiaowei mercilessly threw a fireball at Li Kai's head, completely ignoring the fact that he was his loyal subordinate before. Ran. There are still 5 people in the kamikaze team. Oh! There are 4 more. Jiangchen reported the situation outside to Lin Ran in real time, and Lin Ran nodded to show that she knew. The howling of zombies and the screams of people kept coming to her ears, and the zombies on their side, under the pressure of Jiangchen, were baring their teeth and claws around their own cars. Lin Ran even saw fear on their stiff faces. Louisa and the others who followed behind them were not troubled by many zombies. Louisa found that as long as they didn't get off the car, they seemed to be safe. He didn't even understand why other teams screamed in fear. He looked at Lin Ran's car in front of him and saw that it was safe. His team had contacted him through the intercom and they were all safe. He suppressed his curiosity and didn't get out of the car to see. Anyway, whether it was Ronghan or Lai Yang's team, they were better than his own. He didn't need to worry. As for the kamikaze squad, it was not a serious team, and he was even less willing to care about it. So, when other teams were trapped in the zombie pile, Louisa and Lin Ran's team were sitting in the car safely. Monkey found that his boss was a little bit wrong. He had been saving people, but he saved those who were the most loyal to him. He didn't care about the lives of others, especially when he saw the car of Xie Wenru and Yilan's team was besieged by zombies. He bypassed it as if he didn't see it. Monkey, hide in the house next door. Sister Wenru and Yilan's team are still there. Boss. Monkey refused to leave. Ronghan said with a gloomy face, You go in. I come here. I go save them. You are responsible for protecting Yangshu, and you can't let him die. You must find out who is behind him. Monkey looked at Ronghan tangledly and found that after he finished speaking, He really went to Xia Wenru. Monkey was relieved and led a group of people to rush to the building nearby. Xia Wenru felt that she had never been so embarrassed in her life. Her car was closest to Ronghan's car. And not only did it rear-end, but it also overturned. She and Yilan finally climbed out, but were besieged by zombies again. She and Yilan had almost used up their special powers, but found that the number of zombies surrounding them increased instead of decreasing. A zombie with rotten flesh on its face rushed towards her face without paying attention. Ah! Yilan. Yilan threw a knife and stopped the zombie's attack. Wanru. Why is no one coming to save us? I'm running out of strength. Brother Yi. Hold on a little longer. Someone will definitely come to save us. Liang will definitely come. Unfortunately, Liang didn't come for a long time. And Ronghan came. Seeing Ronghan coming, Xia Wenru suppressed the pride in her eyes, thinking that he was just going to watch her die without saving her. I didn't expect that he was still afraid of getting hurt. So he came over obediently. Who knew that Xia Wenru's pride didn't last long? Ronghan suddenly turned around and gave her a nasty smile, then hid in a nearby building with a knife. Xia Wenru, Ronghan knew? Chapter 203 The Scorching Sun appears. Ma Xiaowei and Baldi killed the 10th zombie with their last breath. Just when Ma Xiaowei was about to fall to the ground, Xiaoyu in the car finally moved. When the next zombie with maggots constantly dropping from its mouth pounced on him, a burst of black mist rushed out, and Ma Xiaowei and Baldi were dragged by Xiaoyu to run towards the room beside the road at a very fast speed. Ran. There are still 3 people in the kamikaze team. They have fled to the red house opposite. Lin Ran followed Jiang Chen's line of sight and looked towards the house. It was a small 3-story Western-style building. Outside the house, there was a large group of zombies, knocking hard on the door, trying to rush in. There were even a few zombies stacked one on top of another trying to jump upstairs. Suddenly, the fastest zombie standing in the front paused, and then fell to the ground motionless. Lin Ran blinked to make sure she was not dazzled. Nothing special happened just now, and no one released superpowers. How did those zombies become game over? Jiangchen. What's the matter with those zombies? Lin Ran asked in confusion. Jiangchen frowned and said, if I'm not mistaken, it's Xiaoyu's dark superpower. Ran. Don't worry. I sent a few more high-level zombies over. Lin Ran nodded. She was not in a hurry. She just didn't expect Liang to be so patient and not to make a move now. Does he want to keep pretending to be a cuckold? If this goes on, everyone in their team will be finished. And his good sister Xia Wenru. How long will he keep this trump card? Jiangchen. Send more zombies to deal with Xia Wenru. Okay. Xia Wenru was panicked and confused. Not only did she have to deal with the endless zombies, but she also had to guess how much Ronghan knew. She thought she would kill Ronghan here, but she didn't expect Ronghan to kill her here. Yilan was extremely desperate. He found that most of his team had been eaten by zombies. There were more and more zombies. It was really weird. Why did these zombies only bite them? If no one came to help, he really couldn't hold on. Brother Yi. I'm scared. Xia Wenru fell beside Yilan, and he had to free up one hand to help her up. Yilan gritted his teeth and held on. His team was finished, and the woman beside him couldn't be in trouble. If Xia Wenru was gone, he knew he would have no future in this base. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Wenru. Xia Wenru was moved to tears. She even felt that even if she died today, it would not be a loss to have such a person to accompany her. She was a little regretful that she didn't see Lin Ran and Ronghan die. She just hoped that Liang could help her revenge. Just when Xia Wenru and Yilan thought they were going to die, a blaze of fire appeared in time, burning the zombies surrounding them to ashes and saving them. When the fire died down, Xia Wenru saw Liang and Shinema rushing over. Brother Liang, you are finally here. Xia Wenru threw herself into Liang's arms aggrieved. Liang felt the trembling body of the girl in his arms, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. It was too dangerous just now. If he had come a little later, Sister Wenru would have been in danger. He wanted to pretend for a while longer to let Ronghan relax his guard. Who knew that he almost lost Sister Wenru? Wenru, where is Ronghan? Why didn't he protect you? Hearing Ronghan's name, Xia Wenru's face changed drastically, and she complained to Liang. He left me and ran away. Liang, what? Brother Liang. Ronghan knows. With the appearance of Liang, the situation changed again. He eliminated some zombies, and took Rong Han, Yi Lan, and the few people who survived at his team to hide in the buildings on the street. And the worst thing was that he also caused some destruction when retreating, setting fires everywhere, and damaging a lot of the cars of Louisa and his team. Louisa was so angry that he cursed. Damn, Liang is a villain. It's not enough for his own team to die, but he also dragged others down. They can no longer hide in the car. Louisa hurriedly notified the people in the team to hide in the nearby buildings with him. When leaving, Louisa also kindly asked Lin Ran to go with them. Although her car was not damaged, she was afraid that if everyone left, something would happen here, and he would not be able to help. Lin Ran thanked Louisa and let them retreat by themselves first. Then after a while, in order to avoid appearing too out of place, Lin Ran and his family got out of the car. Everyone left, and they could no longer sit in the car and be targets for others. More importantly, some things can only be done after getting out of the car. Seeing Lin Ran and the others getting out of the car, several pairs of eyes hiding in the dark all lit up. Xia Wenru was very excited. Lin Ran and the others finally came out. Their RV is of such good quality that mutant beasts can't destroy it, and zombies can't scratch it either. I thought they would hide in it forever. Brother Liang, kill Lin Ran and the others. We rob their car and leave here. Liang looked at the direction where Lin Ran and the others disappeared, and chuckled. If Sister Wenru wants it, just rob it. But we better go find Rong Han first. And we must not let him return to the base alive. Yes, kill Rong Han first. Xia Wenru's eyes burst out with strong hatred. Just now, Brother Yilan and I were almost killed by him. And we must not let him go. There were more than one pair of eyes staring at Lin Ran and the others in the dark. Just when Lin Ran and the others disappeared at the corner of the street, a person suddenly fell out of the window of the red house. The man was thrown heavily on the street, making a loud noise. Bang! The zombies who were scrambling to surround the windows of the red house were attracted by the loud noise. Ma Xiaowei touched his painful back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, without wiping the blood from his mouth, he got up and desperately chased in the direction where Lin Ran and the others disappeared. The smell of fresh blood emanating from his body made the zombies move. Roar, roar! The zombies gave up besieging the red house and instead chased in the direction where Ma Xiaowei left with their bloody mouths wide open. The bald man standing at the window on the second floor watched this scene in fear. He kept praying for Ma Xiaowei in his heart. Seeing that Ma Xiaowei was almost caught by the zombies, the bald man's breathing almost stopped. Yeah. Won't you help him? Will he die? Qiaoyu smiled as she watched Ma Xiaowei fleeing frantically, and said happily, Why should we help him? Isn't he our captain? Isn't it his duty to help us solve our problems? If he hadn't led the zombies away for us, we would be in trouble now. The bald man muttered, But we can't throw him down. It's so high. What if he falls to death? Hee. Xiaoyu's laughter suddenly rang out in the empty room. But if he doesn't go, you have to go. Brother Liu, do you want to go with him? Chapter 204 Ma Xiaowei is offline. The bald man felt a chill on his back and regretted that he had said too much again. Do you want to die? He adjusted his expression and forced a smile. No need. Yeah. There are not many zombies down there. Should we go down? Xiaoyu touched the neck of the doll and smiled grimly. Well, let's go down. I can't wait to find my toys. If we go too late, it will not be fun if she is eaten by zombies. After that, he walked downstairs, looking at Xiaoyu's back. The bald man wiped the cold sweat from his head and felt that he had escaped death today. This girl is getting crazier and crazier. I shouldn't have let her join the gang earlier. He and Ma Xiaowei thought she was a little girl who was easy to control at first, but who knew she was a moody female pervert. Don't do anything weird later. Ma Xiaowei was hiding in an alley, panting. Finally, there were no zombies chasing him. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure, and then he was refreshed. Ma Xiaowei even felt that the wounds on his body did not hurt anymore. It was really easy to get it. Lin Ran's family appeared in front of him. Damn. After so much hardship, it was worth it to catch Lin Ran. Taking her life to exchange supplies with Xia Wenru was enough for him to live a good life in the base for a while. Lin Ran and the others temporarily entered an empty house. Lin Zhe took De Huang and did not rush in because De Huang was in a hurry to pee. The zombies would not attack him because of Jiang Chen's order. Lin Ran just let him stay outside. Who knew that when De Huang was looking for a suitable electric pole, a ball of fire was thrown at them. De Huang is not an ordinary dog now. It jumped lightly and avoided the attack of the fireball. Lindsay beside him was the same. This level of fireball was simply child's play for him. He just moved casually and avoided the sneak attack of the fireball. Ma Xiaowei, who was standing in the dark, was stunned by the scene. He actually dodged it. Aren't all of them ordinary people except Lin Ran? How could he dodge his attack so easily? Could it be that he was injured, so his ability level dropped? Ma Xiaowei thought that this was the reason, and he raised his head to make further efforts. Can't he? A level 4 fire system. Kill an ordinary person. Who knows that when he raised his head again, he can't see Lin Zai's figure. Did he escape? Are you looking for me? When Ma Xiaowei was in doubt, a cold voice came from his ears, and he was so scared that he threw a fireball in the direction of the voice. Lin Zai dodged lightly. Level 4 fire system. Not bad. Ma Xiaowei's eyes showed disbelief. You can see my level. Aren't you an ordinary person? Lin Zai pulled out a big smile. So you are here to bully an ordinary person like me? So shameless. You dare to say that I am shameless. You are looking for death. Ma Xiaowei concentrated all his superpowers and made a fireball the size of a football. This fireball will definitely kill this stinky boy. Lin Zai put away his smile and pointed at De Huang on the ground and said, So you only have this ability. My dog is better than you. Stinky boy bragging. I will send you to death first, and then send your whole family to go. Ma Xiaowei was so angry that he threw the fireball at Lin Zai. Lin Zai did not move, just patted De Huang's head lightly. De Huang under his feet opened his mouth excitedly and spit out a basketball-sized fireball, which hit Ma Xiaowei's fireball. Ma Xiaowei felt his eyes blurred, and his fireball was absorbed by the opponent's fireball. Then the huge fireball rushed towards him, and Ma Xiaowei was terrified. It turned out that his dog was really that powerful. Ma Xiaowei wanted to escape, but every time he moved his feet, it felt like being pierced by nails. He looked down and found that his feet were deeply nailed to the ground by 2 thick steel bars. What happened? Is there a gold-type superpower? Ma Xiaowei was knocked to the ground by the oncoming fireball before he could figure it out. Looking at the charred corpse on the ground, Lin Zai said disdainfully, You are so arrogant. I thought you were so powerful. Tut tut. You really can't stand a beating. Lin Zai kicked out the crystal core in Ma Xiaowei's head. Hee hee. The crystal core of a fire-type superpower. His father must like this. Take it back and give it to him. Lin Zai happily took the crystal core into the house nearby and told Lin Ran and the others about what he had just done. Lin's father happily took the crystal core and praised Lin Zai. You are such a good son of your father. You didn't forget your father even after beating up the bad guys. I like this crystal core very much. How could I not like it? The energy in the crystal core of a superpower is very pure. Using it to upgrade is much more powerful than the crystal cores dug out from mutant beasts and zombies. Lin Ran looked at the crystal core in her father's hand and said thoughtfully, Ma Xiaowei is here. So are Qiao Yu and the others also nearby. Jiangchen said, Yes. Ran. They are here. Lin Ran smiled, Then let's go meet her. She really wanted to know what Qiao Yu's dark ability was. Chasing in the direction where Lin Ran and the others disappeared, Qiao Yu walked for a long time, but did not find Ma Xiaowei or Lin Ran. She was getting a little impatient. Yeah. It seems there is no one here either. The bald man came out of the alley and replied carefully. Qiao Yu said gloomily, I know. Not only is there no one here, there are no ghosts. Suddenly, there was a sound of hitting a ball. Qiao Yu turned her head and looked. Who would play with a ball here? She must have heard it wrong. Pa. A ball bounced from the corner and rolled to Qiao Yu's feet. Sister, can you give me back the ball? A little boy came over and asked Qiao Yu politely. When the bald man saw the boy's face clearly, his blood froze. This boy is clearly not a human. His face was pale and bloodless, and his eyes were extremely red. What was scary was that he could actually speak. This was the first time the bald man saw a talking zombie, and he was about to remind Qiao Yu. She smiled at the boy and said, You want the ball? Yes. Sister, can you give me back the ball? Qiao Yu raised the corner of her lips maliciously, then raised her foot and stepped hard on the ball. Bang! The broken ball was kicked to the boy's feet by Qiao Yu like a piece of garbage. Here, I give it back to you. When the bald man saw the scene, alarm bells rang in his mind. It's over. How could Qiao Yu go crazy and even dare to mess with such a scary little zombie? The little boy raised his head and looked at Xiaoyu. And his face really changed. A dark, black color floated across his pale face. And he opened his bloody mouth and said, "Sister, you are so bad. You stepped on my ball. So you should pay me back with your head." Chapter 205. Your ability has failed. As soon as the boy finished speaking, 4 zombies, 2 men and 2 women, appeared on the empty street. If you look carefully, you will find that 2 of the zombies are very young, and the other 2 are very old. The bald man looked over and noticed the difference between these zombies and the zombies on the street just now. Their level was obviously higher, and their movements were faster. Soon these zombies surrounded them. The little boy tilted his head and said to the zombies in a soft voice, "Grandpa and Grandma, Dad and Mom bullied me. You have to avenge me." As soon as the boy finished speaking, the 4 zombies attacked Xiaoyu. The bald man saw that things were not going well, so he pulled Xiaoyu and wanted to run. This little girl had poked the zombie nest. The 4 zombies were about to touch Xiaoyu's body, and suddenly a black mist rose around them. Looking again, there was no figure where Xiaoyu had just stood. "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad." She ran away. The little boy yelled angrily. The 4 zombies were obviously at a loss. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from behind him. "I didn't run away, little brother." The little boy turned his head in surprise, and saw Xiaoyu just standing behind him. She was holding the doll in her arms, smiling innocently. "You just wanted to kill me, right?" "Yes. Kill you." The little boy clenched his hands in anger. "Grandpa, do it." Xiaoyu's smile on her face did not change. She exerted a little force on her hands and pinched the doll's head. "But I don't want to die yet, so I can only let your grandpa go." Roar when the old male zombie rushed over with an ice knife. Xiaoyu's hand crushed the doll's head. The old male zombie's head also became broken like the doll. The white crystal core fell out from it with a snap, which was both beautiful and cruel. The little boy was stunned by the scene in front of him. He had never seen such a superpower. "What did you do just now?" Xiaoyu pouted and chuckled. "Of course, I sent your grandpa away. Are you sad?" The little boy's eyes flashed with hatred. "You killed my grandpa. You really killed him. You deserve to die. Mom, Dad, Grandma, avenge Grandpa." Xiaoyu curved her lips and took out 3 dolls from the space again. "Don't be sad. I send you to see him now." The 3 zombies fell to the ground again before they touched Xiaoyu. The head was shattered, which was the same way of death as the old zombies. The little boy's eyes flashed with great anger. "You killed my mom, Dad, Grandpa and Grandma. I want you to die." Xiaoyu took out another doll from the space, smiled. "What a coincidence. I thought of this too. Or you can go back with me and be my little pet." "Okay." The little boy's pupils shrank suddenly, because he saw Xiaoyu put his hand on the doll's head again. He ran madly to the back as if he sensed danger. "Master, save me. Revenge for me." Xiaoyu saw the little boy running away, and she chased him with a smile. Yeah. Don't go." The bald man wanted to pull Xiaoyu, but how could he hold her? The bald man stood there in a dilemma, and finally decided not to follow. He was not as tough as her. Xiaoyu chased the direction where the little boy disappeared, turned a few corners, and disappeared. "Hate it. Why did he disappear? You still want him to be your pet. You really don't know how to respect me." Xiaoyu was bored playing with the hair of the doll in her hand, and suddenly she froze in place. Isn't the person standing in the alley in front of her Lin Ran, who looks more delicate and lovely than the doll? What a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that she didn't find the little boy, but found Lin Ran. Now, let her make her into a doll. "Sister Lin Ran, we meet again." Xiaoyu smiled and walked up to greet Lin Ran. Lin Ran smiled politely. "Yes. What a coincidence." "It is a bit of a coincidence." Xiaoyu smiled meaningfully. "Sister Lin Ran, have you seen a little boy this tall?" Lin Ran shook her head. "No. That's a pity. But it doesn't matter. I'm more interested in my sister now. Do you want to be my doll?" Lin Ran's eyes flickered. "What kind of doll? The one in my hand?" Lin Ran was stunned, but reacted immediately. "You want to kill me?" Xiaoyu disagreed. "How can I kill you? I just want you to change your situation and be my doll to accompany me forever. I promise that you will definitely be the most beautiful doll in my collection." "Okay." "No. Lin Ran, I still want to live well." Xiaoyu pinched the doll in her hand and smiled strangely. But the things I like can never escape. Sister Lin Ran, you are finished. If you feel lonely, I can make your family into dolls to accompany you. As soon as the voice fell, the arm of the doll in Qiao Yu's arms was instantly crushed. But the imagined cry of Lin Ran in pain did not come. Lin Ran in front of her was still standing there leisurely, without a trace of injury on her body. Qiao Yu looked at Lin Ran in disbelief, and then crushed the leg bones of the doll. Lin Ran still had no reaction. Then the right hand and sternum. No reaction. How could this happen? For the first time, panic appeared in Qiao Yu's eyes. How could her supernatural power fail? No. Her supernatural power never fails. A fierce look flashed in her eyes, and then she crushed the skull of the doll. But this time, Lin Ran still stood there without changing his expression, looking at himself, as if he was watching a boring trick. Is this all you can do? The contempt in Lin Ran's eyes stung Qiao Yu. She took out another bunch of dolls from the space and crushed their heads crazily. Unfortunately, her attack was still useless to Lin Ran. No. Why is this happening? Why did my ability fail? What's wrong? Lin Ran smiled and leaned over to Qiao Yu and whispered, so your ability is just like this. The reason for the failure is of course, that I know what your dark ability is. How do you know my ability? It's impossible? Qiao Yu looked at Lin Ran with wide eyes. What's impossible? It's just a puppet ability. You can't attack me if you can't find the target. What do you mean? Qiao Yu looked at Lin Ran in despair. Lin Ran in front of her disappeared like a puff of smoke. Where are you? Lin Ran. Where did you go? Qiao Yu looked at the empty alley trembling, looking for the disappeared Lin Ran. She was really scared. I'm here. Lin Ran appeared behind her again. This is an illusion. Do you have hallucinations? Qiao Yu finally understood why her ability was ineffective. Because the Lin Ran she just saw was an illusion. Chapter 206 Stupid Girl. Yes. You found it. Lin Ran laughed heartily, looking at Qiao Yu as if she was looking at a stupid little white flower. It's a pity that you found it too late. Not too late. Qiao Yu didn't know when she took out a doll from the space again, and crushed its head vigorously while speaking. Unfortunately, Lin Ran in front of her was still standing there leisurely. Looking at her was like looking at a clown. Is it still an illusion? How is it possible? Lin Ran. Where are you? Come out. Qiao Yu collapsed and screamed, looking at the empty surroundings in fear. Unfortunately, Lin Ran had lost his patience and didn't want to tease her. Boom, a lightning bolt swept across the sky, and there was a charred corpse on the ground. Stupid girl. I'm here. Why can't you see it? Qiao Yu got out of the illusion before she died. Only then did she realize that Lin Ran had actually been standing beside her all the time. It was just that she was too stupid and didn't see it. I really can't accept it. Qiao Yu lay on the ground with her eyes wide open, and a bunch of things in her space exploded around her. Lin Ran found that in addition to some common supplies, there were a lot of dolls of various kinds. Among them, the most horrifying thing was the dozens of real dolls. There were men, women, young and old among these people. There were even a few cute babies. They were all killed by Qiao Yu. And then she didn't know what means were used to make them into dolls and save them in the space. It turned out that this pervert really wanted to make himself into a doll. Lin Ran instantly felt that it was not unfair for him to kill her. He even wanted to pull her up and kill her again a few more times. It was so fucking perverted. Sister. That's great. You helped me get revenge. Seeing Qiao Yu die, the little boy hiding in the corner ran out. Following behind him was Jiangchen. Master, you are true to your words. You said you would help me get revenge, but you didn't lie to me at all. The little boy pouted and looked innocent. But Lin Ran knew that he was actually the strongest zombie in the town. He could even speak so fluently. When she first saw him, Lin Ran was really shocked. Her experience in her previous life told her that there was only one special person like Jiangchen. It turned out that he was not. In addition to Jiangchen, there were Rong Mei and this little boy. Lin Ran attributed all this to her lack of understanding. She had lived in the human base most of the time before and had never deeply understood this special group of zombies. It turned out that zombies could evolve to be so similar to humans. So similar that Lin Ran felt bad for the little boy's experience. It's a pity that your grandparents and parents were killed by her. We should have come out earlier. The little boy waved his hand carelessly. They are not my relatives. I slept for a long time after the apocalypse. When I woke up, my parents and grandparents were gone. I don't know where they went. so I can only stay here and wait for them to come back. I am too lonely here alone. So I just recognized a few zombies as my relatives. If they die, they die. I will just change a few next time. Sister, don't be sad. Lin ran. Can you play like this? She just worried in vain. It's really a child. Playing house? Lin Ran picked up the useful things on the ground and put some into the space. He took out Xiaoyu's crystal core again. Space and dark powers. Such rare 2-power crystal cores. Lin Ran was very satisfied with them. The real dolls lying on the ground were too pitiful. Lin Ran asked Jiang Chen to set a fire and cremate them. It's too hard for people to live these days. Not only do they have to guard against natural disasters, zombies, mutant beasts, but they also have to guard against perverted people. I hope they can be reborn into a good family in their next life. The little boy is called Anan. It is not difficult to see from his fair face that he was a cute child when he was alive. I don't know how he turned into a zombie. Sister, the remaining bad guy has also been caught by my people. I will send you the crystal core later. Okay. Thank you, Anan. Lin Ran said thank you to Anan. But her eyes were looking at Jiang Chen. He promised to destroy the kamikaze team. And he did it. The last bald man was also eliminated by him. So now their enemies are only Liang and his men. I don't know what happened to Ronghan. Did Liang's people fall into the trap? The remaining people in Ronghan's team are now as anxious as ants on a hot pot. They hid in a building not far from the main road. There were no zombies here. But they didn't dare to go out. Monkey looked at Yang Shu. He closed his eyes tightly, reducing his presence to the minimum. It's like this. No one will notice him. Monkey. What did the boss say he was doing? Should we go out and look for him? Maybe he can't find us? The person who spoke was Zhang Yang, who was Ronghan's soldier in the past. He was particularly concerned about Ronghan. Monkey looked at the empty street through the window. Hesitant. Don't go down yet. We finally got rid of the zombies. If the boss is okay, he will definitely come to find us. Zhang Yang said, how can you be so sure that the boss can find us? There are so many houses here. How can he find us? As soon as Zhang Yang said this, the other team members also stopped working. That's right. Let's go down and take a look. The boss might be looking for us. What if we get lost and find ourselves in the pile of dead? Who will go down with me? Shut up. Seeing that everyone was about to get confused, Monkey said in a deep voice, do you want to go down and get killed? Don't worry. The boss will find this place. Because when I was retreating, I left secret codes along the way. Big Head came over excitedly and hugged Monkey's shoulders. Good boy. I knew you were so smart that you even knew to leave secret codes. Not bad. Monkey smiled modestly. It's just a routine operation. Zhang Yang frowned slightly as he watched Monkey playing with Big Head. Monkey. This guy is really smart. He even left secret codes. I don't know if the boss can see the secret codes and come over. He was a little anxious. After a simple rest, Liang led his men out of the zombie encirclement. Now, their team has less than 10 people. Unexpectedly, the zombies in this zombie town are so domineering. And so many superpowers in their team have been killed here. Brother Liang, are you sure Ronghan is here? Xia Wanru hid in the dark, looking at the 3-story hotel opposite, and asked softly, yes, it's here. I saw the secret code he left for me. He? Xia Wanru was completely relieved after hearing this. She knew that Liang had planted someone in Ronghan's team. Not just the nerd Yang Shu. Brother Liang, should we rush in now? A cruel light flashed in Liang's eyes. If we rush in, the people inside told me that Ronghan is not here. We go up now, and take the opportunity to kill all his annoying subordinates, so that Ronghan will become a commander without troops, and avenge Sister Wanru. Okay? Okay. Great. Chapter 207 Traitor. Xia Wanru was excited when she heard this. Ronghan cares most about his subordinates. If they were all killed by him, he would be in great pain. But maybe he doesn't have to kill them all. Xia Wanru cruelly suggested, Brother Liang, you can leave a few for Ronghan, such as the Big Head and Zhang Yang. They are all soldiers he brought from his own team. They have a good relationship. If we catch them, we can threaten Ronghan with their lives to compromise. Then, maybe we don't have to kill him. It might be more fun to catch him and send him back to the base commander as an experiment. Liang laughed even crazier when he heard this. Yes, Let's do it. Sister Wanru is smart. Just take him back and give him to the base commander. Give him to that pervert and let him taste the pain he suffered. Rong Han. You are done today. Zhang Yang stood by the window, staring at the street below without blinking. He was worried about Rong Han. Boss, why don't you come back? Suddenly, his expression was shocked, and he looked at Monkey with a look of surprise. Monkey, how can Liang and the others find this place? Monkey, who was chatting with Datsu, was stunned, and then said angrily, how should I know? Their legs are on their bodies, and people can come if they want. The block door downstairs was slammed hard, and Liang's people were breaking the door. You still say it's not you. Liang's people are about to rush in. Zhang Yang said with a dark face, Monkey, are you a traitor? The boss hasn't come back yet. Is it because there is a problem with your secret code? What's the problem? Don't talk nonsense. Hee hee. I'm talking nonsense. I think the secret code you left was not for the boss at all, but for Liang and the others. Right? You and Yangshu are in the same group? Are you? Monkey's expression changed, and at this moment Yangshu's eyes opened. Yangshu without glasses is less quiet and more worldly. He looked at Monkey and said, Brother Monkey, tell the truth. What are you afraid of? Our people are coming up soon. Monkey shrugged and laughed. Yes, there is no need to act anymore. There is something wrong with my code. Rong Han will not be back for a while. You are finished too. Liang and Xia Wanru. I want your life. After Monkey finished speaking, he wanted to rush to Yangshu. That guy has a very perverted ability, which can protect himself and people within half a meter from physical damage. As long as you go to him, you will be safe. As a result, just when he wanted to move, he was grabbed by Big Head, who had been following him and calling him a brother. The fox's tail is finally exposed. Big Head is a 4th level power user, and his hand squeezed Monkey's shoulders and made them creak. Monkey knew that the bones inside had been crushed by Big Head. I thought you could pretend for a long time. You look down on us like this. Monkey's eyes were full of disbelief. You knew I was a traitor a long time ago? No. It's impossible. How could you know? Zhang Yang said, I didn't know. So I waited for you to show your hand. As a result, you have too many handicaps. Monkey, I noticed the secret code you left a long time ago. What? You knew the fake secret code I left a long time ago? What about Rong Han? Where is he? Did he find this place too? Zhang Yang laughed mockingly and said nothing. He didn't need to explain to a dying man. Zhang Yang picked up the pistol at his waist and pointed it at the entrance of the corridor. The sound of the door breaking came. Liang and the others were coming up. Monkey opened his mouth and wanted to remind the people downstairs. But Dadu was not a vegetarian, and punched Monkey in the face. The next second, he fainted on the ground with a black eye and a swollen nose. At this time, Yangshu looked at the person who appeared in front of him in horror, and couldn't say a word. Rong Han had been hiding here. Yangshu's ability was an air shield, which could block other people's attacks. But it was only level 2. For a high-level person like Rong Han, it was only a matter of time to break his air shield. Under Rong Han's pressure, he wisely shut up. They lost. Liang didn't expect that such a fierce battle would greet him. The people above fired at them indiscriminately, and even injured Chen Imo, who was in the front. In the end, he had to use his ability to block the dense attack of bullets. Liang was very surprised. How could this be different from his plan? They shouldn't have fired directly. Rong Han was not here. Monkey, as the second in command, should have persuaded Rong Han's people to come up and talk. Liang suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and rushed upstairs with his people. As a result, he met a silver ice knife head-on. Rong Han? Why are you here? Liang finally knew what was strange. They were deceived. You have been here all the time? How dare the monkey deceive me? Liang gritted his teeth and said angrily. Ronghan shook his head. He didn't betray you. On the contrary, he is very loyal to you. Liang then saw the monkey lying on the ground, not knowing whether to live or die. Liang stared at Ronghan and asked, when did you know? Earlier than you think. Liang, don't think you are the only smart person. Xia Wanru stood behind Liang, and she was angry when she saw Ronghan's calm face. She looked at Ronghan and the team members behind him nonchalantly. Hey, Ronghan, you knew so early. And this is your response strategy? So what if you caught a few traitors? Do you think you can beat our brother Liang today with just a few of you? Ronghan looked at Xia Wenru. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, compared with Liang. He hated Xia Wenru and her daughter more. They tricked Mimi over, and made her suffer so much in that cold laboratory. Frightened by Ronghan's resentful eyes, Xia Wenru instinctively took a step back. Then she became angry and said, Ronghan, don't you forget that your sister is still in our hands? For her, I advise you to surrender. It will also avoid wasting my brother Liang's superpowers. Ronghan snorted coldly, Mimi, is she really still in your hands? Xia Wenru was stunned when he said this. Then he said angrily, I knew that the destruction of the laboratory in Area D must have been your hand. Ronghan, you dare. Aren't you afraid that my father, and I will not forgive you? Ronghan clenched the ice knife in his hand, and said in a cold voice, it happens that I am really not afraid. Not only am I not afraid, I will also give your father a good gift today. That is your head. Ah! Xia Wenru only felt a flash of cold light, and her face was almost stabbed by Ronghan's ice knife. Yilan swung his sword horizontally, barely blocking the attack. But the force was too great, and Yilan felt his palms were numb from the shock. If Ronghan attacked again, he would definitely not be able to take it. Fortunately, Liang took action. Chapter 208, Killing Spree. Liang's fire ability gushed out and hit Ronghan in the face. While Ronghan dodged, Liang attacked violently behind him. He wanted to kill Zhang Yang and the others. Zhang Yang and the others had never seen such a powerful flame and didn't know how to deal with it for a moment. Fortunately, an ice wall was erected in front of them in time to block this terrible attack. Liang smiled proudly, Ronghan, how long can your level 6 ice ability protect them? I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, I will let them be buried with you. Now I am at the peak of level 7. Brother Liang, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill them. Xia Wenru remembered the hatred of being almost disfigured just now, and she wanted to cut Ronghan into pieces. The team members who were protected by Ronghan took a breath when they heard Liang's level. He had actually upgraded to level 7. That's a whole level difference. You know, after the ability is upgraded to level 5. The difference of one level represents a huge gap. Can their boss really beat him? Zhang Yang said anxiously, Boss, don't worry about us. We are not afraid of death. Yes, we are not afraid of death. You can beat him hard. Ronghan glanced at these brothers, who had always followed him through life and death, and said, Who said you will die? Liang heard the words and said arrogantly, Why? You are a small level 6. And you still want to deal with me? Ronghan looked at Liang, and his eyes, which were always cold and without any ripples, showed contempt for the first time. I may not be able to beat you, but they may not be. They? Liang said blankly. Who? Ronghan picked up the knife and chuckled, Don't worry. They are coming. Who is coming? Liang looked around hurriedly, but did not see anything unusual. Asshole. Are you kidding me? Xia Wenru quickly added fuel to the fire and said, Brother Liang, Ronghan is a villain. Don't waste your time talking to him. Just kill him. Liang replied. Okay. Liang fired the flames in his palms at Ronghan again, and it was obvious that Liang was angry. This time, the flames were 10 times more intense than before. He wanted to let Ronghan, who would not cry until he saw the coffin, know how powerful he was. Zhang Yang and the others behind Ronghan clenched their fists in shock when they saw such a huge flame. Their boss should not be able to stop such a powerful flame. But seeing their boss still standing in front of them calmly and firmly, they were moved. For such a boss, they were willing to die with him. But the pain of being burned by fire did not come. Zhang Yang only felt his eyes blurred. A purple light flashed, and the flame attack of the 7th level peak superpower was blocked. Who is it? Liang couldn't believe that his full strength attack was blocked again. How could there be someone stronger than him here? Captain Rong, I'm sorry for being late. I almost let you get bullied. Damn it. Lin Ran's silver bell-like voice came from behind the crowd. Jiang Chen and Lin Zai followed her. Liang looked at Lin Ran, who suddenly appeared, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lin Ran, why is it you? How dare you come here? Xia Wenru was more surprised to see Lin Ran than Liang. Could she have sent out the superpower just now? Or did the man next to her do it? Lin Ran smiled and said, Miss Xia, I'm so glad to see you. How could I not dare to come here? After all, I am Captain Rong's partner, and I came here to take your lives. Sia Wonru frowned and said, Take my life? Lin Ran. You are so crazy. Aren't you? You are just a level 2 superpower. And you dare to take my life? Today, I will let you die with Rong Han and the others, so that I don't have to look for you later. Sia Wonru raised her gun and shot at Lin Ran viciously. Lin Ran looked at Sia Wonru with contempt. Before she fired, a purple lightning struck, successfully causing Sia Wonru to fall to the ground with a burnt outside and tinder inside. Sister Wonru. Sister Wonru. There were two voices, from Yilan and Lai Yang. Liang's eyes were red. You killed her. You're looking for death. Yilan touched Sia Wonru's charred body. Trembling, you. Aren't you level 2? Lin Ran looked at the fear in Yilan's eyes, and laughed even more happily. They finally realized something was wrong. How could the person who could make Sia Wonru look good in the house rental hall be a level 2 superpower? I don't know whether to say they are naive or too confident. They actually believed it. A fierce look flashed in Lin Ran's eyes. Of course I'm not level 2. I lied to you. Idiot. If you are so stupid, just die with her. The purple lightning in his hand struck again. And Yilan looked at the light of death and tried his best to hide by Liang's side. But he didn't know what happened. The moment he met Lin Ran's gaze, he was in a trance and couldn't move. How could she look at him like that? It was like looking at someone who hated him to the bone. They had only met a few times, and he had never targeted her. He seemed to have become another person. In just a second, he spent a long time with the woman in front of him. There was passion, warmth, touching and betrayal in that time. Betrayal? Did he betray Lin Ran? If so, he seemed to deserve to be killed by her. Yilan had no chance to struggle and fell under Lin Ran's light. Looking at Yilan, who was knocked to the ground, Liang and his men finally reacted. Shiza. Go. Lin Ran gave Liang's men to Lin Zhe. And these people just happened to be his training. Okay. Sister. Lin Zhe gathered metal bullets on his fingertips and shot one kid with one shot. Now he is a level 6 gold type superpower. Except for this big pervert Liang. He can't deal with the people here, and the others are not his opponents. Lin Ran didn't rush to kill Liang, but fought with him for a few moves first. After 2 moves, Lin Ran found that Liang's level 7 peak was a bit unworthy of his reputation. Maybe it was because of the medicine he used. The sustainability of his superpowers was not as good as those who really practiced to the level 7 peak by themselves. After knowing what was going on, Lin Ran didn't delay anymore. A flash of light came over and knocked Liang to the ground. Miss Lin, leave him alive. Rong Han's words were a bit synchronized with Lin Ran's actions. When he said it, Lin Ran's big move had already been released. However, Lin Ran was also measured in her hands. She didn't think of killing Liang all at once. She still had to get some things out of him. She was very interested in the mysterious base commander and his potion. Lin Ran looked at the people lying on the ground and said, Don't worry. He's not dead. Captain Rong, I leave it to you now. Tie up Liang. Rong Han smiled slightly. Okay. Chapter 209 Interrogation. Liang woke up while being tied up. He felt like his whole body was struck by lightning and was in so much pain. But his hair hurt even more. Lin Ran saw him wake up, grabbed his hair, and said with a smile, Captain Liang, tell me what's going on with your ability. Why can it be upgraded so high all of a sudden? Liang looked coldly at Lin Ran, who was smiling, with a strange arc at the corner of his mouth. Lin Ran, do you want to know? Of course. I won't tell you. Kill me. I will never tell you. Liang's eyes burst with strong hatred. If hatred could kill people, at this time, Lin Ran must have been cut into pieces by him. Pa! Behave yourself. Who do you think you are? Are you the captain of the high and mighty Liahua squad? Bah! You are just a bug under my command. Seeing this, Dada came over and patted Liang on the head, greeting him. What a fool. He dared to talk back to Captain Lin, who is so powerful. He really wants to die. Only then did Lin Ran notice the gang of people under Rong Han. When they made the plan, Rong Han said that these brothers were the ones he trusted the most. When the time comes, he will ask them for help. I think it will be these few. Feeling Lin Ran's gaze, Dada smiled honestly and said, Captain Lin, just give the man to me. We are good at forcing confessions. Lin Ran looked at Rong Han, who nodded. Don't worry. Leave Liang to us. I will make him speak. Okay. Then I trouble Captain Rong. Lin ran through Liang to Rong Han, and they took Liang to another room. After the people left, only Lin ran, and the other three were left in the house. Lindsay looked at the person lying on the ground and said, Sister, do you want to take out their crystal cores? Lindsay looked eager to try, and Lin Ran saw that he really wanted to take them out. Lin Ran nodded. Take it out. Crystal cores cannot be wasted. With Lin Ran's permission, Lindsay happily bent down to take out the crystal cores. Lin Ran stared at Xia Wanru and Yilan, who were dead and stiff on the ground. Without moving, Jiang Chen walked over and gently held Lin Ran's fist. Ran. Can I go help Shiza? Okay. Lin Ran opened her fist, held Jiang Chen back, and said to the two people on the ground, but you have to leave these two people to me. I will do it myself. Xia Wanru and Yilan. These two were her nightmares in her previous life. In the nightmare, she couldn't kill or defeat the existence. Now they died in her own hands. What kind of mood is it? Maybe the thing that had been weighing on her heart was finally removed. Lin Ran stretched out her foot, opened the heads of the two people, and took out the crystal cores without hesitation. Xia Wanru's was a level 5 fire crystal core. Yilan's was a level 4 gold superpower. In fact, Yilan would awaken a very powerful dark superpower in the later period, which was why they developed the base so well in their previous life. It seemed a bit early to kill Yilan now, but Lin Ran held the crystal core of Yilan in his hand, and found that he did not regret it at all. He should die. It is good to have more superpowers, but she has a lot now. It is enough. But she will not be at ease until this person dies. Who is the next one? Xia Chumha. Lin Ran looked at Xia Wanru's body on the ground, and suddenly smiled. Jiang Chen, do me a favor. You say, use your ice ability to temporarily freeze Xia Wanru. Okay. Jiang Chen never asked Lin Ran why he did this. For Lin Ran's request, he just had to execute it seriously. After everything was done, Lin Ran didn't like the smell of blood here, so the three of them went downstairs to wait on the street. At this time, the sun was high in the sky. According to the original plan, they should have almost cleared the zombies in this town. Then the next location is the insect forest. The breeding farm will be reached tomorrow at the latest. Now, except for them and Louise's team, no one can go there forever. After more than an hour, Zhang Yang came over to call Lin Ran to go up. Captain Lin, the captain called you to go up. Lin Ran nodded. Did he confess? Zhang Yang smiled and said, pry it open quickly. You will know when you go up. When Lin Ran went up, Lia Yang's face was pale, but there was no other injury on his body except the charred wound he had just chopped. It seems that Rong Han's men are really good at forcing confessions. Heh, you vicious woman. Are you here to see me laugh? Liang looked at Lin Ran, his eyes full of venom. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. Captain Liang is very smart. I am here to see you laugh. Liang was almost choked to death by Lin Ran. She is indeed a vicious woman with such a bad heart. Lin Ran and Rong Han looked at each other. Rong Han nodded slightly to Lin Ran, and then kicked Datu in front of him. Datu instantly understood what his boss meant, squatted down, and grabbed Lia Yang's arm. The bones inside were squeezed so hard that they cracked. It sounded like a comminuted fracture. Speak nicely. If you anger our Captain Lin, I will feed your arm to the zombies today. Liang was in extreme pain, but he laughed instead. Haha. Ronghan, you actually let your men torture me like this. You will not die well. Ronghan walked over and stepped on Lia Yang's face. Ronghan Saul stepped on Lia Yang's pretty face mercilessly, as if he was using his face as a shoe cloth, repeatedly crushing it. You said I will not die well? Liang. Look now. Who will die first? How does it feel to be stepped on by the sole of a shoe? I tell you, this is just the beginning. Liang gritted his teeth and said, Ronghan, you will go to hell, being humiliated to the extreme. A string in Liang's brain broke. He had planned to die rather than tell Ronghan the secret of the base commander. But now he changed his mind. Since he wanted to know, why didn't he tell it? Ronghan wanted to provoke such a terrible base commander. When the time came, he would die miserably. Just like those disobedient superpowers. They were locked up in the laboratory by the base commander and would never escape. Until the last bone of his bone was squeezed dry. The base commander would throw his limbs out to feed those little cuties. Lia Yang's lips curved into a strange arc. Rong Han, do you really want to know why my ability has improved so quickly? Rohan, then why do you think I've been talking to you for so long? Well, I tell you everything. Chapter 210 Base Commander. The truth that Liang told was dark and dirty. And it was a secret that would never be seen in the base. But even for him, he only knew the tip of the iceberg of the whole thing. As a test subject, he was not qualified to know what was behind all this. However, everyone knew one fact. That is, the peace base was not the safe haven they imagined. The base commander was not their savior. Do you know? The base commander you admire is actually a lunatic. The base you imagine is protecting yourself and your compatriots is actually just the base commander's breeding farm. Rohan was stunned, not understanding what Liang meant. Breeding farm? Yes, breeding farm. All the people in the base are animals he keeps in captivity. Those with superpowers are at one level, and those without superpowers are at another level. People without superpowers are like the lowest level worker ants in the ant world. They are only worthy of living to provide him with means of production. So the lowest class people in Area D can only do hard labor there, and live the worst life. Because the base commander has never treated them as human beings. Linran said, what about the superpowers? Superpowers? Superpowers are worse than ants. They are livestock. Livestock? Yes. Superpowers are the real livestock kept in captivity by the base commander. Haven't you noticed that superpowers often disappear in the base? Rohan was reminded by Liang and suddenly realized that it was true. A group of people in their team would often disappear inexplicably. He would ask someone to investigate every time. But the results of the investigation were clueless. They had never left the base, had never made any enemies with anyone, and seemed to have never been to any strange places. People disappeared inexplicably. In the end of the investigation, he had no way. Could it be? Rohan. You guessed right. They were all captured by the base commander. Do you know why my ability has improved so quickly? Let me tell you a secret. Liang's eyes were filled with ill intentions. Because I used a potion that was extracted from a fire-type mutant. My ability jumped from level 5 to level 7 overnight. Isn't this a big temptation? Yes. It's really big. Once someone uses this potion, they will be addicted to it, even if it has obvious side effects. Who would refuse such a potion? It can make you grow and make you quickly become a strong person. It feels so good to be the first. Liang looked at Rohan and his men and said, look at. How many of your subordinates have reached level 4? Except for me and Sister Wanru. How many people in the entire base have reached level 5 so far? Only you. I don't know what kind of shit luck you had. Actually reached level 6 so quickly. As for the rest of us, if we rely on ourselves to upgrade, we are just an ordinary level now. But using this method, the level of Sister Wanru and I rose at an alarming speed during that period of time. I felt the pleasure brought to me by the power, which made me unable to stop. Seeing Liang begin to express his feelings, Lin Ran couldn't help but patiently said, what does this have to do with the base commander keeping the superpowers as livestock? Liang heard Lin Ran's question and suddenly laughed, ha ha. Of course it is related. Because the extra power in our body is all from them. Those missing superpowers are our donors. And their crystal cores are the best research materials for the base commander. Ronghan, do you remember the research team you escorted here at that time? They are experts in studying superpower evolution. The superpowers were cut into pieces by them and placed under the microscope all day long. Finally, they used their crystal cores to make such a delicious potion. The current base chief already has a team of extremely powerful superpowers. Even I am just a small pawn among his many experimental subjects. You want to know the truth. But what can you do if you know it? Do you dare to go to the base chief with just a few of you? I am afraid you are just sending him research materials. Rohan, the base chief will definitely like your crystal core. Ha ha, ha ha. Lin Ran frowned as she listened to Liang's crazy laughter. In fact, she had long known that absorbing the crystal cores in the brains of superpowers could improve superpowers much faster than the crystal cores in the brains of mutants and zombies. Those were crystal cores that had been purified by the human body and had no impurities. For example, to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, 3 to 4 crystal cores of level 1 zombies or mutants were originally needed. But if it was a superpower, just one might be enough. But for Lin Ran, even though she knew that the crystal cores in people's brains were more useful than those in other creatures, I won't give it to others easily. But this base commander is not like that. He even has his own psychic army through this method. It seems that he is the same as Xie Changhe. A pair of snakes and rats. Neither of them is a good thing. I will take down his research institute when I go back. After Lin Ren figured it out, she turned back and looked at Liang again, and found that Liang was also looking at her at this moment. Lin Ren, how can your psychic ability be so powerful? Liang stared at Lin Ren and asked curiously. Lin Ren smiled lightly. Maybe I am as gifted as Rong Han. What a gifted talent. You deceived me and Sister Wanru so badly. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost so quickly. Sister Wanru is dead. Right? Lin Ren replied honestly, yes. She is dead. Do you need me to bury you together? Ha ha ha. Liang laughed crazily again when he heard this. Lin Ren, do you think no one can do anything to you? I want to avenge my sister Wanru. And I want all of you to be buried with me. After the words fell, Liang's face suddenly turned red, and the whole person looked like he had been fished out of boiling water. Big Head, who was closest to him, was burned by the heat from Liang's body. He had to stand up and move away from him. Big Head's heart was alarmed and he shouted, "Boss! It's bad. Liang is going to self-destruct." Self-destruction is the last means of self-protection for the superpowers. This move is to use the crystal core in his brain as a trigger to detonate the energy of the whole body in an instant. The self-destruction of a level 7 superpower is enough to make everyone in this room be buried with him. Unfortunately, Lin Ren had already guarded against this move of his. The pressure of the peak level 8 superpower was instantly suppressed on Liang. It made his whole body movement stop. Then, the purple lightning in Lin Ren's hand slashed over mercilessly. Since you can't bear to leave your sister Wanru, go with her to keep her company. The purple lightning flashed past, and a charred corpse with its eyes open appeared on the ground. Lin Ren took out the crystal core in Liang's brain without blinking, and then said to Rong Han, "Captain Rong, please use your ice to freeze him for me. This is the gift I prepared for Xie Chenghe to return to the base." Rong Han suppressed the faint smile in his eyes. "I'm happy to do it." Chapter 211 Visiting in Anne's House. For Rong Han, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. All the damn people are dead, and he has also let out a sigh of relief. As for the next step, he will go back to the base to deal with Xie Chenghe. "Ms. Lin, do you want to continue to move forward?" Rong Han was very surprised. He didn't quite understand the meaning of Lin Ren's desire to continue to complete the mission. All the people are dead, and the purpose has been achieved. What's the point of completing those tasks? Lin Ren nodded. "Yes. We want to go to the breeding farm to have a look." She couldn't tell Rong Han that the breeding farm was actually her ultimate goal. Fortunately, although Rong Han didn't understand, he still respected Lin Ren's ideas. "Then a few of us will go with you. I heard that the mutant beasts in that forest are very dangerous." Rong Han felt that they were now partners, so they naturally had to share the joys and sorrows, and decided to go with Lin Ren. But Lin Ren didn't need him to accompany her. With them accompanying her, her family members didn't dare to use their full strength. Lin Ren smiled and said, "Captain Rong, don't you know my strength? If you don't accompany us, maybe we can get back faster." Seeing Lin Ren say this, Rong Han no longer insisted. She does have the strength to protect the people she wants to protect. The final result of the discussion was that Lin Ren and the others would go to complete the task by themselves, and Rong Han and the others would wait here temporarily. As for Louisa, he was fine, although there were many zombies surrounding him. As long as they didn't come out, they would not be in any danger. After Lin Ren and Rong Han discussed the next plan, they went downstairs with Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe to find Lin's father and mother. "Jiang Chen, let's hurry up. I guess my parents and Grandpa Jiang are waiting anxiously." "Yeah." After Jiang Chen answered, his footsteps suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Lin Ren looked at Jiang Chen puzzled. "Jiang Chen, don't go forward. They are not in the same place anymore." "Lin Ren, if they are not in the same place, then where did they go? Didn't we agree not to let them run around? Why are they not listening?" On this side, Anan held Lin's mother's hand and called her auntie, which made her very happy. "Auntie, you are the youngest auntie I have ever seen. You look as young as Sister Lin Ren. Are you really her mother?" Lin's mother's face was covered with flowers when she smiled. "Of course. Anan, are you almost home?" "Almost. It's right in front. We have a very beautiful garden. Auntie, you will definitely like it." After Anan finished speaking, she did not forget to take care of the emotions of the two people behind her. "Uncle and Grandpa will definitely like it too. Grandpa Jiang smiled and said, "Okay, then we will go to visit. Let Anan entertain us." Sure enough, after walking a few steps, Anan pointed to the courtyard in front of him and said, "We are here. This is my home. Come in and play." Anan opened the door, and there were 2 zombie bodyguards standing inside. Seeing Lin's father and mother, the 2 zombies instinctively bared their teeth, but under An's pressure, they trembled and retreated. And An's face darkened and said, "These are my guests. If you scare them, I will eat you." Hearing An's words, the 2 zombies shook their heads desperately and ran away to hide somewhere else. Seeing that the danger was lifted, An regained her lovely expression. "Come in. Come and visit our garden." An warmly invited everyone to play in the yard. And Lin's mother found that she also liked it here. And An's parents must be very tasteful people. And the garden is very beautifully designed. There are beautiful peonies, roses, camellias, cymbidiums, crabapples, and magnolias planted in the yard. "Auntie, I knew you would like it here. You can visit it at will." An tilted her head and looked at Lin's mother with a smile on her face. Lin's mother nodded and turned to the back of the yard. Lin's mother walked a few steps and found that the scenery behind was even more beautiful than the front. The flowers, plants and trees here are very lush, but no one has taken care of them for a long time. And the weeds on the ground have grown very tall. Maybe it's because with type superpowers have a natural affinity for flowers, plants and trees, and Lin's mother likes this place very much. She even wants to transplant a few beautiful flowers, plants and trees from here. Suddenly, she stepped on a hard object. Mother Lin looked down and saw words written on it. When she saw what it was, she took a breath and called Father Lin, who was not far away. "Dad, come here quickly." When Lin ran and the others came over, they found that the atmosphere in the yard was not right. Mother Lin and the others looked at it with curiosity, fear, and heartache. Lin ran, "Mom and Dad. Grandpa Jiang, why are you here?" Jiang Chen looked at An with a sharp gaze, causing An to shrink behind Mother Lin instantly. Seeing An's frightened look, Lin's mother smiled and explained to Lin Ran, and said that his home is nearby and there is a beautiful garden at home, and invited us to come and play. We thought we were free, so we followed An to play. Lin Ran knew that her mother was kind-hearted, and looked at the poor and panicked An again. She endured it and shut her mouth. Seeing that Lin Ran did not continue to make trouble, Lin's mother breathed a sigh of relief and said to An, "We have something to say to your sister Lin Ran. Can you go and play somewhere else?" An had been shrouded in Jiang Chen's low pressure. When she heard what Lin's mother said, she immediately knew the situation and raised her short legs and ran away. "You guys chat. Auntie, I go out and play and come back." As soon as An left, Lin Ran scolded Mom. "Didn't you say you would wait for us at home? Why did you just come out so casually?" Lin's mother knew that her daughter was worried about them. He grabbed Lin Ran and explained, "Isn't An Shuchen's person? Then he is one of us. How can he harm us?" Dad Lin also helped to explain, "Yes, he is Shuchen's person. We are assured." The words of Dad and Mom Lin made Jiang Chen feel much better. It turned out that his uncle and aunt recognized him so much. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curl up his lips, looking at Lin Ran and said, Ran, what uncle and aunt said is right. Don't blame them." Lin Ran, Why did Jiang Chen's attitude change? Mother Lin blinked mysteriously at Lin Ran. "Yes. Ran, don't blame us. Fortunately, we came here. Otherwise we wouldn't have found these. You must be interested in those things. Come with us and take a look. What can she be interested in here?" But since her mother said so, Lin Ran followed her and pulled herself over. Lin Ran followed Mother Lin to the backyard. Except for more flowers, plants and trees here, she didn't find anything special. Until Lin's mother pointed at something on the ground and asked Lin Ran to look at it. When Lin Ran saw it clearly, he immediately gasped. It was a tombstone, and it was clearly written on it, "Zhou An's tomb." Chapter 212 in An's laboratory. Is this in An's grave? Is he dead? Lin Zhe shuddered and said tremblingly. Mother Lin looked at her eldest son with disdain. This kid is too timid. An is dead. Have you forgotten? Lin Zhe, It seems so. Zombies seem to be dead. The Walking Dead? But Lin Zhe soon found something wrong again. He screamed, "But why is there a small coffin buried there?" Lin Ran looked in the direction of Lin Zhe's finger, and was also shocked. In the garden not far from the tombstone, there was a small coffin half buried. Most of the coffin was buried in the soil, and the coffin lid was thrown casually on the ground beside it, and it was impossible to tell whether it was new or old. Lindsay grabbed his father and asked tremblingly, "What is going on here?" Dad patted Lindsay's arm. "Don't be afraid. It's just a dead person." Lindsay shook his head violently. "Dad, I'm not afraid of dead people, but I'm afraid of ghosts." "Did an ant crawl out of here?" "Dad, as far as I know, it was." Lindsay jumped 3 feet high. "What?" He looked at his mother tremblingly, hoping that his kind mother would give him a negative answer. Who knew that Lynn's mother nodded and said, "Your father is right. We just asked an ant. He crawled out from here," and found that his parents were gone after crawling out. The people outside also became strange. He didn't know who to ask, so he could only stay here and wait for them to come back. Lindsay said in embarrassment, "Then is he a human? A ghost or a zombie?" Jiangchen was the kindest. He patted Lindsay on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be afraid. He listens to me. I can be sure that he is definitely a zombie. It is also a very high-level zombie." Lin Ran walked over and looked at the small coffin. The inside of the coffin was covered with marks made by nails. The same was true when looking at the inner wall of the coffin lid. Lin Ran said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then Anan became a zombie after his death. Or he was buried in there before he died. But why? Could it be that Anan had already become a zombie at that time? So his parents sealed him in the coffin? Just when Lin Ran couldn't figure it out. Lin's mother said again, Anan said that his parents are doctors. And his grandparents are also some big figures in the research institute. He has been in poor health since he was a child. His grandparents often draw his blood, and his parents give him various injections. They said they would definitely cure him. But he took a lot of medicine and got a lot of injections. But his health was still not good. That time he was very sleepy and fell asleep. I don't know how long he slept. When he woke up, he was buried in that ground. When he was finally dug out of the soil, his parents and grandparents disappeared. That's it. No wonder my mother and others had such expressions when I just came in. This and Anne's life experience sounds a bit pitiful. But Lin Ran is more interested in the identity of an Anne's family. This is just a small town. But the specifications of this garden are not something that ordinary people can own. Many of the flowers and plants inside are very precious. Especially the varieties of the orchids, which are not something that ordinary people can afford to grow. Especially since they are doctors and researchers. Lin Ran couldn't help but think about it. Lin Ran's eyes suddenly fell on the 2-story building behind him. "Mom, have you ever been in the house?" Lin's mother shook her head. "I haven't had time yet. I wanted to go in and take a look. But you came. Then let's go and take a look together." Lin Ran frowned as soon as he entered the house. The house was too messy, as if it had been robbed. After looking around upstairs and downstairs, Lin Ran was more and more sure that this place had been robbed, because both the study and the room that looked like a laboratory were empty. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chun and said, "Call Anan over here. I think we should ask him some questions." Jiang Chun nodded. "Okay. He's hiding in the yard." Anan came quickly. Children forget things quickly. And he was not as scared as before when he saw Jiang Chun. He said to Jiang Chun, "Master, do you want to ask me something?" "Yes. Sister Lin Ran has something to ask you." Lin Ran squatted down and pointed to the room upstairs that looked like a laboratory and said, "Anan, is this a laboratory? Who usually uses it?" Anan shook her head. "Sister Lin Ran, this is not a laboratory." "Not a laboratory? But there are clearly lab tables, and a lot of test tubes, and other equipment inside." Anan took Lin Ran's hand and said, "Sister Lin Ran, you want to visit our laboratory, right? I take you there." Lin Ran didn't expect that an Anne's house actually had a secret room. And Anne's hand moved a frog ornament in the corner. A secret room appeared in front of Lin Ran. "Sister Lin Ran, come with me. This is the entrance to a basement. And it is pitch black inside. The power of the whole town has been cut off. And there are naturally no lights. As a zombie, Anan adapts well to the dark. Lin Ran is not so lucky. Being pulled by Anan in a hurry, Lin Ran didn't have time to take out the flashlight, and almost stepped on the air. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's hand reached out in time. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Jiang Chen's voice is full of magnetism, which makes Lin Ran feel at ease. "Well, don't be afraid." After saying this with a red face, Lin Ran took out a few flashlights from the space and threw them to Lin Zhe and others behind him. Soon, the light of the flashlight came, and the whole basement was lit up. Lin Ran also saw the furnishings inside clearly. Indeed, this is the laboratory. Compared with the room outside, this place is much more professional. No, it's not just a laboratory. Strictly speaking, it's more like a hospital. Hospital beds, operating tables, oxygen tanks, ECG monitors, electrocardiograms, ventilators. Everything is available. And then pointed to the hospital bed and said, "This is my bed. I used to rest here. I often lie on this operating table. My parents would perform surgery on me here." Sister Lin Ran. The room with the big transparent window is the laboratory of Grandpa and Grandma. They always do research in it. Lin Ran walked in with a flashlight as an introduced enthusiastically. Lin Ran felt that the completeness of the equipment in this laboratory was comparable to the laboratory she had stayed in. The things inside were really complete. Who were in Anne's family members? Suddenly, Lin Ran's eyes were attracted by several notebooks on the laboratory table. Lin Ran's heart suddenly jumped wildly. Could these notebooks be what she imagined? She walked over and picked them up carefully. Thank God. The big words written on the cover were Research Log. Chapter 213 The Truth About the Virus. Lin Ran opened the research log, and an Anne's life story also came to light. She also knew the cause and effect of the origin of this place. And it is the only son of the Zhou family, born after many hardships by Zhou Xuejuan and his wife. He is also the most beloved grandson of Zhou Jianming and his wife. Unfortunately, this child has a bad fate. During the prenatal examination, it was found that he had a heart problem, which was a very serious heart malformation. According to the concept of eugenics and the doctor's advice, it is necessary to think twice whether to have such a severely deformed child, because they will face very serious surgery when they are born. Otherwise they will easily die. And the cure rate of this surgery is not high. The couple was heartbroken when they knew the result. They had been looking forward to this child for too long. And Anne's mother is in poor health. If they miss Anne, they may not be able to have children in this life. So the couple decided to take a gamble. Fortunately, Anne was very hardworking. After being born, although he underwent several major operations, but the final result was good. Anne recovered. But bad luck still did not let Anne go. When he was 2 years old, he was found to have brain cancer again. And this kind of brain cancer develops very quickly. And even chemotherapy cannot cure it. And Anne's parents were heartbroken. As doctors, they have been saving lives all their lives. But they can't treat their own children. Just when they thought Anne would not survive, his grandparents, who worked in the institute as industry leaders, brought good news. That is, they came into contact with a mysterious X plan. In this plan, a virus called X is involved. The miraculous thing about this virus is that it is harmless to the human body, but can effectively inhibit the self-replication of harmful cells in the human body. In other words, it can treat viruses. It's just that this X plan is not a regular project of the institute. It was said by an overseas organization when they came to the door and wanted to recruit Zhou Jianming and his wife to join. So a plan appeared. As an old institute, Zhou Jianming knew that this overseas organization actually had ill intentions when they found him. He was going to refuse. But for the sake of their grandson, the old couple pretended to agree. At the same time, he arranged for his son and daughter-in-law to find such a place, where they secretly built a hospital and laboratory. While the old couple pretended to agree that the organization would accept their work, they took the opportunity to cheat out some experimental data and samples. Then the family hid here under an assumed name to treat Anne. Experiments have proved that this X virus is really effective. But the old man later discovered that while the virus kills harmful cells, it is also secretly doing something. They can also replicate themselves. The self-replicated cells will replace the healthy cells in the host body. The few little rabbits he used for experiments were finally occupied by this virus. This virus makes the little rabbits' eyes red and their temperament violent, as if they are crazy, and they will bite their own kind. What scares the old man the most is that after these rabbits bite their own kind, those healthy rabbits will immediately become the same as these rabbits. This is a very terrible virus. After realizing this fact, they no longer dare to use this virus to treat Anne. They would rather the child die peacefully than accept him becoming a monster. Then, they began to actively research the antidote. But the antidote is not so easy to make. until an ant's body was completely occupied by the virus and died. The old man and his team only developed a slow-release agent, which can only prolong the onset of the virus. But they failed to make an antidote. At the end of the research log, Grandpa Zoe wrote, "Fortunately, Minen did not become that terrible creature in the end. They will only be controlled by the virus and attack others like crazy. My lovely Anin, you will rest in the ground in the future, and Grandpa will miss you forever. Forgive Grandpa and your Grandma. Dad and Mom can't be here with you. They found our traces, and we must leave here immediately. The most terrible situation we expected finally happened, and this virus took over humans. These lunatics and perverts, knowing that this virus has problems, let it flow into the market. These people will be punished. And then, we are leaving. If the world stabilizes in the future, we will come to see you. Love your Grandpa." Linran closed the research log, and a storm was set off in his heart. It turns out that the zombie virus was deliberately spread by someone, and this virus has been discovered by people a long time ago. The natural disaster has made it difficult for everyone to survive, but they still want to develop this virus. These people are so unscrupulous. Lin Rand's mind kept churning out these terms. X-Virus, X-Plan, and that organization. What is the name of that organization? Are William and the others related to this organization? Are Ann's grandfather and the others still alive? If they are still alive, can we continue to research the antidote if we find them? There is a lot of research data in this log, but Lin Rand can't understand it. If we find them, or a group of capable people in the future, can they make an antidote? Then Jiangchen can return to normal. Thinking of this, Lin Rand looked at Jiangchen with burning eyes. It would be great if he could return to normal. Contacting Lin Rand's different eyes, Jiangchen came over, took the research log from Lin Rand, and started reading it. Then Lin's father and the others came over and came to Jiangchen to read it together. After reading the entire log, everyone's reaction was similar to Lin Rand's. That was indignation, helplessness, and confusion. It turned out that the virus that caused a large number of humans to become zombies was actually artificially created. These scum who murdered their compatriots should be caught and nailed to the pillar of shame in human history forever. Dad Lin gritted his teeth in anger, let alone other things. There are so many zombies in this town. They used to be living people, living ordinary lives, with their own homes and families. But what have they become of these viruses? They have become zombies. Yes, these people are so innocent. Grandpa Jiang also sighed. These people who made the virus are more hateful than natural disasters. Xiaochen, if it weren't for these people, you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Thinking of Jiang Chen's pitiful appearance when he first turned into a zombie, Grandpa Jiang felt sad. Those who maliciously created and spread this virus really deserve to be cut into pieces. Dad Lin sighed with the research log in his hand. Ran, what can we do now? Chapter 214 Mutant Beast Forest. What can be done? Lin Ran knew that his father and his family really wanted to do something. But now, there is really nothing that can be done. Lin Ran looked at the complete laboratory equipment in front of him, as well as the neatly arranged experimental data in various cabinets, and looked down at Anan, who was holding his mother's hand. Anan, can sister take the things here? Anan tilted her little head, thought for a while and replied, Sister Ran, although Grandpa and Grandma like these things very much. If you want them, I will give them to you. If you like the things over there, you can also take them away. Because Anan was not happy before. When Mom and Dad were here, they stayed here every day. They didn't take me out to play. At that time, I had a wish to make this place disappear, so that they could have more time to accompany me and love me more. Take them all away. Just think of Sister Ran helping me realize my wish. Lin Ran touched at Anne's head distressfully. He is just a 6-year-old child who doesn't understand grandparents. Dad and Mom stay in the laboratory all day long to save him. For children of this age, companionship is more important than anything else. Actually, they love you very much. Anan. Anan's dim eyes lit up. Really? Then why haven't they come back yet? I'm so bored here alone. I miss them so much that I want to cry. But Sister Lin Ran, it's so strange. I found that I can't cry anymore. In the past, as long as I cried and shed tears, my mother would come to hug me. But I can't cry anymore. And my mother doesn't come to hug me anymore. Anan's childish words made everyone present feel sad. Lin Ran touched Anan's head and said, Don't be sad. Anan, it's not safe outside now. I believe they will come back when it's safe in the future. To be honest, Lin Ran didn't know if they could come back. However, she also conveyed the last words written by Annan's grandfather in the research log. Looking at the messy scene in the house, I knew that the people from the organization had come to the door. Fortunately, Grandpa Annan and his team used a sleight of hand to build a fake laboratory in the house, so that the place was well preserved. But did Annan's grandfather and his team escape at that time? Or were they captured by them? This is what Lin Ran didn't know. Children's emotions come and go quickly. Hearing Lin Ran's words, and being stuffed with a lollipop by Jiang Chen, Annan became happy again. Lin Ran got Annan's permission, and with a wave of his hand, he put all the equipment, instruments, and cabinets storing experimental data in the laboratory into the space. The things in another well-equipped medical room were also collected by Lin Ran. Lin Ran knew clearly that these things would create great value if they met the right person one day. Maybe it would change the fate of future mankind. After collecting the things, it was already afternoon. Lin Ran told Rong Han that they would be back tomorrow night at the latest. Otherwise, Louisa might not be able to bear it and take some action. Those zombies wouldn't really do anything to Louisa and the others. If they rushed out and found out what was going on here, she and Rong Han would be in a passive position. So Lin Ran and the others had to leave for the farm right now. Annan was left here by Jiang Chen to watch over the zombies for him. After agreeing with Annan on the approximate time of their return, Lin Ran led the family to the deserted street and took out the 7-seater commercial vehicle from the space. Everyone got in the car and headed straight to the farm. Lin Ran felt that the commercial vehicle was also comfortable, especially since each seat had a built-in massage function. But it still couldn't be compared with their special luxury RV. It was a pity that the RV was parked on the main road and couldn't be driven out blatantly. On the way to the farm, they could only temporarily bear the grievance. Lindsay sat comfortably in the back seat, turned on the automatic massage function, and felt drowsy from comfort. Then he really fell asleep. Anyway, it was his elder sister who was driving in front, and brother Jiang was sitting in the passenger seat to protect the family. So what was there to worry about? Lindsay woke up again, and was awakened by De Huang, who was lying at his feet. De Huang was sleeping well like him, but suddenly sat up, facing the window, and made a series of threatening low growls in his throat. Looking at Yuing and the little cat, who had been sleeping soundly on his parents' legs, they also woke up. The hair on their backs was slightly puffed up, and their tails were also erected high. Having been with cats for so long, Lindsay certainly knew that this was the posture of cats starting to be alert. He looked at the driver's seat anxiously, wanting to tell his sister about this discovery. As a result, he found that the car under his butt had stopped at some point. "Sister, what's going on?" Lindsay asked fearfully. "We are here. This is the mutant forest." Lindsay leaned forward and looked through the windshield. Sure enough, they were already in the forest. "Sister, are there really mutants?" Lindsay hugged De Huang's head in fear. He was not afraid, but disgusted. When he heard others talking about mutants, he couldn't help but think of the children in the basement who were used as experimental subjects, merged with mutants, and became little spiders. They were really miserable. Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Mr. Jian also woke up. Soon they found their situation just like Lindsay. Ran, do we need to get off the car to kill some mutant beasts?" Lin's father said excitedly. "Let's go. Dad hasn't used a knife all the way. I just feel itchy." Lin's mother also said excitedly, "Mom, too. I want to move." Lin Ran looked at his eager parents and said with a wry smile, "Not for now." Jiangchen said, "We can drive out." Lin's mother, "Ah?" Jiangchen, "Yes. Annan, there were indeed mutant beasts coming just now, and we are all ready to fight. But I don't know why. My mental power tells me that they are retreating now." Lin's father, "Why retreat?" Jiangchen was silent for 2 seconds. Why did Uncle Lin sound a little unhappy? He carefully considered his tone and said, "Uncle Lin, as for the reason, I am not very clear. But we should be safe now." Lin's father and mother sighed at the same time. "Hey! These mutant beasts! Come out and fight!" "Hey! Why are you hiding?" Lindsay, you are brave. I like you." The mutant beasts did not come out again, and Yuang and the others slowly relaxed their bodies. Until they left the mutant beast forest, they completely relaxed. They laid down in the original place and fell asleep. Lin Ran did not expect that the mutant beast forest would be so easy to pass. and the next journey would be very easy. At 8 o'clock in the evening, they arrived near the breeding farm. It was much earlier than she expected to arrive. Chapter 215 Monitor Lizard. The farm is right in front of us. But Lin Ran is not in a hurry to explore. Lin Zhe, who had been sleeping and resting for the whole journey, became active again and wanted to get off the car with a machete. Sister, I go catch a cow for you. Lin Ran, no hurry. Rest here for half an hour and eat something before going. Lin Zhe then remembered that he didn't seem to have dinner yet. Dad Lin touched his stomach and said, Ran seems to be hungry as soon as he reminded me. Right. Let's eat first. And then we catch pigs after we're full. Grandpa Jiang touched the AK in his hand. It would be great if there were sheep. Roasted lamb is the most delicious. And goat milk is also nutritious. After saying that, he realized something and reluctantly put down the gun in his hand. This time he had to catch it alive. It would be bad if he accidentally shot and injured the cute lamb. Lin Ran, why do they feel more excited than me? Okay. Whether it's cows or pigs. She likes sheep. Thinking that I would have to go out to work after dinner. I planned to have a casual dinner today. Lin Ran took out a set of simple tables and chairs from the space and casually placed them next to the car. After the tables and chairs were set up, she took out today's dinner from the space. Golden soup beef, twice cooked pork, fish flavored pork shreds, preserved vegetable dry braised pork, cumin lamb, mouth-watering chicken, sauerkraut stewed vermicelli, cold braised beef, and ginseng chicken produced in the space. Finally, everyone had a portion of rice. Then everyone started to eat simply. Golden soup beef was sour and spicy. Very delicious. Twice cooked pork was fat and lean. And it didn't taste greasy at all. The taste of the other dishes was also very good. And everyone ate every one of them cleanly. De Huang and Yu Ying, the little cat under the table, also ate well. Lin Ran added a lot of dried meat and dried fish to the dog food and cat food. Although it was not as good as the food standard at home, it tasted good. A meal was finished in a short while. Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe simply cleaned up the dishes, and Lin Ran put them into the space. They will wash them slowly in the dishwasher when they get home. And now they are going out to catch cute little animals. It is called a farm. But this place is different from the farm that Lin Ran imagined. This farm is located on the mountain. In other words, half of the mountain here is the territory of the farm. Before the end of the world, this farm was very famous. And its main feature was natural. The animals here eat natural grass. All animals are free range. Therefore, Lin Ran and his team search range this time is larger. They have to search this half of the mountain. Fortunately, the weather has been sunny these days, and there will be good sunshine every day. The moonlight at night is also good, which makes the ground bright. However, even though the light is good, Lin Ran still gave everyone a flashlight for caution. Everyone, hold your flashlights and don't get separated. Everyone, okay. Okay. The loudest voice was from Grandpa Jiang. Lin Ran glanced in the direction of the old man, secretly praising the old man for being strong and healthy. He walked in the middle, holding a flashlight in one hand and a machete in the other, observing the surroundings very carefully. This was the second time he came out with Ran and Xiao Chen to complete a mission, so he had to perform well. He was not the only one who had the same idea as the old man. De Huang claimed to be the one with the most sensitive sense of smell in the whole team. Since the beginning of the mission, he ran to the front excitedly. It stretched out its long tongue and kept sniffing around. Yu Ying looked at De Huang's active appearance and glanced at it lightly. What a silly dog. In fact, there is no need to stick out his tongue so uncomfortably to smell everywhere. Isn't this smell everywhere? Suddenly, Yu Ying's eyes became sharp, looking straight at a pool of water in front of him. Meow. The sharp meow of Yu Ying broke the silence of the night sky. Lin Ran followed its gaze and saw a black thing emerging from the pool like a snake, swimming quickly towards them, looking for death. Lin Ran's eyes turned cold, and the lightning in her right hand was about to strike it. But before she could make a move, red, yellow, white, and green supernatural powers flashed before her eyes. Lin's father, Lin's mother, Lin Zhe, set fire, threw ice knives, beat with wooden vines, and hit with metal bullets. The snake-like thing soon stopped moving. Grandpa Jiang took the opportunity to jump out and chopped with a machete. With the joint efforts of the family, The thing finally stopped moving completely. Dad Lin retracted his fire power and said with a smile, "The hero finally has a place to use his skills." "Uh-huh. Ran. How is Dad?" Lin Ran raised his thumb. "Great. You are all great," Lin Ran said as he walked to the thing, wanting to see what it was. The white flashlight shined on the thing. Lin Ran got goosebumps all over his body. "Oh my god! How can there be such a thing here?" Lin Zai and Lin Ran were afraid of cold-blooded animals at first sight, and they felt cold all over when they saw this thing. Lin's father also took a breath and said, "Isn't this a giant lizard from some family?" "Some family? How come there is one here?" Lin Zai looked at his father with disdain and corrected him. "Dad, you are talking about the Komodo dragon, right?" Yes, that's the name. Isn't this thing said to live in Australia? How come there is one here too?" Lin Zai touched the goosebumps on his arm. "I don't know either." Lin Ran kicked the lizard's head and found a white crystal core inside. "This is not a Komodo dragon. It's the lizard that used to live here that has become like this. It's a mutant beast." "What?" Lin Zai felt even more uncomfortable all over. "Why are everything mutating? This Doomsday is too scary." Lin Ran looked around. "It's too scary. Especially seeing so many giant lizards." "Xiao Zai, we have to fight." Lin Zai, "Fight? So many? Isn't there only one?" Lin Zai turned around and looked around, almost biting his tongue. "It's too scary. There are indeed many giant lizards." After a while, they were surrounded by these cold-blooded animals. No! They must not be allowed to get close to them. The family once again activated their colorful superpowers and tortured these giant lizards, who had never seen anyone in the world, so much that they couldn't find the direction to escape. Yuing, Little Cat, and Da Huang are the strongest helpers. They don't need superpowers. They just take out the crystal core in the giant lizard's brain with one claw. Grandpa Jiang is the strongest finishing knife king. When he saw that the giant lizard was in trouble, he went up and chopped it with a knife, and cooperated very well with everyone. After finishing off the giant lizards, Lin Ran didn't mind their low abilities. He collected all the white crystal cores. But after collecting the crystal cores, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "I found so many mutated animals just after coming in. So are there really non-mutated cattle? Sheep and pigs here?" Chapter 216 found it. After finishing the giant lizards, Lin Ran did not despise their low abilities. Collected all the white crystal cores. But after collecting the crystal cores, Lin Ran was a little discouraged. "I found so many mutated animals just after entering. So are there really non-mutated cattle? Sheep and pigs here?" Lin Ran now doubts the authenticity of this news. But since she is here, it is not her personality not to take a closer look. If there is, it's fine. If not, she will beat Xie Chenghe severely when she goes back. Only by smashing his nonsense mouth can she relieve her hatred. He dared to play with her. Is it fun? After destroying the giant lizards, no strange things appeared on the way down. However, none of the small animals that Lin Ran was looking for appeared. Suddenly Jiangchen came over and held Lin Ran's hand. Ran, there is something behind the hillside." Lin Ran looked in the direction of Jiang Chen's finger, and there was a shady hillside not far away. It looked bare there, and the road was not easy to walk on. There were sharp rocks all around. Lin Ran gave each family member a pair of gloves, and found a few pairs of good hiking shoes for everyone to change into. She originally thought that she and Jiang Chen would go, but unfortunately no one agreed. They hadn't fought enough this time. It would be much easier to climb the mountain after changing the equipment. But the scene they saw after crossing the mountain made Lin's father and mother a little disappointed. The thing Jiang Chen mentioned below was not the monster they imagined. It was those cute little animals. It turned out that these little guys were hiding here. There was a long and narrow valley below the hillside, with lush vegetation in the valley. And in the middle of the lush vegetation, there were more than 20 cows, sheep and pigs. When Lin Ran saw these guys, her eyes lit up. I didn't expect them to hide here. And there were quite a few of them. And they were not mutated. It must be the unique geographical advantage here that separated them from the mutant beasts outside. Only then did they escape. Thank God for that. However, Lin Ran felt that the one who should be thankful the most should be Xie Chenghe. If it weren't for these little cuties who hid here cleverly, his mouth would be finished. Seeing Lin Ran and the others coming over, the little animals were obviously a little panicked. There were even 2 cows who wanted to run away. Woof. Meow. Weighing. Da Huang and the little cat let out a low roar. The animals who wanted to run just now stood still again. Lin Ran looked over and found that they were even trembling all over. They were obviously very scared of them. Is this the power of advanced mutant beasts? Lin Ran was very pleased with the performance of the three little ones. She went over and touched them one by one, and took all the little animals into the ranch. By the way, she counted them. There were 8 pigs, 7 cows, and 6 sheep. And according to Lin's father, there were both male and female pigs, sheep and cows, and their ranch finally ushered in revitalization. On the way back, a few mutant beasts popped up from time to time. Lin Ran and Jiang Chen did not move, leaving everything to Lin's father and others to deal with. She could see that they had been very depressed during this period. They had wanted to come out and test their strength a long time ago. Obviously, the result was good, and the mutant animals were tortured by them. Their strength was very good. Back in the car, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. For the sake of caution, Lin Ran did not plan to travel at night. The only way back was the mutant beast forest, which was easy to pass during the day. But who knows what will happen at night? Maybe the animals in it are nocturnal? So, she planned to rest here tonight. It was uncomfortable to sleep in the car, and setting up a tent outside was not only troublesome but also unsafe. In order to let the family sleep comfortably, Lin Ran decided to let everyone enter her space. Anyway, her space can now allow everyone to rest for 5 hours. After resting for 5 hours, it will be 6 o'clock. When they set off again, it will be dawn. Everyone agreed with Lin Ran's proposal. This was their first time to spend the night in the space. The family was both curious and excited. After entering the space, Lin Ran found an empty space and took out a good bed for everyone. She also took out several sets of the most comfortable 4-piece sets. She had plenty of these things in her space. As long as everyone slept comfortably, the environment of the space was very good, and the air was filled with all kinds of delicious fruity scents. The family was exhausted today and fell asleep on the bed. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa closest to Lin Ran, holding an iPad in his hand. But his eyes were indeed looking at his beloved girl. The little cat lay next to him. Yueying and Da Huang slept in their own small beds. After a while, various breathing sounds were heard. Fortunately, no one snored. Jiang Chen listened and felt that he wanted to fall asleep. He suddenly remembered the research log he saw during the day. It would be great if Anne's grandfather and his friends were still alive. They might be able to find an antidote for themselves. Then he, and Rongmei could all return to normal. That would be great. And Anne's family. Where are you? Louisa secretly looked at the scene on the street through the window of the small Western-style building. How can these damn zombies be so smart? We didn't make any sound. So how did they find us? Li Xiang looked at the zombie group that surrounded them like an iron pipe and collapsed. Louisa sighed. I don't know. Maybe we smell too much like living people. What should we do? Waiting to die here? Louisa looked at the street in the distance. It was as quiet as this side, except for the zombies below who roared from time to time. There was no sound. What's the hurry? Rong Han and the others didn't move. And Lai Yang didn't move either. We're not in a hurry. Louisa pulled the curtains and retreated back into the house. Li Xiang thought about it, and it was true. After they hid here, they lost contact with the outside world. Rong Han and Lai Yang seemed to be hiding in different streets from them. Only at noon, they could hear some fighting sounds. And then, there was no sound at all. They must have hidden like him. In that case, they would not move. There were so many people in their 2 teams, but they didn't know to come out to fight zombies. Their team must also preserve their strength. They should just do nothing. Otherwise, why would they clear the way for them to fight zombies? Humph. Li Xiang took out a bag of dry food from his backpack and said, Come on. Everyone. Have something to eat. We are hiding like them. Everyone whispered. Okay. After waking up from a nap, it was almost 6 o'clock. Lin Ran hurriedly took the family back to the car again. After a casual breakfast, they rushed back. But they didn't expect that they would still have an accident in such a hurry. Chapter 217 Spiders reappear. On the way back, they passed by the mutant beast forest again. After entering the forest, the family looked for mutant beasts with wide eyes. But they saw nothing except a few large and scary spider webs. Did these mutant beasts know that we are powerful? So they hid? Lin's father touched his chin thoughtfully. Lin's mother glanced at Lin's father and poured cold water on him. How is it possible? Mutant beasts have this ability? Lin's father laughed. Hee. This is not a joke. Maybe mutant beasts really have this ability. After that, Lin's father continued to look out the window. He was quite curious about what kind of animals the mutant beasts in this mutant beast forest were. They are so timid. They can't be mice. No. There are spider webs. Could they be spiders? Those spider webs look so big. How big spiders must they be? Hey, it's better not to be spiders. Until leaving the mutant beast forest, Lin's father didn't know what kind of animals were in the forest. It's really hidden a bit deep. Looking at the dust raised by the commercial vehicle, a strange mutant beast with a human head and a spider body as big as a small car asked, "Boss, are we really not going to say hello to Sister Lin Ran and the others?" Another human-headed spider that was bigger than a small car shook its head. "No. We are so ugly now. Let's not scare her." "Okay. Actually, I don't think Sister Lin Ran would mind." "Yeah. I don't think she would mind either. But I still don't want to scare her. We look so ugly now. And I get scared when I occasionally see my reflection in the river." "Xiaojing, do you remember what you looked like before?" "Boss, I forgot." "Xiaojing, don't forget. Remember? We must recall what we looked like when we were human from time to time. We are different from mutants. We can't kill innocent people indiscriminately. We only eat those cruel animals. We are different from them." "I know. Boss, I won't forget what I looked like before." He knew what the boss meant. Even if he knew that they would always look like this, they should not forget their original intentions as human beings. If they forget, they will really become mutants. Live well. Maybe one day, Sister Lin Ran will need their help. Fortunately, they have strength now. And then sat in an empty room opposite Louisa and the others. He just found himself another grandfather and grandmother. The waiting time is really too boring. He has to do something. These two zombies are about the same age as his grandparents. And their faces are clean. For the time being, he will let them be his grandparents. And then commanded two zombies and changed into a new set of clothes with stiff movements. Next, he needed to find a father and mother for himself. And Anne's requirements for the choice of father and mother were higher than those for grandparents. However, before he could take action, he heard a loud noise from outside. From the sound, it was Louisa's side. Damn. It couldn't be that something happened there. If the master knew that he had messed up, he would be finished. And then hurried to the window and saw a big hole blown out by explosives on the street. Several zombies were blown away below. Are Louisa and his men going to break through? What should he do? Sister Ran and the master haven't come back yet. If they really come down, should he take action? Or should he not take action? The master and Sister Ran didn't tell him. Just when Anan was struggling, he suddenly saw Louisa on the opposite side making desperate gestures to him. These people found him? What should I do? The master said that you must not let anyone discover your zombie identity. Anan hurriedly covered his face with his hands. Suddenly he remembered that he was very curious about the master's black eyes yesterday. So Sister Ran gave him a pair of beauty contact lenses. She also considerately put some rosy blush on his face. So he doesn't have to cover his face now. In the eyes of Louisa and others, he is a human. Louisa was so anxious that he wanted to die. What's wrong with this child? Why doesn't he know fear at all? There are two such scary zombies standing behind him. Can't he see? Is he stupid? Louisa said he was very tired. He had to find a way to save this child. Just now, he just looked outside as usual. He saw two zombies standing in front of the child, with their fangs and claws bared, which was terrifying. And the stupid child was still sitting there motionless. He looked like he didn't know the danger was coming. He had no choice but to throw a bomb on the street. Fortunately, the child was not dumb, but he couldn't understand his gestures. He told him to run, and then looked over in confusion, and saw that Louisa's expression was very terrified, especially when Grandpa and Grandma came towards him. His eyes widened. Run, silly child. Louisa couldn't hold it anymore. Opened the window and yelled at Anan. Anan, run? Why? Fortunately, he was an obedient person. He didn't hesitate for long and ran downstairs obediently. When the two zombies, Grandpa and Grandma, saw Anan leaving, how could they not follow their master? They also ran down with Anan. Seeing this, Louisa knew that he couldn't help but take action. He could tolerate zombies eating Liang and Ronghan's people because they were adults. As adults, they had the ability and obligation to protect themselves. But that was still a child. As a soldier, the instinct engraved in his bones made him want to jump down to save people. This is what Lin Ran and the others saw when they came over. Jiang Chen used his psychic powers to contact Anan, asked him what happened, and then stood in the middle of the street, surrounded by a large circle of zombies. Louisa hung on the window and told Anan to be careful. He would be there soon. Anan heard Jiang Chen's voice, blinked and said, "This man wants to save me. Master, he is pretty good. I am here to protect him from being caught by zombies." To save him? If he is here, Louisa will be in more danger. Jiang Chen, leave now. Anan glanced at Louisa and could only run away obediently. When Louisa saw Anan leave, he became more anxious. But there were too many zombies downstairs, and he really didn't know where to land. Fortunately, the two zombies did not follow the little boy. He should be safe for the time being. Louisa didn't know that these zombies were all ordered by Jiang Chen to stay in place. So he saw that Anan was safe. Anan made a circle and ran towards Jiang Chen and the others. "Master, Sister Lin Ran, you are back." Jiang Chen, "Yes, we are back." Anan, "Let the zombies retreat." "Okay, Master." After Anan finished speaking, he roared loudly towards the sky. Roar. The zombies around heard this order and immediately scattered from under Louisa and the others' room. Chapter 218. Let's go back to the base. "Master, they are all gone. What should we do now?" Jiang Chen, "Let them all hide in the house and don't come out again." "Got it, Master." Anan roared at the sky again. Louisa looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. In an instant, all the zombies seemed to have lost interest in them and left here. "What's going on?" Li Xiang, who had been pulling Louisa, was surprised. "Louisa, did you hear that sound just now?" "I heard it." Louisa jumped back into the house. "There are high-level zombies nearby." Li Xiang nodded. "I started to feel strange since yesterday. These zombies are a bit strange. They seem to just want to surround us and don't want to hurt us. This is not something these low-level zombies can do. It turns out that there are really high-level zombies here." "But why?" Louisa looked at the zombies leaving and shook his head. "I don't know. One thing is clear, they don't want our lives. That's easy. Let's go and look for Lin Ran, Lai Yang, Rong Han and the others. I hope Lin Ran's family is as lucky as us." Anan shook her head and said, "Sister Lin Ran, Louisa and the others have already come out of the house." Lin Ran put down the blush brush in her hand. "I know." Lin Ran looked at An's cute appearance and felt a pity in his heart. "I just touched up his makeup, and now he looks exactly like an ordinary child." Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, "Anan, do you want to go with us?" Anan tilted her head and asked, "Go together? Where to?" "To my sister's house. You will live with us in the future, and we will be your family." Hearing Lin Ran's words, Anan clapped his hands excitedly. "Great. I want to go with you. I like you. I want Grandpa Jiang to be my grandpa, and my uncle and aunt to be my parents." "That's great. Then when will we come back?" Lin Ran, "Come back? Well, I go to your place to play for a few days and then come back. I can't stay too long. I'm afraid that if I stay too long, Grandpa and the others won't be able to find me when they come back." Lin Ran touched An's hair and patiently explained to him. "Anan, after you go with us, you will live with us for a long time. My sister's family has the big villa. After living there for a while, we will return to our real home. There is a bigger yard there, with many flowers and plants. We can play with De Huang and Yuing, the little cat. There. Of course, we will accompany you. And then we won't come back. Right?" Lin Ran looked at An's innocent little face and told the truth, "Yes. And if you want to come back, you can, but you can't come back often. It's not safe here. We have to go somewhere else." "Then, sister, I can't go with you," Anan said firmly. "I have to wait for Grandpa and others here. They will definitely come back. If I leave, they can't find me. They will definitely be anxious. Sister, I don't want Grandpa and others to be anxious." And An's words made Lin Ran's heart pause. And An's grandfather and others must have loved him very much when he was alive. That's why he was so reluctant. He didn't want to go with them either. He would rather stay here and wait for them to come back silently. Although Anan was small, his attitude was very firm, and Lin Ran knew that he couldn't force it. Then Anan, you have to take good care of yourself here. We will come to see you when we have time. Anan nodded. I know. Sister, I am very powerful. I will protect myself. Louisa and the others have come out, and Lin Ran's next step is to let him find himself hiding in the room. They must say goodbye to Anan. When leaving, Lin Ran gave Anan a lot of contact lenses, eye drops, and blush. If someone comes, and he finds you, and you can't escape, you can disguise yourself as a human, Lin Ran said worriedly. Anan happily accepted the things. I know. Sister, I have learned how to disguise myself. After saying goodbye to Anan, Lin Ran and the others found an empty house and hid in it. Jiang Chen also carefully arranged a few zombies downstairs for them. The number is not too many. Not too few. And Louisa and the others can just deal with it easily. As for Rong Han, they should have rushed back with their things now. Louisa and the others first went to the street where the car accident happened. It was a horrible sight, with blood all over the ground. They searched many houses, but Rong Han and Lai Yang were not there. They didn't even see many zombies. And Louisa and the others were shouting at Rong Han and the others. The voices echoed over the town, but no one answered them. Later, Li Xiang broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that everyone except them died? Or have they left? But the cars are all here. Then where did they go? Louisa found the traces of Lin Ran and the others 2 hours later. Li Xiang saw the zombies downstairs of Lin Ran and the others, and saw Lin Ran's face on the window, and hurriedly called people to come and solve the zombies together and rescue them. Captain Liu, it's a good thing you came. Thank God. These zombies have surrounded us for more than a day. It's really scary. After Lin Ran came out, he kept thanking Louisa. Louisa's face was not very good. He nodded randomly and asked, Captain Lin, have you seen Rong Han and the others? Or Liang and the others? Lin Ran, didn't they hide in the room? When we ran out, they were gone. Louisa nodded. He knew what Lin Ran said was true. They ran later than him, and knew less information than him. Captain Liu, what happened to them? Did the two teams join forces to kill all the zombies? Louisa smiled bitterly. I hope so. But it doesn't seem to be the case. They are gone. Gone? Lin Ran pretended to be shocked and said, how could they be gone? Did they go back to the base to call for rescue? Louisa, but the car is still there. Lin Ran, then where did they go? How about we look for them again? Louisa shook his head. No need. We have searched everywhere we can find. There is nothing to see except the corpses. Liang, Xia Wanru, Ronghan, all gone. We can't do anything here. Captain Lin, let's go back to the base. There are high-level zombies here. I'm not sure what he is going to do. What is certain is that if we don't leave, we will be in danger. Let's go back and report the situation truthfully, and they will send people to rescue. Louisa still had some words to say. Xia Wanru was the apple of Xia Chenghe's eye, and she disappeared this time. He will definitely make trouble after they return. But he can handle these things. Lin Ran and the others don't need to know. Chapter 219. The extreme cold arrives. Louisa and his team have a lot of people and strength. After clearing the cars blocking the road, they open the way back. This time, Louisa and his team led the way, and Lin Ran and his team followed at the end. And they went to the base. What is different from when they came here is how spectacular their convoy was. Who would have thought that only these few cars would go back now? Lin Ran sat on the sofa, looking at the town that was constantly moving back behind him, and waved to Anan, who suddenly ran to the street to say goodbye to them. Except for Dad Lin, who was driving. The whole family stretched out the window and waved at him at this moment. He was a small person, but he also raised his little hand to wave goodbye to them. Fortunately, their car was at the end. Otherwise Louisa would definitely take Anan back if he saw it. Just now he said that he saw a child. But it was a pity that he didn't find him. I don't know if he can live well here. Lin Ran thought that he would never think that the terrible high-level zombie he mentioned was this cute child. Anan, I hope you can protect yourself and wait for your family to come back safely. After leaving the town, the road below is much easier to walk, passing by the place where the mutant bats were encountered last time. They encountered the same attack again this time. There are several fire-type mutants in Louisa's team, and they solved them in a short while. Before dark, they finally arrived at the gate of the base. Everyone in the base was surprised by their appearance. According to the original plan, they seemed to have returned a day earlier. The next step is a routine inspection. Just like when entering the base, to check if everyone has any suspicious scars from being scratched and bitten by zombies. After a simple inspection, everyone entered the base again, because they did not get any supplies on this mission. They did not need to make any explanations to the base management staff. After saying hello to Louisa and the others, Lin ran, and the others drove back. As for Louisa, Lin ran knew that it would not be so easy for them to leave. This time, such a big thing happened. Most of the people in Rong Han and Liang's team were in trouble. The two captains and Xia Wanru were both missing. As one of the team leaders, he must report to the higher-ups. And they were just one of the cannon fodder teams. Not many people paid attention to them. And she didn't want to join in the fun. When she got home, it was already dark. Rong Mei heard their voices and ran out excitedly. Master, you are back. Jiang Chen, yes, I am back. Lin Ran smiled and said, Mimi, did anything special happen during the days we were away? Rong Mei thought for a while and said, Yes, the day after you left. A few aunties wearing red armbands peeked into the yard and were severely beaten by our roses. Lin Ran smiled when she heard this. Those aunties in the neighborhood committee are really restless. After being taught a lesson this time, they probably won't dare to come again. In the evening, the family ate 10 dishes and a soup casually, washed up and went to bed. Before going to bed, Lin Ran heard her mother say that Xie Changhe had already known the news of Liang and Xia Wanru's disappearance, and was going crazy in the study. Lin Ran laughed inwardly. This is nothing. I guess Rong Han and the others have returned to the base now. If he sees the gift I gave him, he will probably go even crazier. Lin's mother said again, Ran, Xie Changhe has organized people to go to the zombie town to find people early tomorrow morning. He asked Louisa to go too, and let him lead the team. Lin Ran nodded slightly. She knew that Louisa would definitely not be able to escape. As one of the parties involved, he must go back to identify the scene. However, no matter how many people they bring, they can't find the person Xie Changhe wants to find. Fortunately, when they left, they told him what might happen. He will be fine. Lin Ran smiled and said, Let Xie Changhe toss around. It would be a murder to find that everything he did was in vain after tossing around for a long time. Rest. Everyone has worked hard these days. Lin's mother, Mom is not tired. Ran is tired. Go to bed early. Okay. Lin Ran was indeed tired. This time she went out and did something big, solving the big worries of Yilan and Xia Wanru. Next are Xie Changhe and Luo Xiangxi. Go to that community to look for it some other day. Luo Xiangxi should be nearby. In Lin Ran's impression, the extreme cold should not come so quickly. But in the middle of the night, she was awakened by Yuang's scream. Lin Ran woke up suddenly and found that the temperature around her suddenly dropped a lot. The thin quilt could no longer keep out the cold, and a layer of goose bumps appeared on her body. She opened her mouth, and the breath she exhaled formed white frost in the air. Unlike the previous life, the extreme cold came a few days earlier, and what was more terrifying was that it came at night this time. Most people were sleeping at this time. How many people would freeze to death this night? Lin Ran hurriedly found a down jacket from the space and put it on. Looking at Yuang squatting beside her and looking at her pitifully, she hurriedly took out an electric heater, connected it to the socket, and turned on the switch. Yuang, come and warm yourself by the fire. I go outside to wake everyone up. Meow. Got it. Master, you're so nice. After everything was settled here, Lin Ran hurriedly opened the door and saw Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa outside. Jiang Chen, help me knock on the door and wake everyone up. Okay. Jiang Chen couldn't feel the temperature outside, and didn't know why Lin Ran was so nervous to wake everyone up in the middle of the night. But he always listened to Lin Ran's words. With Jiang Chen's help, everyone was called up. Mother Lin came out, holding the quilt. Ran, it's so cold. What's wrong? Grandpa Jiang hugged his arms and shivered. The temperature drop is too outrageous. If Ran doesn't wake me up, I'm afraid I will freeze to death in my sleep. Lindsay wrapped the quilt and said with a sad face, Sister, is this the extreme cold you said? How did it come so quickly? Didn't you say there would be a few days? Where is the hot pack? Give it to me quickly. Lindsay knew that he was frozen to death in the extreme cold weather in his previous life. He had a psychological shadow, and wanted to wrap himself up tightly immediately. Here, Lin Ran had taken out several sets of the thickest warm clothes, down jackets, and cold-resistant shoes and socks from the space. Everyone change your clothes first. It will be colder than it is now. Okay. Except Rongmei and Jiangchen. The others took their equipment and immediately turned back to the room to change clothes. In just a moment, everyone felt cold to the core. Old Master Jiang even felt that his hands were so cold that he couldn't hold his clothes steady. Jiangchen couldn't bear to watch and went in to help him put on his clothes. Lin Ran also went in and put on his clothes. After wrapping himself in thick clothes, he didn't feel so cold immediately, but his hands were still cold when exposed to the outside. Lin Ran knew that if there was no way to keep warm, their hands would soon get frostbite. Chapter 220 Divine Comedy. Cat seemed to be very afraid of cold, and now Yueying is halfway pressed against the electric heater. Lin Ran suddenly remembered that she had a lot of pet clothes in her space. She found a few pet down jackets in the space, and she found the largest size, and put one on Yueying. Then she went out, and put one on each of the little cat and Da Huang. Da Huang is very big, and the pet down jackets in the space can no longer satisfy her. Lin Ran found an adult military coat, and put it on it. Not to mention it fits quite well. The family got dressed and gathered in the living room on the second floor again. But the temperature dropped a lot at this time. Lin's mother was afraid of cold, and Lin's father was still shivering when he hugged her. Lin Ran hurriedly took out a few electric heaters, small suns, and oil heaters from the space. She asked everyone to help find a socket to plug in, turned on the switch, and adjusted it to the highest temperature. And Lin Ran felt alive again. Mother Lin sat in the middle of several heaters, and her hands, that had just been frozen, became soft again. Mother Lin exhaled a breath of cold air and said, Ran, you said that we were so well prepared, but we were still so cold. What should we do with those people who are sleeping? Yes, what should they do? The lives of ordinary people in the end times are really cheap. Father Lin also sighed, it's too difficult to live. When we wake up tomorrow, most people in this base will be frozen to death. Lin Ran looked out the window solemnly, and snowflakes were already falling outside. Lindsay put the warm baby on his body one by one. Yes. It's a pity that we can't do anything. We can only pray for everyone's own good luck. Lin Ran looked at the little sun that kept shaking its head and said, maybe it's not that we can't do anything. At least we can wake them up. She is not so great as to save everyone, but without exposing herself, she can do such things as warning for the same kind. 5 minutes later, 2 drones with small speakers flew into the air. They flew to the distance, one south and one north, while loudly broadcasting the popular Little Apple. This night was unforgettable for everyone. They were awakened by the harsh voice of, you are my little girl, Little Apple. Outside the window, those who were awakened in their sweet dreams wanted to curse and swear at the noise maker. Suddenly they found that the temperature outside had dropped sharply. Their hands and feet were frozen. If it weren't for this sound that woke them up, they would probably have frozen to death in their sleep. After everyone figured out this fact, they were all scared and sweated. Then, they were grateful. So from today on, the song Little Apple was called a divine song by them. Later, this song even became the base song of the entire base. Compared with the base managers, this song is their savior. After releasing the drone, Lin Ran asked Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe to operate the machine. She still had to make some preparations on her side. Starting from Grandpa Zhang's bedroom, Lin Ran asked Lin's father and mother to help, and took out thick woolen mattresses, duvets, and milked down 4-piece sets from the space to replace all the thin bedding. Then a thick woolen carpet was laid on the floor, for electric heaters were plugged in around the room, all facing the bed. Then the thin curtains were replaced with the thickest and most windproof curtains. After everything was done, the room was considered tidy. Then it was Lin's father and mother's room. The operation was the same as that of Grandpa Zhang's house just now. But Lin Ran learned to be smart this time. Before entering the next room, she asked Rongmei, who was not afraid of the cold, to bring the electric heater in. Turn on the electric heater in advance. When they entered, the temperature of that room had risen. In this way, it was not so cold when they were doing things. After everyone's house was decorated, Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Lin said worriedly, Ran, we have finished upstairs. What about downstairs? The villa is comfortable to live in, but the disadvantages are obvious. That is, the space is too large, and there are drafts everywhere. Lin ran, don't worry. There is a fireplace downstairs. And I have plenty of carbon in my space. I will light the fireplace later. And the whole room will be warm. She did it as soon as she said it. Lin ran still did the same thing, asking Rongmei to move a few oil-heated small suns down to heat up the living room. Then she waited until the temperature rose to a level they could bear before Lin ran went down. Sitting by the fireplace, Lin ran took out a bag of silver thread carbon and ignited with chips from his space and placed them in the fireplace. Then he lit it with a lighter. After a while, the silver thread carbon began to turn red, and hot air came out of it. Lin ran felt alive. The villa is really too big, especially this living room. It really won't work without a few stoves. After thinking about it, Lin ran took out a few more stoves from his space. After finding the installation instructions on the pad and installing the exhaust pipe, Lin ran lit the fire again according to the previous method. However, she did not use silver charcoal for these stoves. Instead, she used smokeless coal balls. At that time, she had stored many tons of these things in her space. It was a quantity that their family could not use up in several lifetimes. Lin ran did not feel sorry for using them. The heat emitted by the coal stove was much warmer than the heat emitted by the little sun. As they all burned, the temperature of the whole villa finally rose. Lin ran rubbed her hands and finally stopped shaking. Then she led everyone to lay thick wool carpets on the first floor. After replacing the curtains with thick curtains to block the wind, Lin ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ran, it's snowing so heavily. Lin's mother pointed at the heavy snow outside the window in surprise. She looked at the heavy snow outside in a daze and said, Ran, in the last life, our family didn't have these things. How did we survive? Lin ran was stunned by Lin's mother's question. His thoughts also went back to the day of extreme cold in the last life. It was daytime that day. Fortunately, they were all awake. The temperature dropped little by little. They first put on all the warm clothes. But they were still cold. The family hugged each other tightly. When the cold was unbearable, they started to burn things to keep warm. First they burned furniture, then clothes. Later, when there was nothing to burn, the temperature dropped even more. It seemed that they were about to die. As the person with the best physique in the family, Lindsay put his clothes on them one by one. Don't worry about me. I'm in such good health. I'm not as afraid of the cold as you are. Lindsay smiled and comforted them, while coughing secretly behind their backs. In fact, he had caught a cold. But everyone was so cold that they didn't notice his abnormality. Until the coldest night, they lost him forever. Xiao Zhe. When Lin Zhe heard Lin Ran calling him, he paused and turned to look at Lin Ran. Sister, what's wrong? He answered with a thick down jacket. I think you need to wear another one. She felt relieved. Chapter 221 Coal Stove. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Lin Ran looked at the thick layer of snow on the ground and looked towards Louisa's house, which was separated from her by a wall outside the yard. Their lights were not on. I wonder if they didn't come back. But fortunately, except for them, all the other visible rooms had lights on. It seemed that everyone was awake. Lin Ran was really worried about Louisa. After thinking for a while, she asked her mother, Mom, after I went to bed yesterday, did Xie Chang'e have any problems? It seems that Louisa and the others haven't come back yet. Lin's mother said. It would be strange if they could come back. Xie Chang'e was so anxious that he wanted them to leave overnight. Louisa and the others were left there on standby at any time. Fortunately, the order from Xie Chang'e to leave was intercepted by the base commander. At that time, he was so angry that he almost smashed the flowers we planted in his room. Now it seems that Louisa and the others are lucky. If they were really driven out overnight, they would probably be in danger now. Lin's mother had a good impression of Louisa. He was a kind-hearted young man. He had the character of a soldier. It was rare that he didn't go along with those powerful people after the end of the world. Lin Ran was relieved to hear that Louisa was fine. In any case, Louisa had helped her. She appreciated his kindness. If anything happened to him, she would really feel bad. Rongmei looked at the snowflakes floating in the sky, walked over and said, Sister Ran, you all say it's cold. Where are my brother and the others now? Is he cold too? Lin Ran was stunned. She almost forgot about Rong Han. In this icy and snowy place, everyone really needs to worry. But Rong Han, he should be fine. In his previous life, he was a tough guy who went out into the world alone. Such a person will never be in trouble. Lin Ran patted Rong Mei on the shoulder. Don't worry. He should have entered the base now. You don't know your brother's strength yet. He will be fine. Rong Mei nodded obediently. Yes. Her brother is very strong. He will definitely be fine. He promised her that he would come to see her in a few days. She absolutely believed it. The base is not big, but not small either. From Area A to Area D, Jiang Chen and Lin Zhe flew south and north for a long time, transmitting the voice of Little Apple. They didn't stop until the drone ran out of power. Lin Zhe threw down the remote control, walked straight to the stove, put his hand next to the stove, and absorbed the heat. Sister, I envy brother Jiang so much now. Look at him. He is not afraid of heat or cold. This is directly the body of the invincible King Kong. Lin Ran chuckled. Then why don't you let your brother Jiang help you become like that? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Zhe with interest. Jiang Chen can joke now. But this joke is not funny to Lin Zhe at all. No. I'm just talking casually. It's really cold. Lin Ran grabbed Lin Zhe's hand and warmed him with her own hand. If you are cold, warm yourself by the fire. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Zhe was warmed by his own sister's hand, and his heart was warm. His sister is so nice. Jiang Chen was jealous, but his hands were cold all day long and needed someone to warm them up. I wonder if Ran Ran knew this. After the temperature in the living room went up, everyone realized the benefits of the coal stove. To keep warm, you still have to rely on this. And it may be that as more people use electricity in the base, the voltage has become lower. The heat from oil heaters, electric heaters, and small suns is even less. After Lin Ran wrapped herself tightly, she took Jiang Chen and Rong Mei, who were not afraid of the cold, upstairs, and installed 2 coal stoves in the living room on the 2nd floor. The only disadvantage of using this is to be careful of gas poisoning. But as long as the ventilation duct is installed, there will be no hidden dangers. After packing up, Lin Ran took out the anthracite and sawdust and prepared to use a lighter to light the fire. But before Lin Ran could light the lighter, Lin's father downstairs suddenly said, Ran, wait. Let Dad come. Her father wants to light a lighter? Okay. Lin Ran put down the lighter without knowing why and waited for his father to come and light the fire. But when he ran up, he was not interested in the lighter. Instead, he opened his mouth and blew a mouthful of fire into the stove. This fire directly burned the black carbon into a bright red color. Ran. We were so cold just now that our brains were crazy. Lin's father laughed. I asked you to light a few stoves downstairs with this primitive method. I forgot that someone in our family has fire abilities. Hearing his father say this, Lin Ran also laughed. Yes. How could he forget that there is a fire ability user in the family? In addition to Lin's father, Jiang Chen and De Huang can spit out a mouthful of fire. Why did he forget to use it? In the final analysis, the shadow cast by the extreme cold was too great. Xiuza died of extreme cold in his previous life. When everyone saw this, they were naturally on high alert. There was no room for error. They even forgot about these things. In the future, they had to be more cautious. The 2nd floor soon became warm. After it became warm, Lin Ran turned off all the useless electrical appliances. The base is now short of resources. She would not compete with ordinary people for resources. Wang saw that the living room on the 2nd floor had become warm, so she decisively abandoned the electric heater in Lin Ran's room, ran to the living room, huddled together with De Huang and the little cat, leaned against the stove and warmed herself, and fell asleep again. From this, Lin Ran knew that Wang was disgusted with the coldness of her bedroom. After thinking about it, she installed stoves in several bedrooms, carefully set up the ventilation ducts, and take measures to prevent gas. Lin Ran asked Jiang Chen to light the coal stove. When the coal stoves in these bedrooms were also burning, the whole villa was warm. At this time, a ray of white light appeared in the sky. I don't know if it was the light of the snow or the sky was really bright. I looked at the time. 5:15. It was really bright. The unbearable night will soon pass. I don't know how many people had trouble sleeping this night. And all this is just the beginning. The temperature will be even lower later. Grandpa Jiang, Mom and Dad, Xiuza, the room is warm. You all come up and rest for a while. The situation outside is unclear, and now it seems that all they can do is to sleep well. Everyone heard the words. wrapped up their down jackets, and went upstairs. Although the coal stove is burning now, but the room is still cold. They didn't dare to take off their clothes casually. Fortunately, there are 2 people in the house who don't need to sleep. Lin Ran took out a basket downstairs and upstairs and filled it with coal balls. Instruct Rong Mei and Jiang Chen to pay attention to the fire at any time, and add coal balls in time if they find that the fire is small. After Jiang Chen and Rong Mei both nodded in agreement, Lin Ran returned to the house with peace of mind. As for the 3 little ones, no one loves them now. The 3 of them huddled together, sleeping on the soft woolen mat, leaning against the big coal stove in the living room on the 2nd floor. They slept warmly. Lin Ran smiled when she saw this scene, although she was a little uncomfortable without Yueing. But she couldn't be a tyrannical master. Let it sleep wherever it likes. Chapter 222. Let's eat hot pot. Lin Ran entered the house, took off her coat, and wrapped herself tightly in the milk-down duvet. Even though she was very fast, a chill still invaded her body. She shivered involuntarily. What a mistake. Why did she forget the artifact just now? As expected, just as Lin's father said, her brain was out of control. It's time to take out the electric blanket and plug it in. Thinking of the winter in previous years, plugging the electric blanket in advance before going to bed. And when she went to bed, the whole quilt was warm. How comfortable it was. Thinking of this, Lin Ran did it immediately. She put on her down jacket again with hesitation. Lin Ran took out a few 2-meter electric blankets from the space, then called Jiang Chen over to help her spread it. Knocked on the door one by one and spread it for Lin's mother, Zhang's grandfather, Lin Zai and others. After doing all this, she went to sleep again with peace of mind. Lying back on the bed, Lin Ran felt that the cold bed had become a little warmer. She didn't fall asleep either, emptying herself and thinking about the memories of her previous life. As for Jihan, except for the tragedy of Shuza, she didn't have a deep impression of other things. It was probably because when people are in great pain, they will deliberately avoid the painful memories. That's why she has so few memories of Jihan. Thinking about some messy things again, Lin Ran was extremely sleepy. She turned the electric blanket to a low temperature, turned over and fell asleep. This time, Lin Ran slept until noon before getting up. After waking up, the temperature in the room was obviously a little low. Lin Ran woke up suddenly, and jumped onto the carpet without putting on her coat and wrapped in the quilt. When she opened the stove, she saw that there were only a few cold balls in it. If it burned out, she would probably be frozen to death. Lin Ran hurriedly added some more cold balls to the coal stove. After doing all this, she didn't care about the cold. She put on her down jacket, hat, and gloves and walked out of the bedroom. The temperature in the living room was much higher than in her room. It seemed that Jiang Chen took good care of the coal stove. Lin Ran felt that she could do without a hat. Jiang Chen saw her coming out and said with a smile, "Ran Ran? Good afternoon." Lin Ran felt a little embarrassed by the sincere Jiang Chen. It was indeed a bit too much to sleep until noon. However, what else could she do in such weather without sleeping? When she asked, except for herself, no one else woke up. She was afraid that they would encounter the same situation as herself, and they would not know that the stove was out, and it would be bad if they caught a cold. Lin Ran did not bother to disturb them, and knocked on the door one by one. Lin Zai slept the deepest, and the coal stove in his room was indeed like hers, and it was about to burn out. While helping him add coal balls to the coal stove, Lin Ran told him to get up quickly and go to the living room to warm up by the fire. Grandpa Zhang's room was in the same situation as Lin Zai's. After Jiang Chen pulled the old man out, he also hurriedly added coal balls inside. Only the stove of Lin's father and mother was fine. After asking, I found out that Lin's father, who loved his wife dearly, got up twice in the middle of the night to add coal balls. He was afraid that his mother, who was afraid of the cold, would be frozen. Lin Ran was relieved, and felt that she and Shiuza were picked up. How come Lin's father knew that there was a risk of the stove going out, but he didn't come to remind them? Alas, there is not much fatherly love. The outside is now surrounded by white snow, and the heavy snow is still floating in the air, accompanied by a scary strong wind. I don't know when it will stop. Lin's father held a thermos cup, which was filled with red wolfberries and dates. In this weather, he is not afraid of getting angry at all. While sipping red date and wolfberry tea, he sighed, "This is really the end of the world. Look at how cold it is outside." I don't know how many degrees it is. Hearing this, Lin Ran took out a thermometer from the space and put it in the room. It was marked with 2 degrees above zero. There were so many coal stoves on, and it was only 2 degrees. They couldn't imagine how cold it was outside. Lin's father, who was very curious, wanted to put a thermometer outside. As a result, he walked to the window and couldn't stand it as soon as he opened the window. This outdoor temperature is not something humans can bear. If you stretch your hand out, you will get frostbite. He quickly put away his curiosity, closed the window, and ran to the stove. Dad is not curious anymore. It's better to stay indoors. In this kind of weather, nothing can be done. Sure enough, Lin's mother laughed and said, Xie Chenghe is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. The wind and snow are too strong to go out. And he is going crazy. It's what he deserves. Let Xie Chenghe be anxious. If they can't go out, Louisa and the others are safe. They are now at the base, where there are abundant supplies, and it may be safer than at home. After listening to Lin's mother share the latest news, Lin Ran felt a little hungry. I got up too late, so I don't need to eat breakfast. Let's go straight to lunch. How can we not eat a refreshing hot pot in such cold weather? The coal stove is the best prop. Lin Ran found a red pot that was directly brought back from the hot pot restaurant with ingredients and pots in the space, and put it on the coal stove. Then add the clear spiritual spring water. While the bottom of the pot is not hot, pour cold pot powder and cold pot duck blood into it. Then take out all the dishes to be eaten later. Everyone must have a portion of tripe. Whether it is white steamed 1,000-layer tripe or green original fresh tripe, everyone has a portion. 1,000-thread yellow throat is also a must. Duck intestines and goose intestines are everyone's favorites. Braised tiger skin chicken feet, pig trotters, taro, pig intestines, and steamed knots are also taken out in 2 portions. Then, everyone's favorite fresh bean curd, fried bean curd, rocket squid, konjac skin, internet famous crab sticks, spicy beef, enoki mushroom beef, freshly cut lamb, cuttlefish, mullet, cod, kelp head, gluten, and fresh bamboo shoots were served. After the dishes were almost served, Lin Ran took out various hot pot ingredients from the space. Coriander, chopped green onion, minced garlic, chili pepper, shiitake mushroom, sesame, Sichuan pepper, peanuts, oyster sauce, sesame paste, chili powder, sesame oil, balsamic vinegar. These bowls of ingredients are in line with the flavors of the North and South, and everyone can adjust them according to their own preferences. Of course, if you want, you can adjust 1 bowl of ingredients with 2 flavors. Lin Zhe adjusted 2, threatening to eat both bowls at once. Lin Ran is not like Lin Zhe. She only loves the bowl of ingredients with coriander oil sauce. But she does not reject the sesame paste from the North. So, she adjusted both bowls of ingredients. Anyway, there will be mutton later, and she wants to eat it with sesame paste. Who wouldn't be confused by the fragrance of the tender mutton wrapped in sesame paste? After the ingredients were mixed, they sat neatly by the stove with chopsticks. The bottom of the pot finally simmered. Lin Ran picked up the chopsticks, knowing that the cold pot noodles inside must have been cooked. Everyone, eat quickly. The vermicelli is ready. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Ran picked up a chopstick of crystal clear sweet potato noodles, mixed with coriander oil sauce. She took a bite. It's really cooked. Chapter 223 Louisa's Plan. When everyone saw Lin Ran like this, they all picked up their bowls and chopsticks to eat. The chewy vermicelli slid into the stomach with a hot and spicy taste. The chill that I had just brought up when I got up was instantly washed away by the heat of the hot pot. As expected, winter and hot pot are the best match. After eating the vermicelli, everyone ate whatever they wanted. Dad Lin is a meat lover. He picked up the plate and poured all kinds of beef, mutton, braised chicken feet, braised pig's trotters, braised spare ribs, taro, pig intestines, and meajizi into the hot pot. Lin Ran loves to eat tripe. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a large piece of tripe and put it in the hot pot where it was bubbling the most. Lin Zhe's speed was faster than others. He picked up a large chopstick of goose intestines and put them in. The goose intestine noodles are the most delicious when dipped in chili noodles. Lin Zhe smacked his lips and said, "By the way, sister, can we have some egg fried rice? This fragrant and spicy hot pot is the soul of the dish, when it is served with egg fried rice. Lin Ran gave Lin Zhe a thumbs up. This suggestion is good. Egg fried rice is the soul. How could she forget this? Lin Ran hurriedly took out a large pot of egg fried rice from the space. When she put it in, the chef had just finished frying it. It was still steaming when she took it out. Jiang Chen stood up and served everyone a bowl of rice. Lin Ran took it in her hand and put the tripe on top of the egg fried rice. A mouthful of egg fried rice and a mouthful of tripe tasted so delicious. At this time, the meat dishes that Lin's father prepared were almost done. The first to cook were the tender beef and mutton. Lin Ran picked up a large piece of beef with a chopstick without hesitation. This time, it was not covered on the rice, but wrapped in the bowl of ingredients. The taste of beef is accompanied by rich condiments, and the taste is extremely delicious. Then, there are the braised meats of various colors. They are braised and cooked in the red soup pot. After the spicy taste of the hot pot is cooked, they can be eaten immediately. Lin Ran's favorite is the braised chicken feet and braised pig's trotters cooked here. They are soft and sticky in the mouth, making people unable to stop. Mr. Jiang also particularly likes these dishes. They melt in the mouth and are perfect for him. The temperature in the room is getting hotter and hotter because of the hot pot. Everyone's face and body have long lost traces of hot sweat. After eating, Lin Zhe even regretted it. If he had known to eat this, he should not have put so many hot packs on himself. It's a bit wasteful. Louise's life is not as good as Lin Ran's. After reporting to the administrator yesterday, Xie Chenghe rushed over like crazy. Grabbing his collar, he asked why Xie Wanru didn't come back. The vicious look on his face made people who didn't know think that he had killed Xie Wanru. He also wanted to know why Xie Wanru didn't come back. But he was not Xie Wanru's captain. Nor was he the person in charge of this mission. Even if Xie Chenghe wanted to ask him for punishment, he couldn't ask him. If it weren't for his love for his daughter, Louise really wanted to beat him up. Wake up this mad dog. Fortunately, after a while of madness, he finally woke up. It was just that he kept calling Ronghan's name, which made people feel uncomfortable, because the tone and expression didn't seem like he was treating his subordinates. On the contrary, it was like the enemy who killed his parents. Louisa couldn't help but wonder, what happened between Ronghan and Xie Chenghe? Is there any hidden reason for their disappearance this time? Xie Chenghe mobilized many people to participate in the rescue, and everyone didn't want to go at first. So many people were lost in the zombie town this time. It's too ominous. Even the best teams in the base had problems there, so they really didn't dare to go. Then Xie Chenghe offered a generous reward. So generous that many people couldn't refuse. So generous that as long as this mission was successful, they would have no worries about food and drink even if they didn't leave the base for the rest of their lives. So, at night, almost half of the teams in the base signed up. Xie Chenghe saw that the people had almost gathered and wanted them to set off overnight. As someone who had been to the zombie town, Louisa naturally had to lead the way. But the situation was unclear at night, and the road was not peaceful. Louisa was unwilling to set off at this time. He didn't want to ignore these people's lives for Xie Wanru and the others. Xie Chenghe was almost mad when he saw that he didn't set off. He threatened not to use him and take people there himself. Fortunately, in the end, the base commander sent someone to stop Xie Chenghe's crazy behavior. Since they were not leaving at night, Louisa had to set off again. Xie Chenghe didn't let them go back, and asked them to be on standby at any time, and arranged dormitories for their team members in the base office hall. A group of people were lying on the bunk beds in the base, and were woken up in the middle of the night by the extremely unpleasant noise of Little Apple. Only then did they realize that the temperature around them had dropped to an abnormally low level. Louisa looked at the heavy snow outside, and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, they did not set out overnight. Otherwise it would be all over. He and his men forced the duty officer in the base office hall to open the warehouse and take out the spare bedding and winter clothes. This saved everyone from freezing to death. But the wind and snow outside were too strong, and Louisa knew that he could not go out now. With such heavy snow, he would never go back to the zombie town again, even if Xie Chenghe forced him again. Because in addition to Ronghan and the others, there are more things he needs to worry about here. First of all, he has to find the whereabouts of Wu Zhiqing. Where they went is what he needs to pay most attention to at the moment. Although the wind and snow outside are too strong to go home, it is also a good thing for him, because it means that others can't come here. He looked at the duty officer squatting in the corner and shivering, knowing that this place now belongs to him. Most of the secrets of the base are hidden here. And now he wants to dig them all out. First of all, he wanted to know what the most mysterious base leader in this base was doing. After eating hot pot, the wind and snow outside not only did not stop, but also blew more violently. Lin Ran tightened her clothes and thought of the situation in her previous life. Such heavy snow lasted for 3 whole days before it stopped. Sister, don't go to the window. Come in quickly. Lin Zhe was like a frightened bird now. He was afraid of catching a cold himself and others. So he would never participate in washing dishes. Because the kitchen was too cold. He was afraid of catching a cold. Fortunately, there were 2 people in the family who were not afraid of the cold. Jiangchen and Rongmei took care of the washing dishes. They even went out to shovel snow in the yard, so as not to crush Lin Ma's flowers and plants. After eating, everyone felt a little drowsy. But it didn't seem good to sleep right after eating. But if you don't sleep, it's so cold. And you can't do anything. Everyone was so cold that they didn't even want to absorb the crystal core. Seeing everyone like this, Lin Ran suddenly thought of a great idea. How about everyone go into my space to digest the food? Chapter 224 A warm space like spring. Lin Ran's space is like spring all year round, which is really a good place to spend the winter. Everyone became interested when they heard this suggestion. Lin Ran took everyone's hands and entered the space. She brought the 3 little ones in as well. Seeing them shivering at home, Lin Ran felt very uncomfortable. As soon as they entered the space, everyone felt something was wrong. It was too hot here. Lin Zhe didn't care about his image and started to take off his clothes layer by layer. Others also took off their clothes. Anyway, there were still clothes inside, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Lin Ran took off her coat, and it was really indecent to see everyone like this. It seemed that there were several mobile fitting rooms from shopping malls in the space. She searched with her mind and found them inside. She found the mobile fitting room and found a set of thin sportswear for each of them, which solved everyone's urgent need. The 3 little ones didn't have so many concerns. After entering, Wei Ying, who had a bad temper, didn't wait for her to help take off her clothes. With one bite, he tore a big hole in the clothes. And then, he was free. De Huang was wearing a military coat, and he jumped around in the space for a while. And then the clothes were taken off. The little cat was the most obedient. It seemed to know how to cherish things, and it endured not to move. It was Jiang Chen who went over to help it take off. In this comparison, it seemed that only her Yue Ying was a prodigal. Lin Ran shook her head helplessly. Fortunately, there were many pet clothes in the space, and this family could still bear it. After changing into thin clothes, Mr. Jiang couldn't wait to run to the wheat field to see the new plots he had opened a few days ago. Others also followed with a smile. Mr. Jiang looked at the tall wheat seedlings and smiled. Inan, don't worry. Look at this piece of land we have made. It will soon produce wheat ears. His tone was full of smiles and joy for the upcoming harvest. What a great place. Ran, this is a great place. Grandpa Jiang came over and said to Lin Ran with envy. Jiang Chen looked at his grandfather and said, Grandpa, we actually have a space, which is the Buddhist beads you gave me. But we can't go into farm. Grandpa Jiang sighed and said, What do you mean you can't farm? That string of Buddhist beads is just a place to store things. How can it compare with Ran's? I still like this place. It would be great if there was no time limit here. I can farm in this land until the end of time. Ran, get the harvester out for me. I'm going to harvest that land. Grandpa Jiang pointed to a piece of golden rice and said. Lin Ran nodded with a smile and got the harvester out for him. It seems that Grandpa Jiang really loves farming. Mother Lin picked a full ear of rice and said, Ran, we haven't eaten the rice we grew ourselves yet. How about we beat some out today? Lin Ran's eyes lit up when she heard this. Sure. They have eaten vegetables and fruits grown in this space. But they have not eaten wheat and rice grown by themselves. Anyway, there is nothing to do today. So just process them and go back to taste the fruits of their own labor. Do it as soon as you say it. Wheat is easy to deal with. There are a lot of wheat grains harvested a few days ago piled up in the space. And now they are dried. Lin Ran's space basically has all kinds of agricultural machinery. She took out the mill, flour purifier, bran thresher, and flour loosening machine and installed them according to the instructions. Then connected the diesel generator, put the wheat grains in it, pressed the switch, and the machine started to turn. And soon the white flour was beaten out. Wheat bran also came out with the flour. Don't waste this. You can feed the pigs. Dad Lin nodded, yes. Pigs love to eat this. He used to be a farmer's son, and he had seen and used these things. Naturally, he had more say than Lin Ran and the others. When Lin Ran heard her parents talking about pigs, she wanted to go to her ranch to take a look. They had just been locked up for a short time, and she didn't know if they had adapted. Lin Ran asked Lin Zhe and Rong Mei to help her parents, and took out the sheller from the space and asked them to shell the rice. After arranging this, she headed for the ranch. The fragrance of fruits and melons filled the air along the way. These fruits grew very fast in the space. Not long after they were picked, another batch of them matured. Lin Ran picked a bunch of ripe yellow bananas while walking, and walked towards the ranch while eating. In the ranch, the mutant rabbits ate grass quietly. Lin Ran found that the grass here was clean no matter how clean the rabbits ate the day before. The next day, they will grow neatly again. The feces excreted by the rabbits is the best nutrient for the ranch. In short, the whole ranch was free of dirt on the second day, and the grass grew much more lushly than the day before. Such a sensible ranch. I don't know how much worry Lin Ran saved, even if she didn't come in to visit her little animals for 10 days or half a month. They would be fine. Lin Ran noticed that the rabbits were very adaptable to the environment of the ranch. They had already given birth to 5 or 6 litters of little rabbits. As for the chickens, ducks and geese, they could produce eggs steadily every day. Eggs were the most, while geese had the least but were the largest. However, raising chickens, ducks and geese was more troublesome than raising rabbits. They had to be fed with food every day. They also had to come in regularly to collect eggs. Then they looked at the cattle, sheep and pigs they had just caught. The cattle were eating grass in the cowshed, their tails swaying, and they were not afraid of people coming. They had obviously adapted to this place. The sheep had also adapted well. There was enough grass in the ranch, and the environment was much better than before. They lowered their heads and ate grass, and bleated twice when they saw Lin Ran coming over. The pigsty didn't look as good as the previous one. First of all, the environment was not good. These pigs were too greedy, and the grass on the ground had been eaten clean. Now they were full and lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Fortunately, the ranch had a good self-cleaning function, so these guys didn't emit any bad smell. Lin Ran threw a banana to a little fat pig, and the little fat pig moved its nose and swallowed the banana in one bite. After eating, it looked at Lin Ran with its big eyes. Lin Ran smiled and threw all the banana bunches on her shoulders into them. Then, the little fat pigs didn't sleep anymore, and all stood up to grab the bananas to eat. Lin Ran was very happy to see that they had a good appetite. With these foodies, she had a place to deal with the extra fruits and vegetables in her space. On this side, Lin Ran and the others lived a good life in the space like a paradise. Luo Xiangxi was tied under Luo Xingxing's eyes and starved and cold. She stared at the bedroom door with a pair of watery fox eyes. Suddenly, the door lock on the bedroom moved. Luo Xiangxi's eyes lit up, and she looked at the person who came with him, brother-in-law. I knew you would come to save me. Shh. Keep your voice down. Xingxing just went to take a nap. Zhuzhen said cautiously. I know. Luo Xiangxi whispered. I know I'm making things difficult for you, brother-in-law, but as long as you can send me away, I promise I will never appear in front of Xingxing again. Luo Xiangxi whispered the words that men like to hear, while trying to get close to Zhuzhen. But she was thinking in her heart, where to get such a third-level superpower. This trip was not a loss for her. Chapter 225. A gift delivered to the door. Zhuzhen was wearing a thick cotton coat, but he still felt shivering. But the place where Luo Xiangxi was touching was terribly hot. He coughed lightly and moved aside. Luo Xiangxi's little face suddenly became aggrieved. Brother-in-law, do you look down on me like Xingxing and think I am a vixen? No. How could I look down on you? Zhuzhen hurriedly explained with a red face. He has never been good at dealing with women. Originally, he was angry with Luo Xingxing last time, and he made up his mind and hardened his heart not to care about the mess between her and her sister. He is a man, and he is not cool to go out and conquer the world. He suffers from her cowardice all day. But it would be nice if he could let go of a woman so easily. He was doing a task outside and came back to collect points. He always thought about whether she would have nothing to eat. She lived there alone. Would she be hungry? Would she be bullied? So he came back again. It turned out that he was right to come back. Xingxing was very happy to see him back. Her face was shining. This had never happened before. Although she had tried to show that she loved him, it had never been like this. She became more dependent on him. Except for one thing. She was still the same to her sister Luo Xiangxi. He really couldn't understand why Xingxing was so cruel to her sister. She didn't allow him to ask, let alone allow him to intervene. She was locked up here alone. But Luo Xiangxi was a weak woman. And she had been locked up here in such a cold weather. What if she got hurt? He looked at Xingxing, and didn't really want Luo Xiangxi's life. So why bother himself? What if he accidentally tortured her to death, and she regretted it? Thinking of this, Zhu Jin couldn't help but want to meddle in other people's business. Seeing Luo Xiangxi's aggrieved face, Zhu Jin hurriedly told her his plan. It's snowing too much these days. I promise to send you away as soon as the wind and snow outside subside. You and Xingxing are sisters. And I don't want to see you sisters killing each other. Thank you, brother-in-law. I knew Xingxing had a good eye and you were a good person. Luo Xiangxi blinked her eyes to cover the calculating light inside. Then she would wait, and let this idiot live a few more days. The wind and snow outside finally stopped slowly on the third day. Xie Changhe looked at the snow outside with red eyes and roared, "Great! The thief god finally stopped snowing. My wonder father will send someone to rescue you immediately." He turned his head and looked at the fat housekeeper. "I don't care what method you use. You must drive the car out for me today, and help me call for help." The fat housekeeper was wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket, and had a sad face. "Deputy Base Commander, the snow on the road is too heavy, and our car has no anti-skid measures. If we go out, something will happen. And even if the snow stops, this sudden drop in temperature will definitely cause a lot of. Someone is in trouble. Can we really persuade them to go out with us to look for someone?" Xie Changhe smashed the cup on the desk and sneered. "Don't say these nonsense to me. What's the fear of not finding someone? Just give them enough rewards. There must be brave men under a big reward. I don't believe that no one will go. For example, if I ask you to drive to find someone and you don't go, whoever is willing to go in this house now, I will let him be your housekeeper. I will definitely have many people willing to go." As soon as Xie Changhe said this, the fat housekeeper shuddered immediately. I don't know if it was because of the cold or because he was scared. He hurriedly said, "Deputy Base Commander, I didn't say I didn't want to go. It's just driving out to find someone. I go now." The fat housekeeper left Xie Changhe's study after he finished speaking. But when he walked out, he regretted it. Isn't it courting death to go out in such heavy snow? But if he didn't go, according to that person's temper, he wouldn't survive. Oh, let's give it a try. He took out the wine that the chores couple gave him a long time ago and drank it hard. Comfortable. It's just too little. It would be nice if they were still here. They could give me some good things from time to time. The fat butler didn't know if he would have it tomorrow, so he didn't save money this time. He drank half a bottle of wine in a few gulps. After drinking, he bravely opened the door. The snow outside immediately poured in. Butler was shuddered immediately, and the little heat that had just been coaxed by the alcohol was instantly taken away. He felt the chill penetrate his body. His hands and feet were frozen in an instant. The fat butler felt that it was not good and wanted to go back and put on more clothes. He lowered his head and wanted to close the door again. Unexpectedly, he saw that in addition to the snow, there were two black things that just poured in. No, one of them was not black, but golden yellow. Butler Wu bent down and studied these two strange things. Then he saw a pair of eyes staring at him from the golden mass. He shuddered with fear and yelled, "Help! Ghost!" Xie Changhe lay on the desk, pressing his aching head. He hadn't slept for a few days, and with the temperature dropping, he seemed to have caught a cold. But how could he dare to rest when his daughter hadn't been found for a day? What happened in the zombie town? Did they attack Ronghan? Ronghan, that kid, shouldn't be a match for Wanru and Liang. What went wrong? Why did Louisa come back safely, but Wanru and Liang didn't? Ronghan, what the hell did you do? Xie Changhe had a splitting headache, and suddenly heard a commotion outside. He was furious. What's the noise outside? Push the people who are making noise out to freeze to death. Xie Changhe's roar was interrupted by the sound of the door being pushed open. Bang! The fat butler almost fell into the study. He was in such a mess that he seemed to have lost his soul. Xie Changhe looked at his useless subordinate with disdain, narrowed his eyes dangerously, and said, "Butler Wu, you'd better give me an explanation. It's okay if you don't want to go out. There are many people who are willing to go out. Butler Wu shook his head frantically. Deputy Base Commander. No. No. What is it? It's the lady. And Captain Liang. They. What happened to them? Xie Changhe sat up from the chair suddenly, and stepped in front of the fat butler. The fat butler whispered they were sent back. What? Wanru and the others are back. Who sent them back? Xie Changhe ran out excitedly. But he didn't see anyone in the living room. He hurriedly looked at the door again. Just this one look. Almost killed him. At the door of his villa, there were two round things. Maybe it was because it was too cold. They were covered with frost. But Xie Changhe recognized them at a glance. One of them was the head of his daughter Xie Wanru. The other one with yellow hair was Liang. They were killed. And they were sent to his door. Wanru. Liang. A heart-wrenching voice resounded over the villa. Not far from the villa, a figure stood there. Hearing this, he raised the corners of his mouth happily. Xie Changhe, do you like our gift? You finally feel the pain. Chapter 226. The blizzard stopped. Rong Han. I'm going to kill you. Ah. The sound of a hound barking in hell reached Rong Han's ears again. He laughed even more happily. Xie Changhe, it seems that you are not stupid. You can see that it is a gift from me. I wait for you here. Let's see whether you kill me first, or I kill you first. During this period, no matter how icy and snowy it was outside, Lin Ran's family lived very comfortably. The base lost power the day after the extreme cold began. Lin Ran knew that this power outage would make life more difficult for people outside. It would be impossible to restore power supply in a short time for such a big blizzard. Fortunately, they used coal stoves for heating, and they could spend 5 hours of comfortable time in the space every day. They were well prepared and had enough supplies. Even if the temperature outside dropped to more than -50 degrees, it would not affect them at all. Yes. Jiang Chen went out to measure it in the morning. The outdoor temperature had reached -58 degrees. This is how it is classified in meteorology. Below -40 degrees Celsius is extreme cold. What is the concept? Lin Ran remembered that a popular science writer once said that. For example, you spit while walking on the street. Before it hits the ground, it has already frozen in the air. In fact, in some places, such as Norilsk in Russia, the temperature is more than -50 degrees Celsius for a period of time every year. At that time, people would not go out unless it was important. And they have heating all year round, so they live very comfortably at home. Even if they go out, they will wear enough warm clothes to prevent themselves from frostbite. But the people in the base, or ordinary people after the end of the world, first, there is no heating equipment. And second, there are not enough winter clothes. Frozen to death and frostbite are common. Fortunately, the blizzard finally stopped after 3 days. At this time, someone also came to visit their home. When Rong Han came, Lin Ran was preparing to absorb the crystal core from Xiaoyu. She was very interested in Xiaoyu's dark ability, and she also had a rare space ability. Lin Ran now feels more and more the benefits of space ability. The whole family can stay in there for 5 hours every day. If it keeps upgrading, it means that everyone can stay in there longer and longer every day. Then if they encounter any terrible emergencies, their whole family can temporarily hide in the space. But before Lin Ran was ready, Lin's mother came and knocked on her door. Ran, Rong Mei's brother is here. Lin Ran looked at the white snow outside and had to praise Rong Han. He was really great. He dared to go out on such a cold day. He probably worried about his sister. Lin Ran nodded. Lin's mother told the mutant trees outside to let Rong Han in. Lin's mother's mutant trees have now been upgraded to level 3. And their vitality is very tenacious. Even if it was so cold outside, they only lost all their leaves. But it didn't hurt them at all. The first thing Rong Han did when he entered the door was to give Lin Ran, who opened the door for him, a big bag of clothes. This is... Lin Ran looked at Rong Han puzzled. Rong Han said, there are winter clothes inside. The temperature has dropped ridiculously in the past few days. You should put them on quickly. Just as Rong Han finished speaking, he suddenly realized that Lin Ran was wearing quite a lot of clothes. And it was a thin and warm down jacket. And this house was too warm. There was a fireplace with a fire burning in the living room. And several coal stoves. The floor was even covered with furry carpets. No matter how you look at this family, they don't look like people without clothes to wear. Compared to this, his bag of clothes seemed a bit shabby. Rong Han subconsciously took the clothes from Lin Ran again. You don't seem to need it very much. I was abrupt. Lin Ran laughed out loud. She seemed to have never seen Roan Han so embarrassed. It seems that you have been doing well these days. I was worried that you would freeze to death. Roan Han smiled bitterly and said, I almost froze to death. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Brother, you are finally here. Roan Han had not finished speaking when Roan Mei heard his voice and ran out of the house. Roan Han patted his sister on the back and said, Brother is here. Mimi, have you been well these days? Good. Roan Mei nodded and counted the good days of the past few days. She ate well, slept well, and played well. There was hot pot, French fries, and barbecue every day. And life was so comfortable. Roan Han looked at Lin Ran with gratitude. He knew that this family was not simple. But he didn't expect them to be so capable. People who can live so well in the end times are definitely not ordinary people. He was grateful for Lin Ran's kindness to his sister. And he also abided by the principle of not asking. He listened to Roan Mei quietly and didn't ask much. By the way, brother, what are you doing? Roan Han said, Mimi, brother is avenging you. I will not let go of any of those who harmed you. Roan Mei nodded and said nothing. Lin Ran then asked, Did you give the gift to Xie Changhe? Roan Han chuckled, I gave it to him. And he was very satisfied. In fact, he was very satisfied with Xie Changhe's reaction. Lin Ran and Roan Han smiled at each other. Then where have you been hiding during this period? Do you need help? Lin Ran asked again. Roan Han shook his head, No. We have enough. We lived in District D during this period. The living environment of people in District D is too poor. When the extreme cold came, everyone was about to freeze to death. And we led them to capture the camp of the administrator of District D. By the way, we also captured their 2 warehouses. There is food, drink and clothing in it. And everyone is living well now. Lin Ran didn't expect Roan Han to be so powerful. He actually led the people in District D to revolt. This coincided with the activities they planned at the time. Lin Ran said, What do you need to do next? Roan Han said, Next, I will kill Xie Changhe first. And then find out the news about the base commander. Okay. Lin Ran smiled. Roan Han is a good teammate. And he is quick to do things. If you need help, call me anytime. I am willing to trouble them. Roan Han nodded, Okay. I plan to find someone first. And when I have made a plan, I will come to you. Lin Ran, then it's settled. When Roan Han left, Lin Ran not only returned the clothes to him, but also brought him a bag of things. Most of them were medicine. Roan Han said that many children in District D were sick. Lin Ran gave him some medicine. At this time, within his ability, he could help everyone as much as he could. After sending Roan Han out, Lin Ran hurriedly closed the door. It's too cold outside. I forgot to ask just now. And I don't know how Roan Han will go back. Is he walking back? Walking outside in such cold weather is really courageous. As Lin Ran said, Luo Xingxing is another person who has the courage to walk outside in such weather. When she woke up, she was devastated to find that Luo Xiangxi and Zhu Jun were gone. Chapter 227 Terrible Dark Power. She knew she shouldn't trust a dead man. She should have known that trusting a man would not end well. She thought Zhu Jun was a good man, the only warmth in her last days. But he ran away with Luo Xiangxi. He ran away with the woman she hated the most. Haha. It's ridiculous. She shouldn't have looked for candy in the broken glass. Luo Xingxing was dazed on the street. The street was cold. And her heart was even colder. She didn't know where her future was. Revenge? But Luo Xiangxi disappeared. Even her own man was gone. She really couldn't compare to Luo Xiangxi in anything. Whether it was cruel or mean. She had caught her. But she didn't have the heart to kill her. And then she forced herself into this state. Sure enough. People with 2 soft hearts deserve to die the most. She deserves to die. She deserves to die the most. Suddenly, Luo Xingxing was blown by a gust of wind. And she sneezed loudly. She realized that she was in a hurry to go out, and didn't wear a piece of clothing. The sudden chill made Luo Xingxing wrap herself tightly. At this moment, she strongly realized that she didn't want to die. Yes. She was never the one who deserved to die. What did she do wrong? Those who harmed her and betrayed her are still alive. How could she die? She must live well, and work hard to upgrade. Then avenge herself. After thinking it through, Luo Xingxing stopped struggling, hugged her thin body, and ran towards home. As a result, she didn't feel it just now, But now she is awake. She felt cold all over, and her hands and feet were frozen stiff and unconscious. Then she fainted in the snow. As soon as Ronghan left, Lin Ran continued what she had just done. The next step is to face the base commander and Xie Changhe directly. She must absorb the crystal core well and improve her ability. She never fights an unprepared battle. Not to mention that her whole family is around her now. She has to deal with it well. Holding Qiao Yu's crystal core tightly in her palm, Lin Ran began to upgrade. In her previous life, she had seen Dark-type superpowers, but she had never obtained a Dark-type crystal core. Lin Ran didn't know that the power of the crystal core of this Dark-type superpower was so great. Almost at the moment of absorbing, the illusion appeared in her mind. For the first time, she had such complicated thoughts in her mind when upgrading. She saw what happened in her previous life again. Those who suffered alone in the end of the world, those who hurt her, all wanted to drag her into the darkness. She saw Yi Lan again. He held the cute Luo Xiangxi in his arms and taunted himself. Lin Ran, do you think this base is still yours? Do you think I must have you? You are of no use to me now. Go to hell. Luo Xiangxi nestled in Yi Lan's arms and smiled at her contemptuously, stretched out her hand and dragged her into the darkness. Ah! Lin Ran almost bit her teeth in hatred. She bit her lips tightly to wake herself up. Can't go crazy. Absolutely can't go crazy. These are all fake. Fake. Everything is over. Yi Lan is dead. And Ronghan cut off his head. She will never be betrayed by them again. Don't fall into the illusion. Otherwise this crystal core will not belong to her. Lin Ran bit her lips tightly to resist the terrible illusion, until her lips were bitten and bleeding. A faint fluorescence slowly disappeared from her palm. She woke up again. When Lin Ran opened her eyes again, she knew that this crystal core belonged to her. The space ability changed from the original level 8 peak to the level 9 primary. And she also possessed Qiao Yu's dark ability. Puppet. She touched the water cup not far from her. If she wanted, when she smashed the water cup, a person would be shattered at the same time. This is the power of Puppet. Dark ability. Lin Ran slowly put down the water cup in her hand. This ability is really terrible. As long as the opponent's ability is lower than hers, he will die. Fortunately, when she met Qiao Yu, her ability was higher than hers, and she has illusion ability. I saw clearly what her dark ability is in advance. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. This ability is almost a king bomb. She has to make good use of it. In the future, in addition to the space ability, she should upgrade this ability first. Do it as soon as she says it. Lin Ran wiped the blood from her lips, took out a few level 5 crystal cores of the mutant spiders, and began to absorb them. If nothing else, at least it would be good to upgrade this dark power to level 5. However, this dark power is powerful, but it is also a money-eating beast. When Lin Ran went out to eat in the afternoon, she really upgraded. The dark power became level 2. But the level 5 crystal cores she collected last time were almost gone. Lin Ran ate the sauced pork ribs while looking at Jiang Chen with envy. If only he could level up just by eating like him. All the energy that enters his body seems to be able to be converted into superpowers. So even though Jiang Chen rarely absorbs crystal cores, his superpowers are the most powerful. Like Wei, he is a bug-like existence in the apocalypse. How did he achieve such a physique? Ran, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Noticing Lin Ran's expression, Jiang Chen asked carefully while wiping his face. Lin Ran shook his head. No. I just want to see how you are so different. Jiang Chen understood Lin Ran's words instantly. The person chewing the sauced pork ribs blushed instantly. For Ran, he is different. Such words, coming from Ran's mouth, how can they sound so good? Seeing Jiang Chen instantly become love-brained, Lin Ran put away her eyes and continued to eat. Some things can't be envied. Without the crystal core, she will have to earn it. The blizzard just stopped. Why don't we go out and have a look tomorrow? After dinner, Lin Ran pulled the whole family into her space again. After upgrading to level 9, everyone can stay in it for 6 hours. Along with the space upgrade, a larger pasture and more land are given. And a fish pond automatically appears next to the pasture. Right next to the fish pond she dug. This is great. A few days ago, she said that the fish pond she dug was not big enough and needed to be expanded. Now it just saves her trouble. The happiest person for the larger space is Mr. Jiang. He looked at the newly rewarded land, pulled Lin Ran, and asked her to get him the tiller. He wanted to till the land and open up wasteland. As long as he was there, not an inch of land in Lin Ran's space would be wasted. So everyone started the tillage mode again. Lin Ran and Jiang Chen went to the fish pond and moved some small fish fry in the original fish pond to the new fish pond. Then they went to the pasture to feed the animals some food and water in turn. She also picked up some eggs from chickens, ducks and geese. Every time Lin Ran didn't pick up all the eggs, she would keep some. Let them hatch chicks, ducks and geese. These chickens, ducks and geese are doing well. And now they have hatched several nests of chicks, ducks and geese. Chapter 228 Meeting an old classmate. Lin Ran got up early. After dinner, she wrapped herself up and prepared to go out. Sister, wherever you go, take me with you. As her sister's super follower, how could Lindsay not follow her when she went out? Lin Ran didn't really want to take Lindsay with her. It wasn't that he was troublesome, but it was too cold outside. She was afraid that he would get cold, especially with the shadow of her previous life. If she went out with her and Lindsay got a cold, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Xiao Zhe, just rest at home. It's too cold outside. Don't go. Lin Ran advised earnestly. Sister, I'm not afraid of the cold. Lindsay came over and smiled. I'm ready. After that, he opened his down jacket to let Lin Ran see his preparations clearly. Under his down jacket, there were a lot of hot packs. Lin Ran, aren't you afraid of the heat? Several stoves are burning at the same time. And he is wearing so many thick clothes and so many hot packs. Is he really not hot? Lindsay wiped the thin sweat on his forehead and said, I am afraid of cold, not heat. Sister, can I go out with you now? Lin Ran, no. I will go out with your brother Jiang. Before the extreme cold is over. You should not go out unless necessary. No. Sister, how can you do this to me? You are too bossy. Mom and Dad, please help me talk to my sister. Why is she like this? Lindsay really wanted to follow Lin Ran, and he used the trick of acting like a spoiled child without caring about his image. Mother Lin couldn't stand it, and came over to look at her eldest son with disdain, and said, Xiao Zhe, do you really want to go out? Yes, I do. Lindsay blinked his starry eyes, hoping that his mother would say something good for him, who knew that Lin's mother didn't say anything nice, but poked his heart and said, aren't you afraid of being frozen? Don't you know how you died in your last life? Lindsay was stunned, then pulled open his clothes and said, of course I know. Otherwise why would I put so many hot packs on? Mom, sister, I really know what's good for me, so I take good care of myself. But if I stay at home all the time because of the shadow of my last life, it's not right. We always have to face the things we are afraid of. If we keep avoiding and not facing them, what's the point of living again? Sister, do you think I'm right? Lindsay's words shocked Lin Ran. Yes. If you keep avoiding and not facing it, what's the point of living again? Lin Ran looked at Lindsay seriously, and didn't expect him to say such a thing. She has always protected him like a child. But in fact, he has grown up unknowingly. Lin Ran looked at Lindsay and said, do you really want to go? I really do. Sister, I want to go out. Lin Ran nodded, then wrap up your clothes. It's not so warm outside. Yeah. Long live sister. Lindsay finally went out with Lin Ran and the others. The air outside was so cold that it was suffocating. But fortunately, they were fully equipped and tightly armed from head to toe, so they could withstand the attack of the cold air. Sitting in the car, Lin Ran immediately started the engine, and when the car warmed up, he immediately turned on the air conditioner. Jiang Chen wore the down jacket that Lin Ran put on him when he went out, and installed anti-skid chains on the car outside by himself. Lin Ran put a down jacket on Jiang Chen, not because she was afraid that he would be cold, but she was afraid that if he went out like this, it would be bad if someone noticed something was wrong. When Jiang Chen got in the car, Lin Ran gave him the main driver's seat. Jiang Chen, you drive. The temperature of the air conditioner hadn't risen yet, and she didn't even want to stretch out her cold hands. Jiang Chen smiled indulgently. Okay. Lin Ran planned to go see Zhang Huan and the others first. The extreme cold had been here for a few days. I wonder how they were doing. Although she gave them a lot of supplies before going to the zombie town. But they had so many children. She was afraid that the children were weak and could not withstand such cold weather. It would be bad if they caught a cold and had a fever. Jiang Chen drove the car and slowly drove out of the villa area. Before going out, Lin Ran noticed that there had been no signs of human activity in the villa next door to Louisa and his family for a while. It is estimated that they have been living in the base for some time. Now that the snow has stopped, they are probably coming back soon. When their car drove to the main road, Lin Ran found that there were still some people moving around outside besides them. It's just that there are only a few shops left on both sides of the road. Pedestrians walked hurriedly on the sidewalk, and the cars on the driveway with anti-skid chains like them were moving slower than people. Lin Ran soon figured out why so many people came out. The extreme cold came suddenly, and many people don't have much supplies at home. Now that the blizzard has stopped, in order to avoid starving to death, they have to endure the biting cold and go out to find food. After an hour's drive, Jiang Chen drove to Zhang Huan's place in Area C. After knocking on the door and going in, Lin Ran unexpectedly saw someone she had never expected there. Everyone was so excited to see Lin Ran and the others coming. Ran, why are you here? It's so cold outside. Zhang Huan ran out wrapped in a military coat and excitedly pulled Lin Ran's hand. We were worried about you, so we came to see you as soon as the snow stopped. Zhang Huan was touched and said, we are all fine. When the extreme cold came that day, we were woken up by the little apple outside. Everyone immediately put on the thick clothes you sent us, so we didn't freeze. Ran, thanks to you. If it weren't for the supplies you sent, I can't imagine that we would not see you again. Lin Ran smiled and said, I was just a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. I think you are lucky. Sister Huan, how are the children? Are they okay? All are fine, except for the youngest ones, who have a cold. I gave them the medicine you sent. Now there are no major problems. Lin Ran was relieved. That's good. I still have some things in the car. We can't use them all. You have so many people, so I sent them to you. Zhang Huan's eyes became redder when he saw the full supplies in the car. In the end times, the only one who can treat himself like this is Lin Ran. She even felt that if her own flesh and blood relatives were alive, they would not be able to do what Lin Ran did. In the previous life, did she save her life? Lin Ran smiled and ignored Zhang Huan, who was so moved that he burst into tears. She directed everyone to move the supplies inside quickly because it was too cold outside. She wanted to go into the house earlier. Lin Zai was also helping everyone. He just carried a bag of rice when he heard a very familiar voice. Lin Zai? Is it you? Lin Zai looked in the direction of the voice, and then his eyes widened instantly. Luo Xingxing. Why are you here? Luo Xingxing smiled bitterly. It's really you. Lin Zai. You are not dead. Lin Zai frowned. This woman is still so speechless. Lin Ran, who had been standing next to Lin Zai, naturally saw Luo Xingxing. She opened her mouth and said, Luo Xingxing. Where is your sister Luo Xiangxi? Hearing Luo Xiangxi's name, Luo Xingxing's eyes became dark. Looking at Lin Ran, he sneered. She ran away with my man. Chapter 229 Luo Xiangxi's whereabouts. Luo Xingxing was rescued by Zhang Huan. Yesterday she fainted in the ice and snow and almost froze to death. Fortunately, Zhang Huan went out and saw her. Seeing that she was a woman lying alone on the ground, he rescued her. Otherwise, she would have been frozen to death. She had a fever after waking up yesterday, and Zhang Huan had been taking care of her. After Luo Xingxing, who had been deceived and betrayed, woke up today, she knew that this place was established by Zhang Huan to shelter and help women and children. Her dependence and gratitude on Zhang Huan reached the peak. Now she saw Lin Ran, Lin Zai, and others coming here to help Zhang Huan and others. She also had such a good relationship with Zhang Huan. She didn't have much defense against them. So, when Lin Ran asked her about Luo Xiangxi's whereabouts, she could say it so self-deprecatingly. Zhang Huan heard Luo Xingxing say this, and walked over and patted her on the shoulder. You should take good care of your body now. A bastard and a sister who betrayed you are not as important as your own body. Luo Xingxing did not answer, but just lowered her head. Lin Zai looked at Luo Xingxing's appearance and said in surprise, How could your sister steal your man? Aren't you two on good terms? Luo Xingxing smiled coldly. Good? I forgot what time you were talking about. Now, I just want to tear her apart. Lin Zai, It seems that the relationship between the two is very stiff. Zhang Huan said, Xiao Zai, did you and Xingxing know each other before? Lin Zai nodded. We were classmates before. So that's it. We have almost moved everything. It's too cold outside. Let's go in and talk if we have anything to say. Zhang Huan invited everyone to go in. Now there is a power outage, so heaters like Xiaoyang can't be used. Luckily, Zhang Huan found some firewood, and a pile of red fire was burning in the middle of the room. A group of women gathered around the fire. There were many people in the room, so it was not very cold. Sister Ran Ran, come and sit. Xiao saw Lin Ran coming in, and stood up to give her VIP seat closest to the fire. Lin Ran waved her hand. No, I got a hot water bottle. It's not cold. When Lin Ran got off the car, she filled a hot water bottle for her and Lin Zai, and it was indeed not very cold. Zhang Huan saw that Lin Ran and the others had something to say to Luo Xingxing, so he took them to the innermost room. This room was Zhang Huan's room, and there was a small fire burning in the middle of the room. The flame was very small, and it looked like it was about to go out. Zhang Huan immediately added some firewood to it, and called Xiao to come and make the fire bigger. Xiao ran over and stretched out her palm, and a red flame spurted out. The small fire that was almost extinguished just now was reignited. After Xiao lit the fire, she said to Lin Ran proudly, Sister Ran Ran, I have a 3rd level fire ability now. I tell you, we don't need firewood to cook now. Just use my ability, and the meal will be ready in a short time, saving everyone a lot of firewood. Lin Ran liked Xiao's carefree personality, and said with a smile, I didn't know that the fire ability could be used in this way. You've worked so hard. Here, I give you a piece of chocolate. Xiao's eyes lit up when she saw the chocolate, and she took it from Lin Ran with many thanks. She liked Sister Ran Ran the most. Always so generous. As soon as Xiao left, several people sat by the fire. The fire was burning very vigorously, and Lin Ran put the hot water bag for warming her hands on her stomach. Just now she took a little cold air, and it felt very comfortable to put it on her stomach. Luo Xingxing, how did you live after the end of the world? And how did you get here? Lin Zai was the first to break the silence. Luo Xingxing was a little dazed when she heard Lin Zai's question. How did she live? Perhaps every second was like living in hell. Maybe it was too depressing during this period. Or maybe life was too hard. Luo Xingxing didn't know why. But when she heard Lin Zai, a classmate she didn't have a very good relationship with before, asked this question, she actually told all her experiences during this period. When it came to the fact that Luo Xiangxi lied to Luo Xingxing about being bullied by Huang Ge for her own sake, everyone in the room clenched their fists. Fuck. Your sister is really not a human being. Lin Zai gritted his teeth, and then looked at his sister again. They are all sisters. Look at how good his sister is. Luo Xingxing smiled bitterly, and continued to tell her own experience. In order to survive, she hooked up with Zhang Daming and then Zhuzhen. Zhuzhen treated her very well. So well that she thought she had found someone to rely on, who knew that they came to the peace base, where she awakened her superpowers, and found Luo Xiangxi. She caught Luo Xiangxi thinking of revenge. But in the end, she found that she couldn't do it. She, Luo Xiangxi, was much more cruel than her, and actually hooked up with Zhuzhen behind her back. I'm just a joke. Luo Xingxing said this with such hatred that the corners of his mouth were almost bleeding. Lin Zai, do you really want to laugh at me? I childishly reported you before. Now it seems so funny. Laugh. Laugh as much as you want. I am a joke anyway. Speaking of the latter, Luo Xingxing couldn't help laughing. But that smile sounded so sad. Lin Zai looked at Luo Xingxing with complicated eyes. It felt that it was not easy for her to live until now, being deceived and betrayed by the person closest to her and trusted the most. Every step to this point was stepping on thorns. Now thinking about it, except for a bad temper, she didn't seem to have made any big mistakes. He hated her just because she was Luo Xiangxi's sister. Lin Zai said, don't say that. It's not easy for everyone to survive until now. What's there to laugh at you? I actually admire you. You are great to be able to hold on until now. If I were you, I might not have survived long ago. When Luo Xingxing heard Lin Zai say that, he gritted his teeth and said, yes. It's a miracle that I can hold on for so long. I can't die. Who will avenge me if I die? Why does Luo Xiangxi keep hurting me like this? Do you know where Luo Xiangxi and the others went? Lin Ran suddenly asked. Luo Xingxing looked at Lin Ran after hearing that. Actually, my sister hated you at that time. She said you were always clinging to Yining, which was really annoying. Lin Ran frowned after hearing that. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Luo Xingxing say, but I like you very much. Because you are Sister Huan's benefactor. And I have to like the people she hates. I roughly know where Luo Xiangxi and the others are. Lin ran, Luo Xingxing actually knew the whereabouts of Luo Xiangxi and the others. How did you know? Luo Xingxing took something out of his pocket. This is what Zhu left at home. He said he was going to this place and told me not to worry. He would be back soon. He gave me sleeping pills. And I slept for 5 hours. When I woke up, he didn't come back. He broke his promise. It was a small note. And Lin Ran took it and looked at it. There was an address on it. It was a street in District C not far from here. Didn't you go to look for it? Luo Xingxing sneered. Of course I went. But there is no such house number on that street. Either Zhu lied to me, or Luo Xiangxi lied to him. Whatever it is, he betrayed me. It's unforgivable. Luo Xingxing said the last sentence and broke a piece of firewood in his hand. Lin ran. Do you know any other clues? Is Luo Xiangxi alone in the base? Hearing Lin Ran's question, Luo Xingxing's eyes lit up. By the way, Luo Xiangxi was not alone in the base. There was another man. Chapter 230 Mysterious Place. She should have thought of this earlier. She was really angry yesterday. Luo Xingxing said to Lin Ran, she is not alone. I think I know where to find her. It was still early. Since Luo Xingxing knew the whereabouts of Luo Xiangxi, they just went to see it together. So Jiang Chen drove the car and set off again. This time, in addition to them, Zhang Huan and Luo Xingxing were also in the car. When they came to the place, Luo Xingxing said. Lindsay asked, is this the place where you caught Luo Xiangxi last time? Luo Xingxing nodded and pointed to the 3-story single-family house in front of him and said, yes. It's here. What Lin Ran didn't expect was that this was not Area C, but Area A. The people living here are either rich or noble. Who did Luo Xiangxi hook up with to live in such a good place? Sister, look. This is the material exchange hall of the base. Lin Ran looked in the direction Lindsay pointed. And sure enough, she saw the words material exchange hall opposite the house. The last time I came here, I also found Luo Xiangxi because I wanted to exchange supplies. At that time, she was with a man. But her behavior was not intimate. It was more like, Lindsay, like what? Like superiors and subordinates. Yes, superiors and subordinates. And Luo Xiangxi was a superior, because her attitude towards that man was particularly bad. Lin Ran, then how did you catch her? Luo Xiangxi smiled softly. I am lying in ambush here for 3 days. You must never underestimate a woman's determination for revenge. I didn't even blink for those 3 days. I kept my eyes open all day looking at this place. I waited and waited. And finally Luo Xiangxi was alone. Then I tied her back. Lin Ran now really admires this Luo Xingxing. She is the same age as Lindsay, but she has experienced a lot. She seems to be grateful and respectful to Zhang Huan. She is much better than her sister Luo Xiangxi. Lin Ran, you watched for 3 days, but didn't find anything else? Luo Xingxing thought seriously. When you said that, I remembered some strange places. Some people often go in here, and many of them are even superpowers, who come from the opposite side to exchange materials. They are usually brought in by others. And after being brought in, I never saw them come out. At that time, I even suspected that there was a backdoor here, which almost made me lose confidence. Lin Ran looked at the house thoughtfully. Superpowers, who came in to exchange materials would be invited to this house. What exactly is this place? Then you have captured your sister for so long. But you didn't ask her where this place is? Lindsay asked. Luo Xingxing, I forgot. Lindsay, The material exchange center was not open today, and it was particularly deserted. Lin Ran and the others stayed near this house for a while, but no one went in, let alone came out. Sister, what should we do? Should we go in and take a look? Lindsay said, and looked at Jiang Chen on the side. He remembered that his brother-in-law was very capable. He could use his wood power to build a ladder for them to get in instantly. It was easy for them to climb in and see what was going on inside. Jiang Chen didn't notice Lindsay's expression, and looked ahead and said, Ran, Louise's people are coming. Louise's people? Lin Ran looked ahead when she heard that, and found that 2 people had indeed come from the street entrance. One of them was unknown, and the other was not their acquaintance Louisa or Li Xiang. It was an especially inconspicuous person in his team, and Lin Ran didn't know his name. If Jiang Chen hadn't reminded her, she would have almost forgotten that this was someone in Louisa's team. What was this person doing here? Was he going to the small Western-style building, or the Material Exchange Center? Soon Lin Ran knew the answer. The strange man next to him opened the door, and Louisa's people stepped in. Then the man followed in. He actually went to the small Western-style building. What exactly was this place, and what was he doing here? The most important thing is, does Louisa know? Lin Ran had 100,000 questions in her mind. And so did everyone in the car. Sister, what should we do now? Lin Ran said, let's go in and take a look. Lin Zai's eyes lit up. Okay. Let's climb over the wall. Jiangchen heard this and said, there are a lot of people inside. And it's not easy to climb over the wall. I can sense that there are 3 sentry points within 5 meters of us. Ran. We have to drive the car away first. If we stay here for too long, we will alert the enemy. Lin Ran said in a deep voice, then drive the car out first. Since Jiangchen said so, then they had to leave. But Lin Ran was not discouraged. Instead, she became a little excited. The more strictly guarded and mysterious the villa is, the more secrets it has. She knew that she had found the right place this time. However, what bothered Lin Ran was why Louisa's people came here. Where did he go during the days he disappeared? On this side, Louisa, who was missed by Lin Ran, was sitting with Rong Han. Rong Han frowned and looked at Louisa with a smile on his face, and said disdainfully, what do you want to ask? Ask it quickly. Why are you being so shy and sissy? Louisa's face sank instantly when he heard this. You are so good, Rong Han. If it weren't for me, you would have been caught by the crazy Xie Changhe today. You don't know how to thank me. But you are still like this. I must have been blind to help you. Louisa was speaking, but Rong Han didn't say a word. He just looked at him with a pair of emotionless eyes. And Louisa was defeated instantly. You are just a guy without feelings. Okay. I won't beat around the bush with you. Did you really kill Xie Wanru and Liang? When Rong Han heard Louisa ask this, his expression instantly became lively. Just as you thought. It is. Damn it. Rong Han. You are really not a human being. Huh? Rong Han's face instantly turned pale, and he stared at Louisa with a pair of cold eyes. Louisa laughed and said, my fault. My fault? I said the wrong thing. You are a human being. And you are still a person who is unfathomable. I thought you really became a lackey of Xie Changhe and others. But I didn't expect you to bear humiliation. Since you are Xie Changhe's opponent, we are still brothers. After Louisa's words came out, Rong Han, whose pressure had just dropped, looked better again. Looking at his appearance, Louisa took a deep breath and said seriously, Rong Han, do you want to cooperate with me? I now know a big secret of a base. Chapter 231, Long Lost Cooperation. The big secret of the base? When Rong Han heard this, his leisurely expression tightened. It seemed that he had come to the right place today. Louisa said that he helped him avoid being caught by Xie Changhe's people. In fact, he created the opportunity for him to help him. Today, the purpose of his coming here was Louisa. He had long known that Louisa was hiding his incompetence, and his face looked like he was not showing any signs of being insignificant. He looked like he had no scheming. He always put himself and the team in a relatively safe position. In fact, when he was in the team, he knew that this kid was very smart. In other words, he was very wise. In fact, he knew that he had been doing something secretly. In the past, because of his sister, he had no choice but to work for Xie Changhe and others. He could only sneak around and help Louisa and others in secret. Now, they can finally cooperate. Just like before. Rong Han held his palm, coughed lightly, and said, what secret? Louisa raised his eyebrows and said, you Rong Han. How can you not understand it all? I said it was a secret. And I certainly can't tell you so easily. Unless you are my partner. Let's talk about it after you have considered it. Rong Han smiled secretly in his heart, observing Louisa's appearance, pretending to be thinking, and said after a while, in this case, let's cooperate. But Xie Changhe's life must be left to me. Deal. Louisa looked at Rong Han, and his face couldn't stop smiling. After so long after the end of the world, he finally started to cooperate with Rong Han again. This time, his chances of winning are greater. Then can you tell me now? What is the big secret of the base? Louisa nodded, but asked another question. Do you know that Wu Shiqing and others are missing? Wu Shiqing and others? It's been a long time since I saw them. What happened to them? Louisa. They were caught by the base commander's people and hid in a house in Area A. I suspect there are secrets of the base commander there. In the past few days, Louisa has done a lot of things in the service hall of the base. The electricity in other places has been cut off. But the service hall is an exception. As an important office place of the base, there is a backup power supply there. They took advantage of the blizzard in those days, and no one came to check. After locking up the security guards, they checked all the information sealed in the service hall, including the surveillance videos of key areas of the entire base. In the surveillance videos, Louisa discovered a lot of secrets. One of them was that he saw Rohan taking 2 heads to Siechungha's home. Then I heard that Siechungha was mad at home. The other one was the mysterious base commander. He was really too mysterious. As the base commander, he rarely went out. The main things of the base were generally handed over to Siechungha. Even Louisa was curious why this person wanted to be the base commander. He was obviously not so keen on power. But when he saw the surveillance, he seemed to have found some clues. The base commander didn't like power. He liked something else. He liked to collect all kinds of superpowers. Because he found that many superpowers never appeared again after entering the base commander's house. Many of these people were people Louisa had seen. They all disappeared inexplicably. The reason given by the base was that they lost their traces while going out on a mission. However, the surveillance told him that this was not the case. He couldn't figure out what the base commander wanted these superpowers for. But he just had a hunch that there must be a conspiracy behind it. And now he is locked on a place. Although the base commander rarely goes there, they have also discovered it. That villa is a shelter for the base commander to do evil. Louisa knew that after investigating it clearly, their next step would be easier. The difficulty of entering that place is at least much smaller than entering the base commander's manor. So, today, Shirley, who is the best at hiding in their team, entered the villa. I believe that he will soon know what is going on inside. After listening to Louisa's analysis, Rohan frowned and said, "Is Shirley okay in there?" I remember that his ability doesn't seem to be an attack ability. Louisa smiled and said, "Thank you for remembering him. Yes, he doesn't have an attack ability. Believe me, in there, his ability is much more useful than an attack ability." Seeing Louisa's confident look, Rohan was relieved. "Rohan, since our goals are the same, we can now discuss the details of the cooperation." Louisa smiled and said, "Okay." It took Louisa a long time to realize what this cooperation meant. The 2 strong men joined forces again, vowing to regain the rights and glory they had lost. Lin Ren finally went in. She couldn't just stay outside and do nothing. After all, her strength didn't allow it. Lin Ren asked Lin Zhe and the others to wait outside, and she and Jiang Chen went in alone to take a look. Jiang Chen's mental strength worked very well, and he took Lin Ren to an outer wall with relatively weak guards. Ran, we go in from here, and we must be fast." "Okay." Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and built a wooden ladder for Lin Ren. Lin Ren climbed in very quickly, and Jiang Chen took back the ladder the moment Lin Ren went in. Then he propped himself up and jumped, and turned over. Not long after the 2 came in, Lin Ren heard someone coming. Jiang Chen grabbed Lin Ren and walked towards a small path. But a person also came straight on this path. Seeing that the man was about to see them, Lin Ren hurriedly took out a doll from the space and covered the doll's eyes with his hands. "Hey, what's wrong with my eyes? Why can't I see anything?" The man covered his eyes and shouted in panic. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to pull Lin Ren and hide in an empty room next to him. "Hey, how come it's fine again? Did you not sleep well these 2 days? Why are you blurry? It seems that I can't play cards with them tonight." The man outside the door walked away muttering to himself. Lin Ren's hand holding the doll loosened. "Jiang Chen, this dark power is really useful." Lin Ren thought Xiao Yu used the doll as a puppet, which was a bit abnormal. But it is really useful. The proportion of this thing is too similar to that of a human. Do whatever you want. Lin Ren decided to be on the safe side and hold the doll today. Although it has only been a while since she came in, the security measures inside are indeed very good. It is almost watertight. The secret she is looking for may be here. Shirley was deceived to come in. He actually knew the person who brought him in a long time ago. He is Siechungha's man, named Ling Ku. No, a long time ago, he was actually a member of Liang. Later, he left Liang's team and went to Siechungha. But Shirley felt that his identity had not changed. From the surveillance that his boss saw, he found that this thing often found the psychics, who were alone in each team to enter this room. After that, those people never came out again. So, the boss asked him to come and see the situation. He pretended to be alone outside to find food, and complained about the poverty of Louise's team. This guy really took the bait. Linka led Shirley to a house. Brother Shirley, when you meet the manager here, he will check your health. If you are in good health, he will allow you to stay here. He will also arrange delicious food and drinks for you. In short, it is much better than being in Louise's poor team. You have to cooperate well later. Shirley showed a simple smile. Brother Linku, don't worry. I will definitely cooperate well. Chapter 232. The situation in the villa. In the depths of this house, a woman just woke up from the bed. Her small face was rosy, showing that it was well moisturized. Next to her was a big and strong man. When the man saw her wake up, he hugged her for a while. Hey, you! How can you be so rude? Luo Xiangxi hummed in dissatisfaction, with her cat-like gentle voice. The man really liked this. Opened his mouth and showed a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said meanly, "Why don't you call me brother? And start calling this person? You dislike me." Luo Xiangxi covered the disgust in her eyes, and called sweetly, "Brother Huang. If you like me to call you like this, I will call you like this. Okay? I can't even love you now. How can I dislike you?" Huang Yu happily pinched Luo Xiangxi when he heard the words. "I knew you were the best. By the way, you said your sister is here too?" When Luo Xiangxi heard Huang Yu asking about Luo Xingxing's whereabouts, her face suddenly darkened again. I knew this bastard was looking at the pot while eating from the bowl. He was obsessed with Luo Xingxing. But now Huang Yu is no longer someone she can disobey. I don't know how this bastard is so lucky. Not only did he awaken his superpowers at the beginning of the end of the world, but he was also lucky enough to get on the big ship of the base leader. Now his superpowers are even more exaggerated. She has no worries about food and drink by relying on him. But sometimes you have to pay a price. Luo Xingxing is one of the prices. She knew this a long time ago. Now she has no sisterly feelings for Luo Xingxing. Since Huang Yu wants it, just give it to him. Let her taste the suffering she has suffered. It can be regarded as the law of nature. Luo Xiangxi quickly adjusted her expression and approached Huang Yu and said, "Xingxing is here, living in Area C. You don't know how fierce she is. She arrested me and locked me up for so long. I've suffered so much. But you didn't even come to me." Huang Yu grabbed Luo Xiangxi's hand and said, "My dear, you know I'm busy here. If I make a mistake, the base commander will kill me." Luo Xiangxi sneered in her heart. "What's so busy? He is just a bastard who loves the new and hates the old. There are so many women here. It was okay when she was here. But she had already fallen into another gentle place. She didn't believe even a word of this man's nonsense." Huang Yu saw that she didn't speak, and pretended to think hard for a while and said, "How about this? You tell me where your sister is. We will catch her back, and then let you vent your anger. Okay?" Hearing this, Luo Xiangxi almost laughed out loud. Listen to how good this man is at telling lies. He obviously cares about Luo Xingxing. But he still says that he will catch her back to help her vent her anger. What else can we do? Of course, we should just go with the flow. "Xingxing, sister is going to catch you again this time," Luo Xiangxi said with a smile. "Then let's do this. Bring her back to me to vent my anger." "But how is Yuzhen now? He is Xingxing's darling. It's better to deal with him before she comes." Huang Yu laughed. "Don't worry. He is already a sickly person in the base, and he won't live for a few days. I didn't expect your sister to like such a person. That Yuzhen doesn't look as good as me." Luo Xiangxi looked at Huang Yu's ugly face, and felt sick, and wanted to vomit. Yes, Yuzhen is indeed average-looking and a rough man. But at least, he is good to Luo Xingxing. At least he really wants to help her. Not like those men who have evil thoughts. What a pity. If she didn't bring him back, Huang Yu wouldn't be so good to her. The value of a woman is never in bed. It's in whether she is capable of doing things. Before being caught by Luo Xingxing, she was Huang Yu's best helper. She tricked many superpowers into Huang Yu. Huang Yu promised her that if she could bring in a few more superpowers, he would give her a superpower. What is the most important thing in the end times? Of course, superpowers are the most important. With superpowers, you have power, and you don't have to rely on Huang Yu. A disgusting thing. What's annoying is that she saw those people all have superpowers. Even Luo Xingxing has it. But she doesn't. How can she be psychologically balanced? Fortunately, Huang Yu has a channel. She has to work hard to get it. Now, she brought back Shuzhen, a 3-element superpower. Next is Xingxing. She also has water superpowers. Although I don't know what level she is. At least, she is also a superpower. When she brings her back, no matter how Huang Yu uses her, according to the rules, if he and she do it, she can get superpowers. Thinking of this, Luo Xiangxi wanted to bring Luo Xingxing back immediately. She whispered to Huang Yu, and Huang Yu's eyes became brighter and brighter. On this side, Shirley waited for a long time, but the administrator did not come out. After he finally came out, he found that the so-called administrator was a woman. The woman walked over, swaying and twisting her buttocks. Shirley was stunned. Sister Zhou, are you done? Ling Ke walked up to her flatteringly and said, I haven't seen you for a few days, but you are getting more and more beautiful. The woman called Sister Zhou smiled and glared at the man, Slippery. Is this the person you brought today? Yes, it's him. The way Sister Zhou looked at Shirley made him uncomfortable. It was like looking at a piece of goods. But Shirley was not an ordinary person. He smiled at Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou, my name is Shirley. Sister Zhou looked at Shirley and smiled with satisfaction. You look smart. Let's go. I take you to check your body. Sister Zhou's tone was extremely frivolous, but her eyes shot out a cold edge. Shirley felt a chill on his back instantly, and secretly told himself to be careful. Sister Zhou led the way in front, and Shirley followed. Ling Ke did not follow. Brother Shirley, I wait for you here. Sister Zhou doesn't like people watching her work. Shirley nodded honestly and continued to follow. Sister Zhou took Shirley to a house after many twists and turns. Shirley noticed that there were no windows in his house. Click. The door of the house was opened by Sister Zhou. She turned around and smiled. Let's go. As long as you pass the physical examination, you will be one of us. Shirley smelled a very unpleasant smell coming from inside through the open door. It was like the stench of a lot of dried and spoiled blood. His eyes dimmed, pretending to know nothing, and followed Sister Zhou into the house. Click. The moment he entered the door, he heard the sound of the door behind him being locked. Chapter 233 Take Me Out. Shirley turned his head subconsciously, and saw Sister Zhou standing behind him with a gloomy smile. Let's go, little brother. The place in front is where you can have a physical examination. Shirley tensed his body, nodded stiffly, and looked forward. Then, cold sweat broke out all over his body. This is not a place for a physical examination. It's clearly like a hospital, and there is a big operating table facing him. He subconsciously wanted to run, but it was too late. 2 people came from the operating table and grabbed his arms. These 2 people were very powerful. Shirley immediately realized that they were superpowers, and their levels were not low. He could only show weakness. Hee. 2 big brothers? I can go there by myself, so I don't need to bother you to come. Shirley pretended to be heartless. The 2 people still didn't let go. It's okay. Don't bother. Shirley watched himself being pulled onto the operating table. And then Sister Zhou, wearing a white coat and gloves, walked towards him. Don't be afraid, little brother. Sister is very gentle. Sister Zhou smiled meaningfully, and took out an instrument, and stretched it towards his body. Lin Ran and Jiang Chen groped all the way in this building. With Jiang Chen's spiritual ability, they didn't meet anyone again. But they went to several places in a row, and there was nothing special inside, and it didn't seem to hide any secrets. Jiang Chen, look where there are the most people. Let's go there. Jiang Chen nodded, activated his spiritual ability, and began to explore the situation outside. 2 people suddenly walked out of the empty corridor. Jiang Chen grabbed Lin Ran, opened a door, and hid behind it. Brother Ling, you look good today. I heard you got another order. It's not a big order. It's Shirley from Louise's team. That useless guy. I guess his ability is at most level 2. He is now taken in by Sister Zhou for a physical examination. In the end, I guess he will be a medicine man for 2 or 3 days at most. What use can he be? So it's him. He seems to be a very ordinary person. I guess he doesn't have any special abilities. But getting an order is a good thing. It's so cold now. No one goes out. The people above are urging us so hard. But it's not easy for us to get an order. This damn weather makes everyone's life difficult. That's right. It's a good thing to get an order during this period. It's okay. Wait until tomorrow to go to the service hall. I saw Shirley there today. Maybe you'll be lucky tomorrow and find a fool there. Okay. Let's go there tomorrow. You're still good, Brother Ling. You know how to take care of your brothers when you have good things. The two of them left here while talking. Lin Ran and Jiang Chen did not come out of the house again until they walked away. Ran. Shirley is the person in Louise's team. Jiang Chen has a good memory. He can almost remember people he has met once. Not only their faces, but also their names and features. This may also be related to his strong psychic ability. So Shirley is being sent for a physical examination now. What kind of physical examination do you need to come here? Lin Ran knew that some of the words they said were jargon. For example, opening a bill. It sounds very similar to the fraud gangs in the past. But they are also cheating people now, which is almost the same. Jiang Chen could not answer Lin Ran's question, which was beyond his knowledge. But he did what Lin Ran asked him to do just now. Ran. I found the place with the most people in this building. Let's go and take a look. The two avoided people and walked towards the place where Jiang Chen felt the most people. Jiang Chen. Is this the place with the most people you said? Lin Ran pointed to a small house in front of him. This house looks like a small one. Not like it can accommodate many people. Then, there is only one explanation. There is something else inside. Jiang Chen, Ran. Shall we go in? Lin Ran nodded, go in. Lin Ran glanced around and saw that there was no one around, and was about to walk over there. Jiang Chen beside him suddenly looked stern, and his right hand instantly ignited a flame, and he was about to throw a fireball at a corner not far behind them. No. Captain Lin. It's me. I'm Captain Louise's man. Shirley saw that the fireball was about to be thrown at him, and hurriedly begged for mercy from Lin Ran. He was already injured. If he came over, he would be dead. Hearing the sound, Lin Ran saw that there was a person hiding there. This person is too weird. He has been here all the time, and they didn't even notice it before. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked knowingly, You are? I am Shirley. Captain Lin. We have met before. Shirley hurriedly introduced himself to Lin Ran. Shirley? Why are you here? Didn't the two men just say that he was taken for a physical examination? Shirley smiled bitterly and coughed up blood. Lin Ran then realized that his face was too pale. What's wrong with you? Shirley covered his chest and pointed to the small room opposite with a painful look. Ahem. I almost died in there just now. Captain Lin. You must not go in. Take me out. I tell you what you want to know. Why should I believe you? You should believe our captain. He asked me to come here to investigate. I just hid behind and observed you for a while. If I guess correctly, you are here to investigate. Right? As he spoke, Jiang Chen's expression tightened. Ran. Someone else is coming. Should he continue to go in or trust the Shirley? Lin Ran made a quick decision. She and Jiang Chen looked at each other, and then asked Jiang Chen to support the shaky Shirley. Let's go out first. She is willing to trust Louisa. That guy looks honest. But Lin Ran thinks he is not simple at all. That person has a lot of ideas in his heart. I don't know how those people checked his body. Shirley's injuries were very serious. After Lin Ran and Jiang Chen took him out, he almost fainted. Captain Lin. Our captain is in the apartment next to the base office hall. Take me there. Shirley said dazedly. Lin Ran nodded and agreed. That place is not far from here. They can just walk there. Lin Ran asked Jiang Chen to take Shirley to wait at the corner, and then she walked to where Lin Zhe parked. Knock. Lin Ran knocked down the car window, and Lin Zhe's big face appeared in front of Lin Ran. Lin Zhe said happily, Sister, you finally came out. Yes, you came out. Lin Zhe looked behind Lin Ran and said, Sister, where is brother Jiang? Is he with you? What's going on inside? Did you find Luo Xiangxi? Chapter 234 Join Forces. Lin Ran shook her head. I didn't find Luo Xiangxi. Nor did I find anything special. The security inside was tight, and I couldn't find any useful information. Jiang Chen is waiting for me over there. We are going to go to another place to have a look. It may take some time. You go and send Sister Huan and Luo Xingxing back first, and then go home and wait for us. Lin Zhe didn't know why Lin Ran asked him to go first, but he knew that his sister didn't make random arrangements. When you are outside, just listen to your sister's arrangements. Lindsay nodded obediently. And after a few instructions, Lin Ran took Zhang Huan and the others back. Watching Lindsay and the others leave his sight, Lin Ran returned to Jiangchen and walked towards the address he said with a half-dizzy Shirley. Louisa and Rohan sat together, roasting the fire, and studying the terrain of the base with a map. Suddenly, Li Xiang ran over and said, Lin Ran. Lin Ran is here. Lin Ran? What is he doing here? The two men jumped up from their chairs when they heard the name. Louisa was surprised. Rohan was even more surprised. Li Xiang continued, She came with Shirley. Louisa was stunned. How did she meet Shirley? Rohan frowned and said, Didn't Shirley go undercover? Yes. Didn't he go undercover? How did he meet Lin Ran? Louisa was completely confused. But fortunately, Lin Ran came up while he was talking. Lin Ran didn't expect to see Rohan here. This world is really small. Captain Lin, how did you meet each other? Louisa looked at Lin Ran and Shirley, who was supported by someone beside her, and asked curiously. Before Lin Ran could speak, Shirley, who was half-conscious, said, Boss, if it weren't for Captain Lin, I would be dead today. After that, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood scared Louisa. He hurriedly took the man from Jiangchen, and then arranged for the team doctor to come and rescue him. When the team doctor came to check Shirley's body, Louisa's brows never relaxed. He was too careless. He thought that relying on Shirley's special ability to go undercover would not cause any trouble. But he forgot that the base commander's territory was not so easy to break into. If Shirley really had something wrong, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Fortunately, after the team doctor checked, he told Louisa that Shirley was not in danger of life. Boss, Lazy is lucky. All the injuries are superficial. Louisa was relieved immediately. Only then did he feel like talking to Lin Ran. Captain Lin, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, my brother would be in danger. Lin Ran smiled and said, You're welcome. I wonder how Shirley's body is now. Can you talk? Lin Ran said this to the team doctor. The team doctor glanced at Lin Ran and said, You can talk now. He just asked me to ask the boss and Captain Lin to go in. Lin Ran heard this and walked into the room where Shirley was with Jiang Chen without hesitation. Louisa, I always felt that something happened between Lin Ran and Shirley. Louisa touched his nose and followed Lin Ran in. Seeing that they all went in, Rohan followed them in. Li Xiang saw that the deputy captain, seemed to be lagging behind, so he followed in. Shirley saw that everyone came in. He coughed twice before saying, Boss, it's too scary in there. I almost lost my life. Louisa hurried over and grabbed Shirley's hand. You've worked hard. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you take risks. No, boss. Who knew it was so weird in there? From the conversation between the two, Lin Ran finally knew what Shirley's special ability was. It's hidden. He can dilute his own aura and hide himself in any environment without being discovered. This is why he was able to escape from that room. This is also why he hid near himself and Jiang Chen for so long without being discovered. I have to say that this ability is also quite scary. I didn't expect that there is someone with this ability in Louisa's team. He is really hidden. After Ling Ke took me in, he said someone wanted to examine me. I thought it was just a normal physical examination, to check my superpowers or something. Who knew a charming woman named Sister Zhou came and took me into a room. It was the room where Captain Lin found me. There was a large operating table in it, connected to various instruments that I couldn't understand. And there were several superpowers in white coats standing around. As soon as I entered, the two people controlled me on the operating table. Then Sister Zhou came over with an instrument and drew several tubes of blood from me. I don't know how they checked, but they soon found that my superpowers were level 3. Then the two people pulled me into a particularly scary machine. The machine was hot and stuffy, squeezing me like a sandwich. I vomited blood several times before it loosened. Later I learned that the thing was used to test physical fitness. They confirmed that I was not a power-type psychic, and said that I could not escape by my own ability. Then they locked me in a cage with confidence. Then one of them took me into a secret passage. Through the secret passage, I saw many people. Several of them were psychics I knew who had disappeared inexplicably before. They were all locked in several larger cages, and their hands were pierced with the kind of indwelling needles used in hospitals before the end of the world. The man said that they were all guinea pigs like me. Soon, I would also be used for experiments. Louisa asked in confusion. Experiments? What experiments? Shirley shook his head. I don't know either. I didn't have time to ask. The moment I was locked in the cage, I activated my superpowers and quietly followed the man out. I was afraid that if I stayed in there for a long time, I would not be able to get out. It's really scary in there. Boss, I didn't see Wu Shiqing and the others there, but I'm afraid they were also captured for some experiment. After listening to Shirley's words, Louisa's expression became more solemn. Wu Shiqing and the others were captured by the base commander's people. They are all superpowers, and it is very likely that they were used as experimental guinea pigs, as Shirley said. Then how did you and Captain Lin meet? Louisa asked this key question with a calm look. Lin Ren smiled slightly and answered first, because I also found that there was something fishy in that place. So I went to investigate with Jiang Qin. Unexpectedly, I met your brother there, and I saved him by the way. Hearing this, Louisa also laughed softly. Captain Lin seems to bring me different surprises every time. You say you are an ordinary person, but I don't think you are ordinary at all. Ordinary people don't care whether there is something fishy in this base. Since we are gathered here today, Captain Lin might as well talk to me frankly. Do you want to cooperate with us? Lin Ran glanced at Ronghan, who nodded quietly at him, and then replied, cooperation. That's great. I also have this idea. Let them turn this base upside down together. Chapter 235 Her Nightmare. Luo Xingxing asked Lin Zhe to send her to her original community. Zhang Huan saw that Luo Xingxing was really going to leave alone, and said worriedly, Xingxing, can you go alone? Or you should go back with me. It's so cold now. We can live together and take care of each other. Luo Xingxing declined Zhang Huan's kindness. Thank you, Sister Huan. I still have some supplies at home, which can last for a few days. Then you must take good care of yourself. You can come to our place at any time. Zhang Huan instructed. Luo Xingxing nodded. Yes, I will. Thank you, Sister Huan. She really likes this Sister Huan. She made her feel the long-lost family affection. She also wanted to go back with her. But this is her home. What if Yuzhen comes back? What if he doesn't come back? She lives alone, and it is also convenient for her to go outside the house to continue to guard them. She doesn't believe that Luo Xiangxi and Yuzhen will not go out. If Lin Rang can't find them today, she will spend 2 or 3 days looking for them. She has plenty of time anyway. Lin Zhe also helped Zhang Huan to persuade her a few times. But when he saw that he couldn't persuade her, he stepped on the accelerator and took Zhang Huan to her place. He knew very well that Luo Xingxing could survive for so long in the end times. It was not simple. He didn't need to worry about it. Luo Xingxing said goodbye to Lin Zhe and the others and walked towards her house. Her house was on the 10th floor, and she had to climb very high to get up. Fortunately, Luo Xingxing had eaten a lot in Lin Zhe's car at noon, so she didn't feel tired climbing up now. Instead, she felt warm all over and felt quite comfortable. Found the key and opened the door. The direction of this room is not sunny, and the light in the room is a little dim. After Luo Xingxing came in, it took 2 seconds to adapt, and before he could see clearly inside, he heard a low laugh from the sofa opposite. Xingxing, you're back. Sister almost thought you were not coming back, and was very anxious. Luo Xiangxi? Luo Xingxing's fists hardened instantly. How dare you come back? Luo Xingxing condensed a water ball in the palm of her right hand and smashed it towards Luo Xiangxi's face. She wanted to smash this stinky woman's face. Luo Xiangxi sat calmly on the sofa, watching Luo Xingxing's movements with a smile on her face. Without any panic, Luo Xingxing was wondering why she didn't hide. The water ball she threw was blown away by a gust of wind. Why is there wind in the house? No, there is a wind-type mutant in the house. Luo Xiangxi asked for help. Luo Xingxing instinctively felt the danger and looked around cautiously. But before she could find the mutant in the dark, her waist was hugged from behind by a pair of big hands. Xingxing, long time no see. I miss you so much. The man's rough voice came from behind Luo Xingxing. This familiar nightmare-like voice gave her goosebumps instantly. It's Wang Yu. How could it be him? How could he and Luo Xiangxi hook up again? Disgusting. So disgusting. Let me go! You dirty stinky thing. Luo Xingxing struggled frantically in Wang Yu's arms, trying to escape. But how could Luo Xingxing escape from Wang Yu now? Still so hot. Xingxing, I like your personality. Huang Yu held Luo Xingxing firmly, enjoying her struggle. He even lowered his head and kissed her neck. Luo Xingxing felt this special touch and almost vomited. Let me go! Let me go! Where is Juzhen? Where is Juzhen? Come and save me! Luo Xiangxi. Where did you hide Juzhen? Give him back to me. Luo Xingxing desperately yelled at Luo Xiangxi, who was sitting on the sofa, looking at her leisurely as if watching a joke. Luo Xiangxi smiled but didn't say anything. But Huang Yu behind her laughed gloomily. Xingxing, your vision is not that good? Juzhen, he can't beat me. Luo Xingxing was stunned. What did you do to him? Huang Yu laughed. I locked him up. If you serve me well later, I might let you meet her. Huang Yu said the following sentence to Luo Xingxing while biting her ear. Such an ambiguous tone made Luo Xingxing's alarm bells ring. She knew too well what would happen if she fell into the hands of these two people. Luo Xingxing quietly gathered strength in her right hand, wanting to give Huang Yu a fatal blow. Unfortunately, before she could make a move, she heard Huang Yu sneer, "What a naughty little girl. Your little ability can't do anything with me." Then Luo Xingxing smelled a strange fragrance. And then the whole person softened like cotton. She collapsed in Huang Yu's arms. When Luo Xiangxi saw the scene, the arc of her lips became even bigger. It's great. Xingxing fell completely. Now she has become the same as her. Who is more noble than who? After Lin Zhe returned home, Lin Ran and Jiang Chen had not returned yet. He was not in a hurry. His sister was so powerful, and with brother Jiang by his side, he was not worried at all. He told Lin's father and mother about the situation outside, ate something, and went back to the house to absorb a crystal core before Lin Ran and the others came back. Lin Zhe was the first to discover that they had returned. He heard the roar of a car outside and instantly opened the curtains. Then he saw his sister and Jiang Chen getting off Louise's car. Lin Zhe hurried out of the bedroom door, and when he went downstairs, he saw Jiang Chen and Lin Ran walking in. Sister, brother Jiang, why did you come back in Louise's car, having been left at home for a long time? Lin Zhe was so curious at this moment. Lin Ran did not hide it, and said to Lin Zhe, because we are cooperating. He will be our partner in the future. Lin Zhe, what? As he spoke, the people who heard the noise also came downstairs one after another. They all heard the conversation just now. And now a pair of eyes were staring at Lin Ran, looking at the whole family like a curious baby. Lin Ran was amused. He pulled them to sit down and briefly told them what happened today. Lin's mother, so Ran. That Captain Lu doesn't sound simple either. Lin Ran, yes. He is. Lin's father, is that building the base director's experimental base? Lin Ran, yes. I guess they find people with special abilities to be experimental guinea pigs. Old Master Jiang, these people are too bad. Can't everyone live well? Alas, they have to do this and that experiment every day. They harm their own people. Lin Ran agreed with this. In the end times, it is not easy for people to deal with natural disasters and zombies. Now humans have to fight each other. In Lin Ran's opinion, those who treat people as experimental subjects should be cut into pieces. Then Ran, have you planned what to do next? Lin's mother asked worriedly. Lin Ran smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. We have planned it. Yes, everything is planned. Just wait for tomorrow. Chapter 236 Undercover. The next day, Lin Ran woke up early. He had a simple meal of steamed buns and shrimp wontons at home, and a tea egg for breakfast. Then he went out with Jiang Chen, Lin Zhe and others. In the car, Lin Ran told Lin Zhe about their plan yesterday. After Lin Ran finished speaking, she heard Lin Zhe yelling, What? Sister, are you going to be an undercover? That's not possible. Didn't you say that the people brought in must be examined physically? What if you are caught and used as a guinea pig? You can't go in. It's too dangerous. Lin Zhe nags like a worried old woman for a long time, but finds that his sister who is driving in front doesn't seem to take his words very seriously. Just when he was about to get angry, he saw Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turn around and smile at him. Xiao Zhe, don't worry. When the time comes, we just need to follow Ran. I won't let anyone have the chance to hurt her. Lin Zhe, Lin Zhe looked at the extremely determined look in Jiang Chen's eyes, and suddenly he couldn't say anything else. Yes, with him, his sister will be fine. Jiang Chen, His eyes told Lin Zhe. He would never let Lin Ran get hurt. Although Lin Zhe didn't know how Jiang Chen would follow his sister at that time. He trusted him very much now. Lin Ran and the others met with Louisa, Ronghan and others near the service hall. After everyone got together, they chatted for a while in a simple and relaxed manner, until Li Xiang ran over. Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. Li Xiang, they are here. Captain Lin, you can go. Okay. Lin Ran opened the car door, and then walked towards the service hall in a chic manner. Seeing Lin Ran leave, Lin Zhe also wanted to follow. As a result, he was stopped by Jiang Chen. Don't worry. Lin Zhe looked at Jiang Chen with grievance. Okay. Listen to him first. But if his sister gets hurt, he will never recognize him as his brother-in-law again. Lin Ran walked slowly to the door of the service hall and saw two men from a distance. One of them was Ling Ke, who took Shirley into the room yesterday. Lin Ran also knew the other man. He was the man who chatted with Ling Ke in the corridor yesterday. She came here today for these two people. They said yesterday that they would come here to try their luck and open an order today. In this case, she will take care of their business. Lin Ran stood at the door of the service hall and knocked on the door in a pretended anxious manner. Unfortunately, no one was working inside, and no one came to open the door after she knocked for a long time. Then she saw the two people coming over from the corner of her eye. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ran pretended to be very anxious and was determined to knock on the door. Miss, the weather is bad. They haven't been working these days. It's useless to knock on the door. Ling Ke pretended to be concerned and came over to ask, why are you knocking on the door so urgently? Is there something wrong? Lin Ran turned her head and looked at Ling Ke aggrievedly. Why haven't they been working yet? I haven't eaten for several days. The supply center is not open. And this place is not open either. I will starve to death if this goes on. Ling Ke, yeah. I don't know what's going on with this base. Don't they care about everyone's life or death? Lin Ran, hey. What's the use of my superpowers? If I can't get the supplies, no matter how good my superpowers are, they will be gone with me. She is a superpower? Ling Ke heard the words and looked at the other man quickly. And they saw surprise in each other's eyes. It's easy to get. They are going to open an order again. Miss, are you a superpower? Lin Ran, Level 2 Thunder System. I used to think that being a superpower would at least keep me from starving to death in this damn apocalypse. Now I didn't expect that I would still starve to death. Brother, don't you think this world is too bullying? Ling Ke was even happier after hearing this. The silly girl in front of him told him everything directly. Level 2 Thunder System. Although her superpower level is average, she is at least a superpower. And she needs supplies so much. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and trick her back. Ling Ke smiled at Lin Ran kindly and said, Miss, it would be easy if you were a superpower. We are recruiting superpowers. If you really have superpowers, we can provide you with supplies. We will never let you starve to death. Lin Ran smiled in surprise and said, Really? Great. Then take me there quickly. Okay. Okay. Don't worry. We will take you there right away. Ling Ke looked at the innocent girl in front of him with satisfaction, and walked to the front and led her warmly. But he didn't know. A long tail followed him. It was still the same house as yesterday. When are we going to eat? Lin Ran looked around and asked. Ling Ke, we will give you a simple physical examination later. After confirming your ability and level, you can receive supplies. Okay. Lin Ran was extremely obedient. Just like a simple little white rabbit. Ling Ke felt a little sorry for her. Such a beautiful girl is really cheap for a man like Huang Gu. Huang Gu will definitely not let her go after her physical examination. When he gets tired of her, she will be taken away to be used as a medicine man. Soon, Lin Ran saw the enchanting woman described by Shirley. She really twisted when she walked. Lin Ran looked at her coldly and thought it was a pelvic tilt. Not pretty at all. Sister Zhou looked at Lin Ran's overly beautiful face unkindly and said unhappily, Why is there another little goblin? What kind of star came yesterday and fascinated Huang Yu? The stinky thing. Why is there such a beautiful woman again now? If this goes on, she will not only have to deal with Luo Xiangxi. I still have to deal with these women. I'm so annoyed. Lin Ran, come again? Is there another woman coming in front? Sister Zhou frowned, but soon laughed again. If she dares to be a foxy person like Luo Xiangxi, she will not let her off during the physical examination later. Let's go. Let's go for the physical examination first. Lin Ran nodded and followed Sister Zhou to the physical examination place. After a while, they stopped in front of the house, where they met Shirley yesterday. Come in. Sister Zhou opened the door and let Lin Ran go in first. Lin Ran walked in obediently. And then Sister Zhou locked the door behind her. Then, she saw two men in white coats and masks walking towards Lin Ran. It was exactly the same as Shirley described. Then they would tie her to the operating table. How could she let others tie her to that hateful operating table? Lin Ran smiled slightly and took out 3 dolls from the space. Then she crushed their heads at the same time. Click. Chapter 237 Medicine Man. Sister Zhou was just thinking it was funny when she saw several dolls suddenly appear in the hands of the girl in front of her. Then she saw the heads of her 2 assistants shattered in front of her. Then it was her own. She felt that her head was going to explode. Her world was spinning, and blood was flowing down her forehead. She stared at the unbelievably beautiful girl in front of her, with her pupils wide open in horror. She was holding 3 dolls in her hands, and the heads of 2 of them were broken. It was exactly the same way as her assistants were broken. She also had a doll in her hand. There was a long crack on the head of the doll, but it had not broken yet. The girl gently stroked the doll's head and looked down at herself on the ground, as if she was looking at a piece of rags. Sister Zhou then realized the horror of the person in front of her. It was the kind of horror that made her tremble in her bones. She opened her mouth and wanted to call for help. As a result, her mouth seemed to be sealed, and she couldn't make any sound at all. She then noticed that the mouth of the doll was sealed with tape by the girl. Lin Ran smiled at Sister Zhou, who was struggling in vain on the ground. Then she walked over her and opened the door that she had locked. Soon, Jiangchen came in from outside with Lin Zai, Rong Han, Louisa and others. Ran, are you okay? Jiangchen looked at Lin Ran closely. Lin Ran shook her head and chuckled. What can happen to me? They are the ones who are in trouble. Jiangchen then noticed that there were 3 people lying on the ground. 2 of them were dead, and the other was about to die. Sister Zhou was even more scared when she saw so many people suddenly enter this room that no outsiders had ever entered. These people are definitely not simple. Otherwise, how could they pass the heavily guarded sentries outside? Linka recruited a group of evil stars this time. Lin Ran squatted down and asked in a gloomy tone, Tell me, what are you doing here? Don't try to play tricks. You know, I have plenty of ways to make you shut up forever. Lin Ran said, as he pinched the doll in his hand fiercely. Sister Zhou felt that her internal organs were about to be crushed with Lin Ran's movements. She closed her eyes in pain, and it took a while for her to recover from the suffocating pain. Seeing Sister Zhou's dying look, Lin Ran smiled coldly and slowly pulled off the tape on the doll's mouth. I think you should be able to tell me now. Where is this place? And what's going on with you checking my body? Sister Zhou looked at the girl's hand in front of her, which was still on the doll's head. She opened her mouth in fear, caw. Because of the strong pain, the syllables that Sister Zhou uttered at first were all caw sounds, just like a goose with a broken throat. After a while, she could speak normally. This is a laboratory. You are all experimental subjects raised by us. Experimental subjects? What experiments are you going to do? Lin Ran continued to ask. Sister Zhou looked behind the iron fence of this room and said faintly, It is an experiment to improve superpowers. I don't know how it is done specifically. I only know that all superpowered people who are brought in have to take a kind of medicine. That medicine can greatly improve their superpowers in a short period of time. So we all call them medicine people. Lin Ran, how are those medicines developed? Hearing this question, fear flashed in Sister Zhou's eyes. I don't know either. But I know that they are probably extracted from those medicine people. Because once those experimenters can no longer improve their superpowers, no matter how many medicines they use, they will be taken to that laboratory and disposed of. Lin Ran, who are the people who do these experiments? Sister Zhou's eyes were more frightened when she heard this question. I don't know. Don't ask me. Really? It seems that you need me to help you recall. Lin Ran coldly pinched the doll's neck. Sister Zhou's face instantly turned red, like a goose with its neck strangled. She could only stretch her neck and open her mouth in vain to desperately search for air. Seeing Lin Ran's movements, Louisa subconsciously touched his neck. He was a little scared of her now. How could she have such a powerful and weird ability? Fortunately, he was not her enemy. It was too scary. Before Sister Zhou died, Lin Ran released her hand from the doll's neck. Do you remember now? Lin Ran's voice sounded like a devil from hell to Sister Zhou. I remember. Sorry. I remember everything now. Then who are they? It's the base commander's people. There is a person here who comes here every week to check the experimental results here. I have seen that person. He is a confidant of the base commander, and seems to be the base commander's younger brother. I heard him call the base commander like that. The base commander's younger brother? Hearing this news, Lin Ran and Rong Han looked at each other quickly. William finally appeared. Lin Ran digested the news and continued to ask, who usually manages this place? It's Huang Yu. He is the base commander's right-hand man. Huang Yu. Lin Ran was stunned when he heard the name. This name sounds a bit familiar. Where have you heard it? Lin Zhe came over at this time and reminded Lin Ran in her ear, Sister. Luo Xingxing said yesterday that the person who bullied her seemed to be called Huang Yu. That's right. It turned out that Luo Xingxing said it. But that Huang Yu in Yundu, in Luo Xingxing's description, is a lustful scum, and he should not be the same person as this one. Sister Zhou didn't know what Lin Ran was thinking, and continued, I heard that Huang Yu was also a medicine man when he came in. But his physique is very special. After absorbing a lot of medicine, he didn't reach the limit. On the contrary, the level of supernatural power has been greatly improved. Therefore, he was appreciated by William and the head of the base. Not only did they not get rid of him, but they also made him the manager here. Speaking of this, Sister Zhou paused. I advise you to leave here immediately. You don't know how powerful Huang Yu is. He is a full system psychic, and his psychic level is very high. If he finds you here, you are dead. Especially Miss. You are so beautiful. If you are caught by that damn ghost, your end will definitely be worse than being a medicine man. Hearing Sister Zhou's threatening words, Lin Ran laughed. She is more interested in Huang Yu now. He is also a full system psychic, so his crystal core is valuable. She ignored Sister Zhou's threatening words and asked again, the laboratory you mentioned is behind this? Sister Zhou nodded, yes. It's behind the iron fence. You must not go there. No psychic who goes in can come out alive except us managers. Lin Ran raised her lips slightly and grabbed the dying Sister Zhou. Then we can get out alive with you. Come on. Take us in to have a look. Chapter 238 Entering the Interior. Lin Ran looked at the two dead white coats on the ground and asked Rong Han and the others to hide them. There were several cabinets in this room. Rong Han and the others hid the people in the cabinets. And Lin Ran brought Sister Zhou to the iron fence. Sister Zhou felt that the woman in front of her had a terrifying hand strength. What was she thinking? At that time, she was still thinking about giving her a good look during the physical examination. Now it seems that she is the first to die. There is a fingerprint electronic lock in front of the iron fence, and Sister Zhou has the authority to open this door. Under the coercion of Lin Ran, she stretched out her index finger tremblingly and opened the door. Then the group stepped into a dark passage. Sister Zhou said, this is a secret passage. Going in from here is connected to a building next to it. Lin Ran suddenly realized. She said that this house looked small from the outside, but Jiangchen said that there were many people inside. It turned out that they were all hidden in another building behind the house. Soon they passed through the secret passage, and then a silver-white door appeared in front of them. Behind this is where the low-level medicine people live. All the new medicine people live inside. What about the old medicine people? Sister Zhou nodded, yes. The old medicine people are those who have passed 3 drug tests, and their ability levels will increase. These people will be treated specially and locked up in another place. Lin Ran had an idea in mind and motioned her to open the door. Sister Zhou also opened the door with her fingerprint. As soon as she opened it, Lin Ran smelled a sour and rotten smell. Then, she saw countless iron cages densely placed behind the door. And the iron cages were full of people. Louisa was almost fainted when he saw this scene. So many people with abilities were locked up here. What the hell was that damn experiment they were doing? When they saw them come in, the people inside didn't make a sound. If Lin Ran couldn't see their moving eyeballs, Lin Ran would almost think they were dead. They dare not speak. Sister Zhou seemed to know Lin Ran's doubts and took the initiative to say, we have unusual management methods here, and they are afraid of us. I advise you to leave quickly. It won't be long before another manager comes in. If they find the abnormality here, you will be dead. Sister Zhou took the opportunity to threaten Lin Ran again. Lin Ran pinched Sister Zhou's neck and chuckled. What are you afraid of? At most, we can get rid of them together. Just like just now. Sister Joe thought of the scene where her 2 assistants were shot in the head in an instant. She was so scared that she dared not speak nonsense. Lin Ran asked, "Do you know if there has been a person named Wu Shiqing here?" Sister Joe shook her head. "I don't know. In our eyes, these people are medicine men who will die sooner or later. We won't bother to remember their names." Lin Ran looked at Louisa and Rong Han. "You go and look for them." After hearing what Lin Ran said, the 2 hurriedly walked towards the rows of iron cages. They were not only looking for Wu Shiqing, but also his gang of brothers. Then half of the brothers who lived in District D disappeared with Wu Shiqing. Rong Han and Louisa looked carefully at each cage, but the numb faces did not show the people they were looking for. Soon, Rong Han and Louisa returned disappointed. Louisa looked at Sister Joe. "We didn't find them. Could they have gone to another place?" "Where is the other place you mentioned?" Sister Joe pointed to a door behind her. "Behind this door." Lin Ran, "Take us there." Sister Joe lost a lot of blood, and now she is soft all over. Hearing Lin Ran's instructions, she said weakly, I don't have this authority. This fingerprint can only be opened by people at a higher level." "Higher level? Who?" "Huan Yu." "No. It's the experimenters in that room." "Then how to find them?" Sister Joe coughed. "There is no way to find them. They eat, drink and live in this room. They only come out when they need supplies and do experiments for these people. Otherwise they are usually in here. I didn't expect the management here to be so strict. How can they get in?" Just when Lin Ran and the others were in a stalemate, Jiangchen suddenly looked stern and looked at the door in front of him and said, Ran. Someone is coming out from inside." Lin Ran raised the corners of his mouth high when he heard it. "They are lucky today. It's true that someone sends a pillow when you are sleepy. Now, they have a way to get in. Before the people inside come out." Lin Ran asked everyone to hide first. Click, the sound of the door lock opening from the inside. Sister Joe opened her eyes wide and watched several people in white protective clothing come out. She knew this was her only chance to survive. She didn't care about being afraid. She opened her mouth and prepared to call for help. Snap, another subtle snapping sound came, and Sister Joe's movements all stopped for a moment. She rolled her stiff eyes and saw that the head of the doll in Lin Ran's hand had been crushed. Was her head also crushed? Before she could think clearly, she lost all consciousness and went limp. Lin Ran clapped her hands and threw the doll and Sister Joe's body aside. Now all her attention was on the protective suits. There were a total of 6 people coming out. Each of them held a basket full of medicine. When the superpowers saw them, no one spoke. No one even reported the existence of Lin Ran and the others. They were like zombies, without sadness or joy, and had no consciousness. When they saw these people, they habitually stretched out their hands and showed the indwelling needles in their hands in front of them. Then those people pushed the injections into their indwelling needles. Lin Ran noticed that these people had different reactions after being injected with the medicine. Some people would instantly spit out violent flames. Some people would be furious like an orangutan in a zoo. And he was so strong that he could instantly lift up the iron cage in front of him. The protective suit on the side was not in a hurry when he saw this scene. He watched calmly for a while, and then a flash of lightning passed by, and the newly evolved power-type mutant was knocked to the ground by him. "Behave yourself. If I find you again, you be dead." The protective suit threatened coldly. The man inside didn't dare to say a word. Lin Ran knew that the ability of this protective suit was much higher than that of these people. However, not all people successfully completed the upgrade of their abilities. One of them had a whole body spasm and foam at the mouth the moment the injection hit his body, and then fell to the ground and never moved again. Useless thing. Recorded. Experimental subject number 238 died. The protective suit looked at this scene and said coldly. Then he opened the cage and took out the crystal core in the man's head. He looked at the crystal core and said with satisfaction, "This crystal core looks good, and it can be harvested again." Lin Ran saw the scene. As if struck by lightning, she seemed to know what experiments these people were doing. Chapter 239 Take Action. In fact, this is something that many people can think of, but there are not many people who actually do this. Because doing this kind of thing is really too inhumane. In the end of the world, if a superpower wants to improve his superpower, he can absorb crystal cores. Like mutants and zombies, they all have crystal cores in their heads. So why not guess whether the mutants also have crystal cores in their heads? Can their crystal cores also be absorbed? What is the effect of absorption? In the previous life, in the first year after the end of the world, Superpowers appeared one after another, in the process of fighting with zombies or mutants. Some superpowers will unfortunately die. After they die, due to some accidental reasons, the crystal cores in their heads will fall out. These crystal cores were discovered by other superpowers, and after trying to absorb them, they found that the energy in these crystal cores is more abundant and purer than that of ordinary zombies and mutants. Some people can even upgrade several levels in a short period of time by absorbing the crystal cores in the bodies of superpowers. Compared with other crystal cores, the crystal cores in the bodies of psychics are so useful. It is simply a sharp tool for upgrading. But using the crystal cores of psychics to upgrade is really cruel. Unless they are extremely vicious, no one will take the initiative to upgrade in this way. I didn't expect that in this place. These people knew the use of psychic crystal cores so early. No wonder these psychics are called medicine people. They inhumanely locked up the psychics here, first using reagents to feed these people and let them upgrade. When they can't bear the side effects of the upgrade, they will harvest their crystal cores. And for those psychics with special physiques that can withstand more reagents and continue to upgrade, they will take them for the next round of experiments. Too cruel. The behavior of these people is even more cruel than zombies. It is the nature of zombies to eat people. And as human beings, they actually treat their own kind like this. They are simply not human. At this moment, Lin Ran felt extremely disgusted with this so-called base commander and William. She wanted to let them live for a few days. But now she didn't want to let them live for even a minute. She wanted to catch them. Let's see if the crystal core in their brains is black. Those bastards must die a miserable death. With the cooperation of the medicine people and the superpowers, the protective suits quickly completed the injection of the medicine. Of course, there were some twists and turns in the process. In addition to the man just now, another person couldn't bear it and died. They went over and took out the crystal core in his brain without mercy. Lin Ran noticed that the other medicine people were so scared when they saw this scene. But no one dared to make even a cry. These superpowers seemed to be scared, or they knew their future ending from these performances. But what confused Lin Ran was that these people were all superpowers. So why didn't they attack them? It seemed that they were not locked in cages, and there were no chains on their bodies. Why didn't they dare to attack them in groups? Or, they had done this before, but they were suppressed. So, the level of these people's abilities would not be low. Lin Ran made a gesture, asking everyone to be careful. Everyone nodded in tacit understanding. When the protective suits finished doing these and were ready to retreat, they suddenly found that they could not find the way back. A protective suit wiped his eyes and said strangely, "Hey, why can't I find the door?" Suddenly a cold wind blew. The protective suit felt his whole body trembling, as if he was standing in the ice and snow. How could this happen? He turned around and wanted to call his companions, but he found that there was no one around him. He realized that something was wrong in an instant, and countless vines grew in his palms. If you look carefully, you will find that each of these vines has sharp thorns. If you don't pay attention, whether it is a human or a zombie, it will be pierced into a bloody man by such sharp vines. The vines attacked in all directions, and the protective suit tried to find the person hiding in the dark. Suddenly he felt that he had stabbed something. He laughed roughly. "Ha, little thing. I caught you." He wanted to see which medicine man who didn't care about his life would dare to try this little trick. The vine hooked the thing pierced and came to his side. But when he saw clearly what the vine pierced, his pupils suddenly dilated. How could it be like this? The vine pierced his colleague, another person in protective clothing. He was covered in blood, especially in his chest. He was pierced directly by his sharp vine. How could it be you? Okay. You sneak attack me. I knew you had a problem with me for a long time. The other protective suit said hatefully. Since you want me to die, then you don't want to live either. A bolt of lightning struck the protective suit, which was still in shock, and was hit hard. The power of this lightning was very strong. If he was not a level 7 superpower, he would not be able to bear it. The protective suit fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, he felt even colder. Who is behind this? You? Listen to me. Someone is plotting against us. The protective suit explained while struggling to stand up. Plotting? I think you went crazy first. The person on the opposite side was beaten red-eyed by him and did not listen to his explanation. Look where we are. The protective suit shouted loudly. The person on the opposite side looked around and felt something was wrong. Why are they standing in the snow? The blood on his chest dripped onto the white snow, and he realized that they were really plotted against. This is a hallucinogenic superpower. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to find out now. Rohan activated the ice superpower to lower the temperature around him. Under the guidance of the hallucinogenic power, the two people only felt that the wind and snow around them were blowing harder. Were they thrown into the extreme cold? Rohan took advantage of the cover of the wind and snow, holding a sharp ice blade and standing behind them like the god of death. Puff. It was the sound of the ice blade piercing the flesh. Rohan's hand was very accurate, and the ice blade went over and pierced the heart of the protective suit with great accuracy. The protective suit opened its eyes instantly and looked at the white world blankly. But it didn't see anyone. Damn. Who did it? He will never know the answer to this question. Puff. Another sound. Another person fell to the ground. With the death of these two people, the illusion in front of Rohan disappeared instantly. Lin Ran stood in front of him and smiled leisurely. Not bad, Captain Rohan. You are a master at using the ice ability. Rohan smiled modestly. I can't compare to you. Miss Lin, you have so many abilities that I can't imagine. Just now, thanks to your cooperation. Otherwise, I would not be able to deal with them too. Rohan was telling the truth. The abilities of these two protective suits were very strong. Now he was in front of level 7. But these two people were both level 7. If it weren't for the illusion created by Lin Ran that made them attack each other, both of them would be injured. There is absolutely no way he could kill them both at the same time. Rohan felt that Lin Ran was too powerful. In addition to the hallucinogenic ability just now and the mysterious and terrifying dark ability, she also had the very aggressive thunder ability. Rohan was very glad that he and Lin Ran were friends instead of enemies. Otherwise it would be too scary. Chapter 240, deliberately making things difficult. With the end of the battle on Rohan's side, with the cooperation of Lin Ran, the battles in several other places also ended one after another. Lin Zai used a metal bullet to destroy one of the protective suits. Lu Iza was very creative. He created a mountain of flames and burned one of the protective suits alive. Jiang Chen was very clean and neat. He did not ask Lin Ran for help, and cut the man's neck with one knife. Sister, everything is done. Lin Ran retracted her hallucinogenic ability, and there were several fresh corpses on the ground. Lin Ran curled her lips and smiled softly. Okay. Take out the crystal cores in their brains first. The crystal cores in these people's brains are all yellow crystal cores the size of ping-pong balls. Lin Ran squatted down and dug out the two crystal cores that had just been dug out of the protective suit. Then he gave them to Jiang Chen to keep. Jiang Chen used his water ability to wash the crystal cores clean, and then calmly put them in his pocket. In fact, he put them in his own Buddhist bead space by the way. Seeing this, Louisa also put the crystal core in his pocket. Rohan gave the lightning power to Lin Ran, and kept the wood power for himself. Lin Zai also gave the crystal core in his hand to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen accepted all the crystal cores and put them in his space. Seeing that everyone had put away the crystal cores, Lin Ran grabbed a corpse in a protective suit and walked to the door. Then he pulled off his gloves and pressed his index finger on the fingerprint lock. Click. With Lin Ran's action, the door opened. As expected, just as Lin Ran thought, these people were on the same level. Everyone should have the authority to open this door. To be on the safe side, Lin Ran asked Rohan to chop off the man's fingers. Maybe she could use them later. Then she asked everyone to hide the bodies of these people so that people outside would not find any clues later. While everyone was dealing with the scene, Lin Ran did not move. While Rohan and the others were not paying attention, she collected the injections that fell from the protective suits into the space. These injections are so mysterious. Take them back and have a chance to study them carefully. When Lin Ran finished doing this, she was attracted by the people in the iron cage. What surprised her was that not many of these people looked at this side. They were quiet as if they were dead. I don't know what kind of suppression these people have encountered. They just witnessed such a bloody scene here. Are they so calm? It's really strange. Sister, look here. Lin Ran's thoughts were interrupted by Lin Zai's exclamation. She walked over and saw that Lin Zai opened a cabinet with several sets of brand new protective suits neatly placed in it. This is really great. Just now, she wanted to use those people's protective suits, but they were torn and dirty. Now it's good. With this, they can hide their identities better after entering. 10 minutes later, Lin Ran and everyone put on protective suits. Looking at his well-prepared companions, Lin Ran suddenly found something wrong. Lin Ran murmured, different. Louisa, Captain Lin. What's different? The chest is different. There is a number plate on the chest of those protective suits. Go find it. Lin Ran thought that should be the work number of these protective suits. That is, their identity identification. Without this, they would be in danger. Lin Zhe and Rong Han ran around and found the number plates on these protective suits. Each person has a 3-digit number. Lin Ran randomly took a 235, and Jiang Chen's was 278. Put the number plate on the chest. And then everyone walked towards the open door. Through a long and narrow corridor. Lin Ran and the others entered a white room. Several white doors appeared in front of them. Where should they go? Jiang Chen pointed to a door and said, there is no one behind this. Rong Han took out the finger he had just cut off and pressed it on it. Unfortunately, he couldn't open this door. Lin Ran, try another one. Rong Han nodded and tried the next door. It didn't open. This one didn't open either. 3 in a row didn't respond until the 4th one. Click, the door was opened. Rong Han was about to push the door open when Jiang Chen said, there are a lot of people behind this door. Be careful. Everyone, okay. Lin Ran opened the door and walked in. And saw a lot of protective suits like theirs. And this house looked like a big laboratory. 235. You are finally back. Why did you take so long this time? Are you lazy? A tall protective suit saw them, and came over to pat Lin Ran on the shoulder. Lin Ran, damn. That 235 is a man. If she imitated a man's voice. I wonder if it would sound like him. Why are you being lazy? We have always worked diligently. 238. We are not as bad as you. How about you go next time? Just when Lin Ran was struggling with how to disguise her voice, Jiang Chen beside her came over to help her out. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen. Her heart warmed. Who would have thought that the aloof Jiang Chen would speak like this for her? 238 saw someone dare to talk to him like this. And said with a smile, 278. I didn't expect that you and 235 have such a good relationship. Then it's just right that you two go to give medicine to those medicine men inside today. Who made your group come back so late today? Are those medicine men inside the old medicine men who were selected as Sister Zhou said? Looking at 238's smug look. It seems that giving medicine to those medicine men inside is a very troublesome thing. If it were normal, Lin Ran would not indulge these villains. But they just need clues. She would naturally not refuse such an opportunity that came to her door. Lin Ran pushed Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen instantly understood what Lin Ran meant. He made a reluctant gesture and said, well, who made us come back late? Let's go today. Louisa, we are all late. We will go with you. 238 folded his arms, and said with a look of watching a good show, I didn't expect you to be so united today. It's great. Let's go together. After that, 238 handed a box full of medicine to Jiang Chen. He also gave him a pass. 238 gloated, go early and come back early. I hope you can catch up with our lunch. Uh-huh. If you are late and can't come back, I won't leave you food. Lin Ran, This person's attitude is too weird. What on earth are those so-called old medicine people? Chapter 241 Get the news. 238 sneered at them and turned away. The other protective suits seemed to have not seen them. Each doing their own work. Either preparing medicine or looking at the instruments in front of the laboratory table. No one came to talk to them. Lin Ran had an idea in his mind. Although there were many people here, they probably didn't communicate much. And this 238 should have some grudges with this 235. Lin Ran glanced at Jiang Chen. And he nodded. He knew what to do. The only question now was, which door were those old medicine people in? Jiang Chen stood there a little confused. At this time, a person came over. And Lin Ran noticed that his number plate was 288. He seemed to be hiding aside and looking at them secretly. Why are you still here? Hurry up. Those medicine men are very troublesome. If you don't hurry up, there will be no food for lunch. Jiang Chen nodded, okay. Then he walked towards the door he had just entered. This 288 saw Jiang Chen's action and stopped him anxiously. Why are you going over there? It's this way. Lin Ran then saw that there was also a door in this house. Jiang Chen walked to the door, took out the pass card in his hand and swiped it. Sure enough, the door was opened. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly walked over with Lin Zhe and the others. Entering the door, there is another long corridor. The walls and floors are painted very white, and the temperature inside is several degrees lower than outside. The environment here makes Lin Ran uncomfortable. This place reminds her of the laboratory in her previous life. This disgusting and terrifying place. She just wants to destroy it. Passing through the corridor, they finally saw the so-called old medicine man. Compared with the people living in cages outside, their living environment is much better. They were placed in transparent glass rooms one by one, but they were tied with bracelets and anklets on their hands and feet. In comparison, the people outside were much freer than them. Seeing them come in, the medicine men immediately became excited. Louisa stood by the transparent glass and looked at the people inside. He didn't pay attention for a moment, and saw the people inside throw a ball-sized water ball from the palm of his hand towards him. The water ball hit the glass and made a loud noise. Such a sudden action scared Louisa. Fortunately, the quality of these glasses is good, and they were not broken by the water ball. Seeing Louisa's frustrated look, the medicine man inside laughed with a distorted face. Then he threw countless water balls at him. Lin Ran looked at this scene and finally understood why the 238 wanted to trouble them and let them do this job. Because this job is not easy to do. Compared with the little sheep outside, these medicine men are obviously irritable, easily angered, and have good strength, and they have a more defensive spirit. For example, the medicine man in the glass room that Lin Ran is facing is obviously a power-type psychic. When he saw Lin Ran coming over, he kept hitting the glass in front of him. Lin Ran could feel his amazing strength through the violent vibration of the glass. It looks like they have to fight with them first before injecting them with medicine. It seems that our job is a headache. These people are strong and difficult to deal with. Rong Han walked over and looked at the medicine in Jiang Chen's hand. Lin Ran didn't think so. She smiled and said, "Who said we came in to complete the task? Rong Han, what are you going to do?" Lin Ran looked at the furious power-type psychic in front of him and smiled. Of course. They can't waste such good combat power. You should go find Wu Shiqing and others first to see if there are any here. Okay. After Rong Han agreed, he walked inside with Louisa. Lin Ran, Jiang Chen, and Lin Zhe were hanging around outside the glass house. Ran, the pass card in my hand can open these doors. Jiang Chen pointed to the door of a glass house. Lin Ran nodded. It seems that the reason for only giving them one card is that they can't use more. Because if you want to inject potions into these angry medicine men, you must go in and deal with them together. Their lethality is too strong. Sister, here is their information. Lin Zhe pointed to a small card pinned to the door of the glass house. Lin Ran leaned over to take a look, and the small card really contained the information of the people inside, including name, ability, level. For example, the violent gold-type ability user in front of him is level 6, and his name is... When Lin Ran was studying the note, Rong Han came back. Ms. Lin, Wu Shiqing and others are not found here either. Lin Ran, not here either? Where were they taken? While talking, Louisa also came over. Wu Shiqing and others are not here. Louisa's tone was full of desolation. He was getting more and more uncertain. He was even afraid that they might have been plucked of their crystal cores by the medicine man. For a while, everyone was in a very low mood. He didn't notice that the furious medicine man in the glass room stopped shaking the glass. Seeing the low mood, Lin Ran said, "Don't be discouraged. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. They must have more than one laboratory. After we solve this one, we will go find them. At worst, we can beat up Xie Chenghe and don't believe him." Louisa was instantly excited when he heard the words, "Okay. Let's do it. Or is it Captain Lin who has an idea?" "Uh-huh. Aren't you from here?" Suddenly, a sudden male voice interrupted their conversation. Lin Ran turned his head and looked at the man who was talking. It was the power mutant who was shaking the glass next to them. Level 6. What's his name? By the way, his name is Zhuzhen. After reading the information on the small note, Lin Ran admitted generously, "Yes. We are not from here." Zhuzhen excitedly pressed his whole face against the glass. "You are really not from here. That's great. You are with the Wei Lan brothers." "Right. Wei Lan." Lin Ran didn't know who this person was, but when Louisa next to him heard the name, he ran over excitedly. "Do you know Wei Lan? Where is he?" Zhuzhen blinked and smiled. "You are finally here. Wei Lan said someone would come to save him. Where did he go?" Louisa asked anxiously. Zhuzhen shook his head. "I don't know. He lived next door to me yesterday. We would chat when we had time. He would tell me something when he was awake. But last night the base commander's brother came here and took him away. Took him away? Where did he go? Zhuzhen shook his head. I don't know. I have only been here for a short time. And Brother Wei Lan didn't tell me. But he said that there were several people who were captured here with him. Among them, his eldest brother Wu Zhiqing was also suddenly taken away by the base commander's brother one day. And he never came back. Chapter 242 Unexpected People. Zhuzhen's words made Louisa's heart rise again. Being taken away by the base commander's brother. Wouldn't it be dangerous? He wanted to rush to the base commander and ask him where he hid the person. Lin Ran thought for a while and said, How often does the base commander's brother come here? Does he take people away every time? Zhuzhen shook his head again. I don't know. I've only been here for a few days. But I heard from Brother Wei Lan that he comes once a week. As for whether he takes people away or not, I don't know. After Zhuzhen finished speaking, Lin Zai on the side couldn't help asking, Do you know Luo Xingxing? The more Lin Zai heard the name Zhuzhen, the more familiar he felt. Luo Xingxing seemed to have said that the man she was deceived by Luo Xiangxi was called this name. Lin Zai just asked tentatively. As a result, when Zhuzhen heard the name Luo Xingxing, his eyes immediately stared at Lin Zai. Do you know Xingxing? How do you know I know Xingxing? Where is she? Does she hate me very much? Hate that I didn't listen to her? Zhuzhen's questions made Lin Zai stunned. He didn't know how to answer. He sorted out his thoughts and said, Luo Xingxing and I are classmates. The last time I saw her, she said that her man was cheated away by her sister. I just remember that she said her man's name seemed to be Zhuzhen. Zhuzhen excitedly said, How is she now? Does she hate me very much? For these two questions, Lin Zai said very objectively, She was not in good health when I saw her last time. I heard that she was angry with you. As for whether she hates you or not, I think she should hate you very much. Zhuzhen collapsed instantly after hearing this answer. Woo, she should hate me. I didn't listen to her, and was cheated by Luo Xiangxi to come here to be a medicine man. Who knew that Luo Xiangxi was such a sinister and cunning woman? I can't see the stars anymore. And she definitely doesn't want to see me anymore. I'm sorry for her. I really want to see her and tell her I'm sorry. But it's impossible. Lin Ran looked at the man crying violently in front of her, and said with a smile, It's not impossible, in fact. Zhuzhen raised his head suddenly, and looked at Lin Ran. It's not impossible. What do you mean? Lin Ran, it means I can take you out. Are you willing? Zhuzhen nodded frantically. I am willing. But how can we get out? I don't know what the chains on our feet and hands are made of. And I can't get them off as a 6th level power type psychic. Zhuzhen's bracelets and anklets are embedded in the wall. If they are not cut off, then he will definitely not be able to leave here. Lin Ran looked at the other people in the glass room. They have stopped their violent anger and are quietly paying attention to the movements here. Lin Ran knew that as psychics, they are much more sensitive to the outside world. Similarly, their hearing will also be improved accordingly. These people heard their conversation here. Lin Ran looked at them and said loudly, What are your levels? Tell me. I will take you out later. They didn't really believe what Lin Ran said. But it was not easy for these people to get in. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to report their abilities. Let's try. If she can really take them out, that would be great. I'm level 7. Soon one person started to report his ability. With a leader, others soon followed. I'm level 5. I'm level 6. I'm also level 7. I'm level 8. After a while, everyone cooperated and said their level. What surprised Lin Ran was that there were actually level 8 people here. It seems that these potions are more effective than she thought. William and the base commander have raised so many high-level people with abilities here. If they started this plan since the establishment of the base, how high their abilities must be now. How many high-level psychics do they have in their captivity? Especially the manager Huang Yu here. What level is he? Lin Ran walked up to the 8th level psychic and asked, What 8th level psychic ability are you? I have 8th level speed psychic ability. Even with 8th level speed psychic ability, he couldn't open his anklets and bracelets. It seems that this thing is not so easy to open. But it's not necessarily the case. Lin Ran asked Jiang Chen to open Zhuzhen's door lock. She wanted to try her own upgraded psychic ability. Compared with the psychic abilities of these people piled up with potions. Who is stronger, and who is weaker? Jiang Chen took out the pass card in his hand, and was about to open Zhuzhen's door. Suddenly, his action stopped. Ran. Someone is coming in from outside. Lin Ran's eyes were filled with impatience. Trouble. Why are people coming in now? As Jiang Chen finished speaking, two people walked into the corridor. It was the annoying 238 just now, and another person Lin Ran didn't expect. Luo Xiangxi. Luo Xiangxi was wearing a sexy business suit and a pair of high heels. The super short skirt and the sky-high high heels made her long legs look even longer. The moment Zhu Jun saw Luo Xiangxi, his eyes were full of fire, and he wanted to burn this bitch to death. Luo Xiangxi. How dare you come here? You will die a miserable death. He couldn't control himself and fell into a state of rage, shaking the glass window in front of him. Luo Xiangxi laughed even happier when she heard Zhu Jun's words. Why has my brother-in-law become so bad-tempered? I'm so sad. Bitch. Zhu Jun banged against the glass, wishing he could break the glass and kill her. 238 saw Zhu Jun like this and pressed something in his hand. The metal wire attached to the glass window was instantly electrified, and Zhu Jun, who was lying on the glass window, was instantly electrocuted to the ground. You useless bastard. How dare you scold our Miss Luo like that? I can't deal with you anymore. Miss Luo, don't be angry. If he dares to yell at you again, just press this. 238 handed a button-like thing to Luo Xiangxi in a very servile manner. Luo Xiangxi took it with a smile. Thank you. Number 238. Haha. You're welcome. It's my honor to serve you. Miss Luo, please say a few good words for me in front of Captain Huang Yu. Luo Xiangxi said, no problem. Go and get busy. I talked to him. 238 nodded and agreed, okay. I get busy. You can talk whatever you want. Then he turned his head and looked at Lin Ran and the others standing next to him. 235, what are you doing? You haven't finished this job for so long? I think you really don't want to eat. Didn't you hear Miss Luo say that she wanted to talk to this person alone? Why don't you go somewhere else? This smug look made Lin Ran's fist harden instantly. But Lin Ran also wanted to know what Luo Xiangxi was doing here. And from what she heard, Huang Yu was related to her. That was such a coincidence. It would be a good opportunity to catch her and go find Huang Yu together, which would kill two birds with one stone. Lin Ran resisted the urge to beat up this idiot and led Jiang Chen and the others to open the nearby glass house. Chapter 243, Go to Hell with Me. The man inside is a 7th level Wood-type mutant. He was a little confused when he saw Lin Ran and the others coming in with potions. He didn't know whether to fight them desperately as before. Anyway, they didn't let him have an easy life. And he didn't let them have an easy life either. But they just said they would take them out. So how should he behave now? Lin Ran understood the doubt in the man's eyes and whispered, pretend to resist. The man instantly understood what Lin Ran meant. The wood-type vine stretched out from the palm of his hand and tied up Lin Ran and the others' bodies. Lin Ran and the others pretended to be very embarrassed to fight him. 238, who had been watching the movements outside, saw this scene and smiled triumphantly. He didn't want to let this group of ungrateful people have an easy life. After watching the excitement for a while, 238 also said goodbye to Luo Xiangxi, who was tactful, and left with satisfaction. If he didn't leave, it would be a bit inconvenient for Miss Luo. Seeing 238 leave, Lin Ran asked this person to stop acting. Then she pricked up her ears and paid attention to the movements of Luo Xiangxi. She was very confused. Why did Luo Xiangxi come to Zhu Jun at this time? Luo Xiangxi looked at Zhu Jun with interest. This incompetent man wanted to kill himself. But he couldn't even get up. After being electrocuted by her several times in a row, Zhu Jun was now in a very embarrassing situation. He lay on the ground, panting and looking at the arrogant Luo Xiangxi. Luo Xiangxi's face, which was somewhat similar to Luo Xingxing, was full of ridicule. Zhu Jun couldn't stand Luo Xiangxi's expression and said angrily, bitch. Luo Xiangxi laughed and said, haha. Bitch? You said I'm bitchy? Then who isn't bitchy? Luo Xingxing? Bah. You don't deserve to be compared with Xingxing. Whatever she did before, she had to do it. But you are bad at heart. Zhu Jun's words stimulated Luo Xiangxi. She stared at Zhu Jun coldly for a while, and suddenly laughed again. It seems that you have a good impression of Xingxing. That's great. I'm really touched. You are right about one thing. I am bad. So I let your Xingxing reunite with you. How about it? Am I very bad? What do you mean by this? Has Luo Xingxing been caught here? Luo Xiangxi's words scared Zhu Jun into a cold sweat. How could she do that? What kind of place is this? Forget about herself. How could she bring Xingxing here too? Luo Xiangxi admired Zhu Zhen's shocked expression and said with a sweet smile, "It means literally. She is here now." Is outside? Zhu Zhen thought Luo Xingxing was locked up outside in the place where new medicine people were placed. But Luo Xiangxi shook her head. "I guess wrong. She is so beautiful. How can she stay in that kind of place?" Luo Xiangxi's tone was very frivolous. Zhu Zhen had a hunch that something was wrong, and stared at him and said, "Where is she?" Luo Xiangxi laughed again. "I said you were stupid. You are really stupid. Zhu Zhen, my good brother-in-law. Why didn't you listen to my sister and stay away from me? Do you know why she hates me?" Zhu Zhen said in a deep voice. "What is it?" Luo Xiangxi said ambiguously, "Have you ever heard Xingxing mention Huang Yu's name?" Zhu Zhen looked at Luo Xiangxi blankly. He had never heard Luo Xingxing mention Huang Yu. He only knew that she hated her. He thought it was just a little misunderstanding between sisters. But he didn't know there was someone else here. Luo Xiangxi explained to Zhu Zhen without any hesitation who Huang Yu was, and talked about the dirty things between her and Luo Xingxing, talking about the most secret past between them. Zhu Zhen was furious again when he heard about Luo Xiangxi's story, especially when he heard how Huang Yu and Luo Xiangxi colluded to take away Luo Xingxing's virginity. He became even crazier. He deserved to die. He deserved to die. It turned out that Luo Xiangxi, this bitch, did something so unfair to Xingxing. And he kept saying bad things about Xingxing. How uncomfortable Xingxing must feel. Zhu Zhen shook the glass frantically, even forgetting the pain of being afraid of electric shock. "You bitch. How can you treat Xingxing like that? She is your sister?" Luo Xiangxi admired Zhu Zhen's crazy look, and felt extremely satisfied in her heart. Yes, it has to be this uncomfortable. Everyone should fall into hell like her. Luo Xingxing and Zhu Zhen both have to accompany her. She suddenly smiled again, opened her mouth, and continued to say cruelly, "Don't you want to know where Xingxing is? I tell you now." Zhu Zhen was silent again, as if the pause button was pressed when he heard this. "Where is she?" Luo Xiangxi smiled nervously. "She is in Huang Yu's arms." "Do you know who the boss of this place is?" "It's Huang Yu." "Idiot. You let me out? Not only did you lose yourself, but now you personally sent Xingxing to Huang Yu's bed." Huang Yu was almost excited to death when he heard that Xingxing was also in this base. He immediately went to catch her and brought her back to the base. "They were so intense last night that my face turned red when I heard it outside. Do you know that the moment Xingxing saw me, she immediately asked where you were? Why do you think she cares about a loser like you? If I were you, I would be ashamed to live. Loser. You are a complete loser. Ha ha ha. I kill you." Zhu Zhen's veins popped up all over his body, and he slapped the glass with a bang. Luo Xiangxi looked at Zhu Zhen in the glass room in surprise. In his rage, he actually upgraded. Bang bang. Perhaps he was so angry that he was about to smash the glass. Luo Xiangxi even saw many tiny cracks on the glass. She didn't expect that this waste could burst out with such great power. She hurriedly took out the button in her hand and wanted to give Zhu Zhen some electric shock punishment. But what Luo Xiangxi never expected was that before she could press the button in her hand was pierced by a sudden lightning. Ah! Luo Xiangxi watched her palm being pierced, and the button fell from her hand. Before she could find the source of the lightning, a slight sound came, and the glass in front of her shattered. "It's over." Luo Xiangxi's legs softened, and she fell to the ground. The next second, Zhu Zhen's furious face appeared in front of her. "Bitch! I'm going to kill you." Red-eyed Zhu Zhen grabbed Luo Xiangxi's neck without saying anything. The two iron-hard hands made it difficult for her to breathe. "Ah! No! Don't! Xingxing! Give Xingxing back to me!" For the first time, Luo Xiangxi felt that she was so close to death. This man really wanted to kill her. She couldn't breathe well and felt dizzy. She held Zhu Zhen's hand tightly and said with all her might, "Don't! Don't kill me! I take you to find Xingxing." But Zhu Zhen, who was so angry that he couldn't hear her voice, just when Luo Xiangxi thought she was dead, a man came over and held Zhu Zhen's iron-like hands. "Luo Xiangxi, take us to find Huang Yu. I can spare your life for the time being." Luo Xiangxi looked at the man in surprise with misty eyes. "She is a woman?" Chapter 244 3-Series Psychic. This person wants her to find Huang Yu. What else can Luo Xiangxi do except agree? She is closely guarded by Zhu Zhen, who has regained consciousness. Lin Ran led everyone to release everyone in the glass room. They couldn't tear off the anklets and bracelets on these people. But Lin Ran attached lightning power to the Tang sword and cut them off. As the king of cheating, Jiang Chen easily destroyed these chains. Rong Han, who is used to using ice knives, can also open these chains. These operations made Lin Ran believe in his own judgment even more. Although these people's psychic abilities are very high, the level that has been accelerated by potions is still false. They can't be compared with their level that has been upgraded bit by their own strength. Then when they face the base commander head-on, their chances of winning will be higher. All the psychics have been released. For the first time in such a long time, everyone stood outside the glass room. Everyone finally touched the air of freedom. But they know that if they want to go out and gain real freedom, they have to defeat those people outside. Lin Ran was very satisfied with the expressions of these psychics. Their faces were full of anger. This is their best weapon. She looked at everyone and said, "Do you want revenge?" "Yes. I really want it. I'm going crazy thinking about it." Lin Ran's lips curled slightly. "Then don't show mercy when you go out later." Everyone, "Okay. 235, you want to die. You can't do your job well and make such a big noise." 238 heard the movement inside and opened the door to check. "I didn't expect to see such a scene when I came in. Damn. 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 235, you want to rebel." He pointed at Lin Ran with his orchid finger and said a series of damn. But before he could finish his words, the power psychic standing closest to him punched him hard. This punch was like a signal. With this start, all the psychics began to attack. Just as 238 was about to launch a superpower counterattack, he saw a huge pile of earth falling on his head. Then, all kinds of superpowers, red, yellow, purple, and blue, were thrown at him without cost. After a while, 238 was completely out of breath. Then everyone rushed out. Lin Ran walked over and picked up Luo Xiangxi. "Let's go. Take us to find Huang Yu." "Okay." The protective suits outside heard the noise, put down their work, and attacked the superpowers. Their superpowers were not low, but they were no match for so many superpowers. Moreover, they were such angry superpowers. They had been tortured by the protective suits for so long. They wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Lin Ran grabbed Luo Xiangxi and led everyone to walk in front, while Jiang Chen fell a little behind. Lin Ran assigned him a task, asking him to take out as many things related to the experiment as possible in this house. At this moment, everyone's attention was on attacking others and preventing being attacked by others. And no one paid attention to other things. Jiang Chen took advantage of everyone's inattention and quickly stuffed everything visible in this laboratory into his own space. After leaving this laboratory, Lin Ran came to the corridor with several doors again. She pointed at the doors and asked, "Luo Xiangxi, what are behind these doors?" Luo Xiangxi blinked and said, "Some useless things." Lin Ran smiled coldly and stretched out her empty right hand to pinch her delicate face. Crack, crack. Luo Xiangxi seemed to hear the sound of her jaw being crushed. She looked at the number 235 protective suit in front of her in horror. She didn't expect her strength to be so great. And so hateful. How could she treat her face like this? Luo Xiangxi even felt that the number 235 in front of her was more terrible than Zhuzhen at this moment. "No. Don't. I tell you everything." Luo Xiangxi trembled with pain, and cold sweat flowed down her scalp. Lin Ran was satisfied and took back her hand. "Have you learned to behave yourself now? Think about it first." Luo Xiangxi really felt that her face was crushed by this person. But she dared not do it again. She endured the pain and said, "These rooms contain very important people. They are medicine men with strong destructive power. Huang Yu said that their level is very high, but their emotions are very unstable. So they are locked up here alone. Just wait until they can't bear the medicine and explode and die. Then take out the crystal core and offer it to the base commander." "So that's it. There are people locked up here?" The highest level of the people locked up in the glass room just now is 8th level. How high are their levels? Could the people locked up here be Wu Shiqing and others? Lin Ran frowned and said, "Have you seen the people inside?" Luo Xiangxi shook his head. "I don't have any. They are all very powerful. Each of them has very high superpowers. How dare I go to see them? Even every time they are injected with drugs." Huang Yu goes there in person. Lin Ran, "The key to enter is also on Huang Yu." Luo Xiangxi, "Yes. It's his fingerprint. It seems that we still have to find Huang Yu first." Lin Ran thought for a while, and said, "What is Huang Yu's level? What superpowers does he have?" When Luo Xiangxi heard this question, he looked at Lin Ran and suddenly smiled. He is very powerful. His superpower is level 10. And he is a superpower of water, fire and power. I dare say he is one of the strongest superpowers in this base. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave now. Otherwise, if he knows that you dare to be so presumptuous here, he will definitely make you pay for it. Lin Ran didn't expect that Huang Yu's level was actually level 10. It's really easy to use other people's crystal cores to upgrade. However, whether he really deserves the 10th level, Lin Ran will go and see later. Seeing the arrogance in Luo Xiangxi's eyes, Lin Ran reached out and touched her annoying little face again. Lin Ran's touch reminded Luo Xiangxi of the pain just now. The whole person trembled again involuntarily. Lin Ran said coldly, "Thank you for your kind reminder. But if we fall into his hands later, I will definitely take you away with me. So, you'd better pray that he is not our opponent." Lin Ran's words made Luo Xiangxi cold all over. This woman is so scary. She felt that she seemed to have offended someone she shouldn't have offended this time. "Let's go. Take us to find Huang Yu." Lin Ran pinched her neck and pulled her to continue walking outside. Chapter 245. Let's kill together. Deep in the bedroom, Luo Xingxing looked at the man who was being presumptuous, gritting her teeth in hatred. Beast. Huang Yu is a beast. Luo Xiangxi is even more of a beast. How could they treat themselves like this? Luo Xingxing's eyes were red with hatred, and she wanted to kill this dog man. But under the pressure of the strong, she could do nothing. She could only endure such humiliation. Huang Yu was even more excited when he saw Luo Xingxing's expression. "Xingxing, are you secretly scolding me?" Huang Yu smiled and said, "I know. You must still be scolding your sister." Luo Xingxing kept a cold face and didn't say anything. But Huang Yu had seen the answer from her eyes. "You are such a hot pepper. I like people like you. Xingxing, you don't know that your sister is a good fairy. But I still like hot peppers like you. You are the best. Do you know that I can't live without you?" "Pa." Luo Xingxing couldn't help it anymore and spat at Huang Yu. Disgusting. Huang Yu's face turned pale instantly after being treated like this by Luo Xingxing. He also stopped moving. He stared at Luo Xingxing intently, using his coercion to make her suffer. Seeing Luo Xingxing sweating profusely, Huang Yu said coldly, "I am disgusting? Then who is not disgusting? By the way, Zhu Shen? It's a pity that he won't live long now. If you serve me well, I can consider showing you his crystal core later." "Asshole. What did you do to him?" When Luo Xingxing heard this, he became excited. Huang Yu became even angrier when he saw Luo Xingxing's reaction. He slapped her and almost made Luo Xingxing faint. "Shameless bitch. You dare to worry about other men when you are with me. I will teach you a lesson today. Let you remember who is your man." Then, there was a new round of torture. On this side, Lin Ran walked to the medicine men outside. These medicine men still had an indifferent expression. Lin Ran looked at them and said, "Do you want to fight with us?" Hearing Lin Ran's words, these people's eyes rolled. But there was still no big reaction. Lin Ran knew that these people were scared, and it was not easy for them to trust her. Lin Zai saw the reaction of these people and whispered, "Sister, why are these people still so numb? It seems that they have no fighting spirit. Why don't we wait until we have dealt with them, and then let them out?" Lin Ran shook her head, "No hurry. Wait a little longer." Lin Zai, wait a little longer. What are you waiting for? Lin Zai soon knew what Lin Ran was waiting for. The superpowers inside dealt with the protective suits, opened the door behind them, and walked out. There were still fresh bloodstains on these psychics. The leading 8th level speed psychic came over and said to Lin Ran, "Boss, we have dealt with all those damn protective suits. Can we fight our way out now? Have they dealt with all those terrible protective suits?" Hearing this, the numb eyes of these people finally had some spirit. "Did you really deal with them all?" In the cage closest to Lin Ran and his men, a psychic whispered. Lin Ran nodded, "Yes. It's true. Do you really want to fight your way out now?" Lin Ran turned around and said, "Yes. We really want to fight our way out. How about you join us?" Hearing Lin Ran's question, the cage was still silent. The 8th level speed psychic saw this scene and said angrily, "Useless things. You are still psychics. Why are you so cowardly? If you don't fight your way out, are you going to be dug out of your crystal core and wait to die here?" The words of the 8th level speed psychic broke the silent atmosphere. A girl's voice in the corner said weakly, I don't want to wait for death. I will fight with you. Lin Ran noticed that it was a very thin girl. She looked only 17 or 18 years old. Unexpectedly, she would be the first person to speak here. And Lin Ran had a little more appreciation for her in her heart. I go too. The worst that can happen is death. A middle-aged man next to the girl also said. Admian too. Someone in another cage also spoke. And me. I go too. Kill him. Kill. Fight to the death. More and more people stood up. Their indifferent hearts were moved. And they finally thought about fighting for themselves. Lin Ran asked everyone to release them all from the cage. She herself pulled Luo Xiangxi to continue interrogating. How many of you are outside? Luo Xiangxi looked at the big battle here, and knew that today would not end peacefully. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm has always been her nature. She knew that Huang Yu was very powerful. But there were so many people here. It is not certain who will be the one laughing in the end. She has always been the most aware of the current situation. Luo Xiangxi's eyes turned, and she knew what to do. She told Lin Ran everything she knew. There are a total of 12 sentinels outside. And there are a total of 5 people at each sentinel. They are all superpowered people. As far as I know. The lowest superpowered person is level 5. Lin Ran frowned. Which means that there are at least 60 superpowered people outside. Luo Xiangxi continued, in addition to them, there are some errand runners and managers, who are also superpowered people. There are probably 50 in total. However, those errand runners are not a concern for you, as their superpower level is only level 2 or 3. What you need to pay attention to are those managers, who are basically sent directly by the base commander. Their superpowers are very powerful. So in addition to Huang Yu, you have to deal with them. Lin Ran, how many of these managers are there? Including Huang Yu. There are 6. Luo Xiangxi's words were very clear and organized. And he explained all the defenses of this place clearly at once. Lin Ran almost wanted to praise Luo Xiangxi when she saw her like this. She had always known that this woman looked weak and frail. But in fact, she was very cunning. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into her trap in her previous life. Luo Xiangxi was so weak in her hands that she seemed like she could crush her to death with a little force. But in her previous life, Lin Ran remembered that her ability was different from everyone else's. Her ability was healing, which could not only heal other people's bodies, but also bewitch other people's souls. Now she seemed to have not awakened this ability. What a pity. If she had awakened, she could have given it to Grandpa Jiang as a gift. His healing ability was lacking a key crystal core to upgrade to the next level. Boss, what should we do now? When will we get out? The level 8 speed type ability user looked at Lin Ran and said, when will we get out? Lin Ran looked at the crowd of ability users in the room. About 80 or 90 people in total. All of them had angry expressions on their faces. Even those numb superpowers just now are now angry. Very good. It's time. Lin Ran raised his lips and said, now, let's fight together. Chapter 246. The action begins. Lin Ran uses level 5 psychics as the dividing point. Level 5 psychics and above stand in one line. And those below level 5 stand in another line. According to statistics, there are 30 people with level 5 psychics and above. There are 56 people below level 5. There are 88 people in total. According to the 12 sentry posts outside, Lin Ran asked everyone to divide into 6 teams. She, Jiang Chen, Lin Zai, Louisa, Rong Han, and Lu Yong's level 8 speed psychic are the captains of the 6 teams. As for the others, they are evenly divided into each team. As for those who cannot be evenly divided, Lin Ran and Jiang Chen will give less and give them to other teams. Anyway, their strength is very strong. They don't need so many people. Jiang Chen even said that he doesn't need team members. One person is enough. Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen's confident look and didn't force him. He gave his original team members to others. When Jiang Chen takes action, he is more powerful than all these people put together. Lin Ran, when we go out, we will kill according to the positions of the sentinels that Luo Xiangxi said. And pull out those nails first. Everyone, okay. After Lin Ran finished speaking, Zhu Jin and her team said anxiously, then when will we go to find Huang Yu? The savior? Lin Ran said, don't worry. We will go soon. After speaking, Lin Ran asked Jiang Chen and the others to take off the protective clothing that was bound to their bodies. This thing is very stuffy and can easily affect their performance. When Lin Ran took off her protective clothing, these people realized that it was a group of such young people who saved them. Especially the person they called the boss was such a beautiful girl. Unlike the vicious Luo Xiangxi beside her. This girl is delicate but not gorgeous. Beautiful but not coquettish. People can't help but like and respect her in their hearts. Lin Ran looked at the door with a firm look. Follow me. Let's go out together. Okay. The people standing at the sentry post, as usual, carefully watched the movements in the house. Many of them are the base commander's people. Especially the team leaders, who are the base commander's confidants. Of course, this important place must be kept in the base commander's care. Wang Shiji couldn't understand how the base commander could let Huang Yu be the person in charge of this place. He is obviously a lustful guy. No matter which woman here is a little pretty, she can't escape his palm. But that bastard's ability is indeed high. But it's not because of the medicine. I wish him to die quickly, so that I can take out the crystal core and offer it to the base commander as soon as possible. Maybe he will die soon. The little beauty he brought back yesterday. He has been in the house since he brought her back and hasn't come out yet. He has been in there for so long. Maybe he will die soon. Wang Shiji was thinking so happily. But he didn't expect that a tang sword with purple lightning would chop down at his head first. When Wang Shiji realized the danger, it was too late. That was the absolute superpower suppression of a high-level superpower. Lin Ran raised his sword and dug out his crystal core with one cut. Wang Shiji never thought that he would die before Huang Yu. Lin Ran successfully fired the first shot to capture the sentry post without even alarming anyone. Lin Ran's men also cooperated very well. They just went up and suppressed the superpowers on the sentry post. Other teams also sent good news one after another. Especially Jiang Chen. After he cleaned up the sentry post he was responsible for, he turned to help Lin Zhe. Lin Ran then went to the next sentry post she was targeting. This sentry post was easier than the previous one. The manager who was originally here happened to be not here. And a group of level 6 and 7 superpowers were solved by Lin Ran and his team. After Lin Ran dealt with her 2 sentries, she grabbed Luo Xiangxi from Zhuzhen and said, "Where is Huang Yu? Take us there." Luo Xiangxi had just watched coldly. And she knew Lin Ran's strength. She always knew the situation. And now her expression was even more obedient. She pointed in a direction and said, "In the house over there." He must still be hanging out with Luo Xingxing. Luo Xingxing was tortured to the point of not looking like a human being. She had just angered Huang Yu. And this guy deliberately abused her. Her body was bruised by Huang Yu. Snap! Huang Yu's hand, as big as a palm leaf fan, slapped Luo Xingxing again. "Tell me, who is better, me or Zhuzhen?" Luo Xingxing was dazed by the slap. And after a while, he said, "You are not worthy of being compared with him." Snap! Snap! I am not worthy of being compared with him? He is my prisoner. How can I not be worthy of being compared with him? Luo Xingxing covered her face and said nothing. Huang Yu suddenly laughed and said, "By the way, he is actually the same as me. Not a good guy either. Otherwise, how could you fall for your sister's trick? You came here for nothing and gave yourself up. If it weren't for him, you might still be living a carefree life outside. Why did I torment you like this?" Luo Xingxing's heart was on fire. Yes, Huang Yu was right. Zhuzhen was not a good guy either. Tears rolled down her eyes. And something broke in an instant. In fact, no one loves her. Zhuzhen actually doesn't love her either. Otherwise, how could you fall for Luo Xiangxi's trick? Luo Xingxing looked at Huang Yu in despair. The malicious smile on his face made her know what she would face next. She didn't want to live like this. She wanted to self-destruct. The energy caused by the self-destruction of a level 3 superpower might be able to kill such a beast. Luo Xingxing looked at Huang Yu steadily, wanting to pull him to death together. Suddenly, she saw a face appear behind Huang Yu. She had hated, resented, and loved the owner of that face. She was going to die. "So did you see him?" "Ah!" Zhuzhen saw Luo Xingxing being tortured on the ground and rushed over like an angry lion. Huang Yu felt the danger and turned around immediately. Only then did he barely avoid Zhuzhen's attack. "How did you get out?" He recognized Zhuzhen. Zhuzhen looked at Luo Xingxing who was tortured like that and trembled all over. "How did I get out?" "I walked out. And I came to take your life today. Xingxing, I will avenge you." "Humph! You really don't know how to live or die." Huang Yu was not shy. Just like this, he picked up the machete beside the bed and chopped towards Zhuzhen. The pressure of the 10th level psychic was too useful to deal with Zhuzhen. However, Zhu, who was in a state of anger, also took 2 moves from Huang Yu. Just when Huang Yu was about to chop Zhu head with a machete, a lightning bolt shot towards him. The intuition of a high-level psychic made Huang Yu feel numb all over. He turned back very quickly, and finally avoided this terrible attack. Who is plotting against me? He looked at the door with a sharp gaze, and saw 2 people walking in. It was Luo Xiangxi and Lin Ran who were captured. It's your aunt. I'm here to take your life today. Chapter 247 Revenge for You. Huang Yu looked at Lin Ran who came in from the outside, and subconsciously ignored Luo Xiangxi beside him, just because she was so beautiful. His eyes were filled with deep amazement, staring at the beautiful and pure face without blinking. Since the end of the world, he had never seen such a beauty. Even with a beauty like Luo Xiangxi by his side, he felt that she was not even 1/10,000th as good as the woman in front of him. Most people in the end of the world live badly. Women don't eat well and dress well, and they are all pale and thin. Even Luo Xiangxi, although her face is still good. After all, it is inevitable that there are some fine lines and flaws due to the lack of moisture and maintenance before the end of the world. But this woman, that is really beautiful. Her skin is white and tender, full of luster, making people want to collect it and play with it. He looked at Lin Ran's face greedily, his eyes full of determination. Lin Ran was about to vomit because of the expression on Huang Yu's face and the ugly shape now. This guy must have some serious illness. He doesn't even have a piece of clothing on. He just exposed himself to the air so openly, and his eyes were full of covetousness. It was really disgusting. Little beauty, did you release that supernatural power just now? It was really powerful. Huang Yu licked his lips while sticking out his tongue. Brother likes little wild cats like this the most. Come here. Brother loves you. Disgusting greasy stuff. The knife in Lin Ran's hand instantly hardened. Today she wanted to see what this so-called 10th level supernatural power user with 3 systems of water, fire and power could do. Lin Ran threw Luo Xiangxi in her hand to Zhu hand beside her. Then she chopped at Zhu with the knife. Seeing Lin Ran coming over aggressively, Huang Yu did not take it lightly. He was able to sit in this position today, so of course he was not stupid. In fact, he was very careful and flexible. More importantly, he had a special physique, so he was fine even after using so many medicines. He also became a 3 series level 10 superpower. He knew that Lin Ran was not an ordinary person when he saw her momentum. Huang Yu did not show off his courage and fight her in close combat. Instead, he spit out a huge fireball from his mouth and attacked Lin Ran. Lin Ran chopped the fireball with a knife. At the same time, the purple light slashed towards Huang Yu's head. Huang Yu saw the purple light soaring into the sky, and a fierce wall of fire spurted out of his palm to meet the attack. Huang Yu could feel that the woman opposite was lower than him. But when the 2 superpowers met, he was shocked. The fire wall and the purple light collided, and his level 10 fire wall did not block the attack of the purple lightning. Looking at the purple lightning that continued to rush towards him, Huang Yu quickly shot another fire wall. Only then did he block this fatal attack. You are also a level 10 psychic? Impossible. Huang Yu looked at Lin Ran with a sullen face, unable to believe that he was not her opponent. Lin Ran looked at Huang Yu and smiled coldly. She did not answer his question. What is there to say to someone who is about to die? Huang Yu looked at the silent Lin Ran and shook his head again. No, you can't be level 10. You are obviously not as powerful as me. I must have made a mistake just now. As he said that, Huang Yu released another huge water column, attacking Lin Ran. Lin Ran wanted to kill this exhibitionist with a knife. He looked very hot. Didn't you know that? But she wanted to test the strength of the 10th level 3 psychic. After all, she was now using the 9th level psychic to fight him alone. And she was a little reluctant to give up such a good test subject. Otherwise, she would take out the doll to deal with him. This water column was obviously stronger than before, and Lin Ran also used the thunder psychic to counterattack. Unexpectedly, while the 2 powers were canceling each other out, Huang Yu raised his machete and chopped towards her. He was also a power user. Lin Ran knew that she couldn't fight this machete head-on, so she activated the space distortion power and instantly appeared behind Huang Yu. As she disappeared from the spot, a table that was originally behind her was instantly chopped into foam under Huang Yu's knife. Such a powerful force. Lin Ran's lips curled up with a smile. This is right. This is the way to fight. Otherwise she would think that the 10th level power user in front of her is a weak shrimp. It's too vulnerable. It's fun to fight like this. The purple lightning in the palm of his right hand sizzled, and another attack hit Huang Yu's back. After watching the battle here for a while, Zhu, who had recovered his strength, understood. Their big boss is obviously much more powerful than Huang Yu. Although her power level is not as high as Huang Yu's, she is not ambiguous at all when fighting. She treated Huang Yu with ease, just like teasing a dog. Zhu was paying attention to the battle here, while tying Luo Xiangxi aside neatly. After freeing his hands, he quickly rushed to Luo Xingxing's side. Luo Xingxing seemed to have her soul sucked out of her. Even though Huang Yu stopped abusing her at this time, she didn't even use anything to cover herself. For her, it seemed that nothing mattered anymore. Zhu felt bitter when he saw Luo Xingxing like this, and quickly pulled down the bed sheet and wrapped her tightly in it. This was Huang Yu's room, which was equipped with 3 gas stoves. Even if she didn't wear clothes, it wouldn't be too cold. But Zhu was still afraid that Luo Xingxing would get cold. He pulled down the thick quilt again and wrapped her up. Xingxing, you won't be cold if you put it on. I'm sorry. I'm late. Luo Xingxing had been numbly following Zhu's tossing. But when she heard this, she couldn't hold it back and burst into tears. Why did you betray me? I was wrong. I was really wrong. Xingxing, I believe Luo Xiangxi's words wrongly. Can I avenge you? Revenge? Luo Xingxing finally reacted when she heard this. Can you really help me get revenge? Zhu looked at Luo Xiangxi, who was tied up, and said, of course. I tied up your good sister. This time, I will cooperate with you no matter how you want her to die. Xingxing, can I be your knife? Luo Xingxing raised her eyes, and saw Luo Xiangxi shivering on the side. She must have heard their conversation, and her face was extremely pale. She looked very pitiful. Xingxing, sister is wrong. Can you spare sister this time? Luo Xingxing grinned and looked at Luo Xiangxi and said, no. I want to drink your blood and eat your meat. Chop you into pieces and feed the dog. Lin Ran endured the burning eyes and fought with Huang Yu for a while. And she understood. This is a thing that is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. What a level 10 superpower. This superpower is not as good as the level 8 superpower who has been promoted. She took out the doll from the space and wanted to punish this dogman, who knew that Jiangchen, who had just dealt with the outside, also rushed in. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Huang Yu's greasy white body. This is too much. How dare this cheap man dirty Ran Ran's eyes like this? He hasn't been seen naked by Ran Ran yet. How dare he? Jiangchen raised his Tang Dao with a killing aura and chopped towards Huang Yu. That was a force that Huang Yu couldn't resist at all. When he felt the danger, he raised his machete to fight back. Crack! The machete carrying his level 10 power ability was easily cut off by Jiangchen like a piece of wood. Then Jiangchen raised his knife and cut off the thing of the man who loved to do bad things. This thing was too annoying. Ugly. Since you love to show off, then show it forever. Ah! Huang Yu screamed to the sky. He didn't understand why he couldn't take any of this man's moves. He didn't understand why he was no longer a man after this. Chapter 248 Mysterious Organization. Then, Jiangchen used another set of knife skills, and a set of supernatural health care. All hit his softest part. After a while, Huang Yu spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Seeing that Huang Yu was breathing out more and breathing in less, Lin Ran hurriedly called for a stop. Jiangchen, leave him a breath. I still have something to ask. Jiangchen reluctantly stopped when he heard Lin Ran's voice. Although he wanted to kill this bastard, he had to listen to Ran Ran's words. Puff puff puff, Huang Yu fell to the ground and was still spitting blood. Lin Ran walked over and smiled. You didn't expect that you would have this day. Huang Yu's face was pale, and his whole body, especially that part, was in pain. Lin Ran continued, tell me, what conspiracy do you and the base commander have to lock up so many supernatural people here? Huang Yu just stared at Lin Ran blankly, not knowing whether he was hurt or didn't want to cooperate, and didn't say a word. Lin Ran sneered. This stinky thing really won't cry until it sees the coffin. She took out a doll from the space under the cover of Jiangchen's backpack. She took the doll and ravaged it. Huang Yu's face was distorted again, and he vomited blood. Huang Yu's whole body was in pain, and he didn't know what kind of torture this terrible woman in front of him had inflicted on him. It was even more terrible than death. He didn't dare to play dead anymore, and didn't say a word. He opened his mouth and begged. I said, don't torture me. Wouldn't it be better if you cooperated like this earlier? Lin Ran hit the doll's chest hard again. causing Huang Yu to spit out more blood, and then stop the action of her hand. Okay. You can confess now. Huang Yu, How dare he still think about this woman just now? She is so scary. Ahem. This is the base commander's breeding farm. I'm just a caretaker. Farm? Yes. All the superpowers here are guinea pigs raised by the base commander and his brother William. That is, medicine men. In fact, I was also a medicine man at the beginning. It's just that I was lucky. I have a special physique and can use any medicine. I am also to the taste of the base commander. So I was transferred to this position. But I know that we are all medicine men. I will also have to take medicine regularly after a period of time. If one day I can't bear the side effects of the medicine, the base commander will take the crystal core in my brain to enjoy. Lin Ran didn't expect that Huang Yu was quite self-aware. She asked again, have all the crystal cores here been used to upgrade the base commander? If so, how high his level must be? Huang Yu, of course not. William took the low-level crystal cores to make medicine, and the high-level crystal cores were delivered to the base commander. Lin Ran, what kind of crystal cores are considered high-level? Huang Yu, in the past, level 6 crystal cores could be delivered, but now only those above level 7 are accepted by the base commander. Lin Ran frowned slightly. It seems that the base commander's ability has long been above level 10, because the level 6 crystal core has no effect on his ability improvement. What kind of person is the base commander? Do you know what his level is? Huang Yu shook his head when he heard Lin Ran's question. I don't know. I only know that the base commander is very powerful. He doesn't like to play tricks or manage the internal affairs of the base. He handed all those chores to Xie Changhe. He has only one hobby, which is to constantly upgrade his ability. Speaking of this, Huang Yu shuddered. He and his brother are both monsters. They don't treat people as human beings. They are much worse than me. One of them is cold-blooded and ruthless in capturing people with special abilities for experiments. And the other is using people with special abilities' lives to improve their special abilities. They say that only they are the chosen ones, and are members of a secret organization. They are the only people and saviors in the world. And others are their livestock. So, don't sympathize with them. It is their honor that these people with special abilities can provide nutrients for their evolution. Lin Ran said, you are lying. How could they tell you these words? Huang Yu hurriedly said, I am not lying. I am telling the truth. You don't know that they don't treat me as a human being. So they will naturally not avoid me. They only treat me as a lapdog and don't bother to guard against me. I remember the secret organization they talked about was called X. X something. X? Lin Ran never expected that she would hear this letter here. X plan? X virus. Isn't that what Grandpa Nen and his team are researching? There is an X virus in the X plan brought by a mysterious foreign organization. In an instant, many scattered things were connected. What a coincidence. I heard that this William is a mixed-race child, with the same father as the base commander and a different mother. He grew up abroad since he was a child. In this case, William is very likely a member of this organization. Then the base commander has done so many things now, which also shows that he is also a member of that organization. No wonder they were able to build such a large laboratory so early. It turns out that they had already started preparing before the end of the world. Then can we boldly speculate whether the disappearance of an An's grandparents is also related to them? Lin Ran hid the storm in her eyes and looked at Huang Yu again. Besides here, do the base commander have other breeding farms? Or laboratories? Ahem. Yes. There is another one. Why do they only trust me? In fact, this is a very low-level breeding farm. The truly advanced ones, those medicine people with special physiques, are raised in the base commander's own home. Otherwise, how could William say that the base commander's ability is so high that the people in the entire base are not his opponents? So that's it. The base commander's exaggerated villa, which is like a copper wall and iron wall, is used for this. She knew there was a problem a long time ago. Lin Ran pulled Huang Yu and said, one last question. Have you ever seen a man named Wu Shiqing? And some people with him? Huang Yu recalled and said, I can't remember their names, but if they were brought in by them, they are all hiding in the secret room at the back. As long as you don't kill me, I will take you to find them. Lin Ran said, no need. I have already looked for them. By the way, do you need your fingerprint to open those rooms that can't be opened? Yes. Yes. I need my fingerprint. Huang Yu raised his ring finger and said, take me there. I will help you open it. Lin Ran cut off Huang Yu's ring finger with a knife and smiled. No need. It's enough. Chapter 249, Revenge. He put the cut finger away casually. Then Lin Ran looked at Luo Xingxing, who was wrapped in a quilt by Zhuzhen, and said, Do you want to avenge yourself? Luo Xingxing didn't expect Lin Ran to ask her this. Her confused mind turned for a while, before she realized what this meant. Her eyes brightened instantly. And then she nodded desperately at Lin Ran. I want to. I want to. I want to. Luo Xingxing's words almost roared out from the depths of her soul. She stood up with the quilt wrapped around her, but fell to the ground again because of weakness. From last night to now, she has endured too much abuse and insults. And the instigator of all this is right there. Zhuzhen was anxious and reached out his hand to help Luo Xingxing up. But she stubbornly refused Zhuzhen's help. She didn't need help. She wanted to avenge herself. Luo Xingxing staggered to her feet and stumbled to Huang Yu. There was not a single piece of good flesh on this arrogant man. As the most outrageous man, he was also chopped off, covered in blood. So miserable. But it was not miserable enough. She looked at Lin Ran and asked, Can I borrow your knife? Lin Ran nodded and handed over the knife at hand. She was always happy to help with such favors. Seeing Luo Xingxing pick up the knife, Huang Yu finally got scared. Xingxing, a day of marriage is 100 days of grace. You won't kill me, right? It would have been better if he hadn't said this. Once he said this, Luo Xingxing wanted to cut him into pieces. Beast. A beast like you is worthy of being my husband and wife. Luo Xingxing gritted his teeth and chopped off Huang Yu's right hand. Just now. This hand slapped her hard. Ah! You bitch. Huang Yu screamed violently in pain after his right hand was cut off. He said without thinking, I am a beast. And you are not a good thing either. You are the sister of a beast. He stared at Luo Xiangxi, who was tied in the corner, and smiled evilly. Do you know that the few times between us were all opportunities provided by her? Xingxing. If it weren't for your sister fanning the flames, how could I be so bold to touch you? How can you let her go if you dared to do this to me? Caw. Ah. Luo Xingxing's second knife slashed towards Huang Yu's left hand again. Don't worry. She wiped the blood that splashed on her face and smiled. No need to provoke. You go first. I will send her to see you later. You wait for her on the road to the underworld. Maybe you can be a ghost couple in hell. After all, bad people like you should die together. Caw. Ah. This time, Luo Xingxing slashed at Huang Yu's thigh again. It was this pair of thighs that pressed her to do those bad things. Luo Xiangxi looked at Luo Xingxing's cold-blooded cruelty towards Huang Yu. A chill rose in her bones. This time, her sister seemed to have changed. She was no longer weak. She even believed that the person who would be chopped by the knife would really be her. Lin Ran stood up and stood with Jiang Qin. She looked at Luo Xiangxi's face from a distance, trying to find the familiar shadow of her previous life. That face had not changed much. Since the end of the world, she had always taken good care of herself. Even in the end of the world, she would not treat her face badly. The expression on her face was always so pitiful, like a delicate daughter. But her heart was the darkest. Just like now, she was about to use the most delicate expression to do the most disgusting thing. Luo Xiangxi knew that she was going to be finished this time. She looked at Zhuzhen and begged, Brother-in-law, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Please, can you let me go? I promise to stay away from you in the future and never appear in front of you again to bother you. Luo Xiangxi's face was full of tears, and she looked very weak. Lin Ran seemed to see her again in her previous life. It was the same at that time. As long as there was any conflict between her and herself, Luo Xiangxi didn't even have to do anything. She just had to say a few words to Yi Lan with such an expression. And then all the mistakes were caused by her. So what would Zhuzhen do? Lin Ran's eyes moved to Zhuzhen, and he looked cold. He didn't even look at the aggrieved Luo Xiangxi. Humph. You don't have to cry to me. Your tears are for the wrong person. The person you should apologize to the most is Xingxing. Look at what she has been forced into by you. Luo Xiangxi looked at Luo Xingxing, whose face was covered in blood, and was even more frightened. Yes. Yes. I should apologize to Xingxing. Brother-in-law, you are right. But you can see that Xingxing is obviously in a bad mood right now. Brother-in-law, I am really afraid that she will do something irrational and regret it later. Please, let me go for now. Wait until Xingxing calms down, and then I will apologize to you. Okay? After Luo Xiangxi finished speaking, she turned to Zhu Jun regardless of her kneeling position. Lin Ran secretly admired that this woman was really flexible. Zhu Jun looked at Luo Xiangxi's behavior, but he was no longer cold. He looked at Luo Xiangxi's ridiculous actions coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. Not long ago, she had also deceived him like this, with such a humble action. He believed it at that time. But what was the result? The result was that they were miserable. He almost lost his life, and almost lost the stars forever. He would never be fooled by this woman again. Zhu Jun kicked Luo Xiangxi, who wanted to stick to him, and kicked her far away. Get lost. A woman as vicious as you. I will never trust you again. You deserve to be cut into pieces by Xingxing. If Xingxing still thinks of sisterhood and doesn't do this, I will do it for her. You owe us this. Luo Xiangxi. You are dead. After Zhu Jun finished speaking, a chuckle came from his ear. Well said. Sister. You are dead this time. Luo Xingxing finished dealing with Huang Yu, and now she looked at Luo Xiangxi with a knife. She glanced at Zhu Jun. Very good. This man finally stopped being bewitched by her sister this time. Then let them deal with her together. Luo Xingxing, with blood all over her face, looked like a killing god. Luo Xiangxi saw her own end in her eyes. She trembled her lips and wanted to beg for mercy, but her face was slashed by Luo Xingxing. Let me see how you can deceive people with this face again. Ah! Xingxing. Don't. Sister is wrong. The second knife Luo Xingxing slashed at Luo Xiangxi's mouth. I hope you will continue to talk nonsense in the future. Luo Xingxing chopped at her with a knife until she was exhausted. She had been tormented for so long since yesterday, and she still couldn't eat or drink. If it weren't for her revengeful heart, she would have been unable to stand up. Looking at the limp Luo Xingxing, Zhu Jun walked over and took the knife from her hand. Xingxing, you tell me where to chop. I chop for you. Luo Xingxing looked deeply at Zhu Jun and nodded. Chop her legs. I want her to never run away again. Okay. With the word okay, Zhu Jun raised his knife and slashed, and Luo Xiangxi's legs were splashed with blood. No! Spare me. Lin Ran looked at Luo Xingxing and Zhu Jun, who sang in unison and cooperated very well, and a sneer rose at the corner of her mouth. Look! Luo Xiangxi can't deceive all men. There are still men who can see her true face. Her methods are actually very shallow, just willing to take the bait. In his previous life, Yilan let him down again and again because of this woman's despicable means. So Yilan really deserved to die. And now, both of them are dead. How great! Chapter 250 Rabies? Luo Xiangxi soon stopped moving. But Zhu Jun and Luo Xingxing hadn't stopped yet. She was really cut into pieces by her, as Luo Xingxing said. Jiang Chen stood up and took out the crystal core in Huang Yu's brain. Then he rinsed it and put it away. Lin Ran opened the window and looked outside. The war in other groups outside seemed to be coming to an end. Now, they should go and see if Wu Shiqing and others are in those rooms. Lin Ran said to Zhu Jun, you keep busy here. We go and finish it. Luo Xingxing, your knife is still here. Lin Ran looked at the knife still flying in Zhu Jun's hand and smiled. You use it first. I'm not in a hurry. Return it to me after you're done. Use her knife to deal with their common enemy. Lin Ran was still very happy and generous. After walking out of this room, he met up with Louisa, Rong Han and others in a short while. Their two teams also completed their respective tasks. Lin Ran invited them to go with her to find Wu Shiqing and others. Lin Zai's own team's task was also completed, but he was very enthusiastic and went to help the 8th level speed psychic named Lu Yong. Lin Ran looked at the battle situation on Lin Zai's side from a distance, and after watching for a while, she knew that the enemy was not a concern. She was relieved and walked towards the secret room with Rong Han and others. Back in front of the doors again, Lin Ran took out Huang Yu's finger and placed it on the door lock of one of the doors. Ding! The door opened. Lin Ran walked into the room and saw a laboratory table. There was a person lying on the laboratory table, and the person was tied tightly. Hearing the movement, the person's eyes widened instantly. Seeing them, the person struggled violently. Lin Ran felt that the laboratory table was about to be shaken apart by him. This scene made her psychologically uncomfortable. Lin Ran felt that her breathing was not smooth. This scene reminded her of her past life in the laboratory. That year, she was tied to a laboratory table like this, suffering inhuman torture. Wei Lan, Louisa, who was walking behind Lin Ran, exclaimed when he saw the man's face clearly. I finally found you. Louisa rushed to him in 2 steps and wanted to remove the iron chain on him. As a result, the iron chain was too tight, and he couldn't find a way to remove it for a while. And Wei Lan's struggle became even more intense. Hearing Wei Lan's constant hoarse sound, the skin and flesh on her body were all marked with red marks by the iron chain. Louisa anxiously approached Wei Lan and said, Wei Lan, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. I am Louisa. Unfortunately, Louisa's approach did not calm the people on the laboratory table. Louisa wanted to wipe the cold sweat from Wei Lan's forehead. But when his hand approached him, unexpectedly, Wei Lan's neck suddenly raised, and she bit Louisa's hand fiercely into her mouth. Fuck. Wei Lan. You were born in the year of the dog. Louisa felt pain and wanted to pull his hand out. But Wei Lan bit so hard that he couldn't pull it out at all. Wei Lan's eyes were red, and he was obviously very excited to bite someone. Rong Han, who was standing by, noticed something was wrong, went over and knocked him out, and then rescued Louisa's hand from his mouth. He looked very abnormal. This abnormal state reminded Lin Ran of someone. Liang. Especially his red eyes. She remembered that he was like this when he went out with them to do the farm mission. Is it because they all tried the new medicine of the base commander? Why is he like this? It hurts so much. Louisa covered his injured hand and said puzzledly. Obviously, those people outside are still rational. Why did he become like this? Rong Han frowned and didn't say anything. He didn't know. Too many things happened today. Lin Ran said. Let's go to the other rooms and have a look. The other 3 rooms were also opened with Huang Yu's fingerprints. In each room, there was a person tied up. They were in the same state as Wei Lan. Crazy and irrational. This time, Louisa learned his lesson and did not dare to touch them. So Rong Han knocked them out. Luckily, among these people, except for one person he did not know, the other 2 were with Wei Lan and were also Wu Zhiqing's people. Unfortunately, Wu Zhiqing was still not found. What should we do now? Will they always be like this? Louisa's heart did not let down because he found 3 familiar people, but became more uncomfortable. Lin Ran glanced at the wound on Louisa's hand, and she noticed that his wound was a little black. Lin Ran's heart sank, and instinctively felt that something was wrong. Stretch out your hand. Let me see. Louisa didn't understand, but still stretched out his injured hand. When he stretched out his hand and looked at it, everyone took a breath. Rong Han asked in surprise, Does Wei Lan have rabies? Why did the wound where she bit you turn black? That was an abnormal black. Such black made Louisa feel a little scared. Don't scare me. How could he have rabies? This should be. Louisa said yes for a long time, but couldn't say what it should be. Lin Ran's eyes darkened, and he stretched out his hand and pretended to touch the big pocket of Jiang Qin's down jacket. In fact, he continued the trick and took the opportunity to take out a bottle of spiritual spring water from the space. Don't be afraid. This may be some toxin. I will rinse it for you with pure water. Lin Ran didn't dare to delay. As he spoke, he unscrewed the mineral water bottle and poured the spiritual spring water inside onto Louisa's wound. The amazing thing is that as the spiritual spring water was poured on, the wound on Louisa's hand even began to heal slowly. But the black color did not disappear from his hand. What on earth is this? It can't be washed away with water. Does he really have rabies? But where can I get the rabies vaccine? Louisa also noticed something was wrong at this moment, and his tone was more flustered than ever before. Lin Ran and Jiang Qin looked at each other. They both realized the seriousness of the matter. Lin Ran clearly remembered that Jiang Qin had the same black wound when he was bitten by a zombie. In addition, her spiritual spring water is only effective for wounds, not for toxins. Things seem to be a bit serious. What kind of drugs are the people imprisoned here used to test? Chapter 251 Return to Area D. It's over. I'm going to die. Rong Han. If I really have rabies, remember to cut me with a knife. I don't want to become a monster that bites people randomly. Louisa kept chattering on the side. What rabies? You really believe it? Rong Han couldn't stand Louisa's noise and looked down on him. Then you still scare me. Louisa's tone was a rare grievance. That's because you are stupid. Rong Han teased. TSK. You took the wrong medicine today. And you actually joked with me. I was really scared to death. Rong Han smiled reluctantly when he heard this, and said no more. Louisa shook his hands, found a piece of cloth to wrap the wound, and no longer took his injury seriously. He looked at Lin Ran and got back to business. Miss Lin, what should we do now? Lin Ran put away her solemn expression and smiled. Captain Lu, what do you want to do? There are so many superpowers here now. Have you thought about their stay or departure? Louisa nodded. I have a plan. And I just discussed it with Rong Han. We are in the most urgent need of people now. And these superpowers have been oppressed for so long. They all want revenge. So we want to take them back and recruit them into our team. They will be a great help to us at that time. This idea coincides with Lin Ran's. She thought so too. These people who have a deep hatred for the base commander are their best helpers. Lin Ran, okay. Take the people back. As for when to go to the base commander, it depends on what Wei Lan and the others say after they wake up. Louisa, well, we will also send people to investigate near the base commander's villa. Once there is any clue, we will tell you as soon as possible. The next step was basically decided in a few words between the two. The situation of Wei Lan and the other three people was unknown, and Lin Ran asked them not to untie them for the time being. Take them back after knocking them unconscious. Then, all of them must leave this place as soon as possible, lest the base commander find out something is wrong. After leaving the secret room, the two teams of Lin Zhe and Lu Yong killed all the people here. Lin Zhe carried a whole bag of crystal cores in his backpack. Seeing Lin Ran coming over, his eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. Boss, we have dealt with those people. Lu Yong came over excitedly when he saw Lin Ran. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. Yes. You have avenged yourself. Have you thought about where to go next? Lu Yong turned his head and looked at the group of brothers behind him. Shaking his head, we don't know either. Boss, do you have any good suggestions? The base commander will definitely not let us go. And it's icy outside. We really don't know where to hide. He is not stupid. He knows that they are all the base commander's medicine men. If they run out like this, they will definitely not live long in this base. Whether the base commander wants to prevent them from leaking secrets here or to find these medicine men, their ending will not be too good. Lin Ran, then you should follow Captain Lu and Captain Rong first. Hide for a while. Wait until we are ready, and then go together to overturn the base commander's nest. By then, you will be truly free. Lu Yong was very moved when he heard Lin Ran's words. He knew that the boss he followed was right. What he said was so responsible and weighty. Okay, let's do it. Boss, we follow you. Lin Ran smiled slightly and asked Rong Han and Louisa to take people out quickly. Rong Han's base camp is in Area D. The weather is cold now, and the management of the base has not been restored. Area D has become an unsupervised place, which is the safest area in the entire base. On this side, Zhu Zhen also came out with Luo Xingxing, who had taken revenge. Lin Ran turned around and asked about their plans. Zhu Zhen thought for a while and said, we also want to follow Captain Lu and the others. If we go out by ourselves, we will definitely have no way to survive. Xingxing and I both have superpowers, and will never be a burden to you. Lin Ran nodded, accepting them. Luo Xingxing wiped the blood off her hand and handed it to Lin Ran. Thank you. Luo Xingxing thanked Lin Ran sincerely. She wanted to thank her for giving her the opportunity to take revenge on her own, and for lending her the knife. Lin Ran smiled faintly and took the knife. This is not a place to stay for long. After everything was settled, Jiang Chen led everyone out through the side door. Lin Ran's car was waiting at a street corner not far away. Louisa and Rong Han only drove one car. It was obviously not enough for so many people. They couldn't sit. Otherwise, if so many cars drove to Area D together, they would be too conspicuous. When Li Xiang saw them coming out, he drove the car over to meet them. Louisa, why did you come out just now? I was so anxious. Louisa smiled and said, don't talk nonsense. Pick them up quickly. Louisa asked people to carry the unconscious people into the car, and then asked Li Xiang to take them to Rong Han first. As for himself, he had to secretly go to Area D with Rong Han and these people. Lin Ran looked at Louisa, who was running around and actively arranging various things. The black part of his hand spread more. Lin Ran sank her eyes, not knowing whether to talk to him about this now. Just when she was struggling, Rong Han walked to her side. Ms. Lin, should we talk about Louisa's injury? Lin Ran looked up at Rong Han, and she knew that he also noticed something wrong. His reaction just now was not in line with his usual personality. When Rohan saw that Louisa's wound was black, he knew that things were not that simple. The unusual symptoms at Louisa's wound were exactly the same as those at his sister Rongmei's when she was bitten by a zombie. The wound also turned black, and it became more and more serious, until the black spread to the whole body. The zombie virus broke out, and he lost his sanity as a human. I'm afraid that things will develop in the worst direction, and Louisa will become a zombie without emotion and reason. If he can become like Mei Mei, he will be lucky. But who can say for sure what he will become? Rohan said upset. Captain Lin, what do you think we should do now? Louisa doesn't have much time left. The base commander has not been overthrown yet. And Louisa, one of the most important figures in their team, is like this. I don't know what kind of messy drugs those people injected into Wei Lan and others. Is it also something related to the zombie virus? Lin Ran looked at Louisa, who was walking in the front and leading everyone to Area D, and felt very sorry. But now is not the time to be sad. They must cut the Gordian knot and solve the problem. Lin Ran retracted her gaze and said, Captain Rong, I leave this to you. We drive Louisa back to your place in Area D first, and then we control him when we get back. What he will become in the end depends on his luck. Chapter 252. Will I become a zombie? Louisa sat in Lin Ran's car, chatting with Lin Ran casually, while constantly checking the wound on his hand. Why is this wound so wrong? Did Wei Lan's mouth have poison? Why is it getting darker and darker? And even on the arm? Louisa was really a little panicked at this moment. He used to be full of vigor and vitality, but now he was extremely helpless. Lin Ran couldn't help but think of the time when Jiang Chen became a zombie. He must have felt the same way at that time. Lin Ran stretched out his hand and grabbed Jiang Chen, who was sitting beside him. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that there was something warm and soft in his hand. When he reacted, he pinched it. Then he smiled sweetly at Lin Ran. He knew what Ran remembered. But it was all in the past, and he was fine now. Although he was a zombie, he was so lucky to be by her side. That was the best gift from God. But it would be even better if we could find an Anne's grandfather and develop the antidote. Captain Lin, why don't you tie me up? I'm afraid this is something strange like rabies virus. It would be bad if it goes crazy and bites you later. Louisa suggested sincerely. Lin Ran admired Louisa's words. In this case, he still thought of not implicate others. It seems that it's time to explain the situation to him. Lin Ran sighed and said, Captain Lu, you are infected with the virus, and it should be more terrible than rabies virus. What? Louisa's heart sank immediately. Captain Lin, you know everything. Tell me everything. I can bear it, Louisa said with a wry smile. He had a hunch just now that Rohan's behavior was abnormal. He was the worst at joking. He joked with him for no reason. So he knew that things were not that simple. Lin Ran told Louisa about his guess and Rong Mei's story. This is what Rohan told Lin Ran to tell Louisa. After hearing this, Louisa was stunned. After a while, he said, no wonder Rohan was so strange during that time. It turned out that his sister encountered such a big thing and turned into a zombie. That bastard didn't even tell me. Let everyone misunderstand him for so long, thinking that he really betrayed us, and called him Xiechong his lackey. Obviously, we can think of a solution together. Louisa was regretting to death. And at the same time, he was regretting that Rong Mei turned into a zombie. At this moment, he didn't seem to be worried about himself at all. Lin Ran couldn't help but say, actually, Rong Mei is not a complete zombie. Louisa, what do you mean? Lin Ran said, although she is a zombie, she has the same thinking and reason as a human. She won't bite people randomly. But I don't know what you will become when the time comes. Louisa, there are actually such zombies. Rong Mei is so different. Speaking of this, Louisa's eyes lit up. Will I be as lucky as her? Will I also have this special physique? I don't want to bite people randomly and become such a disgusting creature. Lin Ran, it's hard to say. This thing feels like it depends on fate. So far, she has seen so many zombies. Only Jiang Chen, Rong Mei and Anan are like this. I really don't know if Louisa will be so lucky. After hearing what Lin Ran said, Louisa became disappointed again. Then you should tie me up. I'm afraid I will become a zombie and bite you later. Louisa stretched out his hand and cooperated very well. Lin Ran looked at Louisa and actually wanted to say that with Jiang Chen, the zombie king, by his side, he couldn't do anything to them even if he turned into a zombie. But she couldn't say that now. She still asked Jiang Chen to find a rope to tie up Louisa. After Louisa was tied up, he smiled bitterly and said, "What exactly are they researching? Why did they inject the zombie virus into Wei Lan and the others? What do you think they are thinking about? Why are they researching the zombie virus for no reason? Yes, why are they researching such a terrible zombie virus for no reason? These people from the X organization are really guilty of death." Rohan is now stationed with people in the former manager's accommodation in District D. The accommodation conditions here are much better than those shanty towns in District D. Without the terrible basement and spiders, this place has become the best refuge for people in District D. Basically, all the people in District D were brought here by Rohan. There was originally a warehouse for the manager of District D here, and Rohan later robbed a warehouse in District C where the base was located. Therefore, the people living here have no worries about food and clothing for the time being. Seeing Lin Ran and his friend's car coming, Li Xiang quickly directed everyone to open the door. After Lin Ran's car drove in, Li Xiang hurried over. Following him were the people from Rohan's team, Datu and Zhang Yang. "Captain Lin, is our boss not back yet?" Datu was really confused. After Lin Ran and his team parked their car, he was the first to come up and ask. Lin Ran smiled and said, "Your boss is behind us. He is too conspicuous. If they want to come over, it will probably take a while." Data looked at Lin Ran's smiling face, and was almost dizzy with this beautiful smile. How come Captain Lin is getting more and more handsome? He has never seen such a handsome person. Li Xiang came over second. "Captain Lin, where is our Louisa?" Before Lin Ran could speak, Louisa behind him weakly raised his tightly tied hands. "Here. You, what's wrong with you? Captain Lin, our captain has offended you. If he offends you, you can do whatever you want to him. But don't tie him up. He is the boss, and he will have to stay here in the future." Li Xiang's words are very skillful. But things are not as simple as he thought. "No," Lin Ran said with a smile. "First find something to cover your boss's rope. Let's go in and talk." Li Xiang keenly noticed something wrong. He didn't dare to ask more questions. Took off a piece of clothing from his body to cover the rope on Louisa's hand, and then led everyone into the house. Lin Ran watched from the side, and had to say that Louisa and his partner Li Xiang were both very good people. Advance and retreat in moderation, and have enough brains. After Lin Ran and Louisa and Li Xiang were left in the room, Louisa told Li Xiang why he was tied up. "What? Louisa, you were bitten by a zombie?" After hearing what Louisa said, Li Xiang felt sick. "It's over. It's over. Your arm is all black. What should I do now? Will you bite people? Should I chop you in advance?" Li Xiang's words successfully made Louisa tremble. "You are too cruel. You actually want to chop me. That's because I'm afraid that you will become a zombie and be too embarrassed. Do you want to become such a monster?" "Louisa, I don't want to. Or you can chop me in advance." Listening to the increasingly dangerous words of the two, Lin Ran hurriedly said, "Don't rush to chop. Louisa was bitten by Wei Lan." "Li Xiang, how is Wei Lan now?" Li Xiang was stunned again. "Bite by Wei Lan? But Wei Lan just woke up." "What? Wei Lan woke up?" Chapter 253 Wei Lan wakes up. The news that Wei Lan has woken up really surprised Lin Ran. She was really curious about what happened to this Wei Lan. Louisa was also shocked. According to Lin Ran, he was bitten by Wei Lan who had the zombie virus. So he would become a zombie that screamed and bit people. What is the situation now? Louisa suddenly became energetic again and asked Li Xiang to untie the rope on his hand. "Take me to see Wei Lan quickly." "Have you talked? Did he explain anything?" Louisa said as he walked out. Li Xiang shook his head. "He is not very emotional. I don't know how much he suffered there. He just cried when he saw us. He hasn't said anything useful until now. That kid is a tough guy. I guess he is very wrong this time." Louisa nodded with a heavy face. He strode towards the room where Wei Lan was placed. Lin Ran and the others, who were very curious, hurriedly followed. The group hurried and soon arrived at Wei Lan's house. Lin Ran looked at the person lying on the bed. Wei Lan was indeed awake, and her eyes were shedding tears, just as Li Xiang said. "Wei Lan, why are you so effeminate now?" Seeing Wei Lan's look, Louisa put aside his own injury and laughed loudly. Wei Lan's tears flowed even more fiercely when she saw Louisa. "Wow, boss, I didn't expect I could see you again." Wei Lan howled loudly. Louisa was both amused and uncomfortable to see him like this. Okay. Okay. Don't cry. Look at how you cry. Why don't you come out now? Tell me. How did you get arrested? And how did they torture you during the time you were arrested? And where are Wu Shiqing and the others? Wei Lan saw Louisa as if she had seen her backbone. If he didn't let him cry, he wouldn't cry. He stretched out his hand to wipe away his tears and said, "Boss, I really didn't expect to come out alive. You don't know that we were treated as medicine men and tested with medicine every day. At the beginning, it was okay. They just injected us with medicine to upgrade our abilities. Later, some people couldn't bear the overbearing side effects of the medicine and exploded and died. We were lucky and could still bear it. Later, we were upgraded to level 5 and were taken to another glass room. There we were injected with medicine to upgrade again, until we were upgraded to level 8. They took us to another room. I was the only one in that room. Unlike before, I had no freedom at all and was tied to the experimental table. After being tied to the lab table, I knew I was done. Because Huang Yu smiled maliciously and said he wanted me to try a different medicine. Once that medicine was injected into my body, I seemed to become another person. I wanted to destroy, bite, and kill people. I was no longer myself. It was okay at first. But then my wakefulness became shorter and shorter. And I felt very hungry. I always wanted to bite something and eat something. It would be best to eat that damn Huang Yu. But that guy was too cunning and had high abilities. So I couldn't catch him. It was such a pity. When Wei Lan said this, Louisa looked up at Lin Ran. His eyes were full of worry. He now completely believed what Lin Ran said. The thing injected into Wei Lan's body must be the zombie virus. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this feeling. Wei Lan continued, I can't feel the passage of time. Every day is a mess. Just when I thought I was going to die on that experimental table, I saw you again. Boss, I am really lucky. Louisa looked at the wound on his hand. You are lucky. But he is unlucky. Louisa patted Wei Lan's shoulder inside. It's good to be out. By the way, you haven't told me how you were arrested? Where are Wu Shiqing and others? Do you know? Wei Lan nodded. I know that Wu Gu was arrested with me. To be precise, 10 of us were arrested together. Boss, you know, there is a broken wall in the D area. And we brothers often go out to hunt through that broken wall. That day we were preparing to go out to hunt as usual. Who knew that as soon as we walked out of the D area, we saw 2 helicopters parked in the open space outside the D area. We have seen many helicopters before, but they are still rare in RP space. And they did not go to the helipad of the base, but parked secretly outside our D area. Wu Gu felt that there was something fishy about this matter at the time. He took us to sneak over there to see where the helicopter was parked and what they were doing. I didn't expect that we saw such a horrible scene. I'm scared when I think about it now. Wei Lan started to tremble as she spoke. Louisa quickly wrapped the quilt around Wei Lan and poured him a cup of hot water. Then he asked, What did you see? Wei Lan took a sip of hot water, looked at Lin Ran and the others standing behind Louisa, and asked, Boss, who are they? What I want to tell you is very confidential. Louisa knew Wei Lan's concerns, pointed at Lin Ran and introduced them. This is Captain Lin Ran. This is Jiang Chen. And this is Captain Lin's brother Lin Zhe. They are all our allies now, and are very reliable partners. Don't worry. Just tell me what you saw. Wei Lan nodded. Then I tell you. Soon after we went over, we saw 2 cars coming. I recognized that the cars were all from the base. And they were the base chief's special cars. We were even more surprised when we saw those cars, since it was the base commander's people who were doing the work. Why didn't they do it openly in the base? Who knew that the next scene would shatter my 3 views? Some people in protective suits got off the car and got on the helicopter. However, they were escorted up by a group of people with guns. Everything was normal until I saw the face of one of the protective suits. His face was pale, especially his eyes, which were scarlet blood. It was exactly the same as the zombies we used to avoid. When he said this, Wei Lan's voice was hoarse because of fear. He looked at Louisa and said, Boss, do you know? The base commander and his men were transporting zombies. And, not just one. I turned an angle and saw that the faces of those protective suits were exactly the same as the zombies. But the strange thing is that they were not as irrational and crazy as the zombies we had seen. They seemed to be conscious and walked obediently to the helicopter, and were very afraid of the guns in those people's hands. Boss, don't you think it's strange? Where did the base commander find such a group of strange zombies? We were all shocked at the time and wanted to tell you the news. Unfortunately, there was a psychic in the team they were escorting, and our whereabouts were discovered. The 10 of us were no match for those well-prepared psychics. We were all arrested and locked up in that dark place. And you know what happened next. As for Angkor, he should be in the hands of the base commander. He entered the room earlier than me. After I entered, I asked Huang Yu, and he said that Angkor was lucky. He was taken away by the base commander. Wei Lan said this with a bitter smile, but I don't believe Huang Yu's good luck at all. We are medicine men, and the final result is not to have our crystal cores taken out. What else can we do? Chapter 254 Make a Plan. After Wei Lan finished speaking, the room fell into silence for a short time. His words were really shocking. Lin Ran said, Wei Lan, how many zombies in protective clothing did you see? Wei Lan, there are 8. I counted them clearly at the time. 8? So many? Lin Ran looked at Jiang Chen, and his eyes flashed with solemnity. Things seemed to be getting more and more complicated. What shocked Lin Ran the most was that they could create so many conscious zombies, which meant that they had studied the X virus to another level. Does that mean that an An's grandfather and others were also taken away by them? Why did they want to study the X virus? What is the ultimate goal of this organization? In fact, combined with an An's performance, Lin Ran guessed that these zombies, who were infected with the X virus, and could still stay awake were actually low-level zombie kings. They have human emotions, but they also have the ability to control low-level zombies. Could it be that they studied such a virus in order to use it to infect humans? Finally, everyone will become such a monster? But what do they want? Lin Ran really couldn't figure it out. Louisa asked Wei Lan some more questions, and Rong Han and others arrived while they were talking. Li Xiang was worried about Louisa's current state, so he let him stay in the room, and he went out with Datu and others to help settle the rescued superpowers. Soon after Li Xiang went out, Rong Han also came back. Rong Han saw Louisa sitting there, and looked at Lin Ran with questioning eyes. Lin Ran shook his head helplessly, indicating that he should listen to Wei Lan, who was awake first. Wei Lan was also very aggrieved when she saw Rong Han. She repeated what she had just said to Louisa to Rong Han. After Rong Han heard Wei Lan's words, he knew that this matter was not simple. 10 minutes later, after Louisa comforted Wei Lan, Rong Han and Lin Ran gathered in Rong Han's room again. This manager's accommodation has a power generation device. Rong Han put an electric stove in his room, and everyone except Jiang Chen gathered around it. Finally, I felt that the coldness in my body had gone a little. What is going on? Louisa tore off his clothes and collapsed when he saw the poison on his chest. Lin Ran comforted him. The good news is that you should be safe before Wei Lan turns into a zombie. Doesn't that mean there is still a chance to turn into a zombie? I can't stand it anymore. Let's go and fight that damn base commander tonight. I want to get rid of this scourge before I wake up. Why did he make such strange things for no reason? I knew that the old guy had nothing good to say. The base commander now lives in seclusion and does not ask about government affairs. Few people have seen him. But when he sees power, Louisa had dealt with this base commander. He looks very strange. His hair looks white, but his face is as white and tender as if he had undergone cosmetic surgery. Just like a young man. At that time, others praised him for his youthful appearance. But Louisa thought he looked like the perverted old man in the movie. It was so eerie and weird. By the way, what's the name of your base commander? Lin Ran asked curiously after listening to Louisa's speech about the base commander. She found that everyone called him the base commander and rarely mentioned his name. So much so that she didn't know who this person was. Rong Han said, his name is Joey. Joey. Lin Ran had never heard of this name in her previous life. Apparently, he was much more low-key than his brother William. Or, she was not qualified to know his name in her previous life. Rong Han looked at Lin Ran and said, Ms. Lin, what do you think about Louisa's suggestion to attack the base commander right away? Lin Ran recalled the news about the peace base in her previous life and smiled. No hurry. It's definitely not possible right away. We just fought such a big battle. And it's not the best time yet. Rong Han understood Lin Ran's subtext. Timing? What is the best time? Lin Ran silently calculated in her heart. Within a week. The time we are looking for will come. Before that, I need you to do 3 things well. Louisa, Captain Lin. Just say it. First, we rescued so many medicine men this time. And the base commander and his men will definitely look for us when they find out. So, during this week of waiting, you must hide your tracks. Louisa, okay. Second, everyone got a lot of crystal cores in this operation, and I want you to upgrade in the next few days. We don't know what the base commander's current strength is, but one of his younger brothers, Huang Yu, is already level 10, so you can imagine how powerful he is. If we don't upgrade here, we will die if we meet them. Rohan nodded. I know. I will work hard to upgrade. Louisa, me too. Lin ran, regarding the third point. What I said is very important. You are in Area D. According to Wei Lan, there is a road here that allows us to go out to hunt in the wild. Louisa was puzzled when he heard this. Captain Lin, you want us to go out to hunt in the wild? It's icy and snowy. What can be outside? I guess they are all frozen to death. Lin ran, you don't have to go to the wild. I want to go. I will come tomorrow. You show me a way out. I want to find something. Louisa, what is it? Captain Lin, it's too dangerous outside. It's so cold. You should go out less. Lin Ran smiled slightly. I must find it. Otherwise our plan to attack the base chief in a few days may not be so easy to succeed. What Lin Ran is looking for is not difficult to find, but it is very important. It is a plant with extremely tenacious vitality. It grew in the extremely cold weather after the Doomsday, and later it grew more vigorously after the spring came. But even though it grew vigorously, no one thought of destroying it. Everyone liked this plant too much. They all called it the grass of life, because in the extreme cold, this grass saved many lives. Not only did it fill their stomachs, but the unique smell from its leaves also prevented them from being attacked by poison. Thinking of the big event that would happen in the peace base within a week that would destroy the entire base. How could Lin Ran not bring back such an important grass of life? Chapter 255 Return to the Villa. After Lin Ran explained some details to Rohan and the others, they were ready to go home. If it goes as she expected, the base commander should take action soon. So it is best to stay at home as soon as possible. Rohan and the others should also be prepared. But the good thing is that Louisa stopped all the surveillance that the service hall can control before their action. It must be difficult for the base commander to find out the initiator of the small Western-style building incident. As for the toxins in Louisa and Wei Lan, Lin Ran left some spiritual spring water for them just in case. In fact, it is spiritual spring water in mineral water bottles, and a lot of honeysuckle and chrysanthemum are added into it. It is called the heat-clearing and disinfecting Chinese medicine boiled by Grandpa Jiangchen. Anyway, since Grandpa Jiang awakened his healing ability, he has been obsessed with Chinese medicine. He reads various medicinal diets and Chinese medicine knowledge on his iPad every day, regardless of whether this spiritual spring water is useful for zombie toxins or not. Let them drink some first. Anyway, this thing has all benefits and no harm. Fortunately, Jiangchen and Lin Zai's backpacks are big enough, and Lin Ran took out a dozen bottles of mineral water from them without causing anyone suspicion. After the instructions were completed, Lin Ran and the others drove back to Area A. On the way back, Lin Zai was very excited. Sister, I have gained a lot this time. Did you notice the crystal core inside when you took the things just now? Lin Ran certainly noticed it. When she borrowed his backpack to take things, she took things out and put the crystal core inside into the space. Naturally, she knew that Lin Zai had gained a lot today. Sister, I am so awesome today. It turns out that my gold ability is so powerful. I, a level 6 ability user, challenged the level 8 water ability user and won. I am the chosen one. Xiao Zai. Awesome. These words were not said by Lin Ran, but by Jiangchen, who was sitting in the front and driving. He has always been generous with his praise for his brother-in-law. After all, love for the house extends to the dog. He likes everything about Lin Ran, including his family. Lin Zai smiled and said, Hee, Brother Jiang, you have a good eye. Lin Ran, it's quite impressive, but it's not enough. Shiza, take advantage of these few days to upgrade after you go back, and use the crystal cores in this bag well. We have a tough battle to fight next. The base commander is definitely full of talents, and there may be some strange things. Well, I know. Sister, I will upgrade well, and will never drag you down. Lin Zai changed his tone halfway through his words, and pointed out the window and said, Sister, look outside. Guang Yu's small building is the only way for Lin Ran and his friends to return to the villa in Area A. The place Lindsay pointed to was outside the small building. There were 7 or 8 off-road vehicles parked on the street outside it. There was no one in the off-road vehicle, and it seemed that everyone had gone in. Lin ran, "You're here now. Later than I expected." Jiangchen. "Let's go back." She was in no mood to watch the fun. It's best to avoid suspicion at this time. Jiangchen, "Okay." Jiangchen stepped on the accelerator, past the cars, and drove straight towards home. In the small building, William, wearing a heavy down jacket, looked at the farm he had painstakingly built and turned into this state, and his whole body trembled with anger. "Who did it? I want him to be a medicine man." Wei Yun ran over and said carefully, "Mr. William, there is no one alive in farm number 1. And all the surveillance here is broken. And there is no clue. Waste. Waste." William kicked Wei Yun far away with red eyes. "You are all useless. What's the point of keeping you? Where are my medicine men?" Wei Yun got up and said with a sad face, All gone." "Gone? How could they be gone? Who did it?" William grabbed his yellow hair hard, like an angry boiling. Wei Yun didn't dare to speak for a long time. He knew that his master was moody. He didn't dare to go up and hit the muzzle of the gun at this time. But William didn't intend to let him go. He looked at Wei Yun and said, "Besides these, is there anything else abnormal here? By the way, let's go to the laboratory and take a look." William ran towards the secret room after he finished speaking. After arriving at the secret room, he collapsed even more. In the cages where the medicine men used to be locked up, there was really no one in the glass room now. They all ran away. What's more terrifying is that the equipment and medicines in the laboratory are also gone. How could this happen? They took our people away. But why did they also take our equipment and medicine? What do they need these things for? William frowned, and felt that this matter was not simple. A terrible guess came to his mind, and he was afraid that their enemy was not simple. "Mr. William, there is one more thing I want to report." Wei Yun came over and said. William said impatiently, "Speak." Wei Yun's heart trembled. "All the superpowers we have planted here, the crystal cores in their brains are gone, including Huang Yu's." "What?" William's heart sank suddenly when he heard the news. The crystal cores in the superpowers' brains were taken out. Are they really here? Or is it another force? It seems that it's time for him to interrogate them properly. Back to the warm home. Lin Ran just got off the car, and Lin's mother brought a bowl of hot ginger soup. "It's too cold outside. My Ran has worked hard." Lin Zay, "Mom. And me." Yes. And our Shiza." Lin Zay was also fed a bowl by Lin's mother. Jiangchen, who was walking at the back, and him, although he didn't need it so much. Who doesn't like sweet and spicy ginger soup? Come! Xiaochen. Just when Jiangchen thought he didn't have a share, Lin's mother handed him a bowl in time. Jiangchen's lips curled up into a beautiful arc. "Thank you, Anton." "Well, very sweet. Very warm." Lin's mother looked at Jiangchen with a smile on her face. She knew that although her son-in-law looked cold, he actually liked to drink sweet things the most. Sure enough, he liked it very much. This is good. It's more humane. It's like a family. Back home, Lin Ran briefly told everyone what happened today. When talking about medicine people, Lin's mother and father were all furious. In the last life, Ran was used for experiments. And in this life, so many medicine people were kept in captivity. That's a living person. For their own selfish interests, they can do such unscrupulous things, which shows that they are really not good people. So, in this case, the base commander's abilities are directly unfathomable. After listening to Lin Ran's words, Lin's father said worriedly. Lin Ran nodded, "Yes. As for how high it is, we can only know it after a face-to-face fight." Mother Lin worriedly said, "Can we win?" Lin Ran thought about the incident a few days later and smiled. It should be no problem. After all, according to the development trajectory of the peace base in the previous life, even if they were so powerful, they would not be drowned in the unpredictable end of the world. Man proposes, God disposes. Chapter 256. William's suspicion. The manor of the base commander. This is the best building in the entire base. It is said that the former owner of the holiday villa built the manor for himself. It covers a large area, with fountains, lakes, and gardens. At this time, the entire manor was covered in silver. When Xie Chenghe came in from outside, he felt as if he had come to the ice and snow manor in a fairy tale. But he was not in the mood to appreciate such a beautiful scenery now. He lost his only daughter, and his heart was burning with anger. He just wanted to find the base commander and cry, so that he could be allowed to take people to flatten the zombie town. He wanted revenge. He couldn't wait a minute. When William came back angrily, he saw that there was one more person in his living room. Xie Changhe and the base commander were sitting inside drinking tea. William came back to discuss important matters with his brother. He asked his brother to send someone to turn the base upside down. Their medicine man was stolen. Unexpectedly, there was someone inside. When he saw Xie Changhe inside, he knew that he had come at an inopportune time. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he heard someone inside talking about the zombie town and the zombie king. Hearing this news, William stopped his steps for some reason. He stood there and listened silently. Base commander, you know, I only have one daughter, Wanru, and now she is gone. She was killed in that way. I hate it. I can't sleep every night. Please, let me take people to the zombie town to take a look. I want revenge. Otherwise, I really won't rest in peace. Zhou didn't answer in a hurry. He reached out and took a sip of the tea on the table. The entire base is now completely out of power. But not the base commander's manor. This house has an electric heater, so it doesn't feel cold even if you wear a thin coat. Xie Changhe looked at the base commander expectantly. After not seeing him for a while, Xie Changhe felt that the base commander looked better than a few days ago. There were a few black hairs in his snow-white hair. He was really getting younger and younger. Are those ghost things they studied really that good? Changhe. Zhou finally spoke. You are my very trusted subordinate. I am the base commander. But everyone knows that you are the one who really does things. Xie Changhe immediately changed to a touching expression. Base commander. You know I am always grateful to you. Yeah. The base commander nodded gently. Wanru is also my junior. And I am also very sorry for the tragedy she encountered. But you see it's icy and snowy outside now. It's extremely cold. Changhe, you also know the situation of our base. Every superpower person is very precious. And we can't let them die easily. Xie Changhe listened to the base commander's nagging. He hated it to death. Humph. Every superpower person is very precious? He also had the nerve to say this. Since the establishment of the base, how many superpower people have he harmed? It's just that he didn't want to avenge his Wanru. What a high-sounding reason. He is really not a good guy. Brother, I think we can go. Just when Xie Changhe was extremely angry, he heard such a voice. Xie Changhe looked at the person who came as if he was looking at a savior. He saw a middle-aged man with yellow hair, who turned out to be William. Why would this strange man speak for himself today? Zhou was stunned and didn't understand what his brother meant. Where to go? William said, of course. Go to the zombie town to help my niece Wanru get revenge. Deputy Base Commander Xie. Is the zombie town you are talking about the Xiangzhou town, which is 100 kilometers away from our base? Xie Changhe nodded. That's it. The must-go place for the last farm mission. You said there is a zombie king there? Yes. According to Louisa and others who were the only survivors of the last farm mission, there is definitely a zombie king there. But I suspect that Ronghan, the murderer who killed my daughter Xie Wanru, is also in the zombie town. William is not interested in any murderer. He was interested in the zombie king. There was actually a zombie king in Xiangzhou town. It seemed that Zhou Jianming and the others had not told him the truth. He had to go and see for himself. It would be best if he could catch the zombie king so that the stubborn old man and old woman could speak. Zhou did not know what his brother meant. He did not understand why he, who had never cared about anything, suddenly spoke well of Xie Changhe today. But when he mentioned Xiangzhou town, he understood. His brother must have received some news again. Until Xie Changhe left the living room, he was still confused. He never thought that William would speak for him. And the base commander really agreed to send people to encircle and suppress the zombie town. Even William was going. He knew too well the importance of William going. And his subordinates were full of talents. Each of them was much more powerful than Liang. If he took action, Ronghan would definitely be dead. As soon as Xie Changhe left, William couldn't wait to tell Zhou what happened today. What? Huang Yu is dead. He is a level 10 superpower. Zhou looked incredulous. Who on earth could have killed him? William shook his head. As far as I know, there is no such person in our base with such strength. Ronghan, who is ranked first on the list, is just a level 6 superpower. Zhou Yi's expression became more solemn after hearing this. If it's not someone from our base, then who could it be? William, so brother, I suspect that another organization has infiltrated. But it could also be our own organization. But if it's our own organization, why don't they contact us? What's the matter with stealing our medicine man and experimental data? Zhou Yi, so it's more likely to be another organization. What organization could it be? Zhou Yi couldn't imagine that in the end of the world, apart from their Great X organization, what other organization could survive? William sneered, brother. Have you forgotten Zhou Jiaming and his wife? They are from the Huagua Research Institute. They pretended to surrender to us, and took away our X virus, and did a lot of things. Although we caught them, we didn't say a word about the details of the experiment. Even the experimental data brought back from their home were fake. So I suspect that they handed over our experimental data to the Huagua Research Institute. Maybe now it is the people from this institute who stole our medicine man and experimental data. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and said uncertainly, but this is the end of the world. Does this institute still exist? William's eyes were gloomy. Brother, I will know whether it exists or not when I go to the zombie town to take a look. Xie Chang'e said there is a zombie king there. And that is the home of Zhou Jiaming and his wife. Don't you think it's too coincidental? Zhou Yi nodded. It is a bit coincidental. Everything will be clear if we catch the zombie king. Maybe the institute and their lost medicine man are hiding there now. It's time to go and take a look. Chapter 257 Go Find Anan. Xie Chang'e was very excited. He didn't expect today to be so smooth. The base commander actually promised to go to the zombie town for revenge. After returning home, the base commander called the fat housekeeper Wu. Please contact Louisa and ask him to take us to the zombie town as planned tomorrow. I'm going to kill Ronghan and that damn zombie king. Housekeeper Wu was very surprised. He knew his master's determination to avenge his daughter. But it was not a good time to go out in the ice and snow. He thought about it and advised, Deputy Base Commander. It's so cold outside now. Why don't you wait? What are you waiting for? Xie Chang'e hated it most when others asked him to wait. He couldn't sleep until his daughter's revenge was avenged. Don't talk nonsense to me. Just listen to me and go find someone. Speaking of this, Xie Chang'e looked at his old subordinate and smiled grimly. Don't worry. This time I'm going out. But I'm accompanied by the base commander's people. Even William will go with me. Absolutely no problem. Butler Wu was stunned. The base commander's brother was going to go. I heard that he was just a scientist. What was he going to do? Butler Wu didn't understand and didn't dare to ask more. The previous persuasion was his limit. Now he took the order and sent someone to find Louisa. Before the extreme cold, Louisa lived in the service hall. I guess he is still there now. Lin family villa, when Lin Ran's family was sitting at the dining table to eat dinner. Lin's mother also learned the news that Xie Chang'e and his family were going to the zombie town. Sister, Anan is still there. Nothing will happen. Lin Zhe was still a little worried when he heard that they were going to the zombie town again. Lin Ran took a bite of the red Maokai and said, it should be fine. Extreme cold weather has a big impact on people, but not on zombies. Anan is a smart child. And zombie town is his home. So it should be fine. Lin Zhe nodded, then I'm relieved. Jiangchen swallowed a mouthful of braised pork and said, I don't know if Louisa can go. I always feel that William going to zombie town is not simple. Lin Ran nodded. She also felt it was not simple. Why did William participate in Xie Chang'e's revenge plan? She didn't believe that he was venting his anger on Xie Chang'e. There must be something in zombie town that attracts him. But what exactly is it that attracts him? If Louisa goes, he can go deep into the enemy camp and help them find out. But the injury on Louisa's hand is very serious. After finishing the meal, Lin Ran didn't figure it out. But fortunately, not long after the meal, Louisa and the others came over. Louisa and Ronghan drove here. This was his first time to Lin Ran's house. After entering Lin Ran's villa, he finally understood what the gap between the rich and the poor was. This house is so well decorated. Is this really the end of the world? Louisa was secretly shocked and secretly glad that he had cooperated with Lin Ran. This Captain Lin has something special. He is a hidden master. Louisa came here mainly to discuss with Lin Ran whether he should go to the zombie town with Xie Chang'e. We had been living in the service hall before we met Ronghan. And we just moved to District D not long ago. But just in case, I still left 2 people in the service hall. Today, Xie Chang'e's fat housekeeper went to find my people, and said that I should go to the zombie town with him tomorrow and take Xie Changhe to kill the zombie king. And the base commander's brother will also go with Xie Changhe. If you ask me, Xie Changhe is crazy. Why would he run there in such weather? My injury is a time bomb. I wanted to refuse it. But Rohan asked me to ask your opinion. Captain Lin, do you think I should go to the zombie town with them? Rohan was sitting on another sofa, chatting with Rong Mei. Lin Ren thought about it, and told Louisa about it, and it also let Rohan know that in this world, besides Rong Mei, there is another person like her. Louisa was surprised when he heard this. Rohan, besides your sister, there is another special zombie like this. Rohan frowned. Mimi is not a zombie. Louisa smiled. Yes. Yes. She is not a zombie. She may be the same zombie king as this and then maybe I can become a zombie king in the future. Thinking about it this way, it seems that becoming a zombie is not so scary. It turns out that there are such unique existences among zombies. Rohan, wrong. Besides Mimi and this and the zombies found by Wu Shiqing and others should also be such existences. Indeed, the zombies found by Wu Shiqing and others are very similar to humans. Rohan paused for a moment and said, so the reason why William also wants to go there with Xie Changhe is because of the zombie king? Lin Ran, that's what I guess too. So Louisa, I want you to go to the zombie town with Xie Changhe, because I'm worried that William Target isn't in. Speaking of this, Lin Ran told Rohan and Louisa about the laboratory they found in an Anne's home, and the identity of an Anne's grandparents. This was also the first time Louisa and Rohan heard about the X virus and the X organization. After listening, they all looked solemn. It turns out that this zombie virus is not traceless. It is different from other natural disasters. It is likely a man-made disaster. Louisa was extremely angry. He looked at his black arm and vowed to be irreconcilable with William and that organization. Captain Lin, I now highly suspect that an Anne's grandfather and others were captured by this damn William. Otherwise, why would he be so active? Don't worry. I will find a way to secretly bring An back. Lin Ran smiled and said, okay. Don't doubt people when you employ them. And don't employ people if you doubt them. This is Lin Ran's consistent principle of doing things. Since Lin Ran has chosen Louisa and Rohan as his partners, there is no need to hide some things. It is better to tell the truth. For example, such as the X virus and the X organization. More importantly, they now have a common secret. After all, Louisa and Rohan's sister are both victims of the zombie virus. Lin Ran and Louisa discussed some details about going to the zombie town. In particular, he told Louisa the address of An in detail and asked him to be careful when he went there. After listening to Lin Ran's description, Louisa was shocked to realize that he might have seen this child in the zombie town before. It was the child surrounded by zombies. But he was not very sure. Anyway, you will know when you go to the zombie town this time. After discussing things, Louisa and Rohan rushed back before it was dark. He still needed to reply to Xie Changhe, and he had to make some preparations before going out tomorrow. After Louisa left, Lin Ran was not idle either. Chapter 258 An Unexpected Surprise. Her mission now is to upgrade. She can't be passive when she meets the base commander. After saying goodbye to her family and distributing some crystal cores to everyone, Lin Ran went into the house. This time she didn't divide the crystal cores equally. Instead, she gave most of them to herself. She couldn't show her previous humility this time. As the second strongest person in the family besides Jiangchen, she had to raise her strength to the highest level in a short period of time. She knew Jiangchen was very strong. However, she was never a person who relied on others. The lessons learned from her previous life told her that she must become stronger. This is the only hard truth. Jiangchen felt a little distressed when he saw Lin Ran desperately absorbing the crystal core. He knew her concerns and her desire to become stronger. He knocked on Lin Ran's door and said nothing. He just gave her all the crystal cores he had picked up from Huang Yu in the space. Give me all these? Lin Ran looked at the full crystal cores in Jiang Chen's palm and smiled. Yes, I brought them back for you. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. And Lin Ran felt that they were more beautiful than the crystal cores of Buling Buling. Lin Ran felt that it had to be Jiang Chen. How could he understand what she liked so well? Her favorite thing was the crystal core. Lin Ran blushed and took the crystal core. Thank you. Ran. You're welcome. Jiang Chen couldn't help but touch Lin Ran's head. Lin Ran's blushing face made him feel very soft. Ran, here are some. Jiang Chen took out a bunch of crystal cores from the space just like he was offering treasures. It was like a little boy holding his favorite lollipop and offering treasures to his beloved girl. Lin Ran was moved by Jiang Chen's cute look. If time was not limited, she really wanted to do something bad to such a cute Jiang Chen. His smooth, fair face, deep ruby-like eyes, thick eyebrows, high nose, and beautiful lips. All of them tempted her to go up and pick them. Unfortunately, time was too urgent. There was an alarm in her mind, as if she couldn't enjoy the day's homework until it was completed. Alas, Lin Ran knew that she was destined to be a hard worker. She took the crystal core from Jiang Chen's hand and put it in the space. The moment their hands touched, Lin Ran seemed to be tempted by the icy cool feeling on Jiang Chen's skin. She couldn't help but hold his hand. Jiang Chen was stunned, and then a burst of warmth came from his lips. When he reacted, what was that warmth? The other party had already withdrawn as cunningly as a cat. Lin Ran chuckled, so sweet. Jiang Chen's face flushed instantly, and he stretched out his hand to experience this warmth again. Unfortunately, the person in front of him didn't give him a chance. Bang! Lin Ran's door closed in front of him mercilessly. Jiang Chen said aggrievedly, Ran, how could you? Jiang Chen, don't disturb me. I'm going to upgrade. The person inside, with a coquettish voice, made Jiang Chen's heart soften again. Okay, then you owe it first. I wait for you to upgrade. Hearing the sound of Jiang Chen leaving, the people in the room breathed a sigh of relief. She was really bold just now, like a scumbag. But Jiang Chen tasted really good. Hee. Lin Ran touched her red face and sat on the bed happily. She didn't notice the moon shadow on the footstool at all, and looked at it with contempt the whole time. Even if she saw it, Lin Ran would think it was a single cat. What does it know? The first thing Lin Ran took out was Huang Yu's largest yellow crystal core. She could feel that there was a huge energy hidden in it. Huang Yu is a level 10 superpower with 3 elements of water, fire and power. The things contained in this crystal core are really tempting. No matter what kind of superpower it is, Lin Ran wants it. Moreover, she believes that with her current physique, she can absorb his crystal core very well. In her previous life, due to ethical reasons, even though she knew that the crystal core of a superpower is easier to improve superpowers, she never thought of using despicable means to get them. Of course, except for those few of her enemies. She has always been clear about gratitude and resentment, and has never had any bottom line for her enemies. If they use their crystal cores, they will be used. But for other people, she will not be so cruel to deprive them of anything in order to improve their superpowers. But now it is different. The owners of these crystal cores are not good people. She has no burden to use them. Lin Ran took out Huang Yu's crystal core, adjusted her breathing, and slowly began to absorb it. The energy in the crystal core of a level 10 superpower is purer and more powerful. However, as a person who takes medicine to improve superpowers, the energy contained in this crystal core is not as vast as that of a true level 10 mutant. Similarly, the difficulty of absorption is naturally not as great as that of a real level 10 crystal core. In the second half of the night, Wang was awakened by an abnormal energy fluctuation. It opened its hazy cat eyes and glanced at Lin Ran on the bed. Wow! How come its owner is on fire? As a qualified pet, it can't make a fuss. Wang squatted aside and observed carefully, and soon found that its owner should have been upgraded. Its owner is really hardworking. It hasn't been long, and it has upgraded so many levels. Then it can't lie like this. For the first time, Wang reflected on her cat life of lying down. Compared with its owner, it seems a little too lazy. If it is more diligent, help her to subdue those annoying mutant beasts outside the base. Let them be her younger brothers. Let her owner be their boss. Then she won't have to work so hard. After all, it thinks it's pretty powerful to have a mutant beast army. Okay, let's do it. In order to allow her master to lie flat like herself. Wang woke up from her bed at 3 a.m. for the first time, ran to the ground and upgraded while eating dry cat food. Lin Ran didn't expect to upgrade so quickly this time. Her strongest attack ability, the Thunder ability, was upgraded to level 10. In addition, her hallucinogenic ability was also upgraded to level 2. This means that her ability to create illusions is stronger, and the illusions she creates are more realistic. Her water ability was also upgraded to level 3. Moreover, she now has a level 2 power ability and a level 1 fire ability. I didn't expect Huang Yu's crystal core to bring me so many surprises. She now has many kinds of abilities in her body. If the time was not right, Lin Ran would have wanted to jump out and share this great news with Jiang Chen. It took Lin Ran a while to suppress the ecstasy in her heart, and she took out a crystal core of a level 8 ability user from the space. This crystal core is not bad, and its owner is a power ability user. Since it's still early, let's continue to upgrade. Chapter 259. Go to the zombie town again. Lin Ran was absorbing crystal cores tirelessly and trying to upgrade. As hardworking as she was, there were Louisa and Rong Han. Since Lin Ran went back, these two people have also started to upgrade without sleep. Louisa had someone reply to Xie Chenghe and go with him the next day. He probably knew that William would definitely bring a lot of his own people this time. He knew too little about William. It would definitely be difficult to bring him back safely. He must be fully prepared. More importantly, the injury on his arm was like a maggot attached to his bones, making him extremely worried all the time. If the worst result is to become a zombie, then he would do as much as possible before he became a zombie. Then even if he really became a zombie, he would have no regrets. That night, Rong Han and Louisa's lights were on. Like them, there was also William, who did not sleep. William was extremely annoyed by the loss of so many important medicine men today. Forget about the others, but those special experimental subjects were also lost. That was the perfect host he found for the X virus. He has been committed to the research of the perfect combination of the X virus and the superpowers. Although it has achieved some results now, the key points cannot be solved with his knowledge alone. It would be great if Zhou Jiaming and his wife were willing to cooperate with him. They used to be one of the best figures in the Huagua Research Institute. William narrowed his eyes slightly when he thought of this. He must get the assistance of the old couple. Thinking of this, William walked to the monitoring room. There is a huge screen in the monitoring room, with countless small windows on the screen. Each small window represents a laboratory. This is his achievement. He built a laboratory in this base after the end of the world. All the experimental subjects he carefully selected were locked up inside. Ordinary medicine men are not worthy of being locked up here. They are all in Huang Yu's small building. All those selected here are advanced experimental subjects. It is mainly used to study the combination of the X virus and superpowers. In one of the special laboratories, a couple was imprisoned. They were the gray-haired Zhou Jiaming and his wife. The two of them were lying on the bed, breathing steadily, and they looked like they were asleep. Hey, go to sleep. When I come back from the zombie town, you won't sleep so sweetly. William looked at the old couple sleeping in each other's arms on the bed and said coldly. After a long time, he slowly walked out of the monitoring room. Then he opened a room with 3 locks. A special experimental subject was imprisoned here. After William opened the door, he smiled at the person lying on the bed with his eyes closed and said, "Why are you pretending? You obviously don't need to sleep." As William's voice fell, the person on the bed opened his eyes instantly, and they were a pair of scarlet eyes like zombies. "Is there something?" the person on the bed asked hoarsely. William nodded. "Yes. There is something. I want to take you out to do something. If you do well, I will give you a reward." "What reward?" William smiled lightly. "You will know when the time comes." The next morning, Louisa showed up at Xie Chenghe's house on time. As a guide, he had to go with him. Xie Chenghe didn't sleep all night. His eyes were red like a rabbit. Seeing Louisa, he called out in a dry voice, "Captain Liu, you will follow my car later." Louisa said in surprise, "Deputy Base Commander Xie, why don't you send me a car? I usually have a special car for missions. If my car is not bad, I will drive my own car. I am working for you this time. How can you not even send me a car?" Louisa was full of output to Xie Chenghe. This old guy was reluctant to give him a car. What's going on? He didn't drive this time because he wanted to cheat one of his good cars. It was icy and snowy outside this time. Xie Chenghe must use the good car of the base. He can't miss this good opportunity. Bringing a good car back. This trip is not a loss. Xie Chenghe was troubled by Louisa's words, and waved his hand to ask Butler Wu to arrange a car for him. "Captain Liu, I didn't think about it. If there is a car, I will send you one." Louisa smiled with satisfaction. "Thank you, Deputy Base Commander, for your generosity. I like to go on missions with leaders like you." After Louisa finished speaking, He happily followed Butler Wu out to get the car. All the cars parked outside were off-road vehicles. Four-wheel drive? With a high chassis and very non-slip wheels. Louisa pointed to a white off-road vehicle. I want this one. Butler Wu gave the key to the car to Louisa after hearing this. After getting the key, Louisa opened the door and got in the car. This car is good. And the interior space is large. Most importantly, the exterior of the car is white. So even if he breaks up with them, it can be easily hidden in the snow. Louisa tried the car and felt that it was good in all aspects. Then he went to find Butler Wu to get several boxes of gasoline and supplies. He would never treat himself badly. When Louisa was ready, Xie Changhe and a team of people finally came out of the house. He walked up to Louisa and gave him a communicator. Captain Liu, we will use this to contact you after we go out. Okay. Deputy Base Commander Xie. Can we leave now? Xie Changhe nodded. We can go. William and the others will meet us at the entrance of the base. It turned out that they were meeting at the entrance of the base. Louisa nodded, started the car, turned on the heater, and then set off with Xie Changhe and the others. This time he went out. He didn't bring anyone with him. He just thought it would be convenient to move alone. He wanted to see what kind of monsters William men were. Louisa and his team arrived at the entrance of the base, and waited for a while before William and his team came over. Louisa counted them, and found a total of 10 off-road vehicles. They were all similar models to Xie Changhe. The windows of each car were tightly closed, and he could not see clearly what was inside. However, he was particularly impressed by one car. It didn't look like an off-road vehicle, but more like a prison van. There were steel bars welded on the car. Who was in it? Louisa looked at it strangely for several times. But before he could figure out what was going on, Xie Changhe seemed to have negotiated with him. The car here restarted, and everyone was officially on the road. Louisa drove his car and merged into the traffic. Who cares what's in it? We know when the time comes. Not long after Louisa and his team drove out of the base, Lin Ren also went out. She had experienced a night of upgrades. Not only was she not tired, but she also felt more energetic. She had upgraded all her abilities to a certain extent last night, and she gained several more superpowers. Especially her power-related superpowers were greatly improved. She felt that she would be able to compete with Lin's father in strength in a short time. Chapter 260 Searching for the Fruit of Life. She went out today without Lin Zhe. Only with Jiang Chen. First, their operation was outside the base, which was somewhat dangerous. Second, she didn't want to waste Lin Zhe's time, and he had to stay at home to upgrade. Lin Ren drove and came to Area D again. It was convenient to come to Area D now, and there was no need to find someone to help cross the river. The river had long been frozen and extremely hard. They drove over easily. Ronghan heard Data report that their car had arrived, so he drove out to meet them. Do you want to go in? Ronghan pointed to the tunnel behind him, where the manager stayed. Lin Ran shook his head. No. Let's go directly to the destination. Okay. Ronghan was not a talkative person. When he heard Lin Ran say that, he drove in front to lead the way. Lin Ran wanted to go outside Area D, and the only way out of the base gate was in Area D. Ronghan took Lin Ran around a few corners, and came to the wall of Area D. There is a big gap in the wall, which can accommodate a car. Lin Ran looked around and found that this place was not far from the place where they sent the Spider Kids out last time. Zhang Huan told her last time that the passage where the Spider Kids were sent out had been repaired. Unexpectedly, Ronghan and his team found another way nearby. If she had known it was here, she would not need Ronghan to lead the way. Lin Ran said to Ronghan, "You go back. We know the way. We can go by ourselves." Ronghan said worriedly, "Can you too? The situation outside is unclear. Or I will accompany you." Lin Ran shook her head, "No. Now Louisa has left. You can't be without someone in charge. What if the base commander has some problems, and wants to come to your place to see what should we do? We can go by ourselves." "It's okay." Ronghan knew that Lin Ran and Jiang Chen were very strong, and he no longer insisted after hearing this. "Then I go back. But this time it's really strange. We have made a lot of preparations here, just in case the base commander will take action. But after losing so many people, the base commander and his men didn't even send anyone to look for them at the base. Instead, William followed Xie Changhe to the zombie town. I'm a little worried about Louisa. What they're looking for in the zombie town must be more important than the medicine men they raise." Lin Ran thought so too. I hope Louise's action will go smoothly this time, and he can take the initiative to find an in advance. After saying goodbye to Ronghan, Lin Ren drove out of the base. This is the first time in 2 lifetimes that Lin Ren has come to the wild in an extremely cold climate. The snow outside is thicker than she thought. As soon as the car drove out, most of the tires sank into the snow. Luckily, their car is good. It's an oversized SUV suitable for driving on snow. As soon as Ronghan left, Lin Ran and Jiang Chen got out of the car and replaced their commercial vehicle with this big guy. Facts have proved that her judgment was correct. With this car, it is so convenient to walk on the snow. Everything outside seems to be covered in white snow. Lin Ran put on goggles for herself and Jiang Chen in time. She doesn't want to suffer from snow blindness. The air conditioner is on in the car, and Lin Ran is wearing thick clothes. And she doesn't feel cold because she has hot packs all over her body. What she is looking for is the fruit of life. But she doesn't know where to find it. When the extreme cold came in her previous life, she was always in Yundu. It was half a year after the extreme cold that she really saw the fruit of life. It was a very short and strong plant with a lot of fruits on it. The fruits are big and red, and they taste crispy and sweet, and there is rich juice in them. It's very hungry and thirsty. Everyone says that it is a gift from the Creator and God's last care for mankind. But Lin Ren thinks that it is not only a gift to mankind, but also a gift to all species. They grow so short because they want all creatures to be able to pick it. All can survive by eating its fruit. Ran, what does the fruit of life look like? Lin Ran's mind popped up the information he heard in his previous life and said, green shrubs. Very short. In such cold weather, they may be growing on the snow now, but their fruits are big and red, so it should be easier to find. After listening to Lin Ran's description, Jiang Chen had an idea in his mind. He released his mental power and looked for possible targets. Lin Ran knew that he still had to rely on Jiang Chen to find things, so he played the role of driver seriously. Outside the car, everything was white. In addition to white, Lin Ran could hardly see any other colors. The whole world seemed to be covered under the white snow. Only when a few tall trees appeared occasionally, Lin Ran could see other colors in his eyes. Driving in this situation is very boring, because there is no clear goal and no end. Ran, there are wolves ahead. Wolf? Lin Ran was instantly interested when she heard this. Where? 3 kilometers to the left. Jiang Chen pointed in a direction. It's not very far. But Lin Ran is not very interested. She is not short of food, and she is not going out to hunt wild animals today. It's not easy for these wolves to survive in this icy and snowy place. I won't deal with them, Lin Ran said. Oh, and drove to the opposite place. Ran, don't you want to go over and take a look? Lin Ran glanced at Jiang Chen, who seemed quite interested. Do you want to go? If Jiang Chen wants to go, it's okay to accompany him. Jiang Chen nodded. I want to go. There's something wrong over there. I found that there are not only wolves, but also other animals. They gather together abnormally like this. Maybe there are some surprises. Lin Ran's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes, there must be something that attracts so many animals to gather together. As for what it is, we will know when we go over to take a look. Lin Ran drove in the direction Jiang Chen pointed, and soon saw a few black dots. They should be wolves. They were lying on the ground with their butts sticking up, and it was obvious that they were hunting. But I don't know what they are going to hunt. Lin Ran bypassed the wolf pack, found a higher hillside, and stopped the car. Then he took out a telescope from the space and looked in the direction where the wolf pack was hunting. Lin Ran almost cried out in surprise. The things surrounded by the wolves were a few wild boars. Those wild boars gathered together, unaware of the danger coming, and were busy eating things on the ground. And the things on the ground, weren't they the live fruit she was looking for? In extremely cold conditions, it really grows close to the ground. But the fruits on it are big and red. Jiang Chen was right. Come and take a look. There are really surprises. Chapter 261 found the fruit of life. The wild boars ate without noticing that the wolves were surrounding them more and more tightly. Ran, should we do something? Lin Ran knew what Jiang Chen meant. He was asking her if she wanted to stop the killing. Lin Ran shook her head. This was the law of nature. Survival of the fittest. She couldn't interfere based on her personal likes and dislikes. The wolf pack's encirclement became smaller and smaller. And then a wolf jumped up and bit the neck of one of the wild boars. The war started completely at this moment. The fighting power of the wild boars was not low. But they were no match for the wolves at this moment, because they had lost the initiative. Soon, the necks of the wild boars were bitten off by the wolves. Jiangchen looked at this scene, and was afraid that the wolves would destroy the fruit of life while eating here. So he said, Ran, let's go over there. Okay. Lin Ran and Jiangchen restarted the car. Lin Ran stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the wolf pack. The wolves heard the noise and thought someone was trying to steal their food. So they all started fighting again. Who knew that just as they were preparing to fight, they felt an overwhelming pressure that made them unable to even raise their heads. The leader wolf immediately realized the danger. He roared to the sky, led his pack to pick up the food on the ground, and ran away. Lin Ran looked at the wolves running away with their tails between their legs and smiled. They are a group of wolves who know the current situation. Jiangchen smiled and said nothing. But Lin Ran knew that he must have done something just now. When he got closer, he realized that the life fruit was quite large. It was a pity that the war just now still injured some of the life fruits. Many of the green leaves and bright red fruits were scratched. But Lin Ran didn't feel troubled. Her main task this time was to find the life fruit. As long as she found it. Because she had a wood-type mutant at home. Not to mention that there are so many intact life fruits here. Even if she only finds one. As long as she brings it back intact, her mother can plant a large area. Lin Ran put several more hot packs on herself in the car before she dared to jump out of the warm car. The temperature outside was minus 60 degrees Celsius. And Lin Ran still felt a strong chill after getting out of the car. On the other hand, Jiangchen had no effect on him in such weather. It must be said that in such extreme weather, such a physique is actually quite good. She adapted for a while before taking out a small hoe from the space and carefully dug out a life fruit tree. Jiangchen, you try to induce labor. Lin Ran carefully handed the life fruit tree to Jiangchen. Jiangchen nodded, took the life fruit tree, and began to inject with power. The life fruit tree grew rapidly in Jiangchen's hand. And soon it grew thick and strong. And it also produced a lot of red fruits. Lin Ran picked one and put the fruit in his mouth. As soon as she bit it with her upper and lower teeth, a sweet taste burst in her mouth. The taste given by the extreme cold was different from what she had eaten in her previous life. This one tasted cool and cold. Like eating ice cream. Delicious. Lin Ran narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and picked one for Jiangchen. Jiangchen took a big bite from Lin Ran's hand. Not bad. It was quite delicious. Very sweet. Crispy and cool. Lin Ran put the life fruit tree that Jiangchen had spawned into the space. Then she gave Jiangchen a small shovel and asked him to help dig. Jiangchen was afraid that Lin Ran would catch a cold. So he took the shovel from Lin Ran's hand. Ran, you go to the car. I do the rest. No. We can do it faster together. Jiangchen looked at Lin Ran's stubborn desire to help and laughed. Ran. I can do it faster alone. As he spoke, Jiangchen activated his earth-related ability. Jiangchen instantly turned out the frozen soil under the thick snow layer. The life fruit tree was also turned out with its roots. Lin Ran, okay. Jiangchen was really fast by himself. After putting all the life fruit trees that Jiangchen had turned up into the space, Lin Ran did not let herself suffer and got into the car immediately. The temperature inside and outside the car was simply a world of difference. Lin Ran stretched out her hand and blew it towards the air conditioner in the car for a long time. Only then did she feel that her hand was a little more comfortable. When her whole body stretched out again, Jiangchen had taken out a thermos cup from his space. He poured a packet of brown sugar and a small packet of Lin Ma's special ginger juice into it. Ran, drink some of this, and you will feel better. Brown sugar ginger water. This is what he learned from TV. If a girl catches a cold and feels uncomfortable, drinking this is like a magic medicine. Lin Ran did not expect Jiangchen to be so considerate, and took a sip from the thermos cup. The brown sugar ginger water warmed her stomach, and even warmed her whole body. Thank you, Jiangchen. Lin Ran blinked her eyes, and looked at Jiangchen gratefully. He is really a qualified boyfriend. And he even knew to make this for her. So considerate. Jiangchen smiled and said, Ran, don't be polite to me. Are you hungry? I have sweet and sour pork ribs rice, braised goose and roast chicken made by Anton. Do you want to eat some before going back? Jiangchen took out a bunch of delicious food from the space. Some of these were made by Lin's mother, and some were prepared by Jiangchen himself before the end of the world. Lin Ran looked at the delicious food and felt a little hungry. Then let's eat something before going back. But I don't want to eat this. Let's eat something hot. Hot? Sure. Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran expectantly, not knowing what the hot thing she was talking about was. Lin Ran took out a steaming bacon, ribs and pig's trotter soup pot from the space. Then he magically took out a gasoline stove from inside. Jiang Chen, clear the back seat. Jiang Chen understood Lin Ran's meaning instantly. He moved the back seat back a little, and the space inside the car instantly became larger. Lin Ran and Jiang Chen moved the position of the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat forward a little, and the space in the back row became even larger. The two of them sat in the back seat and placed the gasoline stove in the gap between the back seats. Then put the soup pot on top. A simple outdoor soup pot was ready. The bacon, pork ribs and pig's trotter soup pot soon started to roll again under the effect of the gasoline stove. Jiang Chen looked inside and saw that there were not only bacon, pork trotters and ribs, but also kidney beans, lotus seeds, and red old lotus roots. Before eating, Jiang Chen felt that it was very fragrant. Lin Ran prepared a bowl for Jiang Chen and himself. The bowl was filled with chopped green onions, coriander and spicy red tofu, and a spoonful of original bacon soup was added, and it was ready. By the time the bowls of ingredients were ready, the soup pot was almost done. Lin Ran, it's ready. Let's eat. Jiang Chen, okay. Lin Ran picked up a piece of ribs and put it in her mouth. The aroma of the smoked ribs instantly conquered her. It turned out that smoked meat was the best in the world. In such cold weather, it was really a great enjoyment to have such a meal. I don't know how Louisa and the others who were also on a mission outside are doing now. Chapter 262 Louisa's Change. Louisa, who was missed by Lin Ran, was sitting in the car at this time, watching the bloody storm outside the window. Today, he really saw the cruelty of the base commander. His subordinates were too powerful. Each of them was not human. After the convoy left the base, except that the road was a little slippery, and the snow was thicker, it was still smooth. The snow on the road was too heavy, and the road signs were gone. But fortunately, they had a map to the zombie town, and would not get lost. But they didn't expect that when they passed the place where they met the group of vampire bats last time, these guys actually flew out again. Louisa never expected that such cold weather would not freeze these guys to death. And they mutated. They hit the car body with greater force. And they also had fire abilities. These guys sprayed fire at the car crazily, burning the tires of the two cars in front. Xie Cheng's people were in the two cars, and seeing this situation, they could only get out of the car to fight. Louisa watched coldly from the side, and found that these people were obviously no match for the vampire bats. It's not that they don't have superpowers, but they lost their sense of proportion in such a sudden attack. After a while, several people were bitten and fled everywhere. Just when Louisa was struggling whether to get off the car to help, William and his team got off. Louisa knew that these people were not actually helping Xie Cheng. It was that the bats were too strong. If they were left alone, they would break the car window. Then, they would have to suffer in the cold wind on the road behind. As soon as they got off, the whole battle situation took a shocking turn. The bats that had just chased Xie Cheng's men all over the ground were easily eliminated by those people. Wind, earth, water, ice, gold, thunder. Each of these people has a very lethal superpower. And the level is very high. It is much higher than the level of those medicine men seen in Huang Yu's small building. It turns out that this is the real strength of the base commander. Louisa looked at the car that was firmly protected by these people in the middle. William was sitting on it. This man brought such a powerful team of superpowers out. Can he really bring in and out smoothly at that time? The vampire bats were soon cleaned up by these people. The crystal cores dropped by these bats on the ground were also collected by these people. After the two damaged cars were moved away by a power superpower, the road was cleared. As for the people who got off the two cars, they were arranged to get on other cars in Xie Cheng's team. After everything was ready, their cars were on the road again. The road was slippery, but the speed of the team did not slow down. Louisa vaguely felt that this William was going to advance to the zombie town at night. But the zombies are stronger at night than during the day. And William also knew clearly that there was a zombie king there. Is he not afraid of danger? Then, there is only one explanation. That is, he is very confident in his team. Louisa looked at the prisoner-like car not far from him and frowned slightly. Who was in it? Why did William bring such a car out? Lin Ran finished his meal and put his things into the space. After returning the seat to its original position, Lin Ran sat back in the driver's seat and prepared to go home. Jiang Chen suddenly pointed to a small black dot in the distance and said, Ran, there are bison over there. Lin Ran took out a telescope and took a look, chuckled and said, I thought that many animals would freeze to death in such cold weather. I didn't expect them to be so strong. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, they are stronger than we thought. After speaking, Jiang Chen paused and pointed to the bottom of the car and said, Ran, I feel there is something under the snow. Lin Ran was stunned. What is it? I'm not sure, but it should be a living thing. There are many living things. They are all hiding under the snow. Ran, do you want me to catch them and show them to you? Many living things hidden under the snow? Lin Ran quickly realized what Jiang Chen was talking about. She didn't want to see them. They were too disgusting. Lin Ran shook her head like a rattle. If you don't want to, let them hide under the snow for a few days. If you want to see them, we can see them at the base in a few days. Jiang Chen, okay. Then I won't catch them. In fact, Jiang Chen didn't know what Lin Ran meant by this. But if Lin Ran didn't say it, he didn't want to ask more. In any case, it's right to listen to Ran. There are things hidden under the snow. After all, what Jiang Chen said made Lin Ran feel more relieved. She knew too well what they were. The legend about the destruction of the peace base in the previous life was their work. Now, just wait for the right time. Thinking of this, Lin Ran raised a meaningful smile at the corner of her lips, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards home. On this side, Louisa and his team didn't stop the car to rest until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Louisa took the time to eat something, and then ran to find Xie Chenghe to ask about the situation. Deputy Base Commander Xie, aren't we camping here? The zombie town is just over there, and it might be dark if we go in now. Xie Chenghe's eyes were red, and he smiled grimly. Captain Liu, don't be afraid. You have also seen the strength of Mr. William's team. With them, those zombies are nothing to worry about. Mr. Williams said that we will not camp outside. After everyone eats something, we will go into the zombie town. Captain Liu, I just want to avenge Wanru immediately, and I don't want to wait even a minute. Please overcome it. After saying that, Xie Chenghe smiled at Louisa again. This smile made Louisa feel cold all over. These guys are really going to the zombie town today. No matter. Just act according to circumstances. He didn't ask any more questions, opened the door, and got back in the car. But this time out, he felt something different. He had just left the warm car, and he didn't feel how cold it was outside. Could it be that he was frozen, so he couldn't feel the temperature change? Louisa tentatively moved his hands, and found that he was not frozen. Very flexible. He boldly turned off the air conditioner in the car, and found that he didn't feel cold. It was as if such extremely cold weather had no effect on his body. What was going on? Louisa suddenly realized something and hurriedly opened the car's makeup mirror. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the eyes of the person inside didn't turn red, but the skin on his face became very white. As white as the snow outside. Also like those zombies. Chapter 263 Search. Louisa looked at his face in horror and rubbed it hard. Unfortunately, the red color he imagined did not appear on his face this time. The convoy set off again soon, and this time Louisa's car followed Xie Chenghe. Before it got completely dark, they finally arrived at the zombie town. The traces left by Xie Wanru and others last time were all covered under the heavy snow. In addition to the many cars on both sides of the street, it can be vaguely seen that there had been a car accident here before. After parking the car on the main road where Louisa and others parked last time, Xie Chenghe ran down from the car tremblingly. As soon as he got out of the car, he ran straight to the side of the road. Wanru. My Wanru. Wanru. This is Wanru's car. Xie Chenghe cried and threw himself on a red off-road vehicle that was half buried in the snow, tears streaming down his face. His cries startled the zombies nearby. Ah! 2 zombies rushed out of the car where Xie Chenghe was holding and crying. The pale zombie faces made Xie Chenghe lose consciousness. Although the eyeballs of the 2 zombies fell out, Xie Chenghe still recognized the identities of the 2 zombies. They were Lie Yang's men. Ah! Seeing that Xie Chenghe was about to be bitten by the zombies, William men beside him burst into a red flame and burned the heads of the 2 zombies. The red crystal core fell to the ground. Xie Chenghe's eyes flickered twice. Deputy Base Commander Xie, I hope you can be careful. if I'm not by your side next time, you may not be so lucky. William walked over and said in a deep voice. Xie Changhe nodded mechanically. I understand, Mr. William. But I don't understand. This is a zombie town. Why can't we see any zombies except these two zombies hiding in the car? William looked at the buildings on both sides of the street and smiled. It seems that there is indeed a zombie king here. And this guy is quite smart. Deputy Base Commander Xie. Where is your guide? I want to ask him some questions. Guide? Yes. It's Louisa. Xie Changhe hurriedly shouted Louisa out. Louisa hesitated for a while before getting off the car. William looked at Louisa, and his first impression was that he should be very afraid of the cold. He wore a thick mask on his face, protective glasses on his eyes, and a big scarf around his neck. He didn't look like a capable superpower at all. Louisa, Deputy Base Commander Xie. You called me? Yes. Mr. William has something to talk to you about. This was the first time Louisa officially met William. He had seen Joey a lot before, but had never met William. He was indeed a mixed race, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and he didn't seem to be afraid of the cold. Standing outdoors in such a cold weather, he was only wearing a thin down jacket. It was in sharp contrast to his outfit. Mr. William, do you have something to talk to me about? William's eyes did not stay on Louisa for too long. He nodded and asked, Did you park your car here last time? Louisa told the truth. Yes. We had a car accident when we came here last time. Then everyone's car was forced to stop here. As soon as we stopped, countless zombies swarmed around and surrounded us. William curled his lips and chuckled. Why can't we see any zombies here except for the two zombies just now? Did you kill all the zombies here when you left last time? Louisa quickly denied. Our team doesn't have that ability yet. The zombies here are. There are really many. We were lucky enough to escape from here because the zombie king suddenly called all the zombies away. Called them away? Why? I don't know either. I just heard a terrifying zombie roar from a distance. And the zombies that had been surrounding our hiding place suddenly withdrew. William raised his sharp eyes and glanced at Louisa. Do you mean you haven't seen the zombie king either? Yes. I haven't seen it. William didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he looked at the dark sky and said, Take us to the place where you were surrounded last time. Louisa, okay. Xie Changhe didn't know what William was thinking. He came to find Rohan. But now William is obviously more interested in the so-called zombie king. He suddenly thought of William's strange experiments. When he thought of this, he swallowed all the questions in his stomach. Xie Changhe knew too well what kind of person the base commander's brother was. He knew that he must not disobey him. Compared to the base commander, this brother is more difficult to deal with. The good thing is that no matter what William's purpose is, his people are here. These people are much stronger than his men. It is safe for me to follow him and investigate Rohan's whereabouts. Even if it can't be found. Wanru died in this zombie town. If William can get rid of this zombie king, it can be regarded as revenge for Wanru. Xie Changhe followed William quietly, and Louisa led them to the place where their team hid last time. Louisa walked very slowly. It was dark at night, and everyone turned on the flashlight. And after the snow, many things were covered. He took a lot of effort to find their hiding place. Louisa pointed to a 2-story house and said, It's here. We hid on the 2nd floor at that time, and there was a large group of zombies below. William sent someone up to take a look. After the man came down, he asked again, Then which direction did the zombie king's cry that you heard at that time come from? From which direction did it come from? Louisa thought about it, pretending to turn around and recall for a long time. William was so anxious that his eyes almost burst into flames. He pointed to a direction and said uncertainly, It should be this direction. William raised his eyebrows and said, Are you sure? Louisa, yes. I remember that the zombies all went in this direction at that time. William smiled and said, Okay. You, and all of you go to that direction to find him. I want to see where he can hide. Everyone, yes. After William finished speaking, most of the people in his team went in the direction pointed by Louisa. Just when Louisa thought that the remaining small number of people were left by William to protect himself, he said again, The rest of you, go to another direction. Be sure to find him out tonight. Everyone, yes. You all have to listen to him when you go out. William pointed to a person wearing goggles and a large mask who was walking at the end of the crowd. Everyone, yes. After speaking, William nodded slightly at the man. The man took the rest of William away. Louisa looked at the man's back and touched his goggles involuntarily. He was the one who got out of the prison van. When he just got out. Louisa didn't see him clearly. Now that he looked like this, he looked too much like himself. Why did he dress like this? Is it because he is the same kind of person as himself? Chapter 264 Loud Noise. William men went out to look for zombies. They returned to the street where they parked and lit a bonfire in the middle of the road. Xie Changhe leaned close to the fire, absorbing the heat. Half of his men were also borrowed by William to look for zombies. The remaining half stayed here to protect Xie Changhe, who had no superpowers. Louisa stood far away from the fire. He was very curious that Xie Changhe had no superpowers. What he couldn't understand was that, as the most loyal subordinate of the base commander, why didn't he ask William to give him an injection of medicine? Isn't his medicine very effective? And William, he didn't leave anyone around him. Is he not afraid of danger? Or is his own superpower so strong that he is not afraid of any threats at all? Just when Louisa was lost in thought, Xie Changhe looked at Louisa and called out, "Captain Lu, I see you are afraid of the cold. Come closer. Come and warm yourself by the fire." Hearing Xie Changhe's words, William also raised his head and looked at Louisa. Louisa waved his hand and declined. No. No. I'm wearing thick clothes. I can just stand here. Xie Changhe laughed when he heard it. You young people are still hot-tempered. But I am an old man. If I don't get close to this fire, my bones will become hard. Louisa laughed a few times. Deputy Base Commander Xie. What are you talking about? You are still very young. Young? I'm not young anymore. Uh-huh. But I'm still very happy when you say that. At this point, Xie Changhe's voice suddenly turned cold. And he said, I know you are saying good things to coax me. A lonely person. People like Captain Lu are really young at your age. Just like my Wanru. You said. We were on a mission together. Why did you come back? And she never went home again? Louisa was shocked by what Xie Changhe said. Is this old guy blaming him? What does it have to do with him? Louisa hesitated and said, It's so regretful for Miss Xie Wanru. Please express your condolences to Deputy Base Commander Xie. Xie Changhe didn't say anything, but suddenly stood up and said angrily, What the hell is this place? Where did those zombies go? Captain Lu, don't you want to look for them? Or are you lying to me? This is not a zombie town at all. Why didn't I see a single zombie? Louisa, Why did Xie Changhe suddenly go crazy at him? But this was exactly what he wanted. He was just looking for a chance to leave them and find an inn. Louisa pretended to be reluctant and whispered, Deputy Base Commander Xie. How dare I lie to you? There are really many zombies here. I will find them for you right away. After Louisa finished speaking, he was about to leave. Suddenly, William, who had been sitting silently, called him, Captain Lu. Wait. I go with you. What? William also wants to go with him. This is different from what he planned. Louisa was a little confused. Mr. William, it's so dark now. You'd better not go. Xie Changhe didn't want Louisa to be comfortable. But now that William was going, he hurriedly persuaded him. It doesn't matter. I go and take a look. They have been looking for an hour. But there is no movement. William's voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. It can be seen that he was really anxious. Louisa couldn't refuse, and was reluctant to go out with William. A loud noise was heard in the distance. William looked at Xie Changhe and said, Do your people have any hot weapons? Xie Changhe shook his head blankly. No. They are all superpowers. And they only have a gun on them. And nothing else. What was the explosion just now? The communicator was too far away. And William picked it up and called several times. But no one on the other side answered. William looked into the distance and wanted to rush over. Suddenly, there was another loud noise in the opposite direction. What is going on? Where should he go now? William hesitated and looked at the two opposite places. And suddenly laughed out loud. Uh-huh. Interesting. This zombie king is interesting. If he was not sure before, William was very sure at this time. This zombie king has a high IQ and strong ability. That means the effect of the X virus on him is very obvious. He must get this zombie. Seeing William look, Louisa pointed to the direction of an explosion and said, How about you go this direction, Mr. William? And I go to that direction to see? William shook his head and rejected Louisa's proposal. You go over there and see. I'm going here. William stretched out his finger and pointed to the east. East? Louise's pupil shrank sharply. Why would he want to go in this direction? If Lin Ran told him correctly, this direction is exactly the direction of an Anne's house. Without giving Louisa much time to think, William walked in the direction he pointed. When Louisa saw William set off, he also pretended to run in the direction he pointed. Then, he took advantage of the building to block and went to another road. He must get to an Anne's house and take him away before William and the others. This is what he'd promised Lin Ran. In a house in the zombie town, a child sat by the window and looked at the street scene. He clapped his hands and raised his innocent face and said, "Grandpa, this voice is so beautiful. Do you want to listen to it again?" An old zombie with a broken arm standing next to him nodded. After getting the response, Anne jumped up happily. "Grandpa, you are getting smarter and smarter. You can nod now. You are much smarter than my grandma now." Hearing Anne's words, an old female zombie with one eye missing standing next to the old male zombie roared briefly. Anne said, "Grandma, you have to work hard too. It would be better if you can be as smart as Grandpa soon. You have to learn to respond to me positively, so that I can be happy." The old female zombie roared and nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at a lone superpower outside the window and said, "Grandpa likes to hear explosions, so let's let him perform one." After saying that, he pulled out an extremely innocent smile. "It's you." The superpower downstairs suddenly felt a sharp headache in his head. It was as if a bug had drilled into his brain. He hugged his head in pain and rolled on the ground. Everything was messed up, and the sharp pain made him lose his mind. All the superpowers in his body were free to attack all around. But where are the enemies around? And then looked at the person rolling on the ground coldly and said with a smile, "Explode?" Boom. As Anne finished speaking, the person on the ground exploded. "That sounds really good, isn't it, Grandpa?" Chapter 265. Another zombie. In the night, Louisa ran wildly on the path. He must find Anne before William. The white snow made the road very slippery. But the good thing was that Louisa didn't feel cold. His limbs were still very flexible in such weather. So he ran very fast. "Sahiwan, where is Anne's home?" Just as Louisa was looking around, he heard a strange roar. This roar made his whole soul seem to be imprisoned. His legs couldn't help but walk towards a dark direction. William was walking leisurely on the road alone. At first, he didn't encounter zombies. But as he got closer to his destination, zombies suddenly appeared beside him and attacked him more and more. William was not afraid of the appearance of zombies. He even welcomed the appearance of zombies, because it was their appearance that told him that the direction he was looking for was not wrong. Several zombies rushed towards him with their mouths wide open, carrying a fishy smell. William took out the gun on his waist calmly and shot at the zombies' heads. He was very accurate in shooting and could kill a zombie with one shot. These zombies soon fell to the ground. William looked at the zombies lying on the ground and smiled. "How can you protect your king if you are so weak?" As soon as William finished speaking, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. He turned around quickly and saw an extremely ugly zombie without a face staring at him with a pair of red eyes. Seeing him turn around, the zombie's eyes turned and rushed towards him. William used the same trick again and aimed his pistol at the zombie and shot it. Who knew that the bullet bounced to the ground the moment it hit the zombie? William realized that it was an evolved zombie. His skin became thick enough to resist the bullet. Seeing that the zombie was about to tear at William's neck with its huge mouth open, William was not panicked. He took out another pistol from his pocket and aimed at the zombie again. When the zombie was half a step away from him, the pistol fired again. Bang! The pistol with a silencer made only a slight sound. The zombie with hardened skin fell to the ground, and a golden special bullet was stuck in his head. It was this thing that pierced his hard skin. Hee hee. That's all. William chuckled. "You're king. His men are a little weak." William put the gun on his waist again, then raised his feet and rushed towards his destination again. The zombie king. He is here. William has a good memory. He has only been here once. And he quickly found the target. The Zhou family's courtyard looks ordinary on the outside, but the decoration inside is very beautiful. He walked to the door and saw two zombies standing at the door. Seeing this scene, William's eyes lit up. This zombie king is quite stylish. And there are zombie bodyguards at the door. Haha. It seems that he came to the right place and found the right place. Boom. Just when William raised his foot to enter the yard, he heard another explosion in the distance. Judging from the sound, It is quite far away from here. Could it be that the zombie king is not here? William frowned and looked in the direction where the explosion came from. He just took a look and walked towards the gate again. No matter what. Let's go in first. Bang bang, 2 more shots. The 2 zombies guarding the door fell to the ground. The door of Zoe's house was pushed open from the outside. And the snow-white and cold yard appeared in front of William. The white snow covered the entire yard. The precious flowers and potted plants in the past were covered under the heavy snow. William did not rush in, but took out a powerful flashlight and shone it towards the yard. There were many footprints on the snow in the yard, and it can be seen that there were people or zombies here. What surprised William was that there were not only footprints of adults, but also children. Is it a little zombie? William took out a special pistol, held it in his hand, and walked into the yard carefully. No matter how big or small the zombie is, he will take it away today. Just as William walked into the yard, and Anne's eyes in the distance darkened, he reluctantly glanced at the mutant, who was blown into a pile of rotten meat downstairs, and muttered to the old male zombie, "It's so annoying. Grandpa, someone broke into the house, and I can't play anymore." After Anne finished speaking, he jumped down from the small bench by the window with his short legs. The old male zombie saw Anne's action and subconsciously stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to catch him, and then smiled politely. "Grandpa, no need. You see, I'm very capable. It's okay to jump down by yourself." The old male zombie nodded and retracted his hand. "What do you think these people are doing here again? Sister Ran and the others didn't come either. I really don't welcome them. They are so rude to break into my house. How do you think I should punish them?" Roar. The old male zombie roared twice, and then nodded and said, "Grandpa, you are right. Eat them all." After Anne finished speaking, he roared out of the window again. This roar was different from the roar of the old male zombie just now. It was more powerful and penetrating. But after this roar, Anne did not receive a response. He tilted his little head and looked at the dark downstairs. What happened to his men today? Why didn't anyone respond to him? Anne blinked his eyes, and his little head was full of confusion. "Grandpa, did these superpowers kill all our men? Why can't I feel their presence?" The old male zombie shook his head. He couldn't answer this question. His ability was too weak. And then emptied his mind and let his spiritual superpowers wander around the streets outside. Suddenly, he seemed to find something unusual. Then, he ran downstairs quickly with his short legs. Roar. The old male zombie saw it and leave, and hurriedly pulled the old female zombie's hand. And he followed Anne's figure and ran after him. There seemed to be danger ahead, and they couldn't lose him. Louisa's whole body was stiff, and his mind was in a mess. He smelled a fishy smell in his nose, and there were a bunch of ugly zombies with missing arms and legs all around him. He stood in the pile of zombies and looked up at the man standing on the high platform with the zombies around him. No, it was a male zombie. He had black hair, red eyes, and a pale face. Even so, his face still looked very handsome, and it was not difficult to see that he was a handsome guy when he was alive. He made a roaring sound from time to time. The zombies around him responded to him with the same sound. Louisa felt that he was going crazy. He really turned into a zombie. He could actually understand the roars of these zombies. The zombies above were asking these zombies, "Where is their king?" And the answer of these zombies was that he lived in a courtyard nearby. Damn. They betrayed Anne. Chapter 266, Meeting Anne. No, this may not be a betrayal, but they have recognized a new king. The zombies all call him Master. The guy William brought was actually a zombie king. Moreover, he also controlled Anne's zombies. Even him. Louisa was so anxious that he wanted to vomit blood. But his strength was obviously not as good as this zombie. He was controlled by him, like all the ordinary zombies standing below. When the zombies above asked Anne where to live, they asked one of the zombies to lead the way. Then Louisa, along with these zombies, followed them towards the courtyard. The last time they came to those yard, they wanted to catch Zhou Jianming and Zhou Xuejuan. Unfortunately, they were late and only caught Zhou Jianming and his wife. And Zhou Xuejuan and his wife had already run away, since their son and daughter-in-law did not fall into their hands. Zhou Jianming and his wife had no worries, and they would not cooperate no matter how he threatened and lured them. It really made him angry. The most important thing is that none of the experimental data taken from here can be used. Zhou Jianming and his wife are really too smart. Where did they hide the real experimental data? William thought of this, and walked to the laboratory again. This laboratory was empty. Yes. The last time they came, they took almost everything here, except for their family photo on the wall. William's eyes were attracted by the family photo. The family in the photo was smiling brightly. Zhou Jiaming and his wife. Zhou Xuejuan and his wife. And their grandson. Oh. Right. Where is their grandson? It seems that he was born with a bad health and died later. Yes. He died. William thought of this, and retracted his eyes from the family photo on the wall. Then he raised his foot, and was about to go to another room to take a look. But when he lowered his head, he met a pair of big watery eyes. And the owner of the eyes he had just seen on the wall. Wasn't it the child he thought had died long ago? William's back was covered with cold sweat. After living for so many years, he knew what fear was for the first time. Uncle, why are you here? Are you lost? The child's voice was soft and sticky, but it made William's head hurt. Who are you? William actually wanted to ask him whether he was a human or a ghost. I'm Anan. What are you doing in my house? Yes. The investigation report said that Zhou Jiaming's grandson seemed to be named Zhouanan. William told himself to calm down. He forced a pale smile and said, Are you Zhouanan? Yes. How do you know my last name is Zhou? Anan looked up at William with her innocent face. William took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Because I know your grandfather. His name is Zhou Jiaming. Right? Yes. You actually know my grandfather. Anan clapped her hands excitedly, looked at William excitedly and said, How did you know each other? Where did he go? Why didn't he come back? Anan waited so hard for him. He has been living here alone, waiting for his grandfather to come back. How did he survive? William looked at the child's innocent smile, and suddenly he was not so scared. He realized that no matter whether this child was a human or a ghost, as long as he was taken back, he would be the key to pry open the mouths of Zhou Jiaming and his wife. Your grandfather has something to do. He is working with us. He and Uncle are very good friends. Do you want to go back with Uncle? I will take you to see him. William smiled very kindly. When Anan heard that this person knew where his grandfather was, he was about to nod and agree to his conditions. Suddenly, a zombie roar was heard from outside. Anan tilted his head and said, Then you really didn't lie to me? William smiled more kindly. Of course, how could I lie to you? I am your grandfather's good friend. Anan, tell your uncle. Is there a scary zombie here? Anan, scary zombie? I haven't seen it. The zombies here are all very cute. How can they be scary? William frowned when he heard it. It seems that the zombie king is hiding very deep. Yes. If this child is really a person, if he saw the zombie king, he might have been eaten long ago. Anan heard another zombie roar. This voice is low. Only he can hear it. He knew that it was his zombie grandfather talking to him. He was warning himself that this person might not be a good person. Anan looked at William and said, Uncle, by the way, what are you doing here? Are you here to pick up Anan? William smiled and said, Yes, I am here to pick you up. By the way, I came here to take a look. I heard that you have a very powerful zombie king here. Uncle, why are you looking for that zombie king? Of course I'm taking it back for research. Maybe that zombie king was researched by your grandfather. Anan asked again, Uncle, aren't you a good friend of my grandfather? Is this zombie king researched by my grandfather? Why didn't he tell you? William said, Who said we are good friends? Zhou Jiaming is just my. William suddenly realized that he was about to let something slip. In front of this child, he seemed to suddenly relax all his guard. Everything was going to be said. What was going on? William's forehead was sweating with anxiety. Anan said with an innocent smile, Uncle, my grandpa is just your what? William, but just? What is it? Tell me quickly. It's my prisoner. What? Anan was immediately furious. You locked up my grandpa. You bad guy. No wonder I waited for so long. But grandpa didn't come back to find me. It's all your fault. I'm going to kill you. William's eyes showed a trace of fear. He realized that this child might not be a ghost. But he is scarier than a ghost. He has a powerful mental ability, and even controls his words and deeds, making him say what he wants to hear unconsciously. Anan stared straight into William's eyes. The powerful mental attack caused a sharp pain in William's brain. Tell me, where is my grandpa? At the peace base. Besides grandpa, who else did you lock up? And your grandma. Where are my mom and dad? They all ran away. So Grandpa and Grandma are at the peace base. Isn't that where Sister Ran and the others are? That's perfect. He'd go to the peace base to find Grandpa and Grandma. And look for Sister Ran by the way. And then increased his psychic attack and was about to kill William. Suddenly, he heard the roar of zombies coming from outside. This was the zombie Grandpa warning him that there was danger coming and asked him to leave quickly. But this person was not dead yet. So he couldn't leave. Unexpectedly, the next second, Anne's psychic attack was interrupted by a powerful water-based attack. Anne dodged this attack and saw a pair of eyes redder than blood. Zombies? Or unfamiliar zombies? And they actually attacked him. Chapter 267 and Anne's Danger. Apparently, it's not just humans who come here. There are also zombies. This zombie's ability is obviously not weak. And his water ability seems to be everywhere. It attacks his young body directly. Anne was not careful for a moment and was almost injured. He ran to the yard and barely escaped the fatal blow. But after arriving at the yard, Anne was stunned by the scene in front of him. Those zombie subordinates, who he had called for a long time but couldn't contact, were all here. When did they come? Anne stood in the yard, staring at his subordinates in a daze. Then the strange zombie and William also came out. William looked at Anne in the yard and continued to coax. Anne, go back with Uncle. Go back with Uncle, and you can see your grandparents. Anne glared at William. Bad guy. I won't believe you. Louisa, who was mixed in the zombie team, looked at Anne with worried eyes. They still found the child. Louisa was no longer dressed in his original outfit. He took off his goggles and coat while the zombie king was not very strong in control, and covered his face and head with a thick layer of snow mud. At first glance, he looked no different from other zombies. Even William could not recognize him. Louisa's mind was spinning wildly, thinking about how to help Anne and himself get out of trouble. As a result, Anne spoke first. He looked at William with disgust and said, I will not go with you. A bad guy. Go ahead and kill them both. Anne gave an order. But the zombies, who used to obey him, did not listen to him this time. What's wrong with you? Are you deaf? Can't you hear what I'm saying? Facing his anger, the zombies still stayed where they were. Anne finally realized that something was wrong. He looked at the strange zombie next to William in panic. William chuckled and said, Anne, they don't seem to listen to you anymore. He finally understood now. It turned out that this Anne was the zombie king he was looking for. It turned out that Zhou Jianming and his wife used the X-virus on their grandson. And the effect seemed good. He must take him back. Anne stared at William and said, What the hell is this zombie next to you? William smiled gently and said, He is not a ghost. He is a zombie king like you. But his level seems to be a little higher than yours. Anne, go back with your uncle obediently. You can't escape today. I don't want to. After Anne finished speaking, the zombies next to William roared to the sky. Then, the group of zombies that Anne couldn't control just now all attacked Anne. Louisa found that his hands and feet were also out of control. And when he heard the zombie roaring, he rushed towards Anne. He bit his lips until they were white. But he couldn't stop his behavior. In the hierarchical zombie society, this is the pain of being dominated by the zombie king. And Anne's eyes sank. He didn't know why this zombie was higher in level than him. But he couldn't control him like Master Jiangchen. Maybe he wasn't as strong as he showed. And Anne was not afraid. His small body burst out with great power again. When the zombies were about to surround him, he attacked with mental power. The zombies walking in the front exploded instantly. Bang bang, there was a huge noise in the pile of zombies. The rotten limbs of the zombies exploded in the yard, emitting bursts of stench. It also stained the white snow in the yard. You nasty guys. Why do you want to dirty my home? And Anne opened his huge mouth and looked at William and the zombie angrily. Then he launched a mental attack on them. William was no match for Anne seeing Anne's actions. He hurriedly hid behind the zombie. Although Anne's level is not as high as this zombie, his mental power is very powerful. This zombie was in a trance, and Anne's mental power controlled it. He stood there motionless, holding his head, looking extremely painful. And Anne instantly regained control of all the zombies. And he roared at the zombies. The zombie that just wanted to pounce on him attacked William and the others again. William saw this and hurriedly took out a special pistol from his waist. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, the leading zombies fell to the ground. Louisa, who was behind, felt bitter when he saw the scene. Fortunately, he just hid behind. Otherwise he would be in danger now. He is just a weak and innocent zombie. Can you stop controlling him? The situation seems to be developing in a direction that is favorable to An again. However, after all, this zombie is at a higher level. And An's mental power did not control him for a long time. Before William gun was completely empty, he finally broke free from An's mental control. An felt a black screen in front of his eyes. And a large net made of vines came towards him. His pupil shrank suddenly. He didn't expect that this zombie had dual system abilities. Water and wood. An rolled on the ground flexibly, and avoided the large net. When he stood up again, the zombies he had just controlled were controlled by this zombie again. Little friend, you can't escape. Just follow us back. The man's voice was rough. And it didn't match his handsome face at all. This was An's evaluation of this zombie. I don't want it. Then I won't show mercy. After the male zombie finished speaking, the superpowers in his hand attacked An mercilessly. An avoided the superpower attack of the male zombie with difficulty. But the huge water balls and sharp vines kept attacking him. So he activated his mental power, and erected a mental wall for himself. The attacks of the water balls and vines were isolated 1 meter away from him. But this move consumed too much mental power. And An's little hands trembled slightly. And he was about to collapse. Bad guys. All bad guys. An bit his lower lip, and looked angrily at William, who was smiling at him not far away. What to do? Grandpa and Grandma. He seemed unable to escape. His superpowers were about to collapse. No one could help him. His zombie subordinates were all controlled by that zombie. If no one helped him, he really couldn't hold on. Just before An's superpowers ran out, the old male zombie, who had been hiding somewhere, ran out. With a big mouth with many missing teeth, he pounced on William behind the male zombie. William, who had been concentrating on watching An, did not notice the appearance of the male zombie. He was hugged tightly by him without checking. Get lost. The old male zombie's stinky mouth was about to bite his neck. He wanted to pick up the pistol and kill the zombie. But he felt a sharp pain in his hand holding the pistol. He looked down and found that in addition to the old male zombie holding him, there was another old female zombie holding his hand. At this time, a piece of meat had been bitten off his hand by the old female zombie. Ah! Bastard! Bang bang bang! William fired several shots at the old female zombie holding his hand. However, the old male zombie holding him was not so easy to get rid of. Ye! Save me! The male zombie withdrew his attack on An upon hearing this, and shot a water ball towards the old male zombie's head. The old male zombie's head burst instantly. A second before his head was completely shattered. He turned around and used his long stiffened tongue to barely yell at An. Hee! And run! Chapter 268 An's plan. Xie Changhe felt that he had been fooled. After William went out for a walk and came back, he was going to withdraw with his people. Mr. William, how can you leave now? We haven't done anything yet. Xie Changhe clung to William's car door and said with a sad face. He didn't find anything this time. He didn't see any traces of the Zombie King and Rohan. How could he leave? William put his hands in his down jacket and glanced at Xie Changhe with an unpredictable look. It's too dangerous here. Deputy Base Commander Xie. If you don't want to leave, you can stay here. But I'm leaving. But we haven't done anything yet. Xie Changhe said with a sad face. William said unhappily, but I have finished my work. You also saw that my people went out for a trip. And so many of them are missing. That Zombie King is too powerful. Staying here is a waste of sacrifice. We might as well go back to the base first and take it slowly. If Deputy Base Commander Xie doesn't want to, you can take your people and wait. Xie Changhe, but... No buts. William's right hand felt a sharp pain. He looked at Xie Changhe and said coldly, I'm sorry we can't accompany you. Deputy Base Commander Xie. Then he completely ignored Xie Changhe's expression and raised the window ruthlessly. Let's go! William convoy drove back again in the dark. Xie Changhe stared at the taillights of the car, his face black with anger. Deputy Base Commander Xie. What should we do now? His subordinate Lu Yang came over and asked. Xie Changhe panted heavily. Where is Louisa? Have you found him? Not yet. Louisa is gone too. Xie Changhe looked at the dark zombie town in front of him and fell into despair. Is it really impossible to come here? No. Even if it is impossible, he still came. He must find out something before leaving. Otherwise, how can he be worthy of his daughter? Siechenghe, wait until dawn. We will explore the surroundings and decide whether to leave or stay. By the way, wait for Louisa to see what information he can bring back. I don't believe he can go back safely last time. He can't die here this time. Lu Yang, yes. At this time, Louisa, who was worried about by Siechenghe, was running very fast in the town. He wanted to find an inn. Fortunately, the two zombies that jumped out of nowhere. The child escaped luckily. After an escaped, the zombie king and William chased after him. When they walked a distance, Louisa felt that the restraints that had just been tied to him disappeared. It seems that the zombie king's control over the zombies is limited by distance. He immediately left the team and ran in the direction they left. Not long after running, he saw the dejected backs of William and the zombie. He hid immediately. Damn it. How did he escape? William roared. The male zombie did not answer, but looked at William's hand and said, "Your hand was bitten." William seemed to realize the seriousness of the problem. Staring at his hand and muttering, a piece of meat actually fell off. Damn zombie. What should I do now? Mr. William. Hearing this, William sneered, "Why? It seems that you are gloating. Don't dare. You'd better not dare. You know, I have plenty of ways to deal with you." Got it. Then do we still have to look for that child? Of course. If we don't find him, it would be a waste of time. But your hand. The male zombie didn't finish. But William naturally understood what he meant. Let's go back first. It's a shame for me to be bitten by such a low-level zombie. Damn it. If only I had superpowers. I wouldn't be so passive like today. Are we going to catch that kid? William laughed. No hurry. He can't escape anywhere. Knowing that his grandfather is in the peace base, he will definitely go there to find him. We just need to wait for him to come. What if he doesn't come and continues to wait here? William said, that's not easy to deal with. Come back with me and set fire to their broken house. Without a home, he will naturally go there. After a while, Louisa really saw a raging fire at an Anne's house. He knew that William was injured, and they must rush back immediately. Louisa continued to chase in the direction where Anne disappeared. It's a pity that the child was too smart. He searched the whole town, but didn't see his shadow. There was a small figure on the white snow. His eyes were misty, as if there were water droplets. But those were not tears. After he woke up, he could no longer cry. With black contact lenses, the original color of the eyeballs could not be seen. And Anne felt that the misty things like water droplets should be the mist on the beauty contact lenses. But at this moment, his heart ached to death. Maybe his heart was crying for his eyes. Grandpa, Grandma, why didn't you learn to be smarter? Why did you rush up so stupidly and die for yourself? Anne is so upset. Grandpa and Grandma. Anne was wrong. Anne shouldn't have bullied you and despised you before. Anne misses you so much. And Anne's heart was crying. The little man walked in the snow, and sometimes accidentally stepped into a snow cave. He disappeared, but he would be strong enough to climb out by himself. Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry. I ran away. I go find my real grandpa and grandma now. I want to rescue them, and then find Sister Ran and the Master. Let them help you get revenge. Okay? Yes, it must be okay. I go to the peace base now. And then followed William tire tracks, and walked towards the peace base with his short legs. On this side, Louisa searched for a long time, but couldn't find Anne's trace. Finally, he returned to Siechenghe at dawn. He appeared in front of Siechenghe wearing a scarf, a mask and goggles. Captain Lu, you are finally back. Siechenghe, who had been worried all night and didn't close his eyes, greeted Louisa with surprise when he saw him appearing safe and sound. What did you encounter last night? Why are you back now? Hearing this, Louisa shrank his face into his scarf. Deputy Base Captain Xie. I encountered the Zombie King yesterday. Chapter 269 returned to the base again. Hearing Louisa's words, Siechenghe was shocked. What? You also encountered the Zombie King? Are you okay? How did you escape? Louisa said, I was lucky. I ran fast, and was not caught by the Zombie King. But Deputy Base Commander Xie, that Zombie King is too scary. His superpowers are too strong. All the zombies here are controlled by him. As soon as his abyss mouth opened, several superpowers were sucked into his mouth. Let's leave as soon as possible. If we anger him, he will destroy us in a matter of minutes. Lu Yang heard this and immediately said, Deputy Base Commander Xie. Captain Lu is right. This zombie king is too dangerous. Otherwise, why did Mr. William and the others leave? They also said that this zombie king is too dangerous. They advised us to leave as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xie Changhe said angrily, Shut up. Louisa looked around and pretended to find that William and the others had left. What? Even Mr. William and his people left. Yes. I saw many corpses of superpowers along the way. All of them were Mr. William and his people. Their people have such strong superpowers. But they are no match for the zombie king. You can imagine how powerful the zombie king is. Captain Xie. Let's leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late when the zombie king comes. Lu Yang came out this time to covet the reward that Xie Cheng has said. But he cherishes his life more. As soon as William and his people left just now, he had already thought of retreating. Now he heard what Louisa said. He wanted to run even more. He said anxiously, Deputy Base Commander Xie. We can't make unnecessary sacrifices. I don't think this place can be lived in. Rohan is definitely not here. And we can't fight the zombie king. We don't need to die here. Xie Changhe looked at the street in front of him in a tangled way, and didn't know what to do. If he didn't leave, he might really have to die here. Then he really couldn't avenge his daughter anymore. Xie Changhe exhaled, okay. Then let's go too. But we have to take that car with us. Xie Changhe pointed to the car of Xie Wenru lying on the side of the road. Lu Yang said in surprise, okay. As long as you can save your life. Go back early. You can take anything back. Like Lu Yang. Louisa was also happy. He searched the whole town but couldn't find an inn. So he figured it out. He must have left here. As for where he went after leaving, Louisa knew that he must have gone to the peace base. That William said that an Anne's grandfather was in his hands, and an inn must have gone to find them. So, he wanted to trick Xie Changhe to go back to the peace base as soon as possible. Tell Lin Ran and the others the news here. If you are lucky, it would be even better if you can find an inn on the way back. Before the sky was completely bright, Lu Yang and other superpowers packed up Xie Wenru's car. It was dragged behind Lu Yang's car. Everything was done, and everyone didn't even want to eat breakfast here, and strongly demanded to set off immediately. Xie Changhe looked at the zombie town with complicated eyes, waved his hand, and agreed to set off. This time, William men were not leading the way. For safety, Xie Changhe's men drove very slowly along the way. Louisa was not in a hurry either. He drove while paying attention to the surroundings. Lin Ran said that an inn was a psychic ability. If the child walked to the peace base on his own 2 feet, he would definitely not walk that fast. He paid attention to the ruts on the road and the traces on the snow. He hoped to see an ant's small footprints. Unfortunately, he didn't see any traces until the car drove far away. This child seemed a little too smart. Did he know how to hide his traces? At 9 o'clock in the morning, the people guarding the gate of the base saw a convoy speeding towards their base. Taking out the telescope, the people guarding the gate of the base were stunned. Isn't that Mr. William Convoy? How come they came back so quickly? Did something happen? It was indeed an accident. William and his team rushed back all the way. They also encountered a car accident on the way. The 2 cars in the front skidded because of the high speed and almost caused a serious rear-end collision. Even in such a dangerous situation, William still ordered everyone to return to the base at full speed. No one dared to refute. Fortunately, many superpowers were killed in the zombie town. There were many seats in the car. Everyone left the car that had an accident on the spot and squeezed into the good car and rushed back. William, sitting in the car, watched the black on his wound continue to spread. It would be a lie to say that he was not anxious. He must rush back to the base before he completely turned into a corpse. The zombie who called he did not sit in the prison car this time, but sat next to William's exclusive seat. He looked at William with a painful expression and asked puzzledly, Mr. William, why don't you give yourself a shot of medicine? He noticed that William had no superpowers. His attacking method was just relying on that pistol. How could a person who created countless superpowers and special zombies like him not give himself some special medicine? In such a dangerous end of the world, that medicine is simply a panacea for saving people from suffering. It can give people supreme power. William said coldly, You ask too many questions. Why not give yourself an injection? William was also asking himself at this moment. If he had even one superpower, he would not be so embarrassed at that time. However, he was a rigorous person with a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he did not study the X virus so thoroughly. Whether it was the enhancement of superpowers by this virus or the restraint of zombie viruses, he had not studied the key things here thoroughly. He knew that the key to his solution should be in the hands of Zhou Jiaming and his wife. Before thoroughly studying it, how could he dare to inject this medicine into his body so rashly? That thing. But there are side effects. And those medicines that have not been well researched are only suitable for injection into the bodies of these low-level experimental subjects. These experimental subjects endured the pain brought by the side effects. At the same time, they enjoyed the benefits brought to them by the improvement of their superpowers. They were happy with it. So he asked him why he didn't give himself an injection. Is there any need to ask? Of course he looked down on it. But now, he had to give himself an injection. Because he didn't want to become that disgusting zombie. Quick! Open the gate of the base. William people shouted outside the car. And the gatekeeper inside hurriedly opened the door. Someone asked, what happened? Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Open the door quickly. Yes. 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 They shouldn't ask too much about Mr. William affairs. After William Carr drove in, he rushed towards the base commander's manor. Even a simple physical examination was not done. But no one dared to raise any objections. As soon as William entered the manor, he entered the laboratory. When the base commander heard the news of his return, he knew that something must have happened. When he found William, he found that William was lying quietly on the experimental table. His whole body was black, like a corpse. Chapter 270 Sachet. Lin Family Villa. Since Lin Ran and Jiang Chen found the life fruit, the family has been busy. Lin Ma and Jiang Chen were responsible for planting, and opened up a place in Lin Ran's space to plant a large piece of life fruit. The red fruit is very popular with everyone, especially Lin Zhe, who can eat life fruit as a meal. De Huang, Yuing, and the little cat also like to eat life fruit. They finally found their favorite snack besides meat. The leaves of life fruit are a good medicine for repelling insects in the end times. Compared with fruits, Lin Ran needs leaves more. The leaves of life fruit have a faint mint fragrance, which makes Yuing and the little cat like it very much. Lin Ran saw that the two little guys liked it so much, so he made 2 sachets for them and hung them around their necks. After a night of stimulating birth, the leaves of life fruit were produced in large quantities, and the next step is to make it into sachets. Lin Ran is going to equip each person with one. The more the better. When those little creatures come to attack the base, they will have a life-saving charm. However, there are only a few people in their family, and everyone has to race against time to upgrade. There is definitely no time to make so many sachets. So, Lin Ran asked Rong Han to come and help. So, Rong Han came over after breakfast. When Rong Han came, it was Rong Mei who opened the door. After he greeted Rong Mei, he came directly to find Lin Ran. Rong Han couldn't figure out where the Lin family found such a pile of leaves, and they put them neatly on the ground. Rong Han suppressed his doubts and said, Miss Lin, is there something you need to send me here so urgently? Lin Ran nodded, yes. I need your help with something very important. Rong Han said sternly, what kind of help are you talking about? If you have something to tell me, just say it casually. But I came here now to tell you something. Lin Ran put down the leaf in her hand and said, what is it? This morning, William Team came back in a hurry. Back this morning? Lin Ran was a little surprised. Didn't he leave yesterday morning? He came back overnight. Then what about the road? What about an inn? Is he back? Rong Han shook his head, no. My people only saw William Carr, Xie Cheng's team, and Louisa didn't come back. Lin Ran frowned. Did they go to the zombie town? Rong Han analyzed, according to the distance. The zombie town is not far from the base, excluding the fact that the road is difficult to walk in the snow. If they keep on going, it will take about a day to reach the zombie town. But William Team came back so quickly. Something must have happened. What could have happened? Lin Ran's first thought was that an inn had been captured by William. He went out this time for an inn. The zombie king. If an inn was captured, he would have no reason to stay in the zombie town. But Xie Chenghe was different. His purpose of going out was to find clues about Rong Han. So, he didn't come back. In addition to this reason, Lin Ran really couldn't think of any other reason. Thinking that an inn might have been captured by William, Lin Ran felt a million uncomfortable. Rong Han, did you plant anyone on the base commander's side? Rong Han smiled bitterly. No, The guards on the base commander's side are like iron barrels, and no one can be planted. I just have some old acquaintances in some departments of the base. But those acquaintances are our partners when we were in the army, and they are very trustworthy. Lin Ran frowned slightly. It seems that it is not so easy to get into the base commander's inner circle, and Anne's matter can only be done slowly. Lin Ran, in this case, it seems that we can't do anything now, and we can only wait for Louisa to come back and tell us the answer. Rohan also thought so. When the situation is inexplicable, doing nothing is better than running around like a headless fly. Rohan said, Captain Lin, you haven't told me what you want me to do. Oh, right. Lin Ran retracted his thoughts and put his eyes on the leaves of the Tree of Life again. Captain Rohan, I came to you for these leaves. Don't underestimate them. They are treasures I found with great difficulty when I went out to hunt in the wild. Hearing Lin Ran say this, Rohan's attitude also became serious. I want you to take them back and ask your people to make them into sachets. When the time is right, they will be very useful when we counterattack the base leader. Okay. Tell me how to do it. I will definitely help you make it. Lin Ran told Rohan how to do it, and then gave him all the leaves, in order to make it easier for them to make sachets. Lin Ran also thoughtfully prepared needles, and thread and cloth for them. The last thing Rohan lacks is manpower, and I believe they can complete the task quickly. It's just that there are too many leaves and materials. When Rohan came, he only drove a small car, which is not enough now. Lin Ran generously assigned his own car and Lin Zai to him, helped him to pull the things back, thinking that Rohan also had many wood-type superpowers. Lin Ran also gave Rohan several complete trees of life. If the materials are not enough, he can give birth to them himself. After loading the things into the car, Rohan and Lin Zai drove away. Lin Ran just breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to go back to rest and continue to upgrade. Suddenly, an unexpected guest came here. Excuse me, is this the home of Captain Lin Ran? Someone shouted at the door of the villa. Not knowing who the visitor was, Lin Ran and the others were not in a hurry to open the door. Lin's mother in the house looked at the mutant trees to see who was outside, and then Lin's mother was startled. Ran, it's Xie Chang's people outside. Lin Ran, Xie Chang's people? What are they doing here? Dad Lin saw that Mom Lin's face was not right, and walked over and said, it's Xie Chang's men. Why are you so scared? Mom Lin shook her head. I was scared. I was surprised. The person outside is an old acquaintance of ours, the fat housekeeper surnamed Wu. Dad Lin suddenly realized what he said, and then smiled. So it's him. Then Ran, your mother and I can't go out to answer the door. Although we put on makeup last time, we are afraid that this guy has good eyesight. To be on the safe side, you should go out and fight. Lin Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, he didn't want them to go out and show their faces. Okay, I go out and see what he's doing. Lin Ran asked everyone else to wait at home, and went out to open the door. Hello, I'm Lin Ran. What can I do for you? The fat butler outside looked at the neatly dressed Lin Ran, showed his signature smile, and said, so you are Captain Lin. You are so pretty. Are you here to praise her for her beauty? Lin Ran's face darkened, and she said nothing. Butler Wu instantly felt the pressure from the other party. He was the best at judging the situation and realized that this captain was not just a pretty face. He immediately put away his smile and told the purpose of his visit today. Chapter 271. The information Louisa brought back. Butler Wu, yes. It's like this. Captain Lu asked our deputy base commander Xie to tell you that he is waiting for you outside the base to find something together. Lin Ran was stunned. Captain Lu? Louisa. He's back? Butler Wu smiled. I guess so. Lin Ran frowned. What do you mean by I guess so? It's like this. Captain Lu originally came back with our deputy base commander, but when he walked to the gate of the base, he suddenly said that he had something to do outside the base, and would not come back for the time being. He also asked our deputy base commander to tell you that he found what you wanted. He asked you to find him at the old place outside the base, and he would take you to find it. After being entrusted by someone, our deputy base commander sent me to tell you the message after he returned home. Please receive the message, Captain Lin, and go to meet Captain Lu as soon as possible. Lin Ran, okay. Thank you for the message. Butler Wu was frightened by Lin Ran's aura, and knew that he could not take any advantage of Lin Ran. After delivering the message, he left. Lin Ran closed the door. and Lin's mother and father, who had just been hiding and eavesdropping, came over. Lin's mother, Ran. What does Fatty Wu mean? Has Louisa come back? Why did he ask you to find him? Lin Ran smiled bitterly. I'm not sure. I didn't ask Louisa to help me find anything. Lin's father, then maybe those people knew something, and then used Louisa to deceive you and try to trick you out of the base. Lin's mother, yes. Ran, you can't go. I'm afraid it's a trap. Lin Ran thought for 2 seconds and said, I don't think so. I believe in Louisa's character. He won't betray me. Maybe he encountered something and wanted to ask me for help. After all, it is not convenient for him to find Roan Han. After hearing this, Lin's mother and father looked at each other and said, Ran, what you said makes sense. How about mom and dad accompany you? Lin Ran shook her head, no. Jiangchen and I will go. You wait for Xiaozi to come back at home and make a few sachets for our own use. Then upgrade well. In a few days, you will be our main force in battle. After hearing what Lin Ran said, Lin's father and mother had to give up. The daughter has a lot of ideas, and she is really capable. Besides, Jiangchen is with her. It is the heart of parents, always worrying about their children. They can only do their best to upgrade. Let themselves not become a burden to their children. Soon after receiving the news, Lin Ran and Jiangchen went out. No matter what the situation is with Louisa, she must go and see. After all, only he knows the news about the zombie town Enanan. Louisa hid in a small forest not far from the entrance of the base. His eyes were fixed on the gate of the base, afraid that he would miss Lin Ran coming out. God knows that what he and Xie Chenghe said back was nonsense. He and Lin Ran didn't have any old places. He just wanted her to know that he was back and let her come out to help him. After all, she was Lin Ran. He knew it since he went to her luxuriously decorated villa that day. She was really powerful. He didn't know how powerful she was, but he was sure that she must be stronger than himself. So, he believed that she could definitely help him. If she really couldn't help, at least he could pass the news to her. It was also his bad luck that he and Xie Chenghe finally rushed back to the entrance of the base. Suddenly found that the base had improved the body detection equipment and added a temperature measuring machine. Louisa knew it was William handiwork at a glance. He must have added this thing temporarily because he was afraid that Anin would take the opportunity to sneak in. After all, zombies don't have body temperature. And unfortunately, he is now a zombie. The automatic thermometer prevented him from entering the base openly. Louisa could only use this method temporarily and asked Xie Chenghe to help him notify Lin Ran to come and help. He hoped that she, who was as smart as she was, could understand what he meant. Just when Louisa's eyes were about to blur, he finally saw a car driving out of the base gate. That car was not the car Lin Ran usually drove, and the glass of the car window was specially made, so he couldn't see what was going on inside. But Louisa knew that the owner of this car must be Lin Ran. He followed the car and hurried out. Lin Ran naturally knew that someone was following her when the car caught up with her. After all, she had Jiangchen, who had very powerful psychic powers, by her side. After turning into a small forest that could not be seen by the base sentry, Lin Ran stopped the car and waited for the car to come. Soon, Lin Ran saw the owner of the car. Louisa stopped the car and got out of the car and ran over. Captain Lin, is that you? Lin Ran opened the car window and smiled. It's me. Lin Ran looked at Louisa and found that he was in a mess. The clothes were not fashionable at all, and there was a strange smell on his body. Captain Liu, you have worked hard, Lin Ran said very sincerely. Louisa cried, Captain Lin, I am really hard. Louisa complained and opened the car door. You don't know? I almost couldn't come back. Don't be afraid when you see me. Louisa got in the car and took off his disguise. He took off the big mask, black protective glasses, and huge scarf. Look, what have I become now? Lin Ran paused in his heart. No wonder Louisa was dressed so strangely. It turned out that he had become a zombie. When did it happen? Louisa knew that Lin Ran was asking him when he became a zombie. He replied truthfully, when we were about to reach the zombie town, I found that I was no longer afraid of the cold, and my eyes turned red. You don't know how scared I was at that time. Hey, I was almost scared to death. Lin Ran understood that ordinary people would find themselves turned into zombies. That feeling was quite terrifying. She didn't expect that the news conveyed by Louisa's subsequent words would be even more terrifying. At that time, I thought this was the scariest thing. But who knew that what happened later was even scarier? It turned out that William also brought a zombie this time. And it was a zombie king of a high level. I was controlled by the zombie king. He also took me to besiege an inn. And an Anne's level was not as high as others. And he controlled them. Hearing this, Lin Rand's heart tightened. What about an inn? Was she captured by William? They rushed back early this morning. Is it because they successfully captured an inn? Louisa heard Lin Rand's question and chuckled. Captain Lin. Don't worry. An inn is fine for the time being. He escaped. Do you know why William was so anxious to come back? It was because he was bitten by a zombie. He usually hurts people. But he didn't expect that he would be killed. You don't know how happy I was when I saw him being bitten by a zombie. The bad guys will be punished one day. Louisa's voice was indescribably happy. And it is fine. William was bitten by a zombie. Lin Rand also raised the corners of her lips when she heard the news. It is indeed a joy to see bad guys in trouble. Chapter 272. Louisa recognized the master. Lin Rand, what about an inn? Did you find him later? No. I searched the whole town and didn't see him. So I guess an inn came here. Come to the peace base? Why? Because William said that an Anne's grandparents are here. Knowing this news, I think he will definitely come here to find them. Lin Rand nodded. Yes. And then, that child will definitely come if he knows this news. It seems that her speculation is correct. And Anne's grandparents were captured by William. Now it seems that the task of attacking the base commander at that time seems to be more interesting. At that time, she must rescue Anne's grandparents and return the things in the laboratory to them. And give them William experimental data. Will they help her develop an antidote to remove the X virus? Lin Rand is looking forward to it. Seeing that Lin Rand had asked almost all the questions, Jiang Chen, who had been silent all the time, said, Captain Liu, tell me more about William Zombie King. Okay. Louisa told Jiang Chen everything he knew about the Zombie King in detail. Jiang Chen just nodded and didn't say anything. Louisa had known that this man was taciturn. He didn't expect him to say anything. After talking about everything about the zombie, Louisa looked at Lin Rand. Captain Lin, the base is very unfriendly to zombies now. I'm afraid that an inn will be caught as soon as she arrives. Lin Rand, so you asked me to come out so that I can go with you to find an inn? Louisa, that's not what I meant. I was paying attention on the way back and didn't see the kid. I think he must be very smart and know how to hide his tracks. It must be difficult for us to find him. Lin Rand, then what do you mean? Captain Liu? Louisa, when you just came out, didn't you notice any changes at the gate? Changes? A little bit. Lin Rand noticed that there seemed to be an extra instrument at the gate. Just now. I was in a hurry to come out to find Louisa, so I didn't pay much attention. What kind of instrument is that? Louisa did not wait for Lin Rand to reply, and said directly, there is an automatic thermometer at the door. It must be installed by that bastard William to prevent an inn from sneaking in. How can he come up with such a dirty trick when the corpse poison has not yet taken effect? If I had not been smart and found an excuse to leave in time, I would have been treated as a zombie by Xie Chenghe today. Speaking of this, Louisa paused and said, Captain Lin, I actually asked you for help. Find a way to bring me in. I know you are very capable, so it should be no problem. Lin Rand and Jiang Chen looked at each other, smiled and said nothing. Lin Rand chuckled and said, there is a way. But my method? Captain Liu has to keep it secret for me. Louisa nodded hurriedly. Captain Lin, don't worry. I will definitely keep it secret for you and won't tell anyone a word. Well, of course I am relieved. After all, Captain Liu is one of us. After saying that, Lin Rand blinked mischievously. Louisa was a little stunned by Lin Rand's blink. In his impression, Lin Rand had never been so lively before. What does this expression mean? Then Louisa was horrified to find that his body began to be out of his control again. It was like returning to last night. What was going on? Did the Zombie King appear again? No. He had to tell Lin Rand and the others this terrible news. They had to take him away from here immediately. As long as they left a certain distance, he would be able to escape from his control. But no matter how Louisa struggled, he couldn't free his body. He felt that the source of this power was even stronger than the Zombie King yesterday. No, it was much stronger. Because not only did he feel that his body was controlled, but soon his heart felt surrender. His body and mind were willing to be controlled by this power. After a moment, Louisa heard himself say to Jiang Chen, "Master, I will keep all the secrets between you and Captain Lin Ran, in view of the temperature tester installed at the entrance of the base." Louisa and Jiang Chen were put into the space by Lin Ran and brought back to the base. After returning to the base, Lin Ran took Louisa back to her villa first. Unexpectedly, when they returned to the villa, Rohan had already been sitting inside waiting for them. Rohan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Louisa. "You are finally back. I heard from them that Xie Chenghe came back at that time, but I didn't see you. I thought something happened to you," Louisa said with a sad face when he saw Rohan. "Something went wrong on the way, and I became a zombie. A temperature sensor was installed at the entrance of the base. I almost couldn't come back. Thanks to Captain Lin's help, I was able to come in." Rohan heard this, but his face was not surprised. Lin Ran asked, "What happened? They also turned into zombies, right?" Rohan nodded. "Yes. The people who took care of them from you this morning reported that they had changed. Now, except for Wei Lan, who still has some rationality, the other two are exactly like zombies. So after I finished my work over there, I came to find you." Louisa didn't react to the news. After all, he knew the ending after he turned into a zombie yesterday. It doesn't make sense that he has changed. But Wei Lan hasn't changed. Rohan looked at Louisa again and said, "Apart from your physical changes, have you changed in any other way? How do you feel?" Louisa smiled bitterly and said, "Otherwise, I'm fine. I'm still rational. I don't want to eat your meat when I see you." In fact, Louisa felt that the reason why he didn't crave meat was that Jiang Chen had ordered him not to hurt anyone at will. But he wouldn't tell Rohan this, because he wanted to keep his master's secret. "Rohan, that's good." While talking, Lin's mother cooked a large table of dishes. Lin Ran and the others had been out for so long that they didn't even have lunch. Now she didn't care whether the time was right or not. She just cooked the meal and let everyone sit down and eat. As old acquaintances, Rohan and Louisa were also warmly retained by Lin's mother. At the table, Louisa told everyone what happened in the zombie town again. Everyone was worried when they heard about An's experience. What if that child came? At the base director's manor, Zhou Yi sat next to William and watched the black on his skin slowly fade away. Finally relieved. "William, how do you feel now?" William opened his red eyes and grinned. "Brother, I feel very good. I have never felt so good before. If I had known that the X virus was so magical, I would have injected it with you a long time ago." Yes. He feels very good. It's like evolution. Chapter 273. This is evolution. The people in their organization are right. And of course, he has never doubted this. This X virus brings the ultimate evolution to mankind. He now feels full of strength. And his appetite is so big that he can eat a cow. The most important thing is that he has endless energy and is not afraid of the cold at all. William thought of this, took off his coat, and only wore a thin shirt. "Brother, this feeling is really good. My physical fitness is stronger. You see, I am not afraid of the cold at all. I even feel that I am fearless." Joey smiled and said, "Yes, we are fearless. This body can make people immortal. As long as you protect your soft head, then we are invincible. My good brother, welcome to my world. In the future, we will live forever in this world. Join hands to obtain supreme power and lead new humans to a new world together." Yes, this is the ultimate dream of their X organization. They have been committed to creating new humans with the X virus, so that humans and the entire society can evolve. This is their doctrine and their dream. The original world was old and corrupt, and humans were as numerous as bedbugs. Such low-level things were not worthy of living in this world. So they created Organization X. They discovered the X virus, which was a gift from God. It can make people evolve into superpowers. And it can also turn people into cold-blooded monsters, just like zombies. And they will attack their own kind. But while they are turning into monsters, their bodies can become immortal. Isn't this immortality? Then they discovered that these two abilities can be combined. If they can perfectly combine these two abilities, wouldn't they be able to become real new humans? Then, they could override the laws of nature and become the real king of the world. So, the members of Organization X are committed to the research of this goal. Unexpectedly, when they just found out the clues and wanted to find some people to do experimental research, the end of the world suddenly came. The arrival of the end of the world caused the order of the world to collapse. and people's sense of morality became extremely low. It became easier to feed people. The two brothers occupied the base as the kings, and captured many superpowers in the base to be their guinea pigs. For so long, no one has discovered it. The results of the experiment are gratifying. The X virus can really greatly improve people's superpowers. When the dosage is increased to a certain extent, the body will also change, become an immortal zombie. Like his brother. The age difference between the two brothers is nearly 20 years, making Joey look like his father. Joey covets the power brought by the X virus, and even more covets the ability that the X virus can give him to be immortal. God knows how much he cares about his old age, cares about his white hair. So he kept asking William to increase the dosage of the X virus for him. Now he has become a half-zombie physique. But William, however, was too cautious, and was always worried about the possible side effects of the X virus. So he did not inject the virus. Who knew that now? By mistake, he actually became a zombie before his brother. Unexpectedly. This result is not bad. His blood is cold now. It suits him very well. Because his heart is cold. William quickly adapted to his body. He told Joey everything that happened in the zombie town. Joey listened and said, "So this is why you asked me to install a temperature tester at the entrance of the base." Joe Jiaming and his wife actually secretly created a zombie king. And they created the zombie king so early. If I remember correctly, we caught them not long after the end of the world. Joey thought of this, and refreshed his understanding of Joe Jiaming and his wife's scientific research ability. He always knew that they were the masters of China's top laboratories. But he didn't expect them to be so strong. You know, creating the advanced zombie king named Yi is the result of how much manpower, material resources, and financial resources they spent. And it was a product that was created so long after the end of the world. I didn't expect them to be able to create a powerful zombie king so early. If they continue to study, wouldn't they be able to create something more powerful? By then, wouldn't the side effects of the X virus be completely eliminated? No wonder William asked me to catch the old couple and bring them back to take good care of them. It turns out that they are really useful. Yes, and the zombie king is their own grandson. Interesting. William stood up and smiled coldly. "Brother, we must catch the child named Anin." Joey smiled meaningfully and said, "Okay, I have someone keep an eye on the area around our base. It's time to fill the gap in Area D." "Yes. Catch that kid." The old couple will not listen to him. At that time, he will carry forward the X virus and lead the new humans in his organization to a new world. As for the drug people lying in the laboratory, they are just experimental subjects that must be lost on his way to success. After Joey and William finished talking about business, he went out to tell the people below to do things. He must catch Anin. William was left alone in the laboratory again. He got up, changed his clothes, and walked slowly to the door of the room. He hasn't been here for a long time. He knocked on the door politely. Knock, knock, and then waited for a long time. But the people inside did not respond or intend to open the door for him. That's right. Even if they opened the door for him, they didn't have the ability to open it. William shrugged indifferently. He knocked on the door just to let the people inside know that he was going in. This showed courtesy and respect to the people inside. After all, the two old guys were very knowledgeable. Click. William opened the door in front of him with his fingerprint. He went in and saw Joe Jiaming and his wife, who were sitting at the desk and reading books with silver hair. Seeing him come in, the two had no reaction. William raised his lips indifferently. Very good. He was ignored again. I wonder if they will be so calm when he throws out the news later. Mr. Joe, Mrs. Joe, good afternoon. I wonder if you are still used to living here. If there is anything that is not well taken care of, you must tell the younger generation. Joe Jiaming and his wife turned a deaf ear to William's hypocritical concern. William said to himself, actually, I know you all have something against me. You have suffered a lot of injustices by being locked up here. You don't want to associate with people like me. And you look down on my organization from the bottom of your heart. So you shouldn't have accepted my things in the first place. You took our X virus. And you should have thought that this day would come sooner or later. At this point, you two have the same responsibility as me. I don't know if you two agree with me. Chapter 274. And is still alive? Joe Jiaming still didn't say anything. But the hot-tempered old lady Joe couldn't help it. She looked at William sarcastically. You are right. We deserve to die. We shouldn't have taken your things and shouldn't have touched your X virus. So we deserve to be locked up here by you. This is our retribution. And we have already suffered these retributions here. As for other things, don't want them. We will never cooperate with you to help you develop that evil virus. Look at how well you have researched. And you have all turned into monsters with red eyes. Seeing you become like this, I am chilled. Your unrestrained research will sooner or later be punished. Hearing this, William looked at Old Lady Zhou strangely. Dislike him for being a monster with red eyes? Then didn't they also turn their grandson into this thing? Isn't this too hypocritical? William secretly pulled a sarcastic laugh, suppressed his temper, and continued, Mrs. Zhou. That's not what I said. Bang! Old Lady Zhou slammed the book on the table. What should I say? This is my temper. If you don't like it, just let someone come in and kill me. Anyway, I don't want to live anymore. Don't try to threaten our old man with my life. We are old bones at this age, and have long been indifferent to life and death. I might as well die than stay in this broken place every day. In the end times, it can be regarded as saving food for everyone. Old Lady Zhou is still as fearless as ever. She is not afraid of her old man's death. Anyway, he will die sooner or later. It's the end times, and there is no point in living. If he is threatened by others and does anti-human things again, then she doesn't want to live anymore. The couple thought very thoroughly. So they were caught by William and others for so long. No matter how they coerced and lured them, or used various means to scare them, they did not compromise. There was even a time when William threatened them with false news about their son and daughter-in-law. But they did not compromise. Their idea was to live if they could. If they couldn't live, the whole family would die. In short, they could not help the evil, and help the X organization do evil things against humanity. William and Joey finally had no way to deal with such an unyielding old couple, and could only temporarily lock them up here. Unexpectedly, the situation turned out to be bright. And now they have found the couple's weakness. Their grandson. And then, William looked at the stubborn Old Lady Zhou and chuckled, Mrs. Zhou, why do you keep talking about death? It's so unlucky. Humph. I don't believe it. Actually, I don't believe it either. But you older people should still believe it. After all, your grandson is still young. If you want to watch him grow up, you have to live 100 years. Hearing William's words, Zhou Jianming, who had been silent, raised his head from the book and looked at him strangely. What do you mean? William took out the family portrait hanging on the wall from his trouser pocket. I said your grandson and unfortunately, I saw him yesterday. He said he missed you and wanted to see you. Zhou Jianming pointed at William with a trembling hand and said, You said you saw him? Where did you see him? Did you dig up his grave? You shameless bastard. Thinking that his grandson's grave might have been dug up by William. The old man Zhou Jianming, who has always been the most cultured, was furious at this time. I want to fight you to the death. Why did you dig my grandson out of the grave for no reason? You are so shameless that he can't even die peacefully. I will hit you to death. Seeing Zhou Jianming, who was always calm, rushing up to fight him like this, William immediately realized that there was something wrong. Why did he say that he dug his grandson out of the grave? By the way, there seems to be an abandoned grave in that yard. But he didn't seem to notice whose grave it was. Could it be that the owner of that grave was an inn? William restrained Zhou Jianming's hand that was beating people randomly and said, Are you saying that an inn is dead? Zhou Jianming's eyes were red. What do you mean? Didn't you see him? You don't know whether he is dead or alive? Hearing this, William pulled out a strange laugh. Strictly speaking, the inn I saw was indeed a corpse. But it was a corpse that could walk and move. Zhou Jianming's hand movement stopped instantly, and then asked in a trembling voice, What do you mean? I mean that your inn has become a zombie. But his zombie is a little special. He can talk, move, and ask me where his grandparents are? Zhou Jianming and his wife, what? Lin Family Villa, Ronghan and Louisa finished their meal here, and Lin Ren asked them to go back first. There are still 3 or 4 days before the general attack, and they have to make all preparations during this time. So there was no time to waste. Lin Ren had everything they needed, weapons, and equipment in her space. But she couldn't take them out like this. Lin Ren had originally wanted to use other methods to send those things to Ronghan and the others. But now Louisa had become an absolute member of her family. Then she could let Louisa find an excuse to take them back. In addition, Louisa also brought her good news. That was someone he had planted in the base commander's place. Although he was just a very insignificant person in the base commander's team. As long as he could help her bring in a pot of flowers, it would be enough. When Louisa left, Lin's mother brought him a pot of flowers. There was a rose seedling planted on it. It was a small plant, but it was green. Mother Lin told Louisa, "Take this and let him find an opportunity to plant it anywhere. It has very strong vitality and is easy to grow. If it can be placed in the room, it will be even better. Of course it is very strong. This is one of her mutant tree treasures." Louisa took the flower and said, "It's so cold outside. Can this seedling really survive?" Mother Lin smiled and said, "No problem. But it's better to choose a good place to plant it, especially in their more important place." Mother Lin's words were very obscure, and Louisa didn't quite understand what she meant. But fortunately, Louisa's head also received the information Jiang Chen gave him. It turns out that this flower seedling is used for this. So magical. That's great. Isn't this a bug? It's such a well-hidden bug. Who would have thought that this pot of flowers is a bug? After knowing that this flower pot was such a treasure, Louisa held the flower pot with great admiration and nodded to Lin's mother. "I know. Auntie. Don't worry. I know how to operate it. Hee hee. Just wait for my good news." Seeing Louisa like this, Lin's mother was also very satisfied with him. Look at how transparent the child is. Ran found a good partner. Joining hands with such a person, it is not difficult to overthrow a base leader. Chapter 275 Mobilize everyone's power. After sending Louisa and Ronghan away, Lin Ran took out some life leaves, needles and thread, and cloth from the space, and pulled the family to prepare to make a few more sachets. Lin's mother, Lin's father, and Grandpa Jiang were all working hard no matter what they made. Unexpectedly, everyone did a good job, especially Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe looked like a straight man, but he was very skillful. And the sachets he made were beautiful and sturdy. "Sister, look at my appearance. I think I can sell this for money." Lin Ran took a look at Lin Zhe's sachets and nodded enviously. It was pretty good. Unlike her, the sachets she made were really ugly. Among the family, she made the worst. Not skillful at all. She looked at the ugly sachets in her hand and felt a little discouraged. This was too ugly. "I'm so sorry for the audience." However, Lin Ran did not think of not making it. After all, this thing is not for viewing, but for great use. Why make it so beautiful? As long as it can be used. When Lin Ran was hypnotizing herself, she suddenly heard a low and pleasant voice. Ran, can you give me these sachets you made? Want the ugly one she made?" Lin Ran looked at the sachets in Jiang Chen's hand that looked like handicrafts, and then looked at the ugly ones in her own hand, and said in surprise, "Jiang Chen, you said you want the sachets I made?" Jiang Chen looked at Lin Ran and replied seriously, "Well, I think they are very peculiar in shape. I like them very much. Ran, can you give them all to me?" Jiang Chen's words made Lin Ran suddenly enlightened. Yes, her sachets are not ugly, but they are peculiar in shape. Jiang Chen is really good, always able to find her advantages. Lin Ran regained confidence. Lin Ran generously pushed the pile of sachets in front of her to Jiang Chen. "I give them all to you. If you like them, I make more for you." "Okay. Thank you, Ran. In exchange, I give you the ones I made." Jiang Chen put all the sachets Lin Ran gave him into his own space. He also gave Lin Ran the sachets he made very beautifully, with delicate and beautiful stitches. Lin Ran naturally accepted the gifts from Jiang Chen with a sweet look on her face. Lin Zhe saw the scene from the side and felt a little jealous. What's the use of making such beautiful sachets? It's still because he has no partner. His sister made such ugly ones, but someone loves them like treasures. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Lin Ran gained confidence and continued to do the needlework in his hands. Seeing Lin Ran's unskilled appearance, Lin's mother said distressfully, Ran, it is really a waste of time for us to make these sachets ourselves. In addition to Ronghan and his friends, I actually thought of another place. They have a lot of manpower there, and can help us make a lot of sachets." When Lin Ran heard this, she probably knew who Lin's mother was talking about. In fact, she had this idea a long time ago. "It's just that I have been too busy these days, and haven't had time to go to their place." Lin Ran smiled and said, "Mom, you are talking about Sister Huan and the others, right?" "Yes," Lin's mother said, "I am talking about Zhang Huan and the others. They are almost all women, and there are many people. I guess they can do this needlework easily." And didn't you say that something big will happen in the base in a few days? And these sachets will be life-saving talismans at that time. These sachets can be used by them after they are made. Lin Ran nodded. Mom, you are still thoughtful. Then let's go over and deliver the materials while it's still early. Just do it. Lin Ran took out a small truck and filled it with the raw materials for making sachets. Then he took Lin Ma and Jiang Chen to find Zhang Huan. As for Lin Zhe, Lin Ran didn't let him go out. Time is so precious now. There is not much time to wander around outside. It's better to stay at home to upgrade your superpowers. Zhang Huan and the others were as happy as ever when they saw Lin Ran and the others coming. However, because of the tight time, Lin Ran didn't greet Zhang Huan and the others too much. After explaining her purpose to Zhang Huan, she said she was very happy to help Lin Ran and the others. Zhang Huan didn't know how many favors he owed Lin Ran. This little thing was naturally obligatory. Lin Ran didn't explain the sachets in detail, but just said that this thing was very important. Asked her to help make everything within 2 days. While Lin Ran and Zhang Huan were chatting, the kind-hearted Lin Ma ran to the 4 sides of Zhang Huan's yard and planted a circle of life fruits. There are so many children and women living in this yard. With these things here, when those things come, at least this place is safe. After doing all this, Lin Ran asked Zhang Huan if there were still enough supplies here, and then she parted ways with him. After returning home, Lin Ran started the upgrade mode again. As for Nin, it's not that she doesn't want to find him. She just doesn't know how to find him. Besides, Lin Ran knows that Nin is safe for the time being. Even if William catches him, he won't do anything to him. After all, and Anne's grandparents are still in his hands. He probably wants to do something bad after catching Nin. Anyway, if he holds on for a few more days, William will be killed by himself. Then she can rescue Anne's grandparents and the others. Lin Ran stopped struggling and began to upgrade seriously. On Louisa's side, they really have strength in numbers. In one day, a large number of sachets were made. Roan Han remembered Lin Ran's words and asked everyone to carry a sachet with them at all times, and the rest should be handed in. After Louisa returned, the first thing he did was to see Wei Lan. Wei Lan looked very similar to him, with reason, but a little slower than him. Mainly, he couldn't accept that he had become a zombie, and the whole person looked listless. The other 2 people who were rescued with him were not as lucky as them. They completely turned into zombies. After Louisa and Wei Lan complained to each other for a while, they began to exchange their experiences with him. He actually learned the method from Lin Ran. Put a pair of contact lenses on Wei Lan's eyes, and put some blush on him. He became like a normal human being. Boss, why do you say you are the boss? You have many ways. Wei Lan looked at herself in the mirror and said happily, after I dress up like this, I can go out and meet people. Haha. This is just right. Louisa smiled and said nothing. Now, he couldn't tell Wei Lan that there was a boss above him. This trick was taught to him by the boss's woman, the eldest sister-in-law. Louisa talked to Wei Lan for a while, and then went to see the 2 unfortunate zombie brothers. They are now locked in an iron cage in a secret room. When they smelled the smell of people approaching, they began to grin, wishing to bite off a piece of meat from people. The younger brother, who was guarding the door outside, helped him open the secret room. When they smelled the fresh smell of human flesh, they began to pounce again. Louisa walked closer to them, and their movements of rushing towards people became slower and slower, until Louisa walked in front of them. Not only did they quiet down, but they also acted very scared, shrinking into the corner of the cage, just wanting to stay away from him. Louisa saw the appearance of these 2 zombies, and made a conclusion in his mind. He is now also a high-level zombie. Although the level is not very high, it is enough to deal with these 2 zombies. He thought of William Zombie King named He. He is so powerful, which means that William can not only improve the superpowers of the superpowered, but also improve the level of zombies. Then the next time they meet, William, a new zombie like himself, will also become very high in level. What kind of experiment is he doing? Thinking of this, Louisa remembered the pot of flowers that Lin Ran's mother gave him. It's time to let that pot of flowers enter the base commander's house. Chapter 276. Where did Huang go? As night fell, Louisa ate something casually and drove out again. He wanted to find that person in the dark. Louisa carefully left a mark at the door of the base, and then hid in a corner without surveillance. At midnight, his car window was knocked. Louisa looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a tall and capable boy standing outside the window. But there was a scar on his face, which made him look more vicissitudes. Louisa hurriedly opened the car door and said a few words to the visitor. The man didn't dare to stay any longer, and after hearing his words clearly, he left with the flower pot. Looking at the tall back of the boy leaving, Louisa was relieved. He agreed, and this matter would definitely be done. He had always kept this favor and didn't want to use it. He hid this person very deeply, and it was considered one of his trump cards. However, now is the time to use it. This tall young man has always been the commander's man, and they have nothing to do with the military. It was actually a very subtle fate that I met him. When the peace base was established, he was almost killed by the commander of the base because of a crime. Louisa was a military representative at the time and often met with Joey. That time he happened to see him committing a crime, and he couldn't bear to see a young man lose his life, so he advised him. Unexpectedly, Joey really sold him a favor. Louisa didn't take this matter to heart at all and soon forgot about it. Later, the negotiations failed, and their military's control over the base was taken away by Joey. Their original team fell apart, leaving only his own team, after he completely lost power. Except for some of his original buddies, others avoided him. Unexpectedly, at this time, this young man took the initiative to find him. He said that he owed Louisa a life, and he could agree to whatever Louisa asked him to do. But before doing it, please think clearly. There is only one chance. Louisa wrote this sentence down, and cherished this opportunity very much, so he never used it. I think this young man has the same idea as him. So when he heard that Louisa's request was so simple, his eyes were full of disbelief. He even asked Louisa several times repeatedly, "Are you sure you just want him to do this?" Louisa looked at the young man's back and disappeared completely in the darkness, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "Of course I am sure. Sometimes, what you do does not necessarily have to be big, but as long as you do this thing at the key point, it can play a huge effect." After one night, Lin Rant's ability has been further evolved, although her ability improvement this time is not as significant as last time. Each ability has basically reached the peak of its level. Lin Ran feels that she only needs to add a little more oil, and she can upgrade to another level. Keep working hard at night. Lin Ran felt the vigorous power in her body with satisfaction, and suddenly felt a little chilly around her. Lin Ran opened her eyes and looked at the stove. Could it be that she had added too little coal last night, and the stove went out now? Although her ability to resist cold has been continuously improved with the improvement of her superpowers, but the fire in the stove going out is no joke, especially since she has a fat cat in her room who is afraid of cold. By the way, where did her fat cat go? Wang, who used to sleep on her footstool all day, was not in the room now. Could it be that the stove really went out, and Wang couldn't stand the cold and went out? Lin Ran hurriedly ran out of bed to look at the stove, but saw that the fire inside was still burning. The fire didn't go out, so why was it cold? Lin Ran suddenly felt a biting cold wind blowing over. She looked at the window, only to find that her bedroom window had been opened a crack at some point. Lin Ran shuddered when she looked at the window. Who opened this window for her? Do you want her to freeze to death in this weather? Luckily, when she upgraded, because of the existence of the crystal core, her whole body was full of energy, and she couldn't feel the cold. Otherwise, she would definitely catch a cold. Lin Ran went to close the window with a headache, and suddenly saw a few plum blossom footprints on the snow on the windowsill. Okay, the case is solved. Her window was opened by her ignorant cat Yang. It was Yang who opened the window and went out. She is really a good cat. She opened such a gap, and was not afraid of freezing her owner to death. Wang? Wang? Lin Ran was anxious and angry, and yelled several times out of the window. It's so cold outside. Isn't it the most afraid of cold? What are you doing outside? It's a pity that Lin Ran didn't receive a response from Yang until her nose and face were red from the air conditioning. It seems that she has to go out to find it. Lin Ran didn't dare to close the window, for fear that Yang would not be able to find the way when she came back. She walked to the stove and used the heat to warm her frozen body. After her whole body was warmed up, she hurriedly put on all her thickest equipment, put on a lot of warm baby, and then opened the bedroom door and walked out. Outside the bedroom, Jiang Chen and the little cat sat quietly on the sofa outside as usual, quietly waiting for Lin Ran to come out. Seeing Lin Ran, Jiang Chen immediately stood up. The little cat also stood up and stretched lazily, while getting close to Lin Ran. Lin Ran touched the little cat's head and said to Jiang Chen anxiously, I don't know when Yue Ying disappeared. Let's go out and look for her. Jiang Chen, okay. It was still early, except for Mr. Jiang, who was used to morning exercises and had already gotten up to exercise in the sports room downstairs. Others hadn't gotten up yet. Lin Ran and Jiang Chen didn't disturb others. The two ran to the yard first and began to look for Yue Ying's traces. The little cat also ran out. Originally, Lin Ran didn't want to bring the little cat. Cats are afraid of cold. And she didn't want to freeze the little guy. But it just followed me out. Lin Ran had no choice but to hold it in his arms. It must have a good relationship with Yue Ying. And it was worried when it heard that Yue Ying was missing. Lin Ran, Yue Ying? Jiang Chen, Yue Ying? The cat, meow. The two and the cat shouted anxiously in the yard. But unfortunately Yue Ying did not respond. Lin Ran sighed as he looked at the plum blossom footprints disappearing around the wall. Jiang Chen. Don't shout. Yue Ying is out. Chapter 277 The Big Thing Yue Ying Did. Jiang Chen observed the footprints around the wall and found that the footprints printed on the snow were very neat and not messy at all. He knew that Yue Ying went out by herself. And she walked out calmly. Jiang Chen turned his head and comforted Lin Ran. Ran. Don't worry. Yue Ying. Don't look at her lazy appearance. She is actually quite capable. She will definitely not suffer any loss when she goes out. Little cat, meow. She is the real mistress. Yue Ying is very powerful and will never suffer any loss. Lin Ran nodded. I know. But I don't know why she suddenly went out. It's so cold outside. What if she gets frozen? Lin Ran is not worried about Yue Ying suffering any loss. But she is always worried about her own kitten being lost. Little cat, meow. The mistress is fine. Yue Ying is so happy. Jiang Chen knew that Lin Ran was worried. So he released his spiritual power and explored the surroundings to see if he could find where Yue Ying is. Suddenly, he felt a small creature walking on 4 legs running towards here. Jiang Chen put his arm around Lin Ran's shoulders and said with a smile, Ran, Yue Ying is back. As soon as the words fell, Lin Ran saw a chubby big head sticking out from the wall. Then Yue Ying's big fat body was also exposed. Yue Ying? Where have you been? Yue Ying's fur was slightly wet, and the down jacket she was wearing to keep warm was gone for some reason. It looked at Lin Ran with a pair of watery eyes and meowed in a pinched voice. It seemed to be very aggrieved. Lin Ran felt a pain in his heart. Now he didn't dislike Yue Ying for being dirty or fat. He didn't dislike it running around. As long as the furry child knew to come back, it was fine. Lin Ran stuffed the little cat in his arms to Jiang Chen, and took Yue Ying down from the top of the wall and hugged her tightly in his arms. Yue Ying, you must be cold. Let's go home and warm up by the fire. Meow. Yue Ying was quickly carried home by Lin Ran and placed next to the warm stove. Lin Ran was afraid that Yue Ying would catch a cold. So she took out a hair dryer and blew on Yue Ying's wet hair. After drying, she gave Yue Ying a whole bowl of dried fish to replenish her calories. Seeing Yue Ying finish the dried fish in the bowl, Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Her appetite was still so good. It seemed that there was no problem. Lin Ran put a pet-down jacket on Yue Ying and wrapped a small scarf around her. Seeing that she became warm again, Lin Ran was completely relieved. Yue Ying, what did you do when you ran out last night? Lin Ran touched Yue Ying's big fat head and said. Yue Ying thought about what she had done, stood up from the sofa, and meowed proudly. Lin Ran didn't understand cat language, but seeing Yue Ying so proud, she knew that she should not have suffered any loss. The little cat nestled in Jiang Chen's arms. After hearing Yue Ying's meow, a hint of surprise burst out from its blue eyes. Yue Ying? Is it already so powerful? Lin Ran held Yue Ying in his arms and said seriously, It's good that you didn't suffer any loss. But Yue Ying, tell me if you go out in the future. I was so worried when I saw you missing today. Do you know? Meow. Got it. Yue Ying knew she was in the wrong, and she put her head directly into Lin Ran's arms. Lin Ran couldn't get angry seeing it like this. After a few more instructions, he let it go. Grandpa Jiang heard the noise outside and walked out of the exercise room. Lin Ran realized that it was time for breakfast. She quickly put Yue Ying down and went to the kitchen with Jiang Chen to make breakfast. As Lin Ran and the others left, the little cat walked from the sofa to Yue Ying's side. Meow. Yue Ying, are you really out of the base? Yue Ying replied lazily, Meow. Of course. I am a cat going out to fight alone. Little cat, meow. Have you really established your own mutant beast army? Wang stretched his neck proudly upon hearing this, and was very proud. Meow. Of course. I have collected a lot of mutant beasts on this trip. As long as the master needs them, they will come out immediately, and be at my disposal. Little cat, meow. Then you are quite powerful. Wang, meow. Of course. I am Master Wang. The little cat looked at Wang's proud look and envied her. It seems to be far behind Wang. No. It has to do something. Otherwise, it will really eat so many dried fish of the hostess in vain. When Lin Ma and Lin Ba, Lin Zai and others got up, Lin Ran's loving breakfast was already on the table. They also stayed up late last night to upgrade, so they got up a little late. Since the weather turned cold, Lin Ran placed the dining table next to the stove. The temperature here is the highest, so the food on the table doesn't get cold that quickly. And even if it gets cold, the stove is right next to it, and it can be heated up immediately. Ran, thank you for your hard work. Mother Lin ate a delicious steak sandwich and smiled at Lin Ran. Lin Ran said honestly, it's not hard. They are already made in this space. Dad Lin, this pig intestine rice noodle is really delicious. Ran's dad wants to eat another bowl. Lin Ran, okay. After Lin Ran agreed, he took out another bowl of pig intestine rice noodle from the space. The pig intestine rice noodle was warm when it was put in, and it was still slightly steaming when it was taken out. But Dad Lin still likes to eat rice noodles hotter. After taking the rice noodles from Lin Ran's hand, he poured the rice noodles into a small iron pot on the stove. After a while, the rice noodles in the small iron pot were steaming hot. The pig intestine rice noodle was hot. Lin Zai likes to eat steamed dumplings, and he has already finished 2 baskets. Just when the family was about to finish their meal, the doorbell of the villa rang again. Mother Lin had heard the news in advance and said to Lin Ran, "It's Louisa who's here." Lin Ran nodded and asked Jiang Chen, who was not afraid of the cold, to go out and open the door. Rong Mei was eating a big fried dough stick in her hand. When she heard Lin Ran ask her master to go out and open the door, she hurriedly took the fried dough stick and ran out to open the door. "Master, I go open it." Lin Ran, This zombie level suppression is really powerful. When Louisa walked in, he saw Lin Ran and the others eating deliciously. Although he had eaten a lot in the morning, he couldn't help but feel a little greedy when he saw such a rich breakfast. Especially, there was pig intestine rice noodles on the table. He hadn't seen a good thing since the end of the world. Lin Ran, Captain Lu, is there something wrong with coming here so early? Louisa reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Father Lin's hand. Yes, I have something to report to you. And didn't you tell me yesterday that I should come here alone today? I didn't expect that I wouldn't need to sleep after becoming a zombie. I didn't sleep in. I came to see you after eating something in the morning. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. She did ask Jiang Chen to pass on a message for her yesterday, asking Louisa to bypass Rong Han and come here by himself today. After all, she needed Louisa's help to get those weapons, and she had something else to discuss with Louisa. Chapter 278 Rose. Lin Ran roughly understood some of the ways of survival of high-level zombies. They have humanity, and don't need to eat people. But they have to be full. Food can provide them with energy. Just like Jiang Chen, he can improve his level by eating. Other zombies eat human flesh. They rely on human flesh to provide energy and improve their level. Jiang Chen told her that human flesh has a huge attraction to zombies, whether they are high-level or low-level. It's just that low-level zombies can't resist this attraction, while high-level zombies can rely on their own self-control to curb it. But the premise is that they must be full. Only when they are full, their bodies will not produce that terrifying hunger that wants to destroy everything to fill themselves, so that they won't lose their minds. Therefore, Lin Ran never deducts Rong Mei's food. As long as she can eat, let her eat whatever food here. Although she has Jiang Chen's order, she will never hurt anyone at will. But Lin Ran knows that the feeling of hunger must be uncomfortable, and she doesn't want her little girl to suffer. As for Louisa, they are now teammates and family members. As for food, she is quite happy to share with him. Louisa ate 3 bowls of beef rice noodles in a row before he felt satisfied. Delicious, Captain Lin. It's so happy to come to your house for dinner. Seeing Louisa eating so deliciously, Lin's mother liked it very much. She looked at Louisa and said enthusiastically, "Xiao Lu, as long as you like it, you can come to our house for dinner anytime if you have time in the future. Anyway, Xiao Lu is now a family member. Lin's mother has always been very generous to her own people. Hearing this, Louisa nodded happily. Thank you, Aunt Lin. I will definitely come often. By the way, I sent the flower pot in last night. Lin's mother nodded. I know that the young man you found is quite reliable. Base Director Manor, Shui Chong was lying on the bed, looking at the inconspicuous flower pot in front of him, and remembered what Louisa said to him. Louisa asked him to find a good place to plant this pot of flowers. Or you can just put it somewhere where the base commander will pass by. It will be very good. Louisa said it easily. But he came to ask for help from me. How could he not know the weight of what I said to him that year? In this case, this place cannot be chosen casually. Little guy, I have to find a good place for you. After Shui Chong figured it out, he looked at the sky outside. He went out with the flower pot. He thought of a good place and put it there now. Joey didn't sleep well last night. When he woke up in the morning, he sat on the bed and rubbed his forehead with a headache. Base Commander, is your head hurting again? The maid in white clothes, who was washing Zhou Yi's face, walked up and asked considerately. Well, it's an old problem. Zhou Yi frowned. The headache made him feel very uncomfortable. It was this damn feeling again. The maid in white said softly, this weather is strange. It's so cold all of a sudden. The heating in this room is not hot enough. You may have caught a cold. Do you want me to call a doctor? No. It's useless to call them over. Joey understood too well. This is not a disease. What's the point of calling a doctor over? Where is William? The maid in white said, I heard that he was in the laboratory all night and didn't come out. Joey was surprised. He didn't come out. Yes. Joey felt a headache when he heard this affirmative answer. The maid in white looked at Joey's face and didn't dare to talk about this topic anymore. Come over with a hot towel and wipe Zhou Yi's face. The soft silk towel wiped his skin, making Zhou Yi's facial pores stretch. The maid in white looked at the face of her subordinate, and her heart was indescribably strange. The base commander seemed to have taken an elixir of immortality, getting younger and younger. This face was covered with wrinkles some time ago, like an old orange peel. When you put a silk towel on it, you feel the wrinkles under your hands. It reminds you of old age. But now it has become so smooth and elastic, and the original wrinkles have gradually disappeared. Similarly, his headaches are getting worse. The maid in white knows that there must be some connection between them. But unfortunately her authority does not allow her to know these things. Zhou Yi's brows furrowed tightly again at the action of the maid in white. The maid in white knew that his headache had recurred. She remembered Shui Chong's entrustment and carefully tried. Base Commander, I heard that putting appropriate green plants in the bedroom is good for your sleep. Your headache may be because the air is too stuffy when you sleep at night. Do you want me to put some green plants in the bedroom to purify the air? Zhou Yi was upset by the damn headache. This damn side effect was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, making him feel like something was eating his brain. Hearing the maid's words, he actually felt that there was some truth in it. It seems that there is such a saying that putting some green plants in the bedroom can purify the air. It can help sleep. The people below were afraid that he would be cold, so they turned on the heating in this room too much. It's really hot here. It's easy to get stuffy when it's hot. This room is too stuffy. It seems to be a good idea to get some green plants. You're right. We should put some green plants here. But it's so cold outside. Where can we find green plants now? The maid heard Zhou Yi's affirmation, suppressed her ecstasy, and said, there are still green plants. I saw that many green plants in some houses with heating in the manor are alive. Zhou Yi rubbed his forehead again after hearing this, and said indifferently, okay. In this case, I leave this matter to you. Don't put too many. I heard that putting too many green plants is not good. Just put 2 or 3 pots. Got it. Base Commander. I do it right away. Yeah. The maid in white wiped Zhou Yi's face again, and then carefully carried the water down. Zhou Yi pinched his forehead again in an upset state, but the severe pain still did not disappear. He couldn't stand it anymore. Now, he had to find William right away. Zhou Yi stood up suddenly, and then strode towards the direction of the laboratory. In the corner, the maid in white looked at Zhou Yi's back as he left, packed up her things slowly, and then walked out. In the corridor outside, Shui Chong stood there upright. He didn't show any special emotions when he saw the person coming. It wasn't until the other party gave him an affirmative look that a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Then he turned his head and looked closely at a room. The maid understood the hint instantly, and then walked towards that room. There was indeed a pot of green plants in the corner of this room. It was still green in such a cold day. There were small thorns on the short and strong branches. It looked like a rose. Yes, she liked it very much. Like her name. It was a rose. It looked beautiful and harmless. But it would prick people lightly without them noticing. She carefully picked up the flower pot and walked towards the bedroom of the base commander, which was also one of the most confidential places in the whole place. Chapter 279 Crazy William. When the base commander found William, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. William sat on the sofa in his exclusive laboratory, closed his eyes, and looked satisfied, with blood on his mouth that he had not had time to wipe off. And on the floor of his laboratory, there were 3 people who were bitten to pieces. He remembered that these 3 people seemed to be superpowers, who had been kept in the laboratory as medicine men. He instantly felt his head hurt more. William. Why do you want to eat people? Hearing Zhou Yi's voice, William opened his eyes lazily. Brother, I just want to taste the taste of people. Not to mention it's pretty good, William said indifferently. Hearing this answer, Zhou Yi frowned. But you are eating people. Although they never treat people as people. Use them as guinea pigs and experimental subjects. He really has never thought of eating people. But William doesn't think so. He has never had any bottom line as a human being. He is a zombie. Of course he has to eat people. Moreover, they were just low-level humans. It was their honor to be able to make food for themselves and provide him with energy. William looked at Zhou Yi and suddenly laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Brother, you don't understand. Human flesh tastes really delicious. I am now full of strength. I not only ate their flesh, but also devoured their crystal cores. So this is how you feel. It feels so good to keep upgrading and becoming stronger. Brother, why didn't I find the benefits of this earlier? William said, and spread his right hand. Instantly, a green light appeared in his palm. Then a vine stretched out, and he seemed to have awakened the wood power. Brother, look, I have superpowers now. Zhou Yi nodded perfunctorily, because he saw the 3 corpses that had just been bitten on the ground. They actually moved slowly, although some of them had lost their arms, some had lost their legs, and some had lost their internal organs. But now they supported their incomplete bodies and slowly stood up again. Zhou Yi is a half-zombie, but he still has more human parts. The 3 freshly baked zombies were at their hungriest. They keenly smelled the faint human scent coming from Zhou Yi, and rushed towards him with their claws and teeth bared. Zhou Yi frowned, and was about to get rid of these blind zombies. He heard William's voice of stopping him. Brother, let me do it. Then, Zhou Yi heard William growl at the zombies. The 3 zombies that were just baring their claws and teeth suddenly became silent, as obedient as elementary school students. Without my order, none of you are allowed to move. At William's order, the 3 zombies really stood there motionless. Zhou Yi looked at William and realized that he had become a high-level zombie who could control zombies. William turned around and said proudly to Zhou Yi, Brother, what do you think of me? I can protect you in the future. Zhou Yi nodded. You are getting better and better. Of course. William smiled wickedly. I am your brother. Zhou Yi looked deeply at William, who was like a vampire, and felt cold in his heart. His brother was not normal to begin with, and now he has become like this. Can he still control him in the future? Will he get even crazier? Thinking of this, his head hurt even more. Brother, I want power. I want to eat people. Can you let me eat a few more of the medicine men here? William looked at Zhou Yi expectantly. Zhou Yi forced out an ugly smile. Of course. The medicine man is not exclusive to me. You also have a share. William immediately became happy when he heard this. I know that you are the best brother. When I become strong, I will build a zombie army for you. Let's work together. One human who controls the peace base will enhance our reputation. One will rule the terrifying zombie world. We will cooperate with each other, one in the light and the other in the dark, and become the masters of this world together, and share unlimited power. Okay? William in front of him was full of infinite self-confidence. Zhou Yi listened to his words, and felt that the words of becoming the masters of this world together kept echoing in his ears. Which man in this world doesn't like supreme power? Anyway, Zhou Yi likes it. He likes the feeling of standing on a high place, and the feeling of being able to control the fate of others at will, which makes him feel that he is still young. At this time, he no longer felt uncomfortable with William cannibalism. He even patted William on the shoulder. William, Just do what you want to do. I will always support you. Thank you, brother. Can you catch some more superpowers for me? I'm hungry and I need energy. I want to make myself stronger as soon as possible. Joey, of course. I will arrange it now. Don't worry. Watching Joey's back as he strode away, William had a satisfied smile on his face. His brother still couldn't resist the temptation. He just drew a pie, and he was willing to do things for himself. However, it was not difficult for him to realize the pie he drew. After all, he was a member of the X organization. When he became a zombie king with a high enough level, he would not be trapped in this small base. He was going to find other members of the organization and carry forward the spirit of the X organization. Create a brand new world. Only those who were allowed to enter that world were super-evolved people recognized by them. And these ordinary people could only become their slaves and food. Thinking of this, William became excited again. He licked the dried blood at the corner of his lips and felt hungry again. He turned on the intercom on the table. And soon the other party responded. Mr. William, do you have any instructions? Well, bring me 5 medicine men. Okay. After listening to Lin Rand's words, Louise's expression was very calm. He knew it now. Lin Rand in front of him is very capable. But only such a person can match such a powerful master in front of him. Louisa didn't know why. He didn't have such a sincere feeling about the zombie he met in the zombie town. He only controlled Louisa's body, and he couldn't control his mind. Even Louisa wanted to break free from that bondage all the time. But for Jiang Chen, he didn't have such thoughts at all. He was submissive to him from the bottom of his heart, and was willing to follow him. He was even more willing to do anything for him. Just like he should be his king. Lin Rand looked at Louisa, who was a little distracted, and said, Captain Liu, have you thought about how to bring the supplies back to Ronghan? Hearing Lin Rand's voice, Louisa immediately smiled and said, I've thought about it. Captain Lin, I know a good place. Wherever we put the things, we can definitely hide it from the world. Chapter 280 New Moves at the Base. Louisa drove Lin Rand and Jiang Chen around the base and stopped at the edge of Area C, crossing the frozen river in front of them. They can reach Area D. Lin Rand looked at a place in front of him that looked like a wood processing plant and said, Is this the place you are talking about? Yes. Captain Lin. Master, I take you in to have a look. Louisa said and jumped out of the car. Seeing this, Lin Rand and Jiang Chen followed Louisa out of the car. After entering, Lin Rand didn't see anything special, perhaps because there was no ventilation inside. An unpleasant odor lingered in the air. If Lin Rand hadn't worn a mask because he was afraid of the cold when he got off the car, he would probably have vomited at this time. No wonder no one lives here. Captain Lin. Master, come here. Louisa took off a brick on the wall in front of them. Then Lin Rand looked over curiously and found that there was a fingerprint lock behind the brick. Louisa put his index finger on it, and a door slowly appeared in front of them. Let's go. Welcome to the armory of our Peace Base Army team. This was not the first time that Lin Rand visited the armory. In fact, not long ago, she collected a whole armory of things. But compared with that one, this armory seemed a bit too shabby. There were only a few guns in the huge armory, and the ammunition was pitifully small. I really don't know why it is called an armory. Louisa looked at Lin Rand and Jiang Chen's calm expressions, and could feel their disappointment. He smiled awkwardly. This place was originally planned to be an arsenal, and our senior management had planned it at the time. Who knew that our convoy transporting munitions would encounter a group of refugees on the way here? They were surrounded by a tide of zombies. If we didn't save them, they would be dead. Louisa said this and smiled bitterly. You also know that the duty of a soldier is to protect the people. So we made a decision at the time. Lin Rand, you gave up transporting munitions and chose to save people? Louisa, yes. It was a large prefecture-level city, and there were many more zombies in it than in the zombie town. That zombie tide was the most terrifying zombie tide I have ever seen. In order to save people, we had to choose to give up munitions. And in order to escape from there, we had to blow up all the munitions and use the explosion to kill the zombie tide. This is also the reason why we lost to Joey, William and others in the power-grabbing war later. Because we lack weapons and do not have the capital to fight them at all. Lin Rand finally knew why the army failed in the power-grabbing war at the peace base. So that's it. This reason is a bit silly. But silly and cute. This group of the cutest people, whether in the previous life or now, are the ones who still stick to the bottom line and humanity. Lin Ran looked at Louisa, who was a little disappointed, and said, Captain Lou, let me help you fill this arsenal. Louisa, fill it. Yes, Lin Ran said domineeringly. It is full. The next Lin Ran's action almost shocked Louisa's jaw. He knew Lin Ran was powerful, but he didn't know she was so powerful. The arsenal in front of him was really filled by her. AK, Gatling, sniper rifles, cannons, and even a tank. How big is her space? How many treasures are in it? So many good things. This is really greedy. Louisa swallowed his saliva, looked at Lin Ran and said, Captain Lin. Thank you. He really thanked Lin Ran. The appearance of these things. I don't know how much help they can get. Originally, he was only 30% sure of winning against the base leader and the others. But now, he is 50% sure. Even if he can't kill Zhou Yi with these things, he will never let him off easily. Louisa thought of this and felt happy. He really has a keen eye. How did he find such a good teammate like Lin Ran? Lin Ran, no need to thank me. I leave these things here. As long as they work, it be fine. Louisa said seriously, don't worry, Captain Lin. I won't waste a bullet. Lin Ran, that's good. I take care of the munitions. As for the second thing I mentioned, please worry about it. Louisa nodded hurriedly, don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I will do it. The people here are innocent, and I will try my best to protect them. Lin Ran, that's good. But be careful to identify. I don't want our sachets to protect any bad guys. Louisa, yeah. Captain Lin, I know what I'm doing. Hearing Louisa's reply, Lin Ran was completely relieved. She knew that Louisa was reliable. Since he had agreed, he would definitely do a good job. The second thing she asked Louisa to do was to try to minimize the involvement of the people here within their capabilities. It was not that she was a saint, but in the end of the world, there were really too few people who survived. She was not a cold-blooded monster. She would help everyone if she could. It was just a small favor. Besides, when those things came, they would naturally not attack when they smelled the sachets of live fruit leaves in ordinary people's homes. So where would their target be? Wouldn't it be that the only one left was the deputy base commander Manor and his men who had no defense measures? Thinking of this, Lin Ran was a little looking forward to seeing how embarrassed they would be at that time. Maybe it could help Louisa and his men save a lot of bullets. This place was close to Area D. Lin Ran found a place where there was no one around, took out her car from the space, and said goodbye to Louisa. Louisa went back to Ronghan to tell him about the sudden discovery of the arsenal. Lin Ran went home and continued to plan to upgrade. But on the way back, Lin Ran obviously found that there were many more pedestrians on the road. It was very cold outside, and Lin Ran didn't know why so many people came out in the severe cold. Many people on the street didn't have enough warm clothes, and they were obviously huddled together because of the cold. Did something big happen in the base? Jiangchen said, Ran. There are many people gathered in the direction of the mission hall. Mission hall? The base issued another mission? What mission was issued in such extreme weather? Lin Ran's eyes darkened, and she turned the steering wheel. She wanted to see what they were doing. Lin Ran drove over and saw a lot of people gathered near the service hall. She had never seen such a grand scene of people gathering before the extreme cold. With so many people, the car obviously couldn't drive through. When she and Jiangchen got out of the car and squeezed in front of the mission panel in the mission hall, she finally knew why so many people came here. Chapter 281, A Sudden Mission. The mission panel clearly stated that it was a new mission that had just been released today. After Lin Ran finished reading the content above, she felt that something was wrong. The base commander is really great. This mission is to give us ordinary people a way out. Yes, it's so cold now, and supplies are in short supply. But as long as we are willing to go out, we will be given warm clothes and food. This benefit is great. Yes, now the conditions have been broadened. Not only can people with special abilities sign up, but also people with strong bodies can sign up. This is really great. I have been strong since I was a child. But unfortunately, I am not a special ability person. I didn't have much chance to go on missions before. Now it's really great. I can also earn some food and come back. But is it dangerous to go outside the base to hunt wild boars? Alas, wealth and honor are sought in danger. If we don't go, we will freeze to death and starve to death sooner or later. It's better to go now. If we can come back safely, it will be a contribution to our family and ourselves. I think so too. It's best to come back. If we can't come back, it's okay. At least we can save some food for our family. Haha. That's true. Lin Ran listened to the discussion of the people around him. His face sank slightly. The newly released task is indeed a very good policy for the benefit of the people. A team of 100 people will be organized by the base to go outside the base to hunt wild boars. No matter ordinary people or people with special abilities can sign up to participate. As long as they participate, they will be given 3 days of supplies and a set of cold-resistant equipment. This condition is very attractive. After hearing the news, people came to sign up in an endless stream. Not only people with special abilities, but also many ordinary people. They all hope to earn some income for their families in such bad weather. Lin Ran, however, thinks that things are not that simple. The base commander doesn't look like a good person. He has never been merciful or done good things before. Why is he doing this now? Is it really for the wild boars and wild animals outside the base? But Louisa said that as a large base, they prepared a lot of supplies at that time. There will be no situation of having nothing to eat in a few years. Do they really need to hunt wild boars outside to eat meat? Lin Ran looked at the endless stream of people who came to sign up and returned to the car with Jiang Chen with a heavy heart. Let's go back and take a look first. Maybe her mother can give her the answer. When Lin Ran got home, she didn't see her mother, but saw Ronghan first. Why are you here? Lin Ran asked in surprise. Louisa had just separated from her. So why did he come here? Ronghan said, when you came back just now, did you notice that there were so many people on the street today? It turned out to be because of this matter. What a coincidence. Lin Ran nodded, I saw it. So are you here for the mission issued by the base? Ronghan, yes. Ronghan didn't expect that Lin Ran knew what he was going to say as soon as he opened his mouth. The partner he chose was indeed right. Lin Ran, what do you think? Ronghan, I think something is wrong. The base leader is not such a kind person, and the conditions are too tempting. The people from the base took the lead and took them out to hunt wild boars. Ordinary people were allowed to join, and supplies were distributed as long as they went. This doesn't seem like a mission, but more like charity. I always feel it is a trap because it is too easy. Lin Ran, I think so too. But I don't know why he suddenly asked so many people to go on a mission. Let's go in and talk. Except for Rong Mei. No one else was in the living room. Rong Mei said that everyone went upstairs to upgrade. Rong Han didn't disturb them when he came, but just chatted with Rong Mei for a while. Lin Ran asked Rong Han to sit in the living room and wait for a while, and she went upstairs to find Lin's mother. When Lin Ran knocked on the door, Lin's mother had just absorbed a crystal core, fearing that it would affect her father's upgrade. The two went to the living room on the second floor to talk. After listening to Lin Ran's question, Lin's mother shook her head. I don't know why they suddenly issued the task. Although the mutant rose has been sent to the base commander's bedroom, this matter was not discussed in the bedroom. And now the base commander has not returned to the bedroom. So I haven't received any useful information so far. After hearing this, Lin Ran was not disappointed. She had already prepared to receive no information. If the information from the other side was so easy to receive, she would feel that there was a fraud. Now it seems that we can only wait and see. Lin Ran didn't have any useful information, so she could only let Ronghan go back first. After all, Louisa had something to discuss with him. They would pay close attention to the task first to see what medicine the base commander sold in the jar. Ronghan also knew that there was no good solution to this matter at present. After talking to Lin Ran about a few more things, he drove back. After Lin Ran sent Ronghan off, she turned around and saw Jiang Chen's frowning face. She rarely saw Jiang Chen with such an expression. Did something happen? Lin Ran asked with concern. Jiang Chen nodded. Ran. The little cat is gone. Are these little cats addicted to playing missing now? Wang just came back not long ago. How come the little cat is gone again? Lin Ran and Jiang Chen found the yard. And sure enough, they saw a long string of plum blossom footprints on the snow in the yard, which obviously belonged to the little cat. Because Wang was fat, the footprints were also big. The little cat was slender, and the footprints were also small. The end of the plum blossom footprints pointed to the outside of the yard. Lin Ran, it went out too. Jiang Chen used his psychic ability to explore the surrounding environment. His psychic ability can now explore within a distance of 50 meters. As a result, after a circle of exploration, nothing was found. Jiang Chen said disappointedly, the little cat is not nearby. Lindsay had just leveled up and came out to eat. Hearing the noise in the yard, he ran out of the house to join in the fun. When he learned that the little cat had also run out after Wang, he suddenly said nonsensically, "Sister, is the extreme cold going to pass and spring is coming?" Lin Ran thought seriously about the timeline of the extreme cold in his previous life and shook his head. "Not so early. Lindsay, the time is wrong. How come the spring of the kittens has begun? I think Wang and the little cat went out to play with friends." Lin Ran, She finally realized what Lindsay meant. She looked at Lindsay and warned, "Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that Wang will catch you." Lindsay didn't take it seriously. "Sister, just admit it. The kittens have grown up. Brother Jiang, don't worry. The little cat will be fine. It will come back when it has enough fun." Lindsay winked as he spoke, which made Jiang Chen's heart even more anxious. I hope no one really kidnaps his kitten. Chapter 282. The kitten is also missing. Jiang Chen, Ran. I'm going out to look for the kitten. Lin Ran, I go with you. No. You should hurry up and upgrade at home. I have psychic powers. It's very convenient to find it. You wait for me at home. I'll be back soon. No. Lin Ran said. I'm worried about you going alone. No matter what she does, Jiang Chen always accompanies her. With him around, she always feels safe. So, she also wants to accompany Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen flatly refused. He didn't want to delay Lin Ran's time. There's no need to bother Ran to find a kitten that ran away from home. Watching Jiang Chen drive away alone, Lindsay shook his head and sighed. "Sister, Brother Jiang really loves you so much. And he considers everything for you so carefully. When can I find someone like this?" Lin Ran smiled and looked at Lindsay. "What did you just say?" Lindsay, "What?" Lin Ran smiled and said, "Spring is coming." "What?" Lindsay didn't understand. Lin Ran laughed out loud. "I mean my silly brother. It's not Wang and the others who are thinking about spring. It's you who are starting to think about spring." Lindsay, "Sister, don't talk nonsense." Lin Ran didn't give him time to quibble, and walked into the house without looking back. "Sister, listen to me. Sister, don't tell my parents." Lin Ran returned to the house, and first went to find Wang. It was lying next to the fireplace in the living room, sleeping soundly. Next to it was the honest De Huang. De Huang was eating the crystal core that Lindsay gave him, and was also working hard to upgrade. This diligent look formed a sharp contrast with Yu Ying, who only knew how to sleep. When De Huang saw Lin Ran coming over, he stretched out his tongue and licked Lin Ran's hand. Lin Ran touched his head and woke Yu Ying up again. "Wang." Yu Ying opened her hazy eyes and looked at Lin Ran. "Meow. Master, you'd better be okay. Where is the little cat? Do you know?" "It's gone." Meow. It turned out that he was asking about it. Yu Ying called impatiently and closed her eyes and fell asleep again. "It's fine. Don't worry. That guy is very capable." Lin Ran saw Yu Ying's lazy look and was relieved, seeing that it didn't care. "I thought the little cat should be fine." Lin Ran was relieved and went upstairs to upgrade. Jiang Chen was right. She really had to race against time to start upgrading. Lin Ran took out 2 crystal cores of level 8 psychics from the space and started upgrading again. When Louisa returned and didn't find Rong Han, he went to find Li Xiang first. When he told Li Xiang about his discovery of the munitions, Li Xiang almost jumped up with joy. "Good for you, Louisa. You are worthy of being our captain. You actually found this. This is great news. Tell me quickly, what good things are there in that arsenal?" Louisa smiled. "Guns. Mini guns. And a tank." "What? There is also a tank. That guy has to be driven by me. I used to be a tank soldier." Okay. Let you drive. Louisa also couldn't stop laughing. Just when the two were discussing how to pull the things in the arsenal back, Rong Han came back. Hearing the news brought back by Louisa, Rong Han was also very happy. His urgent need was finally solved. The missing link in their general attack plan was finally closed. Although they wanted to attack the base commander before, the difference in their strength was too great. They also had many psychics, but their most fatal weakness was that they lacked weapons. The people on the base commander's side had the supplies of the entire base. They were a group of people armed to the teeth. Now they also had an arsenal, so their overall strength was greatly improved. Even the people living in the entirety area here could become their soldiers. Seeing Rong Han's happy expression, Li Xiang once again raised the question he had just discussed with Louisa, Captain Rong. What bothers me and our captain now is how to transport that batch of arms. How about we drive a few cars over tonight? Rong Han smiled faintly and said, No need to be so troublesome. We can just take Datu over later. Li Xiang was surprised when he heard this. Datu? Isn't Datu a power psychic? What are you taking him for? Rong Han smiled but said nothing. Louisa suddenly realized, climbed onto Rong Han's shoulders, and fiercely hugged his neck and said, You are so good. Rong Han, you kept it a secret from me. You didn't even tell me that Datu is a space-based mutant. If I had known earlier, I would have pulled and dragged Datu to stop him from going with you. Rong Han, that's why I didn't dare to tell you. You treacherous fellow. I punish you. Louisa, you'd better let go, or I won't be polite. Will you be polite? Ice power. Damn. Rong Han, you really froze me. But I'm a zombie, and I'm not afraid of ice. Hee. Then I stab you. Okay. You don't follow the moral code and actually use ice needles. Then I won't be polite. I'm going to burn your eyebrows. You dare. Li Xiang hid helplessly, and watched two childish adults playing a game of fighting. How long has it been since he saw such a scene? It seems that it has disappeared since the end of the world. Now everyone has become the same as before. Which is great. Brothers are united, and their strength can break metal. This time, they can definitely take back the control from the base leader and others. Jiangchen followed the footprints of the little cat to find a section of the road. The footprints behind it were not clear, because there were too many people on the street today. Fortunately, his psychic ability was strong enough to always find the footprints again before they disappeared. When passing the mission hall, Jiangchen saw that 100 people had successfully signed up, and judging from the descriptions, behaviors and clothes of those people, they did not look like ordinary people. They should all be psychics. Then two large trucks with military equipment drove over and took those people away. Jiangchen thought that Lin Ran was concerned about this matter after all, so he observed it for a while. When he saw the truck disappear from his sight, Jiangchen no longer had the desire to watch and continued to look for the little cat. After all, if he found his disobedient cat son earlier, he could go back to see Ran earlier. He hadn't left her for so long. He had to go back earlier, preferably before Ran finished upgrading. That way, when she opened the bedroom door, the first person she saw was him. Jiangchen looked at the tall wall that appeared in front of him, and stopped the car. The footprints of the little cat were broken here, and his psychic ability detected that new footprints appeared on the other side of the wall. There was an electric fence tied to the tall wall, and no one knew how it got out. Jiangchen threw out a vine from his right palm, and it automatically formed a wooden escalator. When Jiangchen climbed over the wall, he suddenly found that the two trucks he had just seen at the mission center also drove out. They started the mission so soon? Chapter 283 William Ambition. Jiangchen stood there, watching the two trucks driving away. He released his psychic power to try to find out the information of the people inside. Soon, Jiangchen retracted his psychic power, and he looked at the two trucks that were moving away from him in confusion. What on earth are these people doing? Except for two psychics in the driver's seat, there was no one in the two trucks. It was basically empty. Where did those people who were recruited to do the mission go? William has never gone out since he returned to the laboratory that day. He is addicted to delicious human flesh. His exclusive laboratory, which used to be spotless, is now covered in blood. He threw away his half-eaten arm, slowly stood up from the ground, and kicked the bloody corpse at his feet far away with disgust. He had eaten the crystal cores of these corpses. Even if they become zombies, they can only be the lowest level zombies. Such zombies have no effect on him, not worthy of joining his zombie army. So he looked down on it at all. His eyes were blood red, and his whole body was covered with blood, making him look like a demon. 22. William whispered a number, which was exactly the number of people he had eaten today. It was a bit bad. It seemed that he had almost eaten all the medicine men that could be eaten here. But it didn't matter. My brother would definitely bring him new medicine men soon. William stood in the dark and suddenly laughed out loud, because he found that he had upgraded again. Human flesh is really useful. He grabbed a human head on the ground and gently squeezed it with his hand. Gabba, this human head that was extremely hard for him in the past, was easily crushed by him. The red light in William's eyes jumped, and he had never been so confident in his strength. Suddenly he thought of something, pushed open the door, and finally walked out of his exclusive laboratory. Now he really wanted to know who was more powerful between him and that zombie. Yi Ning lay in the dark, silently emptying himself. It seemed that he didn't know what to do except to let go. He couldn't remember how long he had been locked up here. Every day. He could only know that another day had passed by the number of times he drank blood, ate meat, and took injections. In this gloomy and terrifying laboratory, he lost the concept of time. How did he end up like this? Yes, it was because of that woman Luo Xiangxi. He gave up his family to save her. But he didn't expect that her true face was so ugly. How could a woman be so fickle? Use you, and hold you when you are profitable. Once you find that you are worthless, you will be abandoned like a worn-out shoe. But there is one exception. She is always so frank. When she likes you, it is clear. And when she doesn't like you, she also says it clearly. But such a good girl was lost by him. But even if he didn't lose her, what would happen? How could he have the face to see her again when he looks like a ghost? If only he could get out. If I could leave here? Even if I could only see her from a distance. I would die without regrets in this life. But how to leave here? That William is so perverted. And there are traps everywhere in this place. How can he leave? Last time, he said that if I could help him complete the task, he would agree to one condition. But William broke his promise. He said that if he didn't catch the zombie king, his task would not be completed. So the promise he made was not counted. But it was obviously William's own fault. If he hadn't dragged his feet, the zombie king would have been caught by him. It was his own fault. But he was blamed on him. Yi Ning sneered in the dark. If there was a chance, he would bite through William crystal core. Let him regret his unfaithfulness. Click. Yi Ning suddenly heard the door open. It didn't seem to be the time for eating and injections yet. So how could someone come here? Yi Ning still kept lying on the bed without moving, but just looked at the direction of the sound with a pair of curious eyes. The person who came didn't turn on the light. But zombies have very good night vision. In fact, they are more adapted to the night than the day. Yi Ning was surprised to find that the person who came was William. How did he become such a ghost? The blood-red eyes, the blood stains all over his body, and the pale face dotted with human blood, all told him William has become a monster like himself. So, has his retribution come? Yi, I finally understand your feelings now. It's great. William grinned. Yi Ning said puzzledly, what does it feel like? The feeling of being a zombie? What's good about being a zombie? Such ugly creatures should not exist in this world. No. It's the feeling of having power. William looked at Yi Ning disapprovingly and said, Yi, how can you have such an idea? You actually think that zombies are the ugliest creatures in the world. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Zombies are the most beautiful creatures in the world, with the most perfect bodies. Look at us now. We are immortal. How many people envy us? We are different from ordinary zombies. We not only have such perfect bodies, but also have free thoughts. We have supreme power. We can control our own lives at will, and decide the life and death of others. So zombies are not ugly creatures. On the contrary, we are evolution. It is a new evolution of human beings. William paused, looked at Yi Ning and smiled. I know you must feel that your identity as a zombie is very strange now. That's because you are surrounded by people. But it doesn't matter. Wait for me for a while. I will turn everyone in the world into zombies, so that we are all the same. And no one will discriminate against anyone. And we, such special beings, will become the masters of this world. William stretched out his arms, as if he had fallen into madness. He looked at Yi Ning and invited him. Yi, are you willing to join me in such a prosperous era? Yi Ning sat up from the bed when William was halfway through. He looked at the crazy William, but did not agree with his idea at all. This person really takes it for granted. He is a madman. When he was a human, he was a crazy human being. As a zombie, he is not a good thing. What's good about being a zombie? He became a zombie himself. So he also wants everyone to become zombies? God knows how much he hates this person for turning himself into a zombie. He injected the damn X virus into his body, making himself look like this. He even said it was evolution now. Who cares about such evolution? William. It turns out that he likes to be a zombie so much. But being a zombie is not without benefits. For example, now, Yi Ning suddenly laughed in the dark. He stood up and approached William and said, I am willing. Mr. William, I am honored to join your great cause. But before that, can you do me a small favor? William frowned. What favor? You better not ask for too much. I won't agree. Of course. Yi Ning smiled. Why would I ask for too much? I just want you to let me go. What? No. William suddenly found that his tongue seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't say a word of refusal. Chapter 284 The Majestic Little Cat. He looked at Yi Ning in horror and bumped into his malicious eyes. His behavior today seemed to be too arrogant. He came here at this moment, secretly intending to compare with Yi Ning, because his level was not low. He had eaten so many high-level medicine men and swallowed so many crystal cores. He should be stronger than Yi Ning. But Yi Ning really controlled him. What went wrong? Brother, come and save him. Yi Ning looked at William's decadent expression with satisfaction, grinned and said, William, now stretch out your hand and come to me. Hearing Yi Ning's voice, William's face changed drastically. His eyes stared at Yi Ning, but his body could not resist his command. He could only walk towards Yi Ning step by step, until he was 1 meter away from Yi Ning. His body suddenly hit a transparent wall of light. Then the whole person was shrouded in a strong light and electricity. It was a feeling worse than death. Even after becoming a zombie, William no longer felt pain. But the feeling of being pierced by light and his body being burned made him want to scream in pain. But he couldn't scream because the person in front of him didn't allow him to. Are you comfortable? Yi Ning stood aside and watched the scene in front of him, laughing. Welcome to my world, William. Now, let me out. The effort paid off, and Jiangchen finally found the little cat. The little cats of each other were standing high and looking down majestically. Jiangchen felt mixed emotions when he saw this scene. How could the little guy who loved to act cute and coquettishly in his arms all day become like this now? Look how ferocious it is. Those snow wolves, black bears, and cheetahs that were much taller than it all crawled in front of it and listened to its commands obediently. It was like the master of these mutant beasts. Jiangchen couldn't understand cat language. He only knew that the little cat was telling the mutants something with a very sharp meow. And the mutants below, crawling on their backs, drooping their ears, listening to its instructions obediently. They were obviously very scared of it. How could his own kitten be so powerful? Jiangchen didn't rush to show up. He chose to stand there and watch the little guy's performance quietly. It wasn't until the little cat finished talking and let the animals leave that Jiangchen appeared in front of it. Meow. The moment it saw Jiangchen, the little cat's cry changed from the rough and sharp just now to a gentle clip sound. It immediately climbed onto Jiangchen's body along Jiangchen's trouser legs. It was obviously very happy about Jiangchen's appearance. Meow. Master, you actually came to see me. You are really good. Looking at the little guy nestling in his arms, he began to act coquettishly and cutely again. Jiangchen almost laughed out loud. Anywaying, the two cats have the same temperament. They are completely different inside and outside. Were those your mutant beast army just now? Although he had the answer, Jiangchen still asked his own question. Meow. The little cat nodded gently. Weiing is missing. Is she also out to build her own mutant beast army? The little cat nodded again. Okay. It seems that the two cats at home are really smart. They even know to create their own mutant beast army. Sure enough, pets are like their owners. They are as hardworking as Ran. Then, should he also build a zombie army of his own? While thinking about this possibility, Jiangchen took the little cat back to the car. It's time for dinner. He should go back and think about it. The base laboratory, the disinfection room is full of people. These people are being disinfected inside, which is a necessary condition for entering the base laboratory. After all, the laboratory they entered is the place with the strictest hygiene requirements. Because William has a serious obsession with cleanliness, his experiments have very strict hygiene standards. The whole disinfection room is filled with the smell of disinfectant, which makes people in it miserable. Joey strode in, looked at the group of people through the transparent window outside the disinfection room, and nodded with satisfaction. These people look energetic. Are they all superpowers? Yes, Base Commander. I didn't expect so many people to sign up as soon as the mission was released. We were afraid that people would not dare to go outside the base to perform the mission. So the conditions were very relaxed. As a result, it didn't take long for us to recruit people. And they are all superpowers. The lowest level of these people is level 2. And there is unlimited potential for training. The base commander listened to this and did not comment. No one knows better than him that these people are not used to train medicine men and thugs. and they are used to make food for his good brother. The people below said that William had almost used up all the medicine people in the laboratory. These people will probably be used up by him soon after they are sent over. Thinking of this, Joey wanted to meet William. He had eaten so many people, and he should have grown a lot now. Where is William? The subordinate said, it seems to be in his laboratory. Okay. After finding out William whereabouts, Joey asked his subordinates to continue watching these people disinfect, and he walked towards William's laboratory. While William was untying the many mechanisms for Yining, he smelled the smell of his skin burning and collapsed. Click. Finally, all the mechanisms were untied by him. This time, there was no light wall to block him, and Yining walked to William's side safely. Well done. Now walk out with me. At Yining's command, William had to do it, but his eyes were full of hatred. This damn zombie. A tiny bug. How dare he control himself and want to be his master? What a dream. Don't give him a chance, or he will bite his crystal core and make it his own energy, making him doomed. Noticing William's slow movements, Yining sneered, go quickly. Remember not to talk nonsense, and not to do unnecessary things. Just take me out safely. Your current level can't compete with me. If you don't want to suffer, just listen to me. Have you forgotten the punishment just now? William had to obey Yining's order. He hated it in his heart, but he could only respond obediently, yes. Master. Chapter 285. I want you to self-destruct. Even if William didn't want to, he had to take Yining out. He looked around with a pair of blood-red eyes, hoping that someone would notice something strange and stop them from going out. Unfortunately, he forgot how horrible his own face was now. On the way, they met two experimenters. When they saw William's ghostly appearance, they were so scared that they threw away the things in their hands and ran away. Who could care about William's expression? Hee hee. I didn't expect that you would have this day. Mr. William, does it feel good to be disliked by others? William, it's not uncomfortable. My master, you have to know that if everyone becomes like us, then who will dislike us? You have such a mentality, but you are not strong enough. Master, why do you want to leave here? Isn't it good to stay here with me to build a zombie empire and open a new era in the world? Yining stared at William, who was walking in front of him strangely. He had been controlled by himself, but his heart was still so strong. Still thinking about these things. No, he is not strong, but paranoid, and paranoid to a terrible degree. Yining stopped talking, because he found that his current ability could not change William's mind. There is only one way to deal with such a dangerous thing. That is to bite through his crystal core and make him disappear. When William takes him out, complete death will be his only result. This may be the only good thing he can do for this world. How could William not know what Yining was thinking behind him? He knew that this vindictive person would never let him off easily after he was safe. But he is the boss of the laboratory, and no one except his brother can ask him what he is going to do. Few people here know that he has become a zombie. Seeing his weird appearance with blood all over his face and body, no one dared to stop him or come forward to ask about it. William was so nervous that he was about to walk out of the core experimental area. If he walked out of here, people outside would not dare to stop him, and the defense outside was much weaker than inside. So Yining could easily escape. A door appeared in front of them. This is a door that William needs to pass through for biological authentication. Except for him and his brother. Only a few people can leave here through this door. Even most of the experimenters inside are not qualified to leave here without his consent. Authentication successful. A mechanical voice sounded, and the door slowly opened in front of him. At this moment, William was extremely panicked. He truly felt that the most powerful zombie he had cultivated behind him was about to escape from his control, and he was probably in danger. Click, the door opened completely in front of him. Brother. William didn't expect to see his brother here. He is really his savior. William, why did you come out like this? Joey frowned and looked at him with disapproval. Brother. William was about to say something, and a hand suddenly stretched out on his shoulder. Mr. William, didn't you say that you should hurry up and do your business? The hand on the shoulder exerted force secretly, with a force that William could not resist. Yes, brother. I still have something to do. I come to you later. Joey looked at William, and Yining beside him suspiciously. Red eyes? Is he also a zombie? Okay. William heard Joey's reply in despair. Before the two met, William looked at Joey with complicated eyes. which were full of the meaning of asking for help. But Yining did not give him time to convey more information. He put his arm around William's shoulders and walked out quickly. Yining could feel that William's brother was much more powerful than William. The powerful pressure on him belonged to a high-level superpower. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he was looking at him closely from behind. This damn William. His performance just now was really full of loopholes. He must leave here immediately. But leaving here doesn't seem so easy. Yining felt a strong wind coming towards him, and he pushed William to the center of the storm. Kill your brother for me. At Yining's order, William had to step forward to fight. But before he could use his superpowers, he was violently swept to the center of the storm by this domineering tornado. When he fell to the ground again, William felt that several of his ribs were broken. Keep going. Don't stop until you kill him. Yining gave William a death order again, and he couldn't control himself and controlled his superpowers to attack Zhou. Zhou looked at his brother like this and understood what was going on. He stared at Yining sinisterly. This man wanted them to kill each other. Then his wishful thinking was wrong. William controlled the wood power and rushed towards Zhou. Because of Yining's order, he used all his strength. Bang! William didn't expect that he would be kicked out by his brother the moment he approached Zhou. This kick was full of power. William's body smashed a hole in the floor. William felt that if he were a human, he would definitely die if he was kicked. But he was a zombie. He didn't know how many bones he broke under this kick. But he still staggered and limped to his feet. Then he attacked Zhou again. He mechanically executed Yining's order. Even if he was reluctant, he had to kill the man in front of him. Zhou looked at Yining, who was watching the show opposite, and showed a creepy smile. Your plan is going to fail. Yining's mind was full of alarm bells. He only had time to see William being blown into the sky by Zhou's gust of wind. Then, Zhou rushed in front of him like a ghost. Run! Yining told himself that he had to run. Otherwise, his crystal core would be compensated to William. He would never see that person again. Yining ran out of the laboratory like crazy. William, I want you to self-destruct. When Zhou's hand was about to grab Yining, he heard Yining issue such a terrifying order. Let William self-destruct. How could that be possible? William. No! You can't self-destruct. Zhou gave up chasing Yining and flew towards William. William was pulled out of the terrifying storm by Zhou. At this time, the deep red in his eyes deepened. Zhou looked at it like a terrifying vortex. It made people numb. He knew that William began to accumulate strength and was going to self-destruct. He couldn't self-destruct, and he must not let his brother self-destruct. Open all the doors of the laboratory. Don't stop anything that comes out. Let him leave. Zhou turned on the intercom on his wrist and issued orders to the outside. Even if he was reluctant, he had to let Yining go. Only when he left and William left his control could he be safe. Chapter 286, Burning the Crystal Core. The blood red in William's eyes became more and more intense, which frightened Zhou. Although the two brothers have the same father, but different mothers and a big age gap, they have always had a good relationship. Zhou even raised William as his son. Now seeing him like this, his heart felt like it was being fried in oil. William, hold on. Don't blow yourself up. But for William, Yining's order was simply impossible to disobey. He was already burning the crystal core. His vitality was draining away, like sand on his fingertips. He tried his best to grab it but couldn't. Hold on. Yining will be able to escape soon. When you reach a certain distance, he can't control you. William listened to Zhou's roar and wanted to tell him that he couldn't hold on. His whole body hurt. It was the pain of the burning crystal core. He really seemed to be dying. Even if he didn't blow himself up in the end, he wouldn't be better after the crystal core was burned like this. Base Commander. A zombie ran out. The voice of his subordinates came from the intercom. And Zhou roared, let him leave. No one is allowed to stop him. Yes. Base Commander. He went out the second door. He left the laboratory. He escaped to the manor. As the voices of his subordinates continued to come, Zhou, who was sweating all over, finally breathed a sigh of relief. The terrifying deep red in William's eyes gradually faded, and he finally didn't have to be controlled by Yining's orders anymore. Brother, I'm so sad. William murmured and moaned. His body now was like a broken doll, with wounds all over his body. But he was a zombie, and these wounds would not have any effect on him. This was also the reason why Zhou dared to treat William like that just now. As long as the crystal core was there, he would never die. But Yining, That guy actually attacked William Crystal Core. Joey knew that his brother was very weak now. He picked up William, just like he held him when he was a child. Brother, don't be afraid. You will be well soon. Brother just brought you a lot of fresh food. All of them are superpowers. You won't feel uncomfortable after eating them. Lin Ran stood by the window, holding a telescope and looking outside worriedly. Lindsay looked at his sister like this, leaned over and laughed. Sister, I don't understand what you are worried about. Brother Jiang is so powerful. Are you afraid that he will be in danger? Lin Ran looked at his brother and shook his head. What's wrong? Is it wrong? Lindsay said, puzzled. Lin Ran showed a meaningful smile. That's right. Your brother Jiang is very strong. But brother, you don't understand. Lindsay was even more puzzled. Why don't I understand? Lin Ran smiled even deeper. You are a single dog. Of course you don't understand the feelings of us lovers who care about each other. Lindsay, here. He suffered 10,000 points of damage. Fortunately, Jiangchen came back with a little cat at dinner time. Ran, I'm back. Lin Ran had seen Jiangchen's car a long time ago, and was the first to stand at the door to greet Jiangchen. Well, I just saw you by the window. Lin Ran grabbed the little cat in Jiangchen's arms and said, Little guy, you are not allowed to run around anymore. And you are not allowed to leave me for so long. It was the first time that Jiangchen heard Lin Ran say such domineering and affectionate words, and his ears instantly turned red with excitement. Ran, I know. Meow. Madam, I know too. After dinner, Jiangchen told Lin Ran about his discovery. You said Yueying and the little cat have established their own mutant beast army? Lin Ran looked at the two kittens eating vigorously in front of him, and said in disbelief. Yes. Jiangchen nodded gently. When I went over, I saw it standing in front of a group of ferocious mutant beasts. Very majestic. And the little cat also told me that the reason why Yueying disappeared was that she went out to build her own mutant beast army. Yueying? Is it true? Yueying raised her head from the rice bowl for a second to give Lin Ran face, and meowed at Lin Ran. Just take it as an admission. Yueying, you are so powerful. And you, little cat, you are too strong. Lin Ran took out a large bag of dried fish from the space, and poured it into the bowl for the two kittens. Be good. Eat more. You have worked hard. Now she finally confirmed that the two legendary super mutant beasts that could lead the mutant beast group in the previous life were actually in her home. Those were extremely powerful mutant beasts. In the previous life, Jiangchen was able to build a top-ranked sharp knife base. In addition to being a powerful zombie king, his mutant beast army also contributed greatly. But who would have thought that these two little kittens would be super mutants that lead the mutant beast army? Jiangchen. Should we give the little kitten a name? It's too uncomfortable for such a powerful little guy to be called Little Flower Cat all the time. Jiangchen blinked in confusion, but isn't Little Flower Cat its name? Lin Ran. Well, no. Little Flower Cat is not a name. Lin Ran finally knew why Jiangchen had never given Little Flower Cat a name. She thought he hadn't thought it through. It turned out that he actually thought Little Flower Cat was its name. Ah, Little Flower Cat is not its name. As soon as Jiangchen said this, he clearly saw Little Flower Cat looking at him with resentment. Master, Little Flower Cat is not a name. A name like Yueying is. Jiangchen immediately straightened his attitude and looked at Lin Ran. Ran. You are right. It is time to give it a name. But what name should it be? Lin Ran smiled and said, I have already given it to Yueying. You can think about it carefully for the little cat. Jiangchen, Yueying. The name Yueying sounds good. What name should I give the little cat? After hearing this, Yueying shook her ears and looked at the little cat proudly. She looked so proud. The little cat felt sour. It felt that the dried fish in the basin were not delicious at this moment, and looked at Jiangchen eagerly, hoping that its owner could give it a name as nice as Yueying. When Jiangchen lowered his head, he saw the little cat blinking at him with its sky-blue eyes. Jiangchen touched the little cat's head and said, How about calling it Baozu? Lin Ran asked curiously. Why is it called Bao? Look at its eyes. Don't they look like blue gems? How beautiful. Lin Ran, yes. Baozu. Do you like this name? Little cat, meow. It likes it. Baozu. It knows the meaning of this name. It should be the most precious treasure of its owners. Chapter 287 Forced. Lin Ran didn't expect that the second news Jiangchen brought to her was this. The 2 trucks I met outside the base were empty. Obviously, those superpowers were sent to other places. Lin ran. Last time we destroyed their den where they kept medicine men. I thought there might be such a day. They recruited a group of people to go in. Probably to be medicine men again. Jiangchen, what should we do now? Should we take action? Lin Ran stood up and looked at the land covered by white snow outside. And shook his head. Wait a minute. The time will come soon. It's not the time yet. They still have too few people. I hope those people are lucky enough to hold on until they get in to save them. Jiangchen followed Lin Ran's gaze and probed his spiritual power underground. There are countless small things there. Constantly crawling out. Yes. Ran is right. Wait a little longer. The time will come soon. However, this group of superpowers who were just recruited today were destined not to wait for Lin Ran and others to rescue them. They didn't understand why they had just walked out of the terrible disinfection room and had not taken a few more breaths of fresh air before someone bit through their crystal cores and ate them. The entire laboratory was like a Shura field. The overwhelming smell of blood hung over the laboratory, making people sick. There were countless corpses in front of William, all of whom had their crystal cores bitten off by him. Now he was very hungry, and could only rely on eating people to fill his empty stomach. The burned crystal core needed to be repaired, and this process required a lot of energy. Zhou stood behind William and watched his movements. As the blood concentration in the room increased, his stomach felt sour, and he almost vomited. It was too scary. This was a real zombie. But the person in front of him was his younger brother, William. He resisted the urge to vomit and asked with concern, William, how are you now? Are you feeling better? William dropped the warm corpse he was holding and biting and shook his head. No, brother. I'm still very hungry and uncomfortable. These people are not enough. I still need a lot of energy. My crystal core is about to break. It hurt so much. The mutants who were tied in place and not eaten by William heard this, and their faces were full of despair. Who would have thought that they came here not to complete the mission, but to provide rations for the zombies? He is going to harm others again. Zhou heard William's words, and his eyes flashed with distress. Okay. I let them continue to recruit people. As long as you can be cured, I can get you the people from the entire base. Thank you, brother. William grabbed another superpower and said while eating, Brother, I think eating people may not be enough. My crystal core is still very painful. This damn thing is so hard to repair. Zhou said anxiously. Then what should I do? X-Virus. You have to use X-Virus. Brother, go find Zhou Jianming and his wife. Maybe only they can save me now. Okay. I go now. As long as he can save his brother, he can do anything. Zhou Jianming and his wife are tough. But no matter how tough they are, can they be as hard as his fist? They are just 2 old men and women. He will definitely make them speak. After dinner, Lin Ran asked everyone to go back and continue to upgrade. Even when Grandpa Jiang wanted to go to Lin Ran's space to collect a wave of food, Lin Ran denied it. Now nothing is more important than improving superpowers. As night fell, the family stayed in their respective bedrooms to upgrade. Zhou Jianming and his wife in the laboratory were being tortured by Zhou Yi. A gust of wind blew, and the 70-year-old man was tortured to death. Mrs. Zhou, whose face was also covered in blood, looked over here and shouted worriedly, Old man, can you still hold on? I can still do it. Zhou Jianming raised his head with difficulty and smiled. Don't worry about me. Haha. You two are really in love with each other, which really touched me. Zhou smiled coldly. It seems that I used too little strength. So you still have the strength to talk nonsense here. As soon as the voice fell, a gust of wind blew towards Zhou Jianming again. Mrs. Zhou looked at this scene and closed her eyes sadly. Haha. I don't dare to look. Old lady. This is a force 5 gale. If this gust of wind passes, your old man will be crippled if not dead. Can you bear it? Old lady Zhou laughed loudly. Haha. What can I do if I don't want to? Can you let us go easily? Everyone will die. It's just a matter of sooner or later. We 2 old guys have lived for 70 years. And it's enough. You can do it. I will bury him after he dies. Old lady Zhou's eyes were firm, and she was not moved by Zhou Yi's words. And Zhou Jianming, hearing his wife's words that she didn't care about him, not only did he not get angry, but he smiled sweetly as if he heard some love words. Madam is right. It is my honor to have you at my funeral. He glared at the two stubborn old antiques. You are really not afraid of death. Aren't you afraid that you will die without a burial place? Zhou Jiaming, you are already dead. It is a joke to be afraid of what will happen after death. Zhou Yi looked at the old antiques gloomily, wishing to strangle them to death. He finally understood his brother's helplessness. He really couldn't do anything to them. However, this time, they didn't have so much time to wait for them to cooperate actively. Zhou Yi suddenly laughed and said, You really don't care about your grandson. Zhou. What's wrong with him? Zhou Jiaming asked instinctively when he heard Anan's name. Zhou Yi, what happened to him? Don't you know it yourself? He also turned into a zombie-like monster. You turned him into that with your own hands. Zhou Jiaming, no, you are talking nonsense. Uh-huh. I am talking nonsense. Zhou Yi laughed proudly. Whether I am talking nonsense or not. You know it in your heart. You two old guys have lived enough. But Anan is miserable. He turned into a zombie. A monster like that. You can pat your butt and leave this world. But he has to live in this world forever, with such a miserable identity. Be despised and bullied by others. Do you really want your grandson to become like this? When Zhou Jiaming heard this, something in his eyes was broken. He couldn't accept that his grandson turned into a zombie. A terrible monster. Seeing her old man's eyes change, Mrs. Zhou hurriedly said, Old man, don't listen to his nonsense. If he said and turned into a zombie, then he really turned into a zombie. If it was true, they would have brought in to threaten us a long time ago. Why would they treat us two old bones like this? Mrs. Zhou's words made Zhou Jiaming sober instantly. Yes, you are lying to me. Anan has been dead for a long time. I buried him with my own hands. Don't try to lie to me. I will never help you develop the X virus. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and looked at Mrs. Zhou, who broke his good thing. This old woman is not young. And her mind is still fast. You really don't cry until you see the coffin. Since you say you don't believe me, then fine. I will go and bring the child to you. The child has a long way to go. But I believe he is almost at our base now. I will let him come here to reunite with you. Chapter 288. Something happened to Zhang Huan. In the middle of the night, Lin's mother finally received the first message sent by the mutant Rose in the base commander's bedroom. The base commander actually sent most of his men to look for someone outside the base tonight. And the person he was looking for was a zombie child. After a while, Lin's mother knocked on Lin Ran's bedroom door. She also knew the news. Ran. They went to find Anan. What should we do now? Lin Ran pondered for 2 seconds and said, They went to find Anan so much. Which means that Anan has not fallen into their hands yet. And Anan's grandparents probably won't cooperate with William in research. So he was forced to do such a meaningless thing. It's okay. Mom. Let them toss. We should stay the same in the face of changes. Upgrade well. And wait for the opportunity. Okay. Hearing Lin Ran say this, Lin's mother felt relieved. It must be said that what Lin Ran said makes sense. She no longer worries about anything else. Now is the critical moment to break through the level of superpowers. And she can't be distracted. Nothing happened that night. Except that when Lin Ran opened her eyes in the morning, she found that Yang had disappeared again. But fortunately, it finally knew to close the window considerately this time. Lin Ran looked at the snow outside the window, which was printed with plum blossom footprints. And there was no fuss as last time. This super mutant beast of her own was probably out to recruit younger brothers again. She went to the bathroom to wash up simply, and then left the bedroom door. Fortunately, the little cat. No, it was Baozhu who didn't run out with her. It lay obediently on Jiang Chen's legs. Seeing Lin Ran, he and Jiang Chen warmly welcomed her out. Ran, how was it last night? Lin Ran offered the purple light in the palm of his hand. Freshly baked 12th level beginner. How about it? Is this purple light beautiful? This is Lin Ran's killer weapon. It is her strongest attack ability. In fact, she has been focusing on upgrading this ability these 2 days. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Beautiful. It must be more beautiful when killing bad guys. Hearing this, Lin Ran laughed happily. Jiang Chen's words always touched her heart. She just wanted to upgrade to kill bad guys. Brother Jiang? Sister? What are you talking about? Lin Zai came out of the bedroom and joined in the fun after hearing the conversation. Lin Ran said, I said my lightning ability has been upgraded to level 12. How about yours? Lin Zai looked at the purple lighting in Lin Ran's palm and said in surprise, Sister, you are level 12. Oh my god. You are so amazing. I thought the gap between us was getting smaller. But now it seems to be the same. Lin Ran, don't be discouraged. You are younger than me. Lin Zhe thought it made sense after hearing this. He is the younger brother. It is normal that he cannot compare with his own sister. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe became happy again. Hee hee. Sister, my gold ability is also level 9. Level 9? Not bad. This is a real upgrade. Much stronger than the ability they get with potions. When Lin Ran heard the news, she felt that her family had an extra insurance. Being strong alone is not strong. A family should improve together. Lin Ran had a very comfortable breakfast. Because after a few days of hard work, the abilities of the family have improved a lot. This is very good news for Lin Ran. Her family is her armor and her weakness. Only when everyone is strong can she do other things with confidence. After breakfast, everyone went back to their bedrooms to continue upgrading. This upgrade lasted until noon. It was not until Jiang Chen came and knocked on the door that Lin Ran was awakened from the upgrade state. Lin Ran opened her eyes and looked at the footrest, which was still empty. Wang had not come back yet. She opened the door and saw Jiang Chen standing outside. Ran, Louisa is here. Lin Ran frowned. According to their plan, Louisa had a lot of things on his hands these 2 days. If there was nothing, he would not come. When Lin Ran went downstairs, she saw Louisa sitting on the sofa downstairs uncomfortably. He didn't even eat the fruit Rong Mei brought him, which was his favorite. Seeing Lin Ran, Louisa stood up and said, Captain Lin, I'm sorry to bother you again. Lin Ran waved her hand indifferently. Did something happen? Yes. Captain Lin. Captain Zhang. It seems that something happened to Zhang Huan and the others. They didn't let me tell you. But I always felt that something was wrong. So I came to tell you. Lin Ran was stunned. Sister Huan? What happened to them? I went to them to get some sachets at the address you gave me yesterday. At that time, I thought the sachets they made were very good. Much stronger than the ones we made. So I gave them another batch of materials to help me make them. This morning, when I went to get the sachets, I saw that something happened to them. The women of their axe gang, holding axes, said they were going to cause trouble for the people in the mission hall. Lin Ran immediately felt something was wrong. Why do you want to cause trouble for the people in the mission hall? Louisa shook his head and said, it's because a few of them went to participate in the mission yesterday. Lin Ran was very surprised. What? Did any of them go to participate in the mission? Yes. Louisa said that when he went there yesterday, he didn't know that any of them had participated in the mission. Today, I saw that something was wrong with them, and found out after asking around. It turned out that since the extreme cold, they have been living well with the supplies given by Lin Ran. But the purpose of the Axe Gang is to be self-reliant and self-reliant. Seeing that there was such a good mission posted at the base, these strong-willed girls couldn't hold back. They all wanted to participate in the mission, and earn some supplies for their own team. Zhang Huan didn't agree at first, thinking that there was also a task to make sachets for Lin Ran. But everyone was very excited. In order not to discourage, with everyone's enthusiasm, she reluctantly agreed to let a few people go out to participate in the mission. The others still had to stay and continue to sit on the scented bag. When leaving, Zhang Huan specifically asked about it. That mission can be returned on the same day. As a result, those people have not returned this morning, and their mission center has started recruiting new people again. Zhang Huan was worried, so he took people to inquire. The answer he got was that it would be so fast to return from the mission, and at least it would take a few days. Louisa paused at this point. In fact, his statement is also reasonable. But the fatal thing is that it is said that it is not so fast to return from the mission. But Zhang Huan and the others found that the 2 trucks that took those people out of the base to do the mission yesterday were actually parked in the mission center. What the hell are they doing? Chapter 289 Base Army. Lin Ran continued. So Sister Huan and the others feel that the base has deceived them, and they will bring the Axe Gang to the mission center to make trouble, and ask them to hand over people? Yes. They are very emotional now. When I came here just now, they were about to go over. What should we do now? Lin Ran, let's go over there and stop them. Zhang Huan and the others are still thinking too simply. This base is not a place of fairness and justice. They will not get the results they want if they go over there to make trouble, but will only bring trouble to themselves. William Gang will never stop their plan because of a small Axe Gang making trouble. Instead, it will anger them and cause them to attack the Axe Gang. So, she must rush to stop their rash behavior. When Lin ran and the others rushed over, it was still too late. The mission hall was in a mess, and traces of the fight could be vaguely seen. But Zhang Huan and the others were gone. Excuse me, what just happened here? Louisa grabbed a middle-aged man who was watching the excitement near the mission hall and asked. The woman was a talkative person. When she heard the question, she immediately answered everything she knew. You don't know. We originally signed up for the mission here, but a lot of women with axes just came. They surrounded the mission hall as soon as they came. They also snatched the registration list and didn't let us sign up. They said that the people in the mission hall were liars. They said they were doing missions, but they didn't know what they were doing, and they didn't know where they had deceived people to. Louisa, then what happened? They were a bunch of women who made up stories, and we were scared. We also helped them to ask the base to send back the people who went to participate in the mission yesterday, and we would sign up again. As a result, the army of the base just came out, and the scene was scary. I'm not new to the world. I've seen rankings before. The first team led by Captain Rong Han went on a mission. As a result, these teams were not as good as the army of the base. Those people were completely different from the army before the end of the world. They were too ruthless. Their abilities were also stronger. I could see that the woman who led the Axe Gang had good abilities, but she was killed in 1 second by a soldier. In 1 second? Louisa was shocked. Are you saying that she was killed? She was not killed, but was knocked unconscious. The other women who made trouble were also taken away. Look around here. Are there more people from the army now? The army came to manage the order. Now let everyone sign up again. Louisa looked over and saw that there were indeed several soldiers standing in various key places in the mission hall, including the door. This was also the first time that Louisa saw the army of the base go out with his own eyes. In the past, they went out on missions together with various teams and had never seen the army. The army led by the base commander himself never dealt with people outside them. Every time they went out from within, which was very mysterious. In the past, he only thought that the army had its own plans. But now he knows the tricks. This huge army is probably a core of superpowers created by the base commander, led by the base commander himself. Even Xie Chenghe cannot be contaminated. Otherwise, Xie Chenghe would not have to rely on the superpower team to help him get revenge. Is it okay if I don't want to go? Louisa's meditation was interrupted by a noise. He looked up and saw a man arguing with someone in the mission center. Sir, you can't regret it after signing up. Understand? I regret it. Just now. Those women said you were lying. So I don't want to go. Cross my name off it. Quickly, the man became anxious as he spoke, and even a raging fire ignited in the palm of his right hand. I have 3 children and an old man at home. Who will take care of them after I die? Hurry up and mark my name. I will never go. Sir, calm down. You really can't regret this. I calmed down. The man started to swear. It can be seen that he was really anxious. He really didn't want to participate in this unpredictable mission. The 2 soldiers who came out of the door saw this scene and strode over. The man was obviously scared when he saw the soldiers coming over, but he still held on and said harsh words with courage. Hurry up and mark my name. Leave here and wait in the mission departure area. This is your first warning. The soldier walking in front said coldly. I won't wait in the mission departure area. Who knows where you are going to take us? Second warning. I won't go. Ah. The soldier slapped him, and his body fell to the ground like a kite. Crack. Lin Ren heard the sound of bones breaking. Third warning. The man looked at the 2 men in horror, struggling to run out. I won't go. I will never participate in your mission. Then you don't have to go, the soldier said coldly. And then a flame shot up into the sky from his palm, heading straight for the man. Then a strong stench of burnt protein reached the noses of everyone in the mission hall. In just a few seconds, the man was burned to death. This is the result of making trouble. We have always had rules in our peace base. Please don't listen to one side. Going out to do missions is definitely a benefit. There is no trick at all. Whoever dares to spread rumors and confuse the public again. This is the result. The soldier threw down this sentence, and everyone present was silent. Jiang Chen came over and said in Lin Ran's ear, this person has a level 10 fire ability and a level 7 power ability. Lin Ran nodded slowly and said to Louisa, who was stunned beside him, let's go out first. Before leaving, Lin Ran took a look at the scene in the hall. There were still many people in line. It seemed that being hungry was the most terrifying thing compared to the unknown. For the sake of supplies, they were still willing to take a gamble. After leaving the hall, the three returned to the car. Louisa looked at the heavily guarded mission hall not far away and said, "Captain Lin, what should we do now? I don't know where Captain Zhang and the others were taken. If they fall into the hands of this army, they will probably suffer." Lin Ran looked at Louisa. The anxious expression on his face was absolutely true. He looked more nervous than her. Did he and Zhang Huan know each other before? Are they on good terms? However, Lin Ran was not interested in finding out these gossips now. She asked, "Captain Liu, how much do you know about this army in the base?" "Not much. I just know it's very powerful. As for how powerful it is, I didn't know before. But I just experienced it," Louisa said. "They never go on missions with us. They are very mysterious. And they are huge in number. And they are under the jurisdiction of only the base commander. Let's put it this way. The biggest obstacle to our general offensive plan is this army." Chapter 290 Underground Sewer. Lin Ran certainly knew about the existence of this army. Ronghan mentioned it when making the plan. Ronghan said that the base commander was different from Xie Chenghe, and his power should not be underestimated. And he was very powerful. But how powerful he was, she and Louisa just had a specific impression. A soldier who came to watch the door could have a 10th level superpower. How powerful was his entire army? This was also the reason why Lin Ran did not dare to act rashly. Most of the superpowers they could use were the medicine people rescued from Huangyu. They were not worthy of being raised in the base commander's real laboratory. So their strength could not be compared with the people on the base commander's side. So, she could only wait for an opportunity. Fortunately, this opportunity was coming soon. "Captain Lin, do you want to go over and find out where Captain Zhang and the others are now?" Louisa mentioned Zhang Huan again. Lin Ran asked, "How are you going to find out?" "Louisa, let's go inside and take a look. I'm still worried about them." Lin Ran, "Okay. Let's go together." She was also worried about them. Lin Ran was about to get off the car with Louisa, when she suddenly heard Jiang Chen pointing to a lane coming out of the mission center. "Don't worry. They're coming out." It was a bus. Through the dim glass of the bus, Lin Ran saw Zhang Huan and a group of women from her axe gang tied up inside by several people wearing military uniforms from the base. "Follow them." As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, Jiang Chen started the car. It's good to have psychic powers. Jiang Chen always followed the van not far away. It won't let them find it, and it will never lose it. After walking for more than half an hour, the van finally stopped. Lin Ran looked at the surrounding environment. This place was very remote, close to the outskirts of the base director's manor. But there was an abandoned building behind it. Only one main structure was built before the end of the world. So few people come here. Lin Ran saw a soldier jump off the car and open a manhole cover on the ground. Then Zhang Huan and the others were forced to come down and walk down from the open manhole cover. The van slowly left there until everyone went in. After watching the van go away, Lin Ran released Louisa and Jiang Chen from the space. There was no place to hide here. Fortunately, Lin Ran hid the car and people in the space in time. As soon as Louisa came out, he couldn't wait to run to the manhole cover. "Hurry up and save Captain Zhang." Lin Ran looked at Louisa's appearance and said that he and Zhang Huan had nothing to do. She absolutely didn't believe it. After Zhang Huan was rescued, she must ask. Opening the manhole cover, Lin Ran saw a ladder inside. Jiang Chen took the lead and led everyone to go inside along the ladder. After getting off the ladder, Lin Ran saw that there was a different world here. This must be connected to the base commander's manor. But it's not that easy to get in, because there is a door in front of them. And this door needs a door card to open. Louisa saw this high-tech door and said anxiously, "Why is there a door here? What should we do now? Or just smash it?" Lin Ran, "No. If it is smashed, it may trigger the alarm system. If the alarm goes off, it will be even more troublesome. Louisa, if we can't smash it, how can we get in?" Just when Louisa was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, Jiang Chen said, "Don't worry. Someone is coming." Lin Ran, "How many?" "3. Lin Ran laughed when he heard the number. 3. Isn't that just right? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ran saw the door in front of him opened. 3 soldiers in base uniforms came out. They opened the door and walked out. But they didn't find anything unusual. They just felt that the place they came to seemed wrong. Why is this not the sewer they were familiar with in the past? Lin Ran used her illusion ability to make the 3 defenseless people fall into an illusion. Then Jiangchen quickly took action and broke the necks of 2 people. There was 1 left, and Lin Ran solved it. She struck with a purple lightning and scorched the man's head. Louisa did nothing, and saw that the 3 people were finished. Master, Captain Lin, you are really amazing. Lin Ran smiled lightly when he heard it, and began to strip the clothes of these people. Come and change their clothes. Let's go in and take a look. Louisa, oh, okay. Soon, the 3 people changed into military uniforms. Lin Ran also searched for a door card from one of them. As for the 3 corpses on the ground, Jiangchen dug out their crystal cores and temporarily stored them in his own space. Anyway, he is a man and doesn't care. In short, Ran's space cannot hold these things. After handling it, the 3 of them opened the door and walked inside. In stark contrast to the dirty environment of the sewer outside. The environment here is a little too clean. White walls, white floors, and white ceilings. After walking a few steps forward, Lin Ran smelled an unpleasant smell of disinfectant. And this pungent smell of disinfectant was mixed with a very unpleasant smell of rot. This familiar rotten smell made Lin Ran stunned. Isn't this the smell of low-level zombies? Are there zombies here? After lifting a curtain, Jiangchen, who was walking in the front, suddenly stopped, and Lin Ran hurriedly followed. She was stunned when she walked in front of Jiangchen. In front of them were glass rooms one after another, and these glass rooms were filled with zombies. Lin Ran felt that each glass room was filled with at least hundreds of zombies. So many zombies gathered densely inside, and the scalp of the people watching was numb. Jiangchen paused for a while, and started to move forward again. Lin Ran followed Jiangchen's footsteps, and continued forward. He passed the glass houses containing zombies, and walked to the end of this house. It was a larger glass house. But this house was not used to house zombies. It was used for experiments. A zombie and a healthy human were tied to the bed in the laboratory. One of the white coats gave the zombie tied to the bed an injection of some reagent. After the reagent was injected, the zombie tied to the bed, and still struggling suddenly became quiet. However, this silence lasted less than half a minute. And soon he became crazy again. Record. This dose is wrong again. Yes. This zombie experiment is useless again. Change to the next one. As soon as the white coat's voice came out, the healthy human lying on the bed was frightened and struggled violently. Unfortunately, his struggle was not worth mentioning in front of these white coats. The injection was injected into his body mercilessly. He twitched twice like a dead fish, and then his skin turned visibly to the grayish white of a zombie, and his eyes turned deep red. Are they creating zombies?